Chapter 2651, Sky-High Price. True Grade. Above 9th grade, the shock of Kui Tong three people was not only expressed in words but also on their faces. At this time, how could they still care about whatever win or lose? True Grade Heavenly Pill, they had never heard of it before. This heavenly pill opened another window for them. Not that the land of Heavenly South's heavenly medicine technique was not refined, but that the realm of true grade was seriously too hard to achieve. In the entire pill alliance, there were probably barely a handful of people who could refine true grade heavenly pills too. Heavenly South was merely a tiny place. How could they have seen before this grade of heavenly pill? Yi Yuan's words caused a whirlwind in the arena. Everyone burst into an uproar. No one had seen before a true grade heavenly pill. No one knew what Yi Yuan said was true or fake at all. But everything in front of them left them no choice but to believe that this was real. Young friend Yi, can this true grade heavenly pill be sold to this old man or not? Kui Tong calmed himself down and asked. As a grade 4 heavenly alchemist, he could no longer be described as burning with eagerness anymore. He could not wait to bring this heavenly pill back and study it carefully. However, Yi Yuan shook his head and said indifferently, "This is the 9 Cities Heavenly Pill Summit, better do it in accordance with the rules, the highest bidder wins." What this Grade 2 Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill of mine represents is Calm South City. Su Yi's face turned from shock to ecstasy. There was really a silver lining in every cloud. This true grade heavenly pill was worth 1,000 grade 3 heavenly pills. What did a mere water billow city count as? Kui Tong nodded slightly and said, "All right, let's start the auction now then." That auctioneer had a bitter smile on his face and asked, "Master Kui Tong, what's the base price of this heavenly pill?" He had never seen before a true grade heavenly pill. There was no precedent. No need for a base price, there's no restriction on price increment as well, directly get to the bidding. Whoever wins with a bid of 1 heavenly crystal, just take it as they got lucky, Yi Yuan said coolly. Everyone's faces turned black, all looking at Yi Yuan with contemptuous faces. 1 piece of heavenly crystal, to think that you could say it out loud. Everyone knew that no base price, no restriction on price increment, this sort of situation was the most terrifying. The final auction price had no bottom line at all. God knows how much the final transaction price would be. Under the urging of Kui Tong three people, the auction started very soon. The auctioneer said loudly, "Now, auctioning a Grade 2 Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill. This pill is a true grade that has never appeared in the land of Heavenly South before. No base price, no restrictions on price increase. Now, the bidding begins. 1 million. Almost as soon as it was announced, Kui Tong made a bid. The number of 1 million made everyone present suck in a cold breath. One had to know, Zhe Ling's Fuxi Pure Yang pill previously was only auctioned for a price of 600,000 heavenly crystals. Now, Kui Tong directly raised it to 1 million. His gaze swept over everyone's faces and he said coolly, "This pill, this old man is determined to get it." Originally, with a true grade pill coming into being, which of the tycoons present did not want to claim it for themselves? But Kui Tong's words already faintly implied a warning. Everyone could not refrain from criticizing inwardly but was also helpless about it. Kui Tong was not what anyone could afford to provoke. Seeing no one speak up, Kui Tong was very satisfied. 2 million. However, right at this time, someone spoke up. The source of the voice was precisely from another Grade 4 heavenly alchemist beside Kui Tong. Kui Tong's face turned black and he said in a solemn voice, "Wu Dao, what's the meaning of this?" Wu Dao said coolly, "Old Kui, if it were other things, then forget it. But, the significance of this true grade heavenly pill, you and I both understand. Such a good thing, how can this old man not be moved?" Kui Tong's face turned black and he gritted his teeth and said, 5 million. 8 million. Kui Tong just spoke up when another judge also joined in the melee. "Ji Chun, good, very good, is this old man scared of you?" 10 million. As if it was free, Kui Tong directly offered a sky-high price of 10 million. This kind of bidding directly made many tycoons shrink back at the sight of it. They were rich, but compared to these veteran Grade 4 heavenly alchemists, they were weak to the max. The wealth that a Grade 4 heavenly alchemist possessed might rival a large family clan, 20 million. Right at this time, another voice sounded out. Everyone was taken aback, but looking in Zhong Li's direction. No one expected that he would open his mouth too. Furthermore, he increased it by 10 million heavenly crystals in one go. In the face of Kui Tong's murderous gaze, Zhongli said coolly, I really want to know just how I'm worse than him. 3 elders, I'll be offending. This pill, this Zhong is also determined to get it. Kui Tong snorted coldly and said, very good. Each relies on one's abilities then. 30 million, 33 million, 35 million, 68 million. When Zhongli yelled out this price, the 3 judges finally hesitated. Clearly, this price already approached the limit that they could bear. It was just that no one expected that Zhongli's financial power was actually so great. A grade 3 heavenly alchemist could actually be on par with a grade 4 heavenly alchemist. This true grade heavenly pill held great significance to them. Even if they bankrupted themselves, they had to obtain it too. If money was gone, it could be earned again. But if this heavenly pill was missed, it would be very difficult to encounter again. Sure, they could find Yuan and have him refine again. But it was very hard. Such a valuable heavenly pill, Yuan definitely would not refine it frequently. The 4 people's bidding made the expressions of each and every one of the tycoons present turn pale. Such a crazy scene, it was still their first time seeing it. A price of 68 million, what kind of concept was that? 1 year of Thistle South 9 cities tax revenue added up could not reach this figure too. Too freaking exciting. It's still your father's first time seeing that a grade 2 heavenly pill can actually sell for a sky-high price of 70 million heavenly crystals. What the hell do you know? As long as the 3 masters can work out the refining method of the true grade heavenly pill, what does 70 million count for? This is simply snatching money. Crazy. Really insane. I even feel like I can't breathe anymore. Although it was not them bidding, each of them had blood-red eyes. This scene was really too exciting. The auctioneer asked, 68 million, is there any higher, 3 masters? Seeing that the 3 did not respond, the auctioneer continued, 68 million going once, 68 million going twice, 68 million going thrice. This true grade heavenly pill belongs to Master Zhongli. The audience was in an uproar. No one expected that Zhongli actually really suppressed the 3 heavyweights in the end. The title of Heavenly South's #1 genius was not for show. The wealth that he had accumulated these few years was very terrifying. Getting this true grade foundation establishment heavenly pill, Zhongli's gaze could no longer look away. Tisk tisk, too perfect. How can a heavenly pill be so perfect? I can feel the surging great Tao accumulations inside. I can definitely draw down great Tao accumulations and reach the realm of true grade. Zhongli was intoxicated, completely forgetting about his previous grudge with Yuan. At the same time, Kui Tong 3 people looked at Zhongli with unfriendly expressions. The envious looks in their eyes could not be concealed no matter what. Chapter 2652, Vying. Once true grade emerged, the subsequent competitions were already completely meaningless. Even if they refined until the sky collapsed, it would also be impossible to reach the realm of true grade. It would just be beating a dead horse. Therefore, Kui Tong simply announced that the 9 cities heavenly pill summit this time, Calm South City took the top spot. Seeing Sun Yunjing's aggrieved face, Su Yi was simply grinning from ear to ear. Putting aside feeling exaltation upon fulfillment, their Calm South City would even obtain a huge amount of resources. This was a tangible benefit. Not only that, Zhe Ling's strength rose after receiving pointers from Yuan. Surpassing Zuo Fang was already a foregone conclusion. It could be said that Calm South City became the biggest winner of the 9 cities heavenly pill summit this time. Haha, Master Yi, Su, really had my nose up in the air. This Su apologizes to you once more here. Su Yi gave a bow towards Yuan with incomparable sincerity this time. He was really convinced. His daughter really did a great thing this time. Yuan waved his hand and said coolly, since this matter is over with, forget it. Su Yi saw that Yuan was free from pride and prejudices and immediately climbed up the rope hand over hand and said, Master Yi, this Su sincerely invites you to join our Calm South City. I wonder what Master Yi thinks. Before waiting for Yuan to reply, Sun Yunjin suddenly gave a bow to Yuan and said, Master Yi, previously, it was all this sun who had eyes but couldn't see. Now, this sun wants to invite you to join Water Billow City. You rest assured, the terms that our Water Billow City offers will definitely be better than Calm South City. Sun Yunjing, Su Yi said in a great rage. He did not expect that Sun Yunjing would actually kill Steel. Furthermore, comparing resources, Calm South City really could not compare to Water Billow City. Otherwise, they also would not have failed to hire a top master like Zuo Fang. Sun Yunjing said indifferently, Su Yi, Master Yi and you have only met for the first time as well. Furthermore, he and little girl Su also merely just became acquainted. Since that's the case, why can't this city lord invite him? Who in the 9 cities doesn't know that this city lord has always craved talents like a thirsty person for water? Su Yi was angered until he clenched his jaws tightly. He knew that what Sun Yunjing said was the truth. Previously, everyone all misunderstood that Yi Yuan intentionally got close to Su Yi in order to court Su Peiyun. Now, everyone knew that it was not the case anymore. Master Yi had no interest in Su Peiyun at all. Furthermore, Su Peiyun and Master Yi merely met along the way. They were also not some life and death friends. Then everyone had a chance. No, Master Yi, our Skybless city invites you to join with the utmost sincerity. Master Yi, with Sun Yunjing taking the lead, the other few city lords joined in one after another. Each of the terms offered was better than the last. Su Yi wished to tear this bunch of fellows to shreds by the side. He hurriedly winked at his daughter. Su Peiyun was panicking long ago. But what could she say? Could she say that their encounter previously was not a happy one? Originally she thought that Yi Yuan was just powerful in martial Dao. She did not expect that his alchemy Dao was even more terrifying than martial Dao. True grade coming into being, it was bound to cause a great sensation in the land of Heavenly South. At this time, she felt that saying anything was feeble. Su Peiyun looked at Su Yi with a bitter smile on her face. Right at this time, Kui Tong's cold snort sounded out. He said, "Humph, are the few of you trying to snatch people from Heavenly South City?" He came in front of Yi Yuan, beaming widely as he said, "Master Yi, Heavenly South City is the capital city of the land of Heavenly South, ruling all of the cities. The resources of Heavenly South City are also not comparable to other cities. As long as Master Yi joins Heavenly South City, you can have anything you want." These words made everyone's faces change abruptly. Even Master Kui Tong actually already started to call him as Master Yi. Heavenly South City snatching people, what business did the others still have? At this time, everyone's eyes were focused on Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan had a calm expression on his face, unable to tell what he was thinking. Suddenly, spiritual energy surged in the arena. The heaven and earth spiritual energy from all directions gathered over here crazily. Ha ha ha, I understand, I finally understand. Incredible, truly impressive. It's well deserving of being true grade. A mere grade 2 heavenly pill actually let me break through. Within the venue, Zhong Li's loud laughter sounded out. It turned out that Zhong Li actually broke through. After obtaining the true grade foundation establishment heavenly pill, Zhong Li's mind was fully absorbed in it. He did not know the slightest about outside matters. After observing for a long time, Zhong Li could not understand the profound aspect of the true grade heavenly pill too. Hence, he simply swallowed it in one gulp. The best way to feel a medicinal pill was to take it. In his view, no matter how powerful this true grade heavenly pill was, it was also a merely grade 2 heavenly pill. There would not be any effect. He had to comprehend it carefully and grasp the mystery of the true grade heavenly pill. As a result, once the foundation establishment heavenly pill entered his abdomen, a wild power of rule surged within his body. The small world in his body seemed to have been inspired by something. At that moment, the realm of Jade Sovereign Heaven that he failed to break through for a long time, actually broke through. Sublime Realm to Sovereign Realm was a huge threshold. Recalling back then, Luo Yunqing's sword intent was astonishing, and he was likewise at a standstill in front of this gate for a long time. If not for him forcing himself into a desperate situation so that he could risk it all, he probably would not have broken through so easily either. It could be seen how difficult it was for Limitless Sublime Heavenly Stratum to break through to Jade Sovereign Heavenly Stratum. Even though Zhong Li was extremely talented, he had stagnated in front of this step for a long time too. It was precisely because he failed to break through for a long time, that he chose to join Water Billow City, and change the environment to comprehend the world. It was just that the effect was not good. He never dreamed that a measly little grade 2 heavenly pill actually let him break through. Everyone was shocked to the core. A grade 2 heavenly pill let a limitless sublime heavenly stratum break through. At this moment, Kui Tong, Wu Dao, Ji Chun, Su Yi, Sun Yunjing, their gazes stopped on Yi Yuan's face. They looked at this young face and felt that it was mysterious to the extreme. This, True grade heavenly pill is actually so fearsome. A tiny little grade 2 heavenly pill actually helped a limitless sublime heavenly stratum break through to Jade sovereign heavenly stratum. The shock in Kui Tong's heart was written all over his face. Everything that happened today simply subverted his understanding. Is this true grade, above 9th grade, truly incredible? Wu Dao also exclaimed with admiration. Yi Yuan smiled and said, actually, the foundation establishment heavenly pill that you all look down on most is the strongest heavenly pill. It's not that a true grade heavenly pill is very strong. Zhongli's cultivation realm has originally reached the peak of limitless sublime heavenly stratum, being only a hair's breadth away from Jade sovereign heavenly stratum. Foundation establishment heavenly pill is about cleansing the marrow and rebuilding the foundation. It can let a mortal body be reborn anew and enter heavenly stratum. And true grade heavenly pills integrate great Tao accumulations. Not only did it strengthen the medicinal effect, it can even spur comprehension ability. Zhongli breaking through under this kind of circumstances isn't coincidental. Hearing Yi Yuan's explanation, Kui Tong and the rest felt like it was another language. The most basic foundation establishment heavenly pill was actually the strongest heavenly pill. To them, the strongest meant pursuing more difficult heavenly pills and higher quality heavenly pills. No one would waste their energy on the measly little foundation establishment heavenly pill. But at this time, they discovered that they were really wrong. Yi Yuan's statement had subverted their understanding. Chapter 2653, Sea War. Breaking through to Jade sovereign heavenly stratum, every pore on Zhongli's body felt relaxed. That feeling of invigoration was truly indescribable. He walked towards Yi Yuan slowly and gave a bow respectfully as he said, "Many thanks, Master Yi." Competing with Master Yi previously was Zhongli overestimating my own ability. Zhongli knows my mistake. This scene made everyone present incredibly shocked. They all knew how proud Heavenly South's #1 genius was. Now, Zhongli actually put aside his pride and showed Yi Yuan the etiquette of a disciple. Spent a sky-high price of 68 million to buy a grade 2 heavenly pill, and even gave a disciple's bow to the other person. This was simply unimaginable to a peerless genius. But Zhongli did it. Kui Tong, three people exchanged a glance, all seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Zhongli was the same as them, coming from Heavenly South Pill Hall. Zhongli's pride, they were very clear about it in their hearts. To be able to make the proud Zhongli do so, it was absolutely not because he broke through, but that after he consumed the true grade heavenly pill, he became deeply aware of the gap between him and Yi Yuan. This kind of disparity was sufficient to make him give a disciple's bow. Of the people present, only Zhongli took the true grade heavenly pill. Only he understood the prowess of the true grade heavenly pill best as well. The others could only indirectly understand it from the breakthrough image. Very clearly, the true grade heavenly pill was even more remarkable than they imagined. Yi Yuan just grunted indifferently, considered to have answered. Zhongli gave another bow and said, Zhongli is willing to serve by Master Yi's side. Master Yi, please kindly allow it. Clearly, he was hesitating. Everyone's gazes were glued on Yi Yuan. Only after a long time did he nod his head and say, can. Yi Yuan was bearing the enmity of the sect's destruction. He must return to the 5 great heavenly regions. He must destroy the Pill Alliance. But he could not destroy the Pill Alliance alone. The Pill Alliance's strength was too powerful. Putting aside the terrifying Alliance chief, Wangfu Cloudthink could likely break through to Saint Sovereign Realm before long too. Also, that Xiao Fibai, his strength was also sect master level. Even Kang Yongning could refine true grade heavenly pills. Yi Yuan did not feel that the Pill Alliance's alliance chief could not refine true grade heavenly pills. Now that the Pill Alliance had unified the 5 great heavenly regions, their strength would advance by leaps and bounds even more. Yi Yuan needed powerful strength as well as a powerful faction. Since that was the case, why not set up a force that belonged to him in this land of Heavenly South? The Pill Pavilion was gone. He should rebuild the Pill Pavilion in Heavenly South then. Zhongli was overjoyed when he heard that and came behind Yi Yuan, standing to one side respectfully. This scene dumbfounded everyone with astonishment. Breaking through to Jade Sovereign Heaven, Zhongli was equivalent to becoming a grade 4 heavenly alchemist. But he actually put aside his pride to follow Yi Yuan. At this time, Zhe Ling suddenly said, Master Yi, this disciple also wants to follow by your side. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, aloud. Zhe Ling was overjoyed and also came behind Yi Yuan, standing obediently. Kui Tong. Three people exchanged glances, all shocked beyond words. And at this time, Yuan slowly stood up, cupped his fists to everyone, and said, "Apologies, everyone. Miss Su and Huang Haoyan gave me a lift on the sea. It's also considered to have rendered me considerable help. This Yi had better stay in calm South City." Hearing this, regardless of whether it was Kui Tong or Sun Yunjing, they all had disappointed expressions on their faces. But Su Yi was wild with ecstasy. He even despaired just now. He did not expect that there was a glimpse of hope in the dark. Yuan actually stayed. Such a master staying in calm South City, the benefits were unimaginable. Even if calm South City propped him up, there was no problem at all too. Su Yi already expected that after tomorrow, calm South City would definitely become the center of the entire land of Heavenly South. Countless powerhouses would gather here. This situation was absolutely greatly beneficial to him, this city lord. Before Su Yi had time to be happy, he was taken aback by a thunderbolt in clear weather. This bright blue sky, how can there be such a thunder-clapping noise? "Quick, go out and take a look," Su Yi said with a frown. His subordinate received the order and hurriedly went out to inquire. Momentarily, the subordinate returned and reported, "City Lord, Your Excellency, the wind and clouds suddenly changed outside. There are dark clouds gathering overhead, lightning flashing, and thunder rumbling with rain falling in torrents." Kui Tong also frowned and said, "Why did the weather suddenly change? Could it be that something happened? Come, let's go out and take a look." Everyone went out and their expressions immediately changed drastically. In broad daylight, the weather turned completely dark. Dark clouds covered the sky. The torrential rain became a continuous line, pouring into the city frantically. When Su Yi saw the situation, his expression changed wildly and he said, "At this rate of pouring, the seawater will inevitably rise. Once the true spirit, sea race invades, the consequences will be too ghastly to imagine. Quickly pass the order, gather the subjects of the surrounding counties and have them retreat to calm South City." Kui Tong's expression was solemn as he said, "This situation, could it be?" Wu Dao, who was by the side, nodded and said, "It should be. It's the Thistle South Royal Clan's creation Heavenly Rain secret technique." But this scale of secret technique, the Thistle South Royal Clan probably mobilized no less than 10 grade 4 high priests. Unleashing this level of secret technique will wear the high priests down immensely. They probably won't be able to move within 30 years. What manner of lunacy is the Thistle South Royal Clan going through? Su Yu's expression changed wildly when he heard that and said, "It's actually the creation Heavenly Rain secret technique. Is the Thistle South Royal Clan launching a sea war? How is this possible? A sea war was an all-out war. This scale would virtually affect the entire land of Heavenly South. No one would be spared. In this kind of war, there would be countless casualties, regardless of whether it was Heavenly South's various races or the sea race. But the most deadly casualties would naturally still be Heavenly South's various races. For so many years, although the land of Heavenly South had had a lot of friction with the Thistle South Sea region, they mostly neither hurt nor itched. This degree of sea war had happened before too, but those were all special circumstances. However, this time, the Thistle South Royal Clan suddenly launched a sea war without the slightest warning in advance. Creation Heavenly Rain secret technique was the sea race's high priest summoning heavenly rain through the rule of water. Through large-scale rainfall, forcibly creating a sea and attacking the city from there. When Su Yi and the rest saw this scene, how could they not be shocked? Kui Tong had a solemn expression as he said, "This matter is by no means insignificant. We must inform Heavenly South City right away and let City Lord His Excellency send an army over. But it's probably too late already. This sea war this time is too sudden." Su Yi was anxious until he stomped his foot. Gnashing his teeth, he said, Why is it like this? Our land of Heavenly South has long already established a treaty with the Thistle South Royal Clan, to absolutely not launch a sea war within 1,000 years. Why are they going against the agreement? The Thistle South Royal Clan taking action was no longer what a puny little calm South City could resist. They could eradicate calm South City by casually sending a group of Jade Sovereign Heavens over. But in the crowd, Yuan's eyes flickered. This sudden change made him think of Su Peiyun and the others being hunted down at sea. According to what Su Peiyun they all said, the merfolk clan should not have pursued frenziedly to that extent. Yet, they did it. This bunch of people robbed their treasure vault. Very clearly, there was something that they attached great importance to inside. Now, Even the Thistle South royal clan was alarmed. Then it was very likely that even the royal clan attached great importance to the lost item too. Could it be that conch? Chapter 2654 I'll accompany you. Huang Haoyan, take that conch out and let everyone see it, Yuan said. He did not recognize it, but it did not mean that these Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses did not know it either. After all, they had been dealing with the sea race for many years. It was also not strange to recognize the royal clan's treasures. Huang Haoyan complied with his words and took the conch out. Elder Kui, I wonder if you all recognize this object? Yuan asked. When Kui Tong saw the conch, his expression changed wildly and he said, could this be the legendary Emerald Sea Divine Conch? Emerald Sea Divine Conch? Yuan asked curiously. Kui Tong's expression became unprecedentedly solemn, and he said, the Emerald Sea Divine Conch is the ultimate clan treasure of the Thistle South Sea region royal clan. Its power is boundless. I heard that it's a low-grade Grand Mist treasure. Grand Mist treasure? Yuan had a puzzled look. He had not heard of Grand Mist treasure before. When the Pill Alliance's alliance chief took out the Grand Mist treasure, he had already been sent into the void. But Kui Tong had a solemn look as he said, above Heavenly Spirit treasure is Grand Mist treasure. Grand Mist treasure. That's the weapon of Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. Its power is unimaginable. There's no mistake. The appearance of this sea conch is exactly the same as what this old man heard about. It's just that this old man can't feel its power, but I don't know why. Huang Haoyan and Su Peiyun's faces turned deathly pale. Only then did they know that they had gotten into big trouble. No wonder back then the merfolk tribe would actually pursue so relentlessly. Presumably, the merfolk tribe knew the importance of it. That was why they reported it to the Thistle South royal clan, resulting in the sea war this time. The moment Su Yi heard, he said in a great rage, Huang Haoyan, look what you've done. He did not expect that Huang Haoyan and his daughter actually got into such big trouble. Now, he wished to smack Huang Haoyan to death with one slap. Huang Haoyan's complexion turned ashen. Kneeling on the ground with a thud, he cried bitterly as he said, Sea City Lord Your Excellency, I really didn't know. If I had long known that the Emerald Sea Divine Conch was in the merfolk tribe, I wouldn't have dared to take it even if I had 10 times the courage. Su Yi gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, what's the use of saying this now? If you have the capability, go and talk to the Thistle South royal clan. The other people's faces were also unfriendly. Clearly, they were very displeased with Huang Haoyan. After all, the implications of this matter were too great. The entire land of Heavenly South would probably be swept into this war. Father, it has nothing to do with Big Brother Yan. It was daughter who took this Emerald Sea Divine Conch out from the merfolk tribe's treasure depository pavilion. Su Peiyun also knelt down and said, Su Yi was angered until he almost vomited blood. Just now, when he blew his top, it seemed like he was in a thundering rage, but actually, he had the intention of taking his daughter out. Su Yi knew that going to the merfolk tribe was led by Huang Haoyan. Since that was the case, let him bear the responsibility then. He did not expect that his daughter actually jumped out herself. Under the watchful gazes of the people, how could he still defend her? Huang Haoyan's gaze suddenly turned intent, and he said in a solemn voice, City Lord Your Excellency and seniors, this matter was orchestrated by me alone. It has nothing to do with others. Peiyun only used the water concealment pearl to sneak into the merfolk tribe after listening to me. This matter, Haoyan will bear it all myself. I'll bring the Emerald Sea Divine Conch now and go explain it clearly to the Thistle South royal clan. The current Huang Haoyan, the cowardly look in his eyes had disappeared. What replaced it was the responsibility that a man assumed. The moment Su Yi heard, a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. He did not expect that Huang Haoyan would actually say something like this. It seemed like this boy had genuine feelings for his daughter. However, between Huang Haoyan and his daughter, he would obviously choose his daughter. Okay, the trouble that you caused, resolve it yourself, Su Yi said in a solemn voice. The others did not stop him and just observed with cool detachment. Causing this kind of catastrophe, doing so was odd to be. Father, Su Peiyun had tears in her eyes as she said shrilly. Huang Haoyan received the Emerald Sea Divine Conch and said to Su Peiyun with a smile, Peiyun, don't mess around. This matter was caused by me in the first place. It should naturally be shouldered by me. City Lord Su isn't wrong, don't hate him. But, Su Peiyun said in tears. There's no but. If there's a next life, we'll still be together. Huang Haoyan kissed Su Peiyun in front of everyone. This scene should have been beautiful, but at this time, it seemed very bleak. Everyone knew that when Huang Haoyan left, he would definitely die beyond a doubt. Whether or not the Sea race would still continue to launch the Sea War after accepting the Emerald Sea Divine Conch was hard to say. But Huang Haoyan would definitely die. Finished saying, Huang Haoyan turned around and left. Right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly spoke up. He said, "Hold on." Huang Haoyan was taken aback and gave a bow toward Yi Yuan and asked, "What advice does Master Yi have?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "I'll accompany you." The moment these words came out, everyone's expressions changed abruptly. Facing the Sea Race army, even a Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse would not dare to go out too, let alone a puny little greater sublime heavenly stratum. Was Yi Yuan tired of living, accompanying Huang Haoyan to go and die? "No, you mustn't at this time." Before Huang Haoyan spoke, Kui Tong immediately turned it down. Zhang Li also urged, "How noble is Master Yi's status? How can you risk your life?" There was the secret of true grade heavenly pill on Yi Yuan. This held extraordinary significance to the land of heavenly south. But he was actually going to send himself to death. The group of city lords spoke up one after another, stopping Yi Yuan from going out. Just one sentence in the warmth in Huang Haoyan's heart could not be described using words at all. Although the trouble was caused by him. But at this time, he hoped that someone could come forward and speak up for him. He did not do it on purpose. He just made an unintentional mistake. The people present all treated him like he was a jinx, casting him aside like a pair of worn-out shoes. If a Jade Sovereign Heaven came forward at this time and accompanied him, his hope of surviving would greatly increase. But there was no one. He did not expect that at this time, Yi Yuan would come forward. "Master Yi, Haoyan appreciates your good intentions. But your status is noble and can't accompany me to go and die. It's better for Haoyan to go alone for this," Huang Haoyan said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Who told you and I'm accompanying you to go die? This Yi hasn't lived enough yet. Alright, this matter is settled like this. You all don't need to persuade anymore." But Kui Tong said in a solemn voice, "Young Master Yi, this absolutely won't do. You can't go." He looked like if Yi Yuan insisted on it, he would definitely use force. But Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Elder Kui, you can't make me stay. We can make a bet. If you make a move against me today, it will be impossible for a true grade heavenly pill to appear in the land of heavenly south anymore. If you don't believe me, feel free to make a move." He naturally knew Kui Tong's thoughts. The reason why these people were so polite to him, was naturally in hopes that he would pass down the method of true grade. Therefore, this was what they cared about most, and not him. In contrast, Huang Haoyan was much more sincere. Kui Tong's gaze turned intent, a look of struggle appeared in his eyes. How could a puny little greater sublime heaven possibly escape from the hands of a Jade Sovereign Heaven? But Yi Yuan's calm appearance made him somewhat lacking in confidence. If he really pushed Yi Yuan into a corner but failed to control him, then the consequences would be severe. Yi Yuan ignored Kui Tong and said to Su Yi, "City Lord Su, prepare some heavenly medicines for me according to the list in this jade slip. The more the merrier." Chapter 2655, Can We Talk Nicely Now? On the city wall, Kui Tong, Su Yi, and the rest all turned pale. In the distance, it was full of seafolk in a dense swarm, a vast expanse stretching to infinity. The Thistle South Sea region's area was extremely vast. The area was more than 10 times that of the land area of Heavenly South. The Thistle South royal clan commanded dozens of large and small tribes, numbering in the hundreds of millions. This is also too terrifying. The Thistle South royal clan moved the entire Thistle South Sea region over. Su Yi said in a trembling voice. At this time, calm South City was surrounded tightly in all directions by the sea race like an iron bucket, with no way out at all. Even if a Jade Sovereign Heaven came out, no need for the sea race's Jade Sovereign Heavens to make a move, they would probably be piled to death by people too. Kui Tong said in a solemn voice, "Huang Haoyan, this boy really deserves 1,000 times over." Many people nodded their heads, clearly agreeing a lot with this statement. Right, you might not have intended it, but so many people had to be buried in death with you. Sigh, a shame about Yi Yuan. Really don't know how that boy thinks, to actually want to accompany Huang Haoyan to go and die. Could it be that he thinks that he's a Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse? Sun Yunjing shook his head and said, In the end, Kui Tong still did not choose to make a move. No matter how one looked at it, Yi Yuan had an incomparably powerful faction behind him. This kind of genius disciple, how could he possibly not have any treasures on him to defend himself? If he was captured, it was still fine. But if he could not capture him, not only would the true grade heavenly pill go up in smoke, it might even bring down a powerful force against them. Right now, the Thistle South Sea race, this hurdle was already a pain. If new problems cropped up again unexpectedly, he could not shoulder the responsibility. Therefore, he could only allow Yi Yuan to mess around. Alright, let us go out. At this time, Yi Yuan's indifferent voice came from the bottom of the city wall. The city gates opened. A small boat followed the current and steered in the direction of the Seafolk army. On the boat, Huang Haoyan was trembling. Before coming out, he could say it very confidently. But when it really came down to it, he still could not help becoming scared. Especially that there was a dense crowd of seafolk in front, how could he not be afraid? Master Yi, aren't you afraid? Huang Haoyan's tongue was somewhat knotted. He saw that Yi Yuan was very calm and did not know where Yi Yuan's confidence came from. Even Heavenly South City Lord also could not possibly be as calm as Yi Yuan when facing such a large army. Yi Yuan patted his shoulder and said with a smile, if you have the strength, you'll naturally have the confidence. Just relax, there's nothing to be scared of. Actually, the ones who are not to be trifled with the most in this world are heavenly alchemists. Huang Haoyan rolled his eyes. The heavenly alchemists on top of city walls, even if there were not more than 50 of them, at least there were 30 of them. But no one talked like Yi Yuan. However, seeing that Yi Yuan was so calm, Huang Haoyan's mood really eased up a little and was no longer as scared as he was before. Very soon, the small boat floated in front of the Seafolk army. In virtually an instant, the two were surrounded tightly by countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Huang Haoyan's complexion turned ashen pale once again. The powerful pressure made him virtually unable to breathe, unable to even speak. Two greater sublime heavenly stratum little fellows actually dared to come and seek death. Flay the two of their skins and hold it up to make flag posts. A black-robed general with a fish head and human body shouted loudly. This black shark seafolk had the cultivation of peak jade sovereign heaven, his strength astonishing. Clearly, he was the commander-in-chief for this army. He did not give Yi Yuan two people a chance to explain either, directly killing them. Yi Yuan's face fell, and he said in a cold voice, I have the thing that you all want. As he said, he raised the Emerald Sea Divine Conch high up. When the Black Shark commander saw the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, his gaze suddenly turned sharp and he cried out in surprise, Emerald Sea Divine Conch. It's indeed the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. What are you all still in a dash for? Kill the two of them for me and seize the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. Under his word of command, countless seafolk rushed forward in swarms. Yi Yuan's face fell. He did not expect that the other party was actually so unreasonable. The rule where delegates must not be killed when two countries were at war, completely did not exist in the other party's eyes. Yi Yuan gave a cold snort, sword energy suddenly rippling out. It was only to see sword light flashing. Within a few breaths of time, he already reaped the lives of hundreds of seafolk. Huang Haoyan was dumbfounded with shock from watching and exclaimed in surprise, this is the second form of Great Dao transformation. No wonder Master Yi could repel the merfolk tribe with his power alone. On top of the city walls, when Kui Tong and the rest saw this scene too, each and every one of them was incredibly shocked. This boy is also too monstrous. I thought that his alchemy path strength was so impressive, so his martial arts was probably not that good. Unexpectedly, he actually comprehended Great Dao transformation. Furthermore, he already broke through to the second form. He's virtually invincible in greater sublime heavenly stratum already. Kui Tong said in shock. Su Yi also said in shock, how on earth did he cultivate? Being proficient in both alchemy and martial arts, each one is immensely formidable. But Wu Dao shook his head and said with a sigh, it's no use. He's just a greater sublime heavenly stratum. No matter how strong his martial arts is, it's impossible to kill his way out too. Everyone's expressions changed, becoming heavy. Sending such a genius to go and die, it was too much of a shame. The Black Shark commander's eyes also turned intent and he said in a solemn voice, limitless sublime heavenly stratum generals, kill this boy for me. This sound naturally landed in Yi Yuan's ears too. He gave a cold snort and said, looks like when dealing with you barbarians, it's superfluous to pay courtesy first. Then, let's draw arms before greeting. Yuan stomped his feet, a light halo quickly spread out with him as the center. Around him, the eyes of the seafolk all rolled back and they collapsed. Even limitless sublime heavenly stratums were not immune to those limitless sublime heavenly stratums that came to kill Yuan all seemed to have been hit by a paralyzing hex, then fell into the water, convulsing endlessly. With Yuan as the center, all those seafolk were all paralyzed. 300 feet. 1 mile. 10 miles. In several breaths of time, all of the seafolk within a radius of 10 miles were all paralyzed. On the surface of the water, those seafolk already had their fish bellies facing the sky, unable to fight anymore. What? This? How is this possible? When the Black Shark commander saw this scene, his eyes became wide saucers. Not just him, those people on top of the city wall likewise had astonished faces. What's going on? My God, this speed of killing is also too quick, right? The number of seafolk in a 10-mile radius, there are probably several 100,000, right? They all died in a few breaths of time. The muscles on the faces of Kui Tong and the rest were almost spasming out. No one thought that Yuan actually still had this kind of terrifying means. Forget about the lesser sublime heavenly stratums and greater sublime heavenly stratums, even for limitless sublime heavenly stratum powerhouses, they were all eliminated. This was the windward topple after Yuan improved it. The poison usage of windward topple was spread through the wind. After Yuan improved it, the poison could be quickly applied through water currents. Furthermore, under this kind of torrential storm, the spreading speed of windward topple was even faster through the poison formation. My eyes aren't failing me, right? Huang Haoyan already closed his eyes to await death just now. Who knew that in a blink of an eye, the surrounding area became flat? Yuan looked at the Black Shark commander from afar and said in a solemn voice, "Moron, can we talk nicely now?" Chapter 2656, Negotiation. When the Black Shark commander heard that, he was immediately furious. The seafolk had bloodthirsty temperaments to begin with and were very irritable. How could he endure Yuan's contemptuous tone? "I said, moron," Yuan said coolly. "Foolish human, you'll pay the price for your stupidity." The Black Shark commander's gaze turned dark, and he suddenly opened his gaping maws wide. A huge wave suddenly swept up from the water surface under Yuan's feet, instantly engulfing Yuan. An enormous water column rose to the sky, forming a huge whirlpool. It could be gathered that the Yuan inside the whirlpool was probably directly ground into dregs already. Seeing this, the Black Shark commander said smugly, "Hey, stupid human." On top of the city walls, Kui Tong and the rest all sighed heavily. A peerless genius actually fell just like this. Although talented, he was a fool. Provoking the seafolk commander like this, how could there be the logic of not dying? "Moron, what are you being pleased about?" Yuan's voice sounded out again. His body turned from illusory to solid. That water column did not hit him at all. The Black Shark commander trembled all over and said in astonishment, "Fine lad, spatial rule." Yuan nodded slowly and said, "MN, at least you have some knowledge, moron. Then can we talk nicely now?" Yuan repeatedly calling him a moron created a rage in the Black Shark's heart. His gaze turned dark and he said in a cold voice, "Boy, do you really think that this general can't do anything to you?" Yuan smiled and said, "Of course, you have ways to deal with me. But, before you kill me, I can assure you that these numerous underlings that you brought, those below Jade Sovereign Heavenly Stratum will all die. All these earlier were just a warning. If you're still impervious to reason, you can give it a try. If you really piss me off, your Thistle South royal clan will be a lone general without an army in the future." The Black Shark commander's gaze turned dark, and he said with a cold snort, "Despicable human. You snatched our Emerald Sea Divine Conch and actually still dared to be so rude." To tell the truth, the scene of Yuan instantly killing 10 miles worth of seafolk just now made him extremely fearful. These seafolk were not dead yet, but next time, it would not necessarily be the case. This boy's method of poisoning was inconceivable. This time, they brought more than 60% of the seafolk's combat force. If they all fell here, then the Thistle South Sea race would really suffer a great loss in vitality. Furthermore, the Thistle South Sea race was not peaceful across the 4 seas, they had extremely powerful opponents all around too. Once all these combat forces died out, then the Thistle South royal clan would definitely be replaced. He could not afford this. Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, if you were so obedient earlier, wouldn't it have been settled? The two of us came to return the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, and you were shouting and wrangling to kill us the moment you saw us, how rude. Now, you're blaming us for being rude. Is it that if the two of us were directly killed by you, it would be called being polite? The black shark's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, since it's to return the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, hand it over. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said crossly, moron, does your fish brain work or not? Want the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, sure. But shouldn't your sea race show some sincerity first? I think that you're not the person in charge here, right? Get the person in charge to come out. This black shark general's brain was completely stiff, he only knew how to shout and wrangle. How could this sort of person lead an operation of hundreds of millions of seafolk? Blackrain, step down. The black shark commander still wanted to say something but was stopped by a voice. Hearing this voice, the black shark commander immediately became incomparably respectful and stepped aside. In the sea race army, a youth with the head of a dragon and the body of a human slowly walked out. Yes, Dragon's son, your highness. Blackrain said respectfully. At this time, Kui Tong and the rest exchanged glances on top of the city walls. Everyone looked at each other, all shocked to the extreme. Yi Yuan really suppressed the Thistle South royal clan all by himself. He really did it. The dragon's son showing himself, the sea race has already agreed to negotiate under Yi Yuan's oppression. We all thought that he went to deliver himself to death. In the end, he really did it. Kui Tong drew a cold breath as he was speaking. Yi Yuan's series of methods left him bedazzled. Especially the scene of paralyzing a 10 miles radius of seafolk through the poison formation, the impact of that scene was too strong. A puny little greater sublime heavenly stratum stood amidst countless seafolk but was akin to a demon god. In fact, even the sea race army, the peak jade sovereign heaven Blackrain, could not do anything to him as well. Master Yi is really divine, Zhong Li said in surprise. Everyone nodded their heads, being already speechless. Who said that Yi Yuan went to seek death? The dragon's son looked at Yi Yuan and said in a solemn voice, boy, you were so confident that no one among my sea race can suppress you. Yi Yuan smiled and said, looks like you're a member of the royal clan. You don't need to say this sort of outwardly threatening, but inwardly trembling words to me. If I was scared of you all, I naturally wouldn't have dared to come out either. If you want to kill me, sure, but you'll need to be prepared to suffer heavy losses. I'll give you a chance. You can try it again. But this time, it won't be an anesthetic anymore. The dragon's son's dragon face seemed to have an ugly look. The Thistle South royal clan was an existence that the entire land of Heavenly South dreaded. But now, it suffered a loss in front of a boy. The dragon's son said in a solemn voice, you humans stole my royal clan's treasure and actually still dared to threaten me. Do you really think that this dragon's son doesn't dare to fight it out? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, Dragon's son, your highness, what the truth of this matter is, I believe that you're aware in your heart. How did your royal clan's ultimate treasure end up in the merfolk tribe's treasure depository pavilion? This brother of mine was also just lucky enough to be there at the time. That's how he accidentally took the treasure away. To really talk about it, it's still your own people's problem. The dragon's son could not help feeling dejected. This incident was indeed their problem. But, of course, they would not admit it. Actually, this matter was really a coincidence. His younger sister, Huan Qin, was born from his royal father and a concubine of the merfolk tribe and was deeply adored by royal father. Yet, this last relied on royal father's doting and committed all manners of misconduct in the Dragon Palace. This time, she even stole the Emerald Sea Divine Conch and quietly brought it back to her maternal side family, and casually threw it into the merfolk tribe's treasure depository pavilion. As it happened, Huang Haoyan and party caught up and directly took it away. In reality, Huang Haoyan was really an ultimate scapegoat. However, this sort of thing, the dragon's son would not say it even if he was beaten to death. The dragon's son was somewhat impatient and waved his hand and said, enough nonsense. Hurry up and hand the Emerald Sea Divine Conch over. Otherwise, I want to see whether or not you can really poison my army to death. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Dragon's son, are you taking me to be a fool? Want the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, sure. You all immediately stop casting the Creation Heavenly Rain secret technique and retreat to the coastline. 10 days later, I'll bring the Emerald Sea Divine Conch and return it to the original owner there. Dragon Son waved his hand and immediately rejected it. He said, you humans are the most untrustworthy. If you don't return it after 10 days, what about it? In order to launch the sea war this time, the Thistle South royal clan expended a huge price too. How could they possibly let him withdraw just like this? In reality, wanting the Emerald Sea Divine Conch was one thing. They were originally planning to teach the humans a painful lesson too. Chapter 2657 Emerald Sea Divine Conch's Change. Hey, being a Grand Mist treasure, I can't imagine its power. If I return it to you guys now, wouldn't it be tantamount to handing my own life to you? Yuan shook his head and said, the 10 days time that he fought for, it was actually for Heavenly South to gather troops. If he returned the Emerald Sea Divine Conch and the other party went back on their word, it would be hard to guarantee that there would not be a big battle. The Dragon's Son frowned and said, no matter what, there's no way we'll agree to your terms. Yuan smiled coldly and said, it looks like your goal isn't just the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. Since that's the case, then there's no choice. Let's showcase our true abilities then. Done talking, Yuan stomped his foot. The power of a grand array suddenly rippled out. When those seafolk saw this scene, their expressions immediately changed drastically and fled like crazy. Even the Dragon's Son's expression turned slightly pale too. He was only a limitless sublime heavenly stratum powerhouse and could not block Yuan's poison. The Dragon's Son said, consider yourself ruthless. We'll withdraw, however, you have to make an origin divinity contract with this Dragon's Son. If one party violates it, heaven and earth will destroy him. Yuan said coolly, as it ought to be. The torrential rain ceased and the tide receded. On the city wall, everyone saw the sea race leave with the waves and felt like they just had a dream. The Huang Haoyan who was beside Yuan still had not wrapped his brain around it until now, his entire person feeling muddle-headed. He actually came back alive. This result was what he never expected. When Su Peiyun saw him, she jumped directly into his arms. Peiyun, am I still alive? Am I dreaming? Huang Haoyan said in disbelief. Su Peiyun flicked him, having tears through her smile as she said, you're still alive. You're not dreaming. It was Master Yi who saved you. Right. Master Yi, it's Master Yi. Huang Haoyan suddenly startled awake and directly knelt down to Yuan and said, many thanks to Master Yi for your life-saving grace. Yuan waved his hand and said, all right, go back and rest. You take this heavenly tranquil pill back. Refine it well. This kind of grand spectacle had a great impact on Huang Haoyan's mind. Right now, he was feeling ill at ease. It had a great impact on cultivation. He needed to adjust for a bit. Heavenly Tranquil Pill was the best heavenly pill for calming the spirit and focusing your mind. The grade of 9th grade perfection would naturally help Huang Haoyan stabilize his mind. Huang Haoyan received the Heavenly Tranquil Pill and felt incomparably touched and left with 1,000 thanks. Master Yi's means is truly astonishing. What you saved isn't just Huang Haoyan, there's also all of these 9 cities' civilians. This Kui thanks Master Yi on their behalf for your great kindness. Kui Tong gave a deep bow to Yuan. Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile, now, not planning on capturing me anymore. Kui Tong's old face turned red and he blushed and said, Master Yi, don't blame me. It's really that. Yuan waved his hand and said indifferently, your ulterior thoughts can't be hidden from me. Rest assured, I'll leave behind a legacy in the land of Heavenly South. But that's my business. It has nothing to do with you, understand? When Kui Tong and the rest heard that, they were immediately overjoyed and hurriedly said, this Kui understands. Understands. At this very moment, only then did Kui Tong know how ridiculous his previous thoughts were. Even the Black Shark General could not make Yuan stay. Just the likes of them, 3 Middle Jade Sovereign Heavens, how could they keep Yuan behind? Kui Tong could not help rejoicing for not making a move back then. Otherwise, Yuan would never have left behind his legacy. Kui Tong's eyes swiveled around and he said, Master Yi, since you have such a fearsome poisoning method, can we wipe the sea race out in one fell swoop 10 days later? Yuan gave him a glance and said smilingly, Elder Kui, you're thinking too much. How many hundreds of millions does the sea race living things are there? No matter how formidable my poison is, it's also impossible to poison all of them to death. Yuan naturally knew Kui Tong's thoughts. He wanted to slaughter the Thistle South sea race completely to avoid future troubles forever. It was just that, he was merely utilizing an empty fort strategy previously. No matter how powerful the poison, it was also impossible to kill an entire sea region of sea race true spirits. Kui Tong opened his mouth wide and said with a shocked face, You bluffed them. Yi Yuan smiled and said, the power of my poison formation is the strongest within 10 miles. Outside of 10 miles, it's beyond my ability. That Black Shark commander's strength is quite strong. If it really came to blows, do you feel that I'll have the chance to poison all of the seafolk to death? Slaughtering all of the seafolk, forget about me, even if a Saint Sovereign Heaven came, they can't do it too. Master Yi, you're playing mind games. Master Yi, once you get exposed, that's dying without a burial ground. You're really gutsy. The city lord big shots present were all shocked until they stared at him dumbfoundedly. Not only did Yi Yuan hide it from the Dragon Sun, he even hid it from the powerhouses in the city. Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, this matter seems dangerous, but actually, it's very safe. Anyone who saw me instantly killing 10 miles of seafolk will find it impossible to not be shocked. As long as he's afraid, I'll naturally be safe. At least, you all also thought that I could kill all of the seafolk, right? Kui Tong and the rest were taken aback and actually could not find the words to refute it. The impact of that scene was seriously too intense. Even if it was a peak Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse, it would also be impossible to instantly kill all of the powerhouses in a radius of 10 miles. Since he did it, that sort of psychological suggestion would be very strong. The seafolk feared death too, especially the royal clan. Therefore, the operation this time seemed dangerous but was actually very safe. The gazes of Kui Tong and the rest when they looked at Yi Yuan again were already full of awe. Forget that this boy was proficient in both alchemy and martial arts, he was also bold and meticulous, having everything under control. Using there was a gully in his chest and a universe in his abdomen to describe Yi Yuan was all too apartment. Such a person was simply too monstrous. 10 days passed in a flash. The sea race army retreated, and the ocean became land once again. In 10 days, Heavenly South City also completed the assembly of an army and rushed to calm South City. Heavenly South Army's commander-in-chief was Heavenly South City's deputy city lord, named Guangcheng. Yi Yuan was not concerned about the changes in the outside world. During these 10 days, he had been in closed seclusion all along. After repeated battles, coupled with the help of heavenly pills, Yi Yuan's strength already reached peak middle greater sublime heavenly stratum. In these 10 days, he was currently breaking through to upper greater sublime heaven. Suddenly, one light halo after another suddenly lit up inside the secret chamber. Yi Yuan felt that his entire body started burning. This is. Yi Yuan looked at the Emerald Sea Divine Conch in front of him and had a look of shock. Ever since the battle outside the city, the Emerald Sea Divine Conch was being safeguarded by Yi Yuan for the time being. He could not see through this item all along. It did not seem like a Grand Mist treasure at all. Otherwise, even if he did not know the Grand Mist treasure, it would also not be to an extent of not recognizing it. This conch was too ordinary. But today, an undulation actually occurred. Furthermore, its undulation actually affected him. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he hurriedly calmed down. Within the secret chamber, spiritual energy suddenly gathered. In virtually an instant, Yi Yuan broke through the bottleneck and reached upper greater sublime heaven. And this was not the end yet. Under the influence of the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, the blood in Yi Yuan's body started burning crazily. His realm was soaring toward grand completion greater sublime heaven. Really interesting. I didn't expect to actually meet a clansman. Suddenly, a silver bell-like laughter sounded out in the secret chamber. Chapter 2658, Battling Dragon Girl. You're from the Thistle South Royal Clan. Yi Yuan looked at the 6 or 7-year-old little girl in front of him and asked with a frown. The little girl was captivating and cute, like a porcelain doll, delighting people when they saw her. There was a pair of horns on top of her head, showing her identity as a member of the Thistle South Royal Clan. Yi Yuan already knew that this Thistle South Royal Clan was actually a flood dragon lineage. A flood dragon was merely a low-level dragon race. Its bloodline was far from that of the true dragon race. But Yi Yuan could feel that the bloodline of this little girl in front of him was extremely strong. You're so lame, is there still a need to ask such an obvious thing? The little girl said. Yi Yuan was taken aback and laughed in spite of himself as he said, all right, looking at your appearance, you've been hiding in the Emerald Sea Divine Conch all along. Yi Yuan also did not expect that this Emerald Sea Divine Conch actually formed its own space and a member of the dragon race actually hid inside. However, this treasure had always been in Huang Haoyan's hands. Yi Yuan did not probe it carefully either. This little girl was mischievous and had a sly look as she said, "Yeah, when that beautiful big sister entered the merfolk tribe, I knew that the chance came. Hence, I hid in the Emerald Sea Divine Conch and entered the treasure depository pavilion. And then I was brought out by her." Yi Yuan was dumbstruck with amazement from listening, looking at the little girl in shock. Heavenly South and Thistle South almost underwent a horrifying war. It was actually just because of this little girl's prank. Feeling the unfriendly look in Yi Yuan's eyes, the little girl was indifferent as she said with a grin, "Big brother, don't look at me with this sort of eyes." "I'm scared." Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "Scared? Hoo-hoo. Do you know that your prank almost plunged hundreds of millions of lives into misery and suffering? If not for Yi Yuan coming to Heavenly South in an accident arising from many causes, the land of 9 cities would probably have already been razed to the ground." He was unable to tolerate this degree of prank. The little girl said without the least bit of care, "What does that have to do with me?" Yi Yuan frowned slightly and said in a solemn voice, "Then why did you show yourself now?" The little girl smiled and said, No reason, I'm just telling you that I'm leaving." "Leaving? Where are you going?" Yi Yuan frowned and asked. The little girl reached her hand out and beckoned. The Emerald Sea Divine Conch was hidden between her brows. "Of course, I'm going out for a stroll. I've long been yearning for the land and really wanted to go out and take a look. I'm going, bye-bye." Finished saying, the little girl took a step out and directly concealed into the void. Yi Yuan gave a cold snort and suddenly pointed a finger out. The little girl felt pain and was actually directly forced out. She looked at Yi Yuan with a look of annoyance and said, "Hey, why are you bullying me?" Yi Yuan snorted coldly and said, "Your Thistle South royal clan launched a sea war for the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. Did you know that?" The little girl said with annoyance, "What has that got to do with me?" Yi Yuan frowned slightly and said in a solemn voice, "If you want to go, sure. Leave behind the Emerald Sea Divine Conch." The girl snorted lightly and said, "Based on what?" Yi Yuan's patience was worn out too and he said with decisiveness that could chop iron, "Not based on anything. Humph. You're merely a puny little greater sublime heavenly stratum, that's all. Do you really think that I'm scared of you?" The little girl had a black face, and she formed a spell with her hands. Immediately, the inside of the entire secret chamber was completely filled with water. Yi Yuan only felt that the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual energy was completely isolated. Along with that, he felt that his movements, his thinking, even the circulation of the divine essence within his body, all had become slow. The moment she attacked, this little girl was actually a lower limitless sublime heaven. Furthermore, her application of water rule had almost reached the penultimate. The little girl said smugly, "Humph, can't move anymore, right? To dare make a move against this young lady, looking for a rebuff. Is that so? Break for me." Yi Yuan gave a cold snort. 8 streaks of sword light suddenly bloomed. The powerful sword lights burst forth and actually directly blasted the water curtain apart. The little girl jumped in fright and said in shock, "How is this possible? Even if it's a limitless sublime heavenly stratum, they can't break free from my water domain space too." "You actually did it." Yi Yuan snorted coldly and said, "Originally, seeing that you were a little girl, I didn't want to stoop to your level. Looking at it now, you're really impervious to reason." This girlie was completely unreasonable. Having caused this massive problem, she actually wanted to walk away from it. If he was still a middle greater sublime heaven, he would really have to expend some effort to deal with this girl. But now, he already reached grand completion greater sublime heavenly stratum. With his law attainments, how could he fear a lower limitless sublime heaven? Even though this little girl was indeed formidable. "Humph, just the likes of you." That little girl gave a cold snort, her hands forming a spell again. A water dragon condensed and emerged. When this water dragon appeared, it was akin to a living thing, carrying a pressure that stirred the soul. Great Tao transformation. How could the secret chamber withstand this kind of pressure? It directly collapsed. The powerhouses in the city were instantly startled and rushed over one after another. What happened? Who's that little girl? Thistle South Royal Clan. Great Tao transformation. This little girl's strength is so strong. Probably even Dragon Son Huaning can't compare to her too. When did such a monster appear in the Thistle South Royal Clan? That little girl is formidable, but isn't Master Yi more formidable? In a short 10 days, he actually broke through 2 minor realms consecutively. Furthermore, he suppressed that water dragon completely, showing the might of his strength. Those city lords were all extremely shocked. Yi Yuan only broke through for 10 days and actually directly reached grand completion greater sublime heavenly stratum. This cultivation speed was a little too terrifying. What was even more surprising was that Yi Yuan's combat strength could already confront a limitless sublime heavenly stratum head-on. One had to know, this little girl herself was an existence who could jump realms in battle. At this time, Yi Yuan's 8 transformed swords erupted with rays of brilliant light in the void, ravaging the water dragon full of injuries. The little girl's complexion turned paler. She never paid attention to Yi Yuan at all before. Yi Yuan was merely an ant-like existence in her eyes. Who would have expected that the ant in her eyes actually forced her into a fluster? In the royal clan, she was invincible in the same rank. Even her elder brother, Dragon's son Huaning, was not her match either. Now, she was actually forced into such a state by a greater sublime heavenly stratum. Humph, stinking big brother, bad big brother, you forced me. The little girl's glabella lit up, and the Emerald Sea Divine Conch appeared. A terrifying power instantly enveloped the entire city. The light halo spread out, shrouding onto the water dragon. That water dragon that was covered all over with wounds and scars actually recovered fully in an instant. Furthermore, its body became much more solid, its power rising to a new high compared to before. The water dragon opened its mouth and countless water arrows gushed out, flying straight for Yi Yuan. When everyone saw this scene, they were all greatly shocked. No one expected that mysterious Emerald Sea Divine Conch actually became so powerful in this little girl's hands. The power of the water dragon increased several times all at once. Under these water arrows, even if it's a middle limitless sublime heavenly stratum, they would probably have to die with regrets too. Yi Yuan's gaze turned dark and he said with a cold snort, "Sword of Great Tao, chop." Above the void, 8 sword lights suddenly merged into one. An astonishing sword intent chopped down towards the water dragon under Yi Yuan's control. At the same time, Yi Yuan brought out the Heavenspan mountain and placed it in front of him. Those countless water arrows were unable to pierce through the Heavenspan mountain at all. Under the sword, the water dragon was directly severed into 2. Chapter 2659, Disciplining. Big baddie brother, how can you be so strong? The little girl opened her eyes wide to look at Yi Yuan, a look of surprise on her face. A greater sublime heavenly stratum was actually even stronger than her. She utilized the Emerald Sea Divine Conch and was actually unable to do anything to Yi Yuan. But it's useless. It was only to see the little girl muttering something. The Emerald Sea Divine Conch seemed to have been inspired, bursting forth with an even stronger light halo. The entire calm South City fell into a huge panic all at once. Kui Tong's complexion was deathly pale as he said in shock, "Is this the power of a legendary grandmist treasure? This power seems to be like heavenly Tao pressing down. Even if it's a Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse, they will probably perish under this attack too." Yi Yuan's face finally revealed a solemn expression. The power of this grandmist treasure was simply too terrifying. Even he felt heart palpitations too. Without a doubt, once this move landed, it would absolutely be an earth-shattering blow. Most likely, the entire calm South City would be directly destroyed. Yi Yuan did not expect that a little girl was actually so terrifying that she could unleash this kind of terrifying power. Seeing that Yi Yuan's expression changed, the little girl seemed to have the delight of winning and said with a giggle, "Big baddie brother, you know my prowess now, right? Relax, I won't kill you. I'm just going to beat you flat on the ground." Although the little girl was capricious, she did not seem to be a bloodthirsty person. Yi Yuan's expression was livid. But right at this time, that mysterious calling sensation previously welled up in his heart again. It was precisely by absorbing this mysterious power, that Yi Yuan broke through to the realm of grand completion greater sublime heaven within a short time. That was the power of bloodline. At this time, Yi Yuan naturally would not let go of this opportunity. Following that mysterious power, Yi Yuan searched for it. The blood in Yi Yuan's body started boiling again. After ascending to heavenly stratum, the true dragon power in Yi Yuan's body seemed to have already incubated, without the slightest activity. But at this time, this mysterious power was hooked out by the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. Yi Yuan suddenly snapped open his eyes and let out a cold cry, "Collect." The terrifying power that covered the city immediately disappeared without a trace. The Emerald Sea Divine Conch also turned into a beam of light and flew into Yi Yuan's hand. The little girl opened her eyes wide, looking at this scene with a look of disbelief on her face. Why you? What did you do? A look of fear finally showed on the little girl's face. And the city full of people let out a long sigh of relief too. It was just that their eyes when looking at Yi Yuan became even weirder. Just how many trump cards did this guy have? The Emerald Sea Divine Conch was clearly this girl's lifeblood treasure. How did it suddenly get collected by Yi Yuan? Yi Yuan looked at the little girl with an unfriendly expression and said with a cold snort, "It doesn't matter what I've done. What's important is what you've done." His voice had yet to fade when Yi Yuan's figure flashed, already arriving in front of the little girl. The little girl's final reliance was also gone at this time, turning pale with fright. How could she still have the courage to fight back? Yi Yuan came in a threatening manner and scattered the divine essence that the little girl had gathered with a slap. Then, he scooped the little girl up and smacked the girl's buttocks vigorously. Slap, 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 ellipsis dot, smack after smack, making everyone dumbfounded with shock. That appearance was just like a father using corporal punishment on his child. These few slaps by Yi Yuan carried divine essence. The little girl's tears actually streamed down like pearls in her pain. Each of Yi Yuan's slaps was very vicious. The little girl was still unwilling to submit at first, attempting to condense divine essence to break free from Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan did not give her the chance at all. Before her divine essence was gathered, it would be scattered by Yi Yuan. Bad big brother. Stinking big brother. The #1 baddest big brother in the world. Even royal father and royal mother can't bear to hit me, but you actually dared to hit my buttocks. After going back, I'll definitely tell royal father and have him hit your buttocks too. The current little girl was exactly the same as an ordinary little girl. While Kui Tong and the rest exchanged glances, having shocked expressions on their faces. Without a doubt, this little girl's royal father was the king of the Thistle South Sea region, the Black Flood Dragon King. Master Yi, you can't hit anymore. Don't hit. Kui Tong hurriedly spoke up. This little girl should be Black Flood Dragon King's newly gained daughter 100 years ago. I heard that she's pampered to the extreme. Insulting her highness, little dragon girl like this, Black Flood Dragon King definitely won't let you off. Heavenly South had always paid close attention to the Thistle South royal clan's dynamics. 100 years ago, Black Flood Dragon King and the Merfolk tribe's holy daughter got together and gave birth to a little dragon girl. This little dragon girl's bloodline power was extremely powerful, even stronger than the Black Flood Dragon King. After being born, she was regarded as the apple in his eyes, and she was incomparably doted upon. This little dragon girl was merely 100 years old and was actually already limitless sublime heavenly stratum. Her talent could be seen. Yi Yuan was expressionless and was not moved at all. This little girl was lawless and unbridled and almost caused a great disaster. Yet, she behaved completely fine. Not teaching her a bit of lesson, she would surely be the bane of Heavenly South in the future. Wah, 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 ellipsis quote dot, little dragon girl wept heavily, tears quickly turning into a huge ocean. Before long, calm South City's water level actually reached the knee. Girlie, do you know that you're wrong yet? Yi Yuan said in a cold voice. I'm not wrong. Know that you're wrong yet. Ouch. I know that I was wrong. Nice big brother, you're my bestest big brother, I beg you, stop hitting. Sniff, sniff, sniff. Ellipsis quote dot. Yi Yuan finally let the girl go, only to discover that her eyes were already swollen from crying. However, Yi Yuan did not have any psychological burdens. It was true that this lass was too roguish. 100 years of age was merely just a child to the Flood Dragon clan. This lass was not wicked. But she was clearly spoiled rotten and was already lawless and unbridled. If he left her to leave today, disregarding that a long war would happen between Heavenly South and Thistle South, he would also be killed by her. This sort of thing made Yi Yuan very angry, so he struck extremely heavily. The little girl used an extremely hateful gaze to look at Yi Yuan, daring to feel indignant, but she did not dare to speak. Yi Yuan completely ignored her and said coolly, if you want to leave, it is up to you. This Emerald Sea Divine Conch, I'll be keeping it. The little girl gritted her teeth and said, leaving the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, I'll dry up and die on land. Humph, you're forcing me to go back. Yi Yuan said coolly, so what if I'm forcing you? This girl, are too roguish. If you're not disciplined, you'll surely cause a disaster in the future. What was scary was not roguishness, what was scary was an existence whose mischievousness became second nature, and had terrifying talent too. Yuan knew that this little girl was extremely talented. At a young age, she already comprehended the rule of water to an extremely high realm. If she harbored malicious intent in the future, the people will probably be plunged into misery and suffering. Alright, it's almost time. I'm going to return the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, Yuan said coolly. Right at this time, there was an undulation from the transmission array in the city. Several figures appeared. After these few people came out, they just happened to hear Yuan's words and immediately stopped him. Kui Tong's expression changed, and he hurriedly bowed as he said, Deputy City Lord, Ironcore. Ironcore looked at Yuan and said coolly, this Emerald Sea Divine Conch is the supreme treasure of the Thistle South royal clan. It can't be returned. Today, my Heavenly South army has already gathered. Even if the Black Flood Dragon King comes in person, we won't fear him either. Come, hand the Emerald Sea Divine Conch over to me. Chapter 2660, Still Want It? Ironcore stretched out his hand, having an expression that it was natural and right. Kui Tong hurriedly said, Brother Ironcore, this Emerald Sea Divine Conch was guaranteed by Yuan to the Dragon Son with an origin divinity contract that he'll return it. That's why the seafolk would return to the coastline. If he doesn't return it, Yuan will die from Heavenly Tao's backlash. Ironcore said indifferently, exchanging a greater sublime heavenly stratum for a grand mist treasure, this is a great bargain. Brat, hurry up and hand it over. Don't force this city lord to make a move. Sacrificing you alone to bolster the land of Heavenly South, your sacrifice is very meaningful. Kui Tong was dumbfounded when he heard it. This greater sublime heavenly stratum was not an ordinary greater sublime heavenly stratum. His significance was even greater than a grand mist treasure. Brother Ironcore, no need to say any more, this city lord's mind is made up. Kui Tong still wanted to explain more but was directly cut off by Ironcore. He looked at Yuan and said coolly, Boy, I give you 3 breaths of time. Hand over the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. Otherwise, this city lord is going to make a move. No need, you can directly make a move. Yuan was directly amused from extreme anger. This guy's brazenness was really to the extreme level. He stabilized the situation of the sea war with his power alone. This guy was good, wanting his life in the Emerald Sea Divine Conch the moment he came. Very good, very powerful. Ironcore's face fell and he said in a cold voice, Boy, looks like you're refusing a toast only to drink to a forfeit. Drink your bloody head, just the likes of you also want my Emerald Sea Divine Conch. See if I don't take care of you. Big brother, return the Emerald Sea Divine Conch to me, I want to teach him a lesson. Before Yuan said anything, Little Dragon Girl lost it first. Little Dragon Girl was young, but it did not mean that she did not understand anything. Yuan taking the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, it was just to return it. But this deplorable guy wanted to take it for himself. If he really prevailed, she would probably have to die here too. Yuan just smiled slightly and handed the Emerald Sea Divine Conch to her. He only took the Emerald Sea Divine Conch in through that trace of mysterious sensation just now. He did not know the method of usage at all. But Little Dragon Girl was different. After Little Dragon Girl got the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, she did not talk nonsense either, directly deploying it. A terrifying pressure descended once more. A huge wave gushed out of the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, directly crushing over toward Ironcore. Ironcore's entire being was stunned. Before he had time to react, Little Dragon Girl had already taken action. Seeing the enormous wave smash over, Ironcore only felt his hair stand on end. However, he was, at any rate, a grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven super powerhouse. It was naturally impossible to be taken down just like that. It was only to see him give a cold snort and suddenly smash a fist over. The terrifying fist force directly collided together with the enormous wave, emitting a violent explosion sound. But Ironcore's entire person was directly smashed flying out. Emerald Sea Tide, endless water dragons. Little Dragon Girl gave a light cry. The water level of the entire calm South City practically rose several meters in an instant. Several dozen water dragons rose from the water. Everyone only saw that several dozen water dragons were dancing wildly in the air, utterly terrifying. The water dragons gave no chance for explanations, each and every one baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, rushing over toward Ironcore. Each of these water dragons actually possessed the strength of a jade sovereign heavenly stratum. From this point of view, when little dragon girl was fighting with Yuan previously, she probably did not even display 1% of her means. Fortunately, his bloodline power was even purer than little dragon girl's. That was how he collected the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. Otherwise, he would really be in an embarrassing situation. Each and every one of the powerhouses present was dumbstruck with amazement. They all knew that a Grand Mist treasure was powerful, but did not expect that it was actually this formidable. A limitless sublime heavenly stratum. Lass could actually summon dozens of Jade Sovereign Heaven-level water dragons. She alone was equivalent to a large army. However, Yuan knew that actually they had misunderstood. Ordinary people could not unleash the true power of Emerald Sea Tide at all. Little dragon girl's dragon race bloodline was extremely pure. The Emerald Sea Divine Conch was her lifeblood treasure. That was how she could unleash its power to the maximum degree. It was also no wonder that she dared to run out alone. With this Emerald Sea Divine Conch, this little girl was practically established in an undefeatable position. It was just that probably even little dragon girl herself did not expect to actually run into a freak like Yuan, whose dragon race bloodline was even purer than her. Dripping water penetrating stone, myriad arrows simultaneous release. Under little dragon girl's control, the dozens of water dragons bombarded Ironcore frenziedly, virtually without resting in the least bit. However, Ironcore was well deserving of being Heavenly South City's deputy city lord too. His strength was incomparably fearsome. Although he only had the ability to parry, he barely managed to hold on. But little dragon girl's complexion started turning a little pale. Her cultivation realm was too low after all. How could she withstand such a huge consumption? Big brother, I almost can't hold on anymore. Hurry up and lend me a bit of your true dragon power. Little dragon girl said anxiously. Yuan nodded slightly and pressed his palm on little dragon girl's back. Little dragon girl's tender face turned red all at once. That surging and pure true dragon power was akin to tidewater, making her empty dragon power become incomparably plentiful all of a sudden. Outside, those water dragons seemed to have received the summons, their stature suddenly increasing several times, their strength also greatly increasing. Ironcore was originally still being pleased with himself, planning on draining little dragon girl. How could he know? This sudden change caught him by surprise. He only felt a tremendous force transmit over. Those water dragons breached his defenses unreasonably. One terrifying surge of force after another bombarded against his body. Ironcore spurted fresh blood wildly, only having the ability to parry and no more power to fight back. Ha ha ha, amazing. Big brother, you're really amazing. I've never felt such a powerful strength before. Little dragon girl laughed like a silver bell tinkling, appearing very happy. While the powerhouses present were stunned. What's going on here? Why would Master Yi have such powerful true dragon power? I heard that little dragon girl's dragon blood is the purest in the Thistle South Sea region. But it looks like Master Yi is a lot stronger than her. Freak. Really a freak. A grand completion greater sublime heaven and a lower limitless sublime heaven actually finished Deputy City Lord off. A Grand Mist treasure was indeed a powerful treasure. It could greatly enhance a martial artist's strength. But this kind of increment was also too terrifying. Two small fries together actually finished off a giant dragon. This conclusion, anyone would be shocked by it. Hehe. Do you still want the Emerald Sea Divine Conch? Still want it, MN. Still want it or not? Yuan's dragon power was not powerful, but it was pure. Incomparably pure. Little dragon girl pummeled Ironcore onto the ground now, rubbing him on the ground over and over again. I don't want it anymore. Really don't want anymore. My grandaunt, quickly stop. Ironcore wailed. He was currently covered in injuries. Continuing to fight like this, even if he was made out of iron, he would be pummeled to death too. If not for his cultivation realm being much higher than Yuan two people, he would have long died several times over. But, at this point, he had no other choice but to beg for mercy. Chapter 2661, Persuasion. Since you don't want any more, leave then. Yuan brought little dragon girl along and left proudly. Everyone looked at these two people's back view, their faces dumbfounded. On the ground, Ironcore was thrashed until he was wailing endlessly. Although the water dragons failed to kill him, it still made him suffer immensely. These two added together, they are simply the devils incarnate. Kui Tong exclaimed. Su Yi had a bitter smile on his face as he said, "Isn't that so? That power just now, probably only if City Lord His Excellency comes, can he suppress it, right? The others will only get pummeled. That's Deputy City Lord, Ironcore, a grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven Overlord. He was actually pummeled at will." Seriously, Sun Yunjing shook his head and said with a bitter smile. "Big brother, you're really amazing. Aren't you a human? Why is your bloodline power so pure? I have half-dragon race bloodline. Big brother, we're also considered comrade in arms who have fought side by side already. I beg you, don't send me back, alright? You heard it too. If you don't go back, I'll have to die. But is there no other way? I finally managed to come out. So I really don't want to go back. Very sorry. There isn't any way at all. Didn't you sign an origin divinity contract with my brother? Later, you return the Emerald Sea Divine Conch to him, then you help me snatch it back, alright?" Along the way, Little Dragon Girl turned into a chatterbox, blabbering away non-stop in Yi Yuan's ear. It was just that at this time there was no longer the previous detest. She was looking at Yi Yuan with a worshipping face instead. In her eyes, she seemed to really treat Yi Yuan as her elder brother. Seeing Little Dragon Girl's transformation, Yi Yuan sighed for a while too. This girl was simply a child who had not grown up and did not have any thoughts of good or evil. She only did things based on temporary likes and dislikes. Furthermore, Little Dragon Girl's bloodline was pure and her strength was powerful. She had never met someone more powerful than her. Therefore, this little girl was incredibly haughty. But everything had its vanquisher. She was subdued by Yi Yuan. First was teaching a lesson, then it was revealing his pure bloodline. Hence, this little girl was thoroughly convinced. Seashore, the sea race army gathered. Yi Yuan left the huffy Little Dragon Girl and arrived. When he saw Little Dragon Girl, Dragon Son Huaning was greatly surprised too. But very soon, his fury surged. "Jingfei, you actually dared to run onto land. Do you know how worried Royal Father is about you?" Huaning said in a solemn voice. But Little Dragon Girl did not yield and made a funny face at him and said, "It's boring to death in the Dragon Palace. It's boring to death in the ocean. I just want to come on land. What can you do to me?" Huaning was furious. Yi Yuan watched at one side, but he was amused. Most likely, no one in the Thistle South Sea region could subdue her. "Alright, go back and settle the business between you brother and sister. This is the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, it's returned to the original owner now. You take this stinking lass away too. The two of us are square." Yi Yuan took the Emerald Sea Divine Conch out and directly threw it to Huaning. Huaning looked at Yi Yuan and even felt surprised in his heart. He knew how wild this younger sister of his was. Furthermore, with the Emerald Sea Divine Conch in possession, ordinary Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses were not her match either. This guy could actually subdue his younger sister and bring her over. Looking at her appearance, his younger sister did not seem to be very resistant as well. "Insolence. You dare to address the princess as stinking lass. Boy, do you really not know how the character death is written?" When the Black Shark General heard Yi Yuan's term of address, he was immediately furious. Behind Yi Yuan was the human army. Weaning's brows furrowed, and he flicked his sleeves grandly and said indifferently, "Alright, withdraw the troops back to the capital." Little Dragon Girl suddenly formed a spell and gave a light cry, "Come." The Emerald Sea Divine Conch was summoned and directly broke free from Weaning's hands and flew toward Little Dragon Girl. At the same time, her body was like an arrow that left the bow, fleeing like flying. "Hee, big brother, the origin divinity contract has already been completed, no need to die anymore. Now, I escaped by myself again. Bring me to play on land, alright." In a blink, Little Dragon Girl already arrived beside Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was not very surprised. If she did not run over, that would be surprising instead. However, Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "You play by yourself. I don't have time to play with you." Little Dragon Girl said huffily. "Humph, stinking big brother, Jingfei, come back for me. If you still don't return, Royal Father will definitely kill his way to Heavenly South City." Weaning's furious voice came from behind. Little Dragon Girl made a funny face at him and said, "That's his business. What does it have to do with me?" Huaning was angry, and then he turned toward Yi Yuan and said in a cold voice, "Boy, you cheated. You and Jingfei this last ganged up." Yi Yuan looked at him like looking at a fool and could not help laughing as he said, "Are you stupid? If I colluded with her, could I clear the origin divinity contract, this obstacle? You can't control your own sister, but you come to find trouble with me. Where's the logic here? Weining's old face turned red, knowing that what Yi Yuan said was the truth. Origin divinity contract was witnessed by Heavenly Tao. If Yi Yuan and Jingfei colluded, it could not hide from Heavenly Tao. The origin divinity contract would likewise be activated. Furthermore, with Jingfei this girl's mischievousness, it was not surprising to do such a thing. This, little brother, how about you and I work together to capture this girl? After coming to his senses, Weining's tone softened and he said, my royal father dotes on this girl immensely. Furthermore, you've seen this girl's temperament too. If she goes onto land, God knows how much trouble she'll cause. The moment little dragon girl heard, she secretly thought to herself that it was not good and instantly wanted to slip away. Except, it was already too late. Yi Yuan grabbed hold of her calf. Good big brother, I beg you, don't let me go back, alright? Little dragon girl begged. Yi Yuan had an indifferent look and said coolly, I feel that what Dragon Son said makes sense. If you don't go back, there will probably be no peace on land for even a second. Moreover, your royal father will probably still launch a sea war for your sake. Therefore, you'd better go back obediently. I don't want to. Yi Yuan shot a glare and little dragon girl immediately withered up. Alright, I'll go back, okay. Stinking big brother, bad big brother. Little dragon girl lost her temper. She held Yi Yuan in great awe and veneration. Furthermore, that look just now was so fierce, just like when he spanked her buttocks. Before, Yi Yuan snorted coldly and said, you'd best go back obediently for me. If you dare to sneak back and get caught by me again, you know the outcome. Yi Yuan glared, she subconsciously touched her buttocks and said, alright, I got it. Over on the seafolk's side, there were stunned people all around, including Huaning. This lawless and unbridled little girl actually feared Yi Yuan like a tiger. In the 100 years that this lass was born, the entire Thistle South Sea region was turned upside down by her. Even Black Flood Dragon King could not do anything to her. Now, she was actually obeying a human youth's words. However, you have to promise me something. Otherwise, I'll still sneak out. As if afraid that Yi Yuan would refuse, little dragon girl specifically emphasized it. Yi Yuan felt a headache too and said with a nod, say it. Little dragon girl's initial ill humor turned into joy and she said, I want you to come to Thistle South Dragon Palace to see me within a year. Otherwise, humph, my royal father will kill his way to Heavenly South City. Chapter 2662, How awe-inspiring. Little dragon girl left, but from calm South City came Ironcore's roar. Where's that punk? This city lord will definitely tear him to shreds. Tear him to shreds. The dignified Heavenly South City's deputy city lord was beaten to his knees and begged for mercy. Furthermore, it was even in front of everybody. His face could be said to be utterly lost. His hatred toward Yi Yuan already broke through the firmament. Is the army back? Ironcore asked his subordinate angrily. The subordinate hurriedly said, replying City Lord, the army is still 100 miles away from calm South City. They will be back shortly. Ironcore sneered and said, very good. Go with me to receive the army. I want to see how that punk will still be rampant without the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. If I don't smack him into meat paste today, it will be hard to dispel the hatred in my heart. The subordinate had a bitter face as he said, City Lord, Your Excellency, just earlier, Head Hall Master and Second Hall Master have already arrived in calm South City. Currently, they have already gone out of the city to welcome the army. Ironcore was taken aback for a moment and asked, which Head Hall Master and Second Hall Master? The subordinate said, it's naturally Heavenly South Pill Hall's Head Hall Master, Master Zhao Xuan, and Second Hall Master, Master Wu Jian. Ironcore had a bad feeling in his heart and said with a frown, why are they here? These two were Heavenly South's Alchemy Path's two titans, the strongest two people. In terms of status, they were not even beneath City Lord His Excellency. Now that the seafolk had already retreated, why would these two suddenly come? Sure enough, the subordinate also shook his head and said, this subordinate doesn't know. Ironcore snorted coldly and said, who cares why they came? Could it be that they will still stop this city lord from killing a greater sublime heavenly stratum? Come, Heavenly South Pill Hall's Head Hall Master, Zhao Xuan, offers greetings to fellow Taoist Yi. Heavenly South Pill Hall's Second Hall Master, Wu Jian, offers greetings to fellow Taoist Yi. In front of the army formation, Heavenly South Pill Hall's 2 big shots paid respects to Yi Yuan. This scene shocked everyone. Many of the warriors in the army had just arrived in calm South City and did not know how big of a stir Yi Yuan caused. Of course, many people witnessed it with their own eyes. The scene of Yi Yuan and Little Dragon Girl, 2 people thrashing Ironcore, was still being dwelt upon with great relish until now. However, these 2 people's identities were not what Ironcore could compare to. Although Ironcore was the deputy city lord, the city lord was in existence who was a tight fist in Heavenly South City. Ironcore was at most just a subordinate. Furthermore, the deputy city lords were not just Ironcore alone, but Zhao Xuan's status was virtually on par with the city lord's status. Although Wu Jian's status was slightly inferior, it was also about the same. One could say that the Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses of the land of Heavenly South had practically all received these 2 people's favors before. But now, they actually bowed to Yi Yuan. It was equivalent to talking to Yi Yuan as a peer. How could they not be surprised at such a scene? Yi Yuan, pay respect to fellow Taoists. Yi Yuan returned a bow neither obsequiously nor haughtily. Yi Yuan was not surprised by these 2 people's arrival. Zhong Li was Wu Jian's disciple. He informed the Heavenly South Pill Hall about Yi Yuan's matter before this. With a true grade Heavenly Stratum pill coming into being, how could these 2 dare to brush it off lightly? Hence, they hurried to calm South City personally and went out of the city to greet. Zhao Xuan smiled and said, "This Zhao heard that the sea race launching a sea war this time, and it was all thanks to fellow Taoist Yi who awed the Thistle South royal clan and saved Heavenly South's countless living creatures. City Lord His Excellency specially instructed this Zhao to express thanks to fellow Taoist Yi." Yi Yuan also smiled and said, "Head Hall Master and City Lord are too courteous. It was merely a matter of lifting a hand, don't mention it." Zhao Xuan said, "Fellow Taoist Yi made great contributions and isn't haughty. You indeed have the demeanor of a Grand Master. City Lord His Excellency originally wanted to come in person, but he has distinguished guests visiting over at his place and can't spare time from his main duties to attend to this. He could only order us to do it on his behalf." Wu Jian also smiled and said, "My disciple Zhong Li has cultivated bitterly for many years and has never been able to break through. It's all thanks to fellow Taoist Yi's true grade heavenly pill that he finally took this step. As his master, I must say a thank you on his behalf." Yi Yuan smiled and said, 2 hall masters are too courteous. This place isn't a place to talk, let's go back to the city first. Zhao Xuan nodded and said with a smile, "As it ought to be." The army set off. Everyone was extremely shocked. These 2 great hall masters were actually so courteous to a greater sublime heavenly stratum. This was something that had never happened before. Just what background does this young man have? How could he cause such a grand lineup? 2 hall masters, even if facing peak Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses, they will speak bluntly too. Yet, now they are actually so polite to a junior. The 2 hall masters said that Master Zhong Li only broke through his cultivation realm after eating his heavenly pill. Being a greater sublime heavenly stratum powerhouse, what kind of heavenly pill did he refine to make a limitless sublime heavenly stratum break through to Jade Sovereign Heaven? Simply inconceivable. For a moment, Yi Yuan became incomparably mysterious in everyone's eyes. "Yi Yuan, come out for this city lord. Without the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, this city lord wants to see what you'll use to be arrogant." Several figures came menacingly carrying a powerful pressure, arriving in no time flat. Ironcore saw Yi Yuan right away in the army. Because Yi Yuan was in the most conspicuous position. Beside Yi Yuan, there were Zhao Xuan and Wu Jian. Seeing Yi Yuan, Ironcore was extremely furious. Ignoring the 2 big shots, he directly slammed a palm over and was going to kill Yi Yuan. "Punk, prepare to die," Ironcore bellowed angrily. Zhao Xuan and Wu Jian frowned at the same time and made a move at virtually the same time. In the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint, 3 grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven mighty experts exchanged a blow. Ironcore was strong, but Zhao Xuan and Wu Jian were peak Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses in the first place. Their strengths were not the slightest bit inferior to him. 2 people attacking at the same time, how earth-shattering was it? Under the one move, Ironcore was directly blown away. "Ironcore, you're being insolent," Zhao Xuan said angrily. Ironcore was also stunned by this unexpected scene. He was merely killing a greater sublime heavenly stratum, that was all. How did he provoke the 2 great hall masters to take action at the same time? In the army, Many people used pitiable gazes to look at Ironcore. This deputy city lord was probably going to be embarrassed again today. This city lord has a big feud with that boy, so why did two hall masters stop me? Ironcore endured the churning of his divine sea as he said with displeasure. Zhao Xuan sneered and said, "Hoo, Ironcore, you really are showing your fangs. Attacking to kill someone in front of this hall master, looks like my heavenly south pill hall is merely so-so in your eyes." Ironcore's pupils constricted, and he hurriedly said, "Why does head hall master say this? This boy is merely a greater sublime heavenly stratum, but he dared to humiliate me in public. If this city lord doesn't kill him, it's hard to dispel the hatred in my heart. If I offended two hall masters, please be magnanimous. But I must kill this boy today." Wu Jian said in a solemn voice, "City Lord Ironcore is really awe-inspiring. Fellow Taoist Yi is my Heavenly South's distinguished guest. The two of us were just about to invite him to Heavenly South Pill Hall to be a guest, but you want to kill our guest. Hoo. After going back, I want to ask Meng Frostwind, is this how he disciplines his subordinates?" Ironcore's expression changed wildly, only to feel a chill run down his spine. Heavenly South's distinguished guest. When did this boy become Heavenly South's distinguished guest? Furthermore, the two great hall masters actually called Yi Yuan as fellow Taoist. Chapter 2663. Yes, take a look at this. Hoo. Are two hall masters making a joke? How can he, a greater sublime heavenly stratum, possibly become your distinguished guest? A smile that was even uglier than crying was squeezed out on Ironcore's face. He was somewhat struck senseless. Everything was going well, so how did Yi Yuan become a distinguished guest with a sway of his body? Making a joke? Does this hall master look like I'm joking with you? Fellow Taoist Yi's alchemy strength is exceedingly formidable. If not for my cultivation realm being much higher than him, this hall master wouldn't have dared to call out, "Fellow Taoist," either. Zhao Xuan said in a solemn voice. He was furious right now. He did not know what enmity there was between Ironcore and Yi Yuan, but this guy was really rotten mud that could not support a wall. He was just thinking of ways to fawn on Yi Yuan and make Yi Yuan leave behind the refining method of true-grade heavenly pills. In the end, this fool was good, shouting and wrangling about wanting to kill him the moment he saw him without saying anything. Humph, unable to accomplish anything, but good at ruining things. Go back and find Meng Frostwind to receive punishment. Wu Jian shouted coldly. Ironcore's expression was somewhat ugly. He was, at any rate, a deputy city lord too, a top figure of the land of Heavenly South. Today, he was actually lectured in front of the army until he could not even lift his head. Unable to accomplish anything but good at ruining things. Was this used to lecture the deputy city lord? Yet, he was unable to flare up. These two in front of him, even city lord Meng Frostwind dreaded them a little. They were not who he could afford to provoke. His expression flickered incessantly and he finally gritted his teeth and clasped his hands and said, "Two hall masters, goodbye." When he left, he even shot Yi Yuan a fierce glare, his eyes full of killing intent. Only after Ironcore left, was Zhao Xuan akin to being relieved of a heavy burden as he said to Yi Yuan, "Fellow Taoist Yi, I've incurred your ridicule." Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Looks like this city lord Ironcore still wants to put me to death." Zhao Xuan hurriedly said, "Fellow Taoist Yi, rest assured. After this Zhao returns, I'll definitely inform Meng Frostwind about this matter and have him discipline Ironcore severely." Yi Yuan's mouth curled, and he did not say anything. In reality, he was also planning how to take care of Ironcore. This guy was simply unreasonable. Now, he suffered such a big loss. With his character, how could it possibly be resolved here? On the way, Zhao Xuan winked at Wu Jian. Wu Jian got the meaning and found an excuse to step aside and inquired from Kui Tong about the enmity between Yi Yuan and Ironcore. After inquiring clearly, Wu Jian was even angrier. Humph, Ironcore, this fool almost ruined Heavenly South City's important matter. This matter, we can't spare him. Wu Jian said angrily. The party entered Calm South City and directly invited Yi Yuan to City Lord Manor. All the upper echelons were present. Fellow Taoist Yi, you and I are both people of the alchemy path. We'll naturally make friends with alchemy. After this hall master heard the name of True Grade, I truly found it difficult to eat and sleep. I wonder if fellow Taoist Yi can enlighten me on it. Zhao Xuan said with a smile. For people of the alchemy path, anyone that heard above 9th grade would probably lose composure. It was also precisely because their hearts itched unbearable that the two of them rushed to calm South City in haste. It was for the sake of seeing the elegant demeanor of true grade. But Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, "Head Hall Master, it is not that this Yi is cherishing my own belonging that's of little value, but can you let this Yi take a look at Head Hall Master and Second Hall Master's strength?" When everyone heard that, they were all stunned. Everyone was watching you perform, but you appointed the two Hall Masters first. Zhao Xuan's brows furrowed, and he said, "Fellow Taoist Yi, what does this mean?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If Head Hall Master's strength is sufficient, this Yi will naturally demonstrate to you what true grade is. But if Head Hall Master's strength is lacking, even if I demonstrate it 1,000 times, it will be to no avail too." The words were polite, but the expressions of everyone present changed. Yi Yuan's implicit meaning was that you, Head Hall Master, might not be qualified to witness my true grade. These words were arrogant enough. In the land of Heavenly South, probably even City Lord Meng Frostwind would not dare to speak to Zhao Xuan this way too. It was not that Yi Yuan was posturing, but since he wanted to develop his faction in the land of Heavenly South, then he must be the master in the Heavenly South Pill Hall. He, Yi Yuan, did not need to be beneath others. True grade Heavenly Pill was Yi Yuan's trump card. How could it be easily revealed? Previously, he overwhelmed Zhong Li like a thunderbolt. It was for the sake of getting immediate results. However, it was enough for everyone to know about it. True grade absolutely could not be easily shown to others. That was a posturing act. If it was demonstrated too much, it would become worthless. Yi Yuan knew that Zhao Xuan was not an ordinary person. But, he reckoned that regardless of whether it was Zhao Xuan or Wu Jian, there was probably still a very large gap away from true grade. Even if they refined grade 4 heavenly pills to the realm of 9th grade, it was impossible to refine true grade 2. If true grade was that easy to refine, it would not be true grade anymore. Hu, Jian, since fellow Taoist Yi wants to gauge our strength, then let's present our incompetence. Zhao Xuan was already holding some anger in these words. He could be courteous to Yi Yuan, but it did not mean that he did not have pride. Moreover, he was Heavenly South Alchemy Path's #1 person. It was #1 person, but not #1 genius. As it should be, Wu Jian also said in an unfriendly tone. They endured it for that legendary true grade. They planned to show off their strength to shut Yi Yuan up. Heavenly South's #1 person and Heavenly South's #2 person, these titles were not casually called in vain. Since fellow Taoist Yi wants to see, then we'll showcase our specialties. Zhao Xuan said, "No need, 2 Hall Masters can each refine a grade 2 heavenly pill, and it's enough." Yi Yuan said coolly. When Zhao Xuan 2 people heard that, they got even angrier. Grade 2 heavenly pill, wasn't this being a joke? Making a grade 4 heavenly alchemist refine a grade 2 heavenly pill, could it measure the level of strength? This refinement would be upper 9th grade, what was there to look at? Then I wonder what kind of grade 2 heavenly pill fellow Taoist Yi wants to see. Zhao Xuan said with a cold smile. In the main hall, the temperature seemed to have dropped more than 10 degrees out of the blue, making people shudder involuntarily. Anything. The Foundation establishment heavenly pill works too. As long as you have the confidence, it will do. Yi Yuan seemingly could not feel the change in the atmosphere and still said indifferently. Come, men, prepare the pill refinement, Zhao Xuan said in a cold voice. Soon, the servants prepared all the things needed to refine the pills. Zhao Xuan and Wu Jian were each refining a kind of basic heavenly pill. With a resentment that billowed to the sky, the two started refining the pill. Peak grade 4 super heavenly alchemists refining grade 2 basic heavenly pills, it was naturally a cinch. The entire refinement process naturally attracted a series of amazed acclaims. With the two of them taking action, this was completely not what those people during the 9 Cities Heavenly Pill Summit could compare to. Even the strongest Zhong Li was like a child in front of the two. When the heavenly pills came out of the furnace, without the least bit of surprise, the two people's heavenly pills were both above 9th grade. Zhao Xuan looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, I wonder if what the two of us refined can still enter fellow Taoist Yi's arcane sights. Yi Yuan did not answer. He just smiled slightly, stood up, and walked toward the medicine cauldron. Under everyone's blank gazes, Yi Yuan started refining. It was still a grade 2 Foundation establishment heavenly pill, same as Zhao Xuan. In less than an hour, the refinement was completed. Without the slightest suspense, upper 9th grade. After messing around for the greater part of the day, fellow Taoist Yi is letting us look at this. Zhao Xuan said with a sneer. Yes, take a look at this. Yi Yuan put his Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill and Zhao Xuan's Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill onto 2 Cloud Mount Mother stones respectively. Yi Yuan's scale soared all the way to 9th grade perfection. Chapter 2664, Harder than Ascending to Heaven. It's full. It actually maxed out. How is this possible? There's actually someone who can achieve Cloud Mount Mother Stone max score. What kind of realm can achieve this level? Including Zhao Xuan and Wu Jian, everyone in the main hall was inexplicably shocked. Compared to Yi Yuan's 9th grade perfection, although Zhao Xuan and Wu Jian were upper 9th grade too, they were still lacking that bit of level of skill. 2 hall masters, if you feel that you can achieve 9th grade perfection, how about trying again? Forget about grade 2 heavenly pills. If you seriously can't, the 2 of you can refine grade 1 heavenly pills too. As long as you can reach 9th grade perfection, I'll demonstrate true grade for everyone to see, Yi Yuan just said with a light smile. Zhao Xuan's brows furrowed slightly and he said with a cold snort, this hall master has refined countless pills. I really don't believe that I can't cross this distance of half a step. Wu Jian also said, 9th grade perfection is it? Hoo-hoo, what can it show? We can't refine true grade. Could it be that we can't even refine 9th grade perfection too? To alchemy path powerhouses like Zhao Xuan, refining upper 9th grade was nothing. It was just that, they had never seriously researched how to reach 9th grade perfection before. Reaching upper 9th grade, there was actually little significance for heavenly pills to improve a step further. In terms of medicinal efficacy alone, 9th grade perfection was better than upper 9th grade, but the benefits were limited. In reaching 9th grade perfection required expending far too much effort. It was naturally somewhat not worth the gain. However, Zhao Xuan 2 people were already peak grade 4 mighty experts. In their view, 9th grade perfection was nothing. Perhaps there was some difficulty in refining grade 4 heavenly pills, but for grade 2 heavenly pills, as long as they were serious, they could always achieve it. The 2 who were unconvinced made a move again. An hour later, Zhao Xuan 2 people stared at the Cloud Mount Mother Stone, their expressions being very ugly. This time, they were still a tiny bit short of 9th grade perfection. How arrogant at heart and haughty in manner were these 2? How could they succumb at 9th grade this level? It was just that, they made a move 3 times in a row, but each time, it always fell short by a tiny bit. Although their scales were upper 9th grade each time, they would fluctuate up and down. There was always that bit of level of attainment that was lacking from 9th grade perfection. The big shots in the main hall were all stunned. They also thought that with the 2 great hall masters' peak grade 4 heavenly alchemist strength, wouldn't refining 9th grade perfection be easily accomplished? Yet, they just could not cross this distance of half a step. Could it be that this 9th grade perfection is just so hard? Sun Yunjing said with a frown. By the side, Zhong Li nodded and said, more than just hard. It's simply harder than ascending to heaven. I asked Master Yi for advice before. He made me refine 9th grade perfection before. I attempted grade 1 heavenly pills no less than several hundred times and didn't succeed once. Sun Yunjing almost jumped up and said in surprise, what? This? How is this possible? Zhong Li smiled bitterly and said, there's nothing impossible. However, the upper 9th grade that I refined is still significantly worse compared to head hall master and master. However, even if they are very formidable, I reckon that even if they change to grade 1 heavenly pills, they still can't reach 9th grade perfection. The big shots present were all shocked speechless. Change to grade 1 heavenly pills. Sure enough, at this time, Zhao Xuan suddenly spoke up. Everyone was shocked in their hearts. Head hall master gave up. Clearly, he felt that grade 2 heavenly pills were hopeless. But was it really as Zhong Li said? Even grade 1 heavenly pills could not reach 9th grade perfection either. Might as well, Zhao Xuan directly chose the simplest grade 1 foundation establishment heavenly pill. Grade 1 Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill could be said to be the basic of the basics, being the most simple heavenly pill already. If even this can't reach 9th grade perfection, this hall master won't mention about true grade again. Zhao Xuan said with a cold snort. Everyone exchanged glances. Yi Yuan just brushed it off with a smile. 9th grade extreme could not be achieved with just a high cultivation realm. Even if you could refine grade 5 heavenly pills, grade 6 heavenly pills, you might not be able to reach 9th grade perfection when refining grade 1 heavenly pills too. To achieve 9th grade perfection, only one word was needed, that was, perfection. During the refinement process, there could not be the slightest flaws. Even if there was the slightest flaw, it would result in the refinement to fail. But it was easy to talk about it, doing it was as hard as ascending to heaven. This was like drawing a circle. No matter how round you drew it, looking completely flawless, it was also impossible to draw a 100% circle. It could be said that a true circle only existed in theory. And to reach 9th grade perfection was to turn this theory into reality. How great the difficulty involved could be imagined. One should not look at how the quality of Zhao Xuan's heavenly pills were all extremely high. There was still quite a distance away from perfection this step. It was also precisely because of this gap that prevented him from reaching perfection. Zhao Xuan and Wu Jian's refinement looked flawless and should have reached 9th grade perfection in theory. But actually, they were like drawing circles. It seemed to be round and full, a perfect circle. However, there were still flaws. This step was separated by a hair's breadth but was immensely difficult. Changing to grade 1 foundation establishment heavenly pill, the two people's refinement went even smoother. In almost less than a quarter of an hour, a heavenly pill emerged for the furnace. The two people put it on the cloud Mount Mother Stone in haste, while the others had nervous looks on their faces, anticipating the final result. The scale rose rapidly and reached upper 9th grade very quickly, rushing towards 9th grade perfection. Charge, 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 charge for me. Even if Zhao Xuan's status was venerated and he was a leviathan of a region, his face was also reddened to the ears currently, his jaws clenched tightly. Sure enough, with the grade 1 foundation establishment heavenly pill, the two people's strength was even fiercer. The scale had clearly surpassed the grade 2 foundation establishment heavenly pill. Zhao Xuan and Wu Jian both had excited expressions. They saw hope. There was only a tiny gap from maxing out the scale. Rush up, charge up for me. Zhao Xuan gritted his teeth and said. The other powerhouses in the main hall were also secretly cheering them on. But the results turned out contrary to their expectations. The scale stopped at the last trace. Not perfect. Zhao Xuan looked at the cloud Mount Mother Stone with a look of abject as he said, how could this be? Yuan smiled and said, Head Hall Master, I know that you have unwillingness in your heart. You can continue. Zhao Xuan suddenly turned his head, staring right at Yuan, his two eyes blood red. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, okay, again. However, no matter how hard he worked, the grade 1 foundation establishment heavenly pill was always missing that tiny bit away from the true 9th grade perfection from start to end. This tiny gap was as far as an ant looking at heavenly Tao. No matter how you jumped, you could not touch the sky too. Finally, Zhao Xuan plopped down onto the ground, his face full of puzzlement as he murmured, Why? Why is it always missing by a tiny bit? Just what's lacking? He gave up. He examined his own conscience. He had grasped every detail of the pill refinement. However, the final result was always unsatisfactory. He seriously could not figure out where the problem lied. When Zhongli saw this scene, he could not help shaking his head as he sighed and said, I didn't expect that Head Hall Master's reaction would be exactly the same as mine. This feeling of setback is really indescribable. Chapter 2665, Subduing Big Shots. Isn't that so? The exalted Head Hall Master, being a peak grade 4 heavenly alchemist, actually can't even perfect a grade 1 heavenly pill. If it were before, no one would question anything. After all, nobody could do it as well. But now, Yuan has truly achieved it. This is simply a huge irony to the two hall masters. Kui Tong similarly shook his head and said with a sigh, without comparison, there would be no harm. Zhao Xuan and Wu Jian came for the true grade. In the end, they did not get to see the true grade and were unable to even perfect grade 1 heavenly pills. This was too ironic. I wonder what the two hall masters think. Yuan said with a faint smile. Zhao Xuan looked at Yuan with some disappointment and said with a bitter smile, looks like fellow Taoist Yi isn't planning on letting us see true grade. Yuan shook his head and said, nay. Two hall masters misunderstood. It's not that this Yi is intentionally making things difficult, but that to reach the realm of true grade, one must first reach 9th grade perfection. If one can't even accomplish this step, even if I demonstrate it to you 100 times, 1,000 times, you can't possibly comprehend it too. The words made everyone's hearts turn cold. It turned out that if you wanted to reach the realm of true grade, ninth grade perfection was the threshold. Zhao Xuan had a look of surprise on his face and said with a bitter smile, if it were before, this hall master would definitely think that fellow Taoist Yi is joking. But, only after putting it into practice myself, does this hall master know that wanting to reach ninth grade perfection is truly not easy. Yi Yuan smiled and said, if true grade was so easy to achieve, it also wouldn't have gone extinct in the land of heavenly south. In reality, even if you reach ninth grade perfection, there's still 108,000 miles away from the realm of true grade. This step is probably not much easier than breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. The expressions of Zhao Xuan and the rest changed, all revealing a look of astonishment. Yi Yuan was talking about Saint Sovereign Heaven and not Jade Sovereign Heaven. In reality, entering Sovereign Realm from Sublime Realm was as difficult as ascending to heaven in the first place. Otherwise, how could a genius like Zhong Li be pacing back and forth in front of the threshold for a long time? As for Saint Sovereign Heaven, it was even hair-raisingly difficult. Disregarding the land of heavenly south, even on the entire Rainclear continent, how many Saint Sovereign Heavens were there? This kind of difficulty simply made people despair. However, everyone's faces revealed disbelieving looks. If it was so difficult, how did you break through? Yi Yuan naturally saw through their skepticism. It was just that he was indifferent. After they broke through to ninth grade perfection, they would naturally know how terrifying true grade was. If Yi Yuan did not encounter an opponent like Kang Yongning, he would really need God knows how many years to take this step. Even so, Yi Yuan only finally reached true grade after fighting fiercely for several months. With Yi Yuan's talent, this was simply unimaginable. Fellow Taoist Yi, this hall master wants to invite you to assume the post of Heavenly South Pill Hall's third hall master. In Heavenly South Pill Hall, your status will be the same as this hall master and Jian's. Wonder how you feel about it? Zhao Xuan suddenly said. This was a great courtesy to Yi Yuan. Although they all knew that Yi Yuan was an extremely monstrous person, he was just a greater sublime heavenly stratum after all. Assuming the post of third hall master all of a sudden, it could be said to be suddenly becoming an existence that was not inferior to Heavenly South City Lord. Yi Yuan smiled and said, since head hall master has such sincerity, this Yi will naturally comply with your wishes. The moment Zhao Xuan heard, he could not help being overjoyed. The news of Heavenly South Pill Hall welcoming a new hall master spread in Heavenly South City very quickly. And in order to welcome Yi Yuan, Zhao Zhao planned to hold a grand welcoming ceremony for him and announce it to the entire Heavenly South. Similar treatment was only given last time when Wu Jian ascended to peak grade 4 Heavenly Alchemist back then. For some time, Heavenly South City was in a stir. However, after Yi Yuan arrived in Heavenly South City, he was very low-key. It was not that he was intentionally keeping a low profile, but that Zhao Xuan and Wu Jian, two people, came to him every day to seek advice. Although Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was low, his horizons were much further than the two. Coupled with the contrast when he was battling in alchemy with Kang Yongning, the pros of cons during the process of a heavenly alchemist's pill refinement could be seen even more clearly. In reality, when testing the two in Calm South City back then, Yi Yuan had long already taken it into his eyes. Yi Yuan did not hoard anything and imparted the basic cultivation method to the two people, and dissected their questions about the process of pill refinement little by little. In merely half a month's time, these two people became enlightened at once. It was also even more because of so, that they finally understood that wanting to reach ninth grade perfection was a colossal project and could not be achieved in a short time. Firstly, they had to rebuild their foundations. Secondly, they had to make good omissions and deficiencies. Only then were they capable of reaching ninth grade perfection. Zhao Xuan and Wu Jian's alchemy path foundation could be rated as solid. It was absolutely no coincidence to be able to reach this step. But, compared to the likes of Yi Yuan and Kang Yongning, the disparity was too great. Under Yi Yuan's guidance, these two people could practically perceive their improvement every day. I didn't expect that the millimeter of difference between upper ninth grade and ninth grade perfection is akin to heaven and earth. This hall master's ripe old age has really been an utter waste of living. Zhao Xuan suddenly said to Yi Yuan with vicissitudes of emotion. Yi Yuan smiled and said, the path of alchemy is heterogeneous and vast, like a skyscraper. If the foundation isn't solid, it will be akin to an ivory tower. The taller the tower, the more dangerous it is. Zhao Xuan nodded and said, what fellow Taoist Yi said is extremely right. These few days, Although this hall master has been studying grade 1 and 2 basic heavenly pills, I feel that the strength of grade 4 heavenly pills has been improving too. Only then did I understand that it turns out when I was cultivating back then, there were still so many areas that I missed out. Fellow Taoist Yi, if not for your cultivation realm being too low, this hall master will probably cause a shock in Heavenly South. This Heavenly South Pill Hall's head hall master should be assumed by you. Actually, Zhao Xuan had long already treated Yi Yuan as half a teacher in his heart. It was just that due to cultivation realm and status, he could not say it explicitly. But he was very humble in front of Yi Yuan. Heavenly alchemists were a bunch of fanatics who were the most convinced by the strong who were capable. Yi Yuan had long already used his strength to conquer these two great hall masters. But currently, there were indeed undercurrents surging in Heavenly South City. Heavenly South City was the capital city of the land of Heavenly South. It occupied a vast area and there were many experts in the city. The factions were also complicated and confusing. Currently, inside a secret residence somewhere in Heavenly South, a group of heavyweights was currently gathering. Family Head Min, this position of third hall master should have originally been yours. In the end, now, a puny little grade 2 heavenly alchemist climbed on top of your Min family's head, Deputy City Lord Ironcore said. Min Nanshan, from one of Heavenly South City's 3 great alchemy families, was the Min family's family head. Heavenly South City had 3 great alchemy families whose strength was incomparably powerful. The appearance of Heavenly South Pill Hall's third hall master meant that Heavenly South City's situation henceforth would change. It was not up to these family heads to not pay attention to it. Min Nanshan looked at Ironcore and said with a cold smile, Deputy City Lord Ironcore, you gathering the few of us families here is no more than to make use of us to avenge your enmity. Could it be that the few of us are decrepit and muddle-headed until we can't even see this? But Ironcore did not care and said with a smile, but didn't you guys come too? Now, our interests are the same, that is that we can't let this boy become the third hall master. Chapter 2666, Joining Forces to Boycott. Hoo-hoo, Deputy City Lord Ironcore must be joking. That's true grade heavenly pill. I heard that Zhongli only consumed a grade 2 true grade heavenly pill, and as a result, he stepped into the realm of Jade Sovereign Heaven in one stroke. This news shouldn't be fake, right? Min Nanshan said with a deep meaning. Ironcore nodded and said, it's true. It's just that do you guys get a share of the true grade heavenly pill? The moment these words came out, the expressions of the 3 great family heads changed. These 3 families possessed a pivotal position in Heavenly South City at present. The 3 great family heads were all grade 4 heavenly alchemists too. They were just slightly inferior compared to the 2 great hall masters. Even Zhao Xuan relied greatly on the 3 great families too. And what Ironcore said was also precisely what they were most worried about. After head hall master and second hall master came back, you guys have seen it too, they have remained in closed seclusion all along. With their strength, breaking through to the realm of true grade isn't hard. When the time comes, by relying on true grade, the 2 hall master statuses will be transcendent. At that time, what will it still have to do with your 3 great families? Ironcore said with a sneer. True grade, it was absolutely a major killing tool. Zhong Li's breakthrough shocked everyone. The crux was that what let him break through was a grade 2 heavenly pill. Ironcore's words made the faces of the 3 great family heads change abruptly. Not that they could not figure out this layer, it was just that they were not quite willing to believe. After all, in Heavenly South Pill Hall, the status of the 3 great families was very important. But just as Ironcore said, if the 2 hall masters grasped the true grade secret art and used it to command Heavenly South henceforth, who could dare to not follow? Min Nanshan drew a deep breath and said in a solemn voice, Deputy City Lord Ironcore, what should we do? Ironcore's face revealed a knowing smile. On this day, Heavenly South Pill Hall was unprecedentedly grand. The various major cities under the jurisdiction of Heavenly South City all sent prominent powerhouses over. In the land of Heavenly South, the status of Heavenly South Pill Hall had always been transcendent. The deterrent power of heavenly alchemists was this strong. Of course, there were many people who came for this mystical true grade. Haha, congratulations to Master Yi for becoming Heavenly South Pill Hall's 3rd hall master. My Water Billow City feels honored. When Sun Yunjing saw Yi Yuan, he immediately cupped his fists and said. By the side, Su Yi's expression was very ugly as he said in a solemn voice, what does Master Yi being promoted to 3rd Hall Master have to do with your water billow city? He came from our calm South City. Even if it's feeling honored, it's our calm South City too. Sun Yunjing did not care either and laughed loudly as he said. Heh, this city lord and Master Yi, that's making friends after a fight. Su Yi's face turned black and he was just about to refute, but Yi Yuan smiled and said, all right, 2 city lords, this Yi has received your kind intentions. Yi Yuan already spoke up. It was naturally not convenient for Su Yi to flare up. By the side, Huang Haoyan and Su Peiyun also came up to offer greetings. There were too many people at this time. Yi Yuan did not have time to talk more and just had them go in and sit down. Min family's family head, Min Nanshan has arrived. Song family's family head, Song Tianyang has arrived. Yun family's family head, Yun Baiyu has arrived. After these few shouts, everyone's faces changed. Even Zhao Xuan and Wu Jian frowned too. Very clearly, they smelled a different smell. Normally, these 3 great families don't care about each other. Why did they suddenly come together today? Min family head has worked hard for many years in order to fight for this title of 3rd Hall Master. But now, there's completely no hope anymore. The arrivals are not friendly. There's probably a show to watch. All those present were Heavenly South's heavyweight class figures. Just the Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses were a whole bunch. Each and every one of these people was crafty and shrewd. How could they not know Heavenly South Pill Hall's underhanded activities? With Yi Yuan dropping out of thin air, the biggest impact was the 3 major families. If they did not take some measures, that would be weird. Min Nanshan offers greetings to Head Hall Master, 2nd Hall Master. Song Tianyang offers greetings to the 2 Hall Masters. Yun Baiyu offers greetings to the 2 Hall Masters. The 3 people came to the front, cupped their fists, and bowed to the 2 Hall Masters, directly regarding Yi Yuan who was by the side as heir. Zhao Xuan's brows furrowed slightly, but he could not blow his top. He was just about to introduce Yi Yuan but saw the 3 people walk straight into the venue. Everyone exchanged glances. What an opening gambit. This grand gathering today was hosted for 3rd Hall Master, Yi Yuan. In the end, they did not even pay attention to 3rd Hall Master. Zhao Xuan was a little awkward and said to Yi Yuan, I'll definitely teach these 3 fellows a lesson later. Yi Yuan smiled and said, just a small matter. Head Hall Master doesn't need to take it to heart. Zhao Xuan was a little surprised in his heart. He discovered that Yi Yuan was actually placid without any waves. This atmosphere was absolutely not feigned. Yi Yuan had such terrifying talent at a young age. To actually be able to have this temperament, it was truly terrifying. For any genius, which one was not arrogant at heart and haughty in manner, unable to stomach anything that was offensive to the eye. Yet, Yi Yuan was not. After some small talk, the banquet officially began. Zhao Xuan raised his wine cup and said loudly, today, this Zhao introduces to everyone a young genius. Although he has just arrived, he has already made monumental contributions to Heavenly South. Only after seeing him does this Zhao know that I'm a frog at the bottom of a well. You all don't need to suspect anything. It isn't this Zhao self-effacing either. If he's a grade 4 heavenly alchemist right now, this Hall Master's position of Head Hall Master will immediately be given up with both hands. It was gracious of fellow Taoist Yi to not reject and willingly join my Heavenly South Pill Hall. From today onwards, he's my Heavenly South Pill Hall's Head Hall Master. Right at this time, Min Nanshan suddenly stood up, interrupting Zhao Xuan's words. Immediately, everyone's gaze was attracted by him. Zhao Xuan's brows furrowed slightly and he said in a solemn voice, Min Nanshan, what are you trying to do? Min Nanshan said coolly, this Min feels that the 2 Hall Masters' decision is too hasty. Impudent, when is it your turn to come and butt into what this Hall Master does? Zhao Xuan shouted coldly, but Min Nanshan was not afraid in the slightest and said coolly, this boy is just a grade 2 heavenly alchemist, what right does he have to sit on the throne of 3rd Hall Master? If he becomes 3rd Hall Master, then where will we, these grade 4 heavenly alchemists, go? Zhao Xuan smiled coldly and said, based on that he can refine true grade heavenly pills. Min Nanshan smiled and said, Head Hall Master, none of us has seen before the true grade heavenly pill. You said that he made monumental contributions to the land of Heavenly South, I have no objections. But Heavenly South is Heavenly South. Heavenly South Pill Hall is Heavenly South Pill Hall. He has yet to make the smallest contribution but became 3rd Hall Master, on what basis? That's right, Head Hall Master, our Song family feels that it's not appropriate as well. At this time, Song Tianyong also came forward and supported Min Nanshan ardently. Yun Baiyu also said, Head Hall Master, how much contribution has the three of us major families made for the Heavenly South Pill Hall? Now, a measly little grade 2 heavenly alchemist wants to ride on top of our heads. Zhao Xuan's expression was ugly to the extreme. He completely did not expect that the three great families' reaction was actually so fierce. Furthermore, with the three great families taking the lead, many families also expressed objection. This somewhat made it even harder for them to dismount the tiger's back after getting on it. In the crowd, Ironcore looked at Yi Yuan with a broad smile, full of mockery. Heh, brat, you're still a little inexperienced to fight with this city lord. This is just the beginning. After chasing you out of Heavenly South City, this city lord will send you on your way. Ironcore sneered coldly in his heart. Chapter 2667, Cutting the Ground on Which One Stood On. A grade 2 heavenly alchemist becoming third hall master, our Zhao family won't accept it. Yeah, what right does a junior have to ride on top of our heads? So what if true grade heavenly pill? Something that we can't see or touch, who are you bluffing? Families that depended on the three great families also expressed objections one after another. The scene appeared very chaotic. Heavenly South Pill Hall's situation was somewhat different from City Lord Manor there. City Lord Meng Frostwind's strength already reached half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven, overpowering all heroes. No one dared to resist. Although Meng Frostwind relied rather heavily on Zhao Xuan and Wu Jian, the experts within Heavenly South Pill Hall were plentiful as clouds. Alchemy was not like martial arts, either you die or I perish. The two hall masters' strength was indeed stronger than everyone, but the three great family heads' strengths were similarly extremely strong. Hence, they held quite heavy authority. The three great families practically possessed 40% of Heavenly South Pill Hall's strength. Although this ratio was not high, it was sufficient to show one's attitude. Zhao Xuan and Wu Jian really had a feeling like they had incredibly bad luck. They did not expect that they were actually forced to abdicate. Min Nanshan, are you rebelling? Zhao Xuan said furiously. Min Nanshan still said coolly, Head Hall Master, our three great families are subordinates of Heavenly South Pill Hall. Examining our consciousness, we respect the two hall masters very much as well. Our action is just for the sake of maintaining Heavenly South's stability. No matter from which area you look at, this boy doesn't have the qualifications to be third hall master either. Song Tianyong also said, this boy has unknown origins. Who knows whether or not he's harboring ill intent or not? Zhao Xuan's face fell, and he said in a cold voice, if this hall master insists that he must be third hall master. Min Nanshan's expression did not change, and he said coolly, then our three great families will withdraw from Heavenly South Pill Hall and make a fresh start elsewhere. I reckon that with our three families' strength, City Lord His Excellency won't say anything either. This move was really cutting the ground on which one stood on. The moment the three great families withdrew, it would be tantamount to bringing away half of Heavenly South Pill Hall's power. This power was sufficient to stand up to Heavenly South Pill Hall as an equal already. This move was a major killing tool. Zhao Xuan also did not expect that Min Nanshan would be so decisive. Normally, these three great families schemed against each other. He, this head hall master, was seated firmly on the fishing platform, intervening in the situation. There were not too many disagreements. But now, Yi Yuan's appearance made these three families fasten up together all at once. This was rather difficult to deal with. Zhao Xuan could not help looking toward Yi Yuan, his expression seemingly full of apologies. He also did not expect that things would play out like this. Rather, it was the latter who had a calm look, as if all these had nothing to do with him. Suddenly, Ironcore opened his mouth and said, two hall masters and family heads, everyone is a part of Heavenly South Pill Hall. Why is there a need to fall out so badly? This Ironcore is incapable, but I have a solution. Wonder if everyone is interested in hearing it. Seeing Ironcore open his mouth, Zhao Xuan felt abhorred without rhyme or reason. He originally did not have any conflicts with Ironcore, but the thing that Ironcore had done in Calm South City had indeed disgusted him. It was just that at this time, he was currently in a difficult position. When Ironcore suddenly said this, he still wanted to hear it. Say it, Zhao Xuan said in a solemn voice. Ironcore smiled and said, Actually, the three great families have indeed made great contributions to Heavenly South these few years. Especially family head Min, he has tremendous strength and is steady and composed. If let him be this third hall master, I believe that none of the people present will say anything. As for this boy, he's not a part of Heavenly South to begin with. It's best to have him get lost. Zhao Xuan's gaze turned dark, thinking to himself that he must have been blinded by obsession. How could an ivory tusk come out of a dog's mouth? Making Min Nanshan be third hall master and chasing Yi Yuan away, to think that this guy could say that. Zhao Xuan sneered and said, "This is the method that you're talking about. Hoo-hoo, what qualifications does Min Nanshan have to assume the position of third hall master? After his strength reaches peak grade 4 heavenly alchemist, we can come and talk again." A faint smile still hung on Ironcore's face. When Zhao Xuan saw this scene, he could not help feeling alarmed. Head hall master, this Min is untalented, but I gained some enlightenment a while back and already broke through to peak grade 4 heavenly alchemist not long ago. This mystic moon iceheart pill was just refined before this Min came. As he said, Min Nanshan took a heavenly pill out. When Zhao Xuan saw this heavenly pill, his expression could not help changing wildly. This heavenly pill's residual heat had yet to dissipate. Clearly, it was just refined successfully not long ago. The heavyweights present were all incredibly shocked. Mystic Moon Iceheart pill, that's a grade 4 heavenly imperial pill. Family head Min really broke through. Impressive. Didn't expect that family head Min actually broke through the bottleneck without a sound. With this, probably even head hall master is powerless to turn the tables already. Once the three great families break away, they will likely be able to immediately stand up to Heavenly South Pill Hall as an equal. Min Nanshan showing this hand was truly a major killing tool, stunning everyone. The hallmark of a peak grade 4 heavenly alchemist was being able to refine heavenly imperial pills. In this land of Heavenly South, apart from Zhao Xuan and Wu Jian, no one could do it. Hence, that was how they could become hall masters. But now, Min Nanshan had likewise done it. With this, it really became difficult to deal with. Zhao Xuan understood now that these guys were simply long prepared to launch an attack during this banquet. He also did not expect that making Yi Yuan be third hall master would actually cause such a mighty uproar. Min Nanshan said coolly, "Two hall masters, this Min wonders if I have the qualifications to be third hall master or not." The three great families' affiliated families, especially the Min family's subsidiaries, were all extremely excited. Family head Min breaking through was really a piece of massive good news to him. Supporting family head Min to assume the position of third hall master. Two hall masters, you mustn't make everyone's heart turn cold. What capability does this boy have, to dare serve as third hall master? To the vast majority of the people, a true grade heavenly pill was too far beyond reach. They knew that although true grade heavenly pills were good, these pills had nothing to do with them. Firstly, true grade heavenly pills would definitely be strictly controlled by the two hall masters. Secondly, even if true grade heavenly pills could be released, the price would also not be what they could bear. They all heard that Zhongli spent 68 million heavenly crystals in order to obtain that true grade heavenly pill. To ordinary martial artists, this was simply not what they could afford to spend. Ironcore had a pleased look and looked toward Yi Yuan as he said, "Boy, you still have the cheek to stand there. This place is Heavenly South people's Heavenly South. Scram back to wherever you came from." The general trend had already formed, even the two hall masters were powerless to turn the tables too. In his view, Yi Yuan getting kicked out was already a certainty. Yi Yuan looked at Ironcore and said with a smile, "After a long time, you finally jumped out. This move of yours is indeed played beautifully. It's just that it's too dumb." Ironcore smiled coldly and said, "Brat, you're still boasting shamelessly at this point. You harbor ill intent and sow discord in Heavenly South Pill Hall. Come, men, take this boy down. Who dares?" Zhao Xuan shouted coldly. The expressions of those guards changed and sure enough, they did not dare to move anymore. After all, it was head hall master. But Yi Yuan was indifferent and walked down the platform with a smile. Chapter 2668, No amount of money can buy my joy. Master Yi, Huang Haoyan and Su Peiyun were somewhat stupefied, not knowing why Yi Yuan was walking toward them at this time. In this place, they were just a pair of unbelievably insignificant minor characters. But Yi Yuan had indeed walked in front of them. "I heard that the two of you got engaged. This is a gift that I prepared for the two of you. Peiyun, this girl is pretty good. You mustn't let her down in the future. Yi Yuan handed over 2 wooden boxes with a smile. Ah, thank you, Master Yi. Huang Haoyan received the wooden box with a blank face, uncertain what it meant. Yi Yuan smiled. Pointing at the wooden box, he said smilingly, the two of you, use this gift right now. After leaving this place, you guys probably won't have a chance to use it anymore. Huang Haoyan still had a blank look, but Su Peiyun was already trembling from excitement. Clearly, she already guessed what was in this wooden box. She smacked the back of Huang Haoyan's head and had a look of anger from his failure to live up to expectations, and said, "You're stupid as hell. This is a massive lucky chance. Hurry up and open it. It's a true grade heavenly pill stored inside here." Huang Haoyan's entire body trembled, his eyes revealing a look of astonishment. A true grade heavenly pill was something that he did not even dare to think about. Now, Yi Yuan actually gave it to him for free. Opening the wooden box to take a look, it was indeed 2 crystal clear heavenly pills. Regardless of whether it was Zhao Xuan or Min Nanshan, the pupils of the alchemy powerhouses currently present constricted. This is the greater sublime creation pill. True grade, heavenly imperial pill. Min Nanshan's words were full of astonishment. Although he had not seen a true grade heavenly pill before, the great Tao accumulation seeping out of it was clear at a glance to him. What was even scarier was that this was actually a heavenly imperial pill. Zhong Li relied on a true grade foundation establishment heavenly pill and broke through to Jade Sovereign Heaven. Then, how strong was the medicinal effect of a true grade heavenly imperial pill? In virtually an instant, many people in the banquet had both eyes turn blood red. Their eyes were full of greed. Finally, someone could not resist making a move. However, a streak of white light flashed past. The few people who made a move were directly blasted into residue. Zhao Xuan arrived in front of Huang Haoyan 2 people with a leap and said in a solemn voice, "This hall master wants to see who dares to act rashly. The 2 of you refine the heavenly pills. This hall master will stand guard over you guys." At this time, head hall master Zhao Xuan's deterrent power was finally exhibited. Min Nanshan and the rest of the Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses were itching for a try at this time too. But, seeing Zhao Xuan demonstrate his power, they still did not take action sensibly. Zhao Xuan's prestige in Heavenly South Pill Hall was not for show. Which of the Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses present did not receive his favor before? If the 3 great families wanted to withdraw from Heavenly South Pill Hall, it was naturally inconvenient for the others to make a move. But, if it really came down to open hostilities, the 3 great families did not have confidence in winning at all. Actually, Zhao Xuan's heart was currently surging with choppy waves too. Yi Yuan actually brought out true grade heavenly imperial pills the moment he made his move. He thought that if Yi Yuan could refine an ordinary grade 2 heavenly pill, it would already be very impressive. Wanting to refine heavenly imperial pills to true grade, what kind of concept was that? This was also to say that Yi Yuan had walked much further than they imagined along the path of true grade. Of course, Zhao Shu was also clear that Yi Yuan had prepared for a long time and was finally making a big move. At this time, it concerned the future of Heavenly South Pill Hall. He had to anchor the scene. "Didn't you say that you had never seen before true grade heavenly pills? Fine, today, I'll let all of you witness what's called a true grade heavenly pill." How could Huang Haoyan 2 people have experienced such a spectacle before? They were already frightened silly. In this banquet, the 2 of them were just small fries, the weakest kind. If not because their relationship with Yi Yuan was pretty good, they would not even have the qualifications to enter this place. But now, they were refining heavenly pills under the eyelids of a bunch of Jade Sovereign Heaven and Limitless Sublime Heaven powerhouses. The pressure was tremendous. Master Yi, this gift is too precious. It's too much for us. Why don't you take it back? Huang Haoyan said with a bitter smile. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "No amount of money can buy my joy. I, Yi Yuan, am never stingy to friends. If I say that you're worthy of it, you're worthy of it." Su Yi let loose a torrent of abuse by the side, saying, "You stupid pig, this is a massive lucky chance. You're actually pushing it away. Your father doesn't have a son-in-law like you. Unworthy thing, angering your father to death." Huang Haoyan turned to look at Su Peiyun and discovered that his fiancé had a look of anticipation too. This was really a massive lucky chance. After passing by this village, there would not be this shop anymore. Oh okay, then we'll refine it. Huang Haoyan gritted his teeth and directly swallowed the greater sublime creation pill. When the heavenly pill entered his abdomen, an overwhelming force surged crazily towards his small world. His inner world seemed to have been filled to the brim all at once, the frenzied divine essence flooding in. The medicinal effects of grade 2 heavenly imperial pills did not lose to grade 3 heavenly pills in the first place. And how many times stronger was the power of true grade heavenly imperial pills compared to ordinary heavenly imperial pills? What was even more terrifying was that even with such crazed divine essence was pouring in, his entire being actually did not face the slightest rejection. Huang Haoyan was peak upper greater sublime heavenly stratum in the first place. In virtually an instant, he crossed this threshold and successfully broke through the realm. Grand completion greater sublime heaven. Seeing such a terrifying medicinal effect, the expressions of the heavyweights present all changed wildly. This is also too fast, right? Breaking through the realm was done in a flash. Is this true grade? Utterly terrifying. Even if it's an upper 9th grade heavenly imperial pill, it's not worth mentioning at all in front of this medicinal effect too. Amidst the shocked voices, Huang Haoyan's cultivation realm was still increasing rapidly. The great Tao accumulations contained in the greater sublime creation pill let Huang Haoyan give rise to a trace of comprehension. Limitless sublime heavenly stratum was right before his eyes. The scariest thing about true grade heavenly pills was not that terrifying medicinal effect, but that trace of great Tao accumulation that was integrated inside. This trace of great Tao accumulation could inspire the martial artist's comprehension of heaven and earth. Zhang Li broke through to Jade Sovereign Heavenly Stratum precisely because of this trace of enlightenment. Huang Haoyan's understanding of limitless sublime heavenly stratum became clearer and clearer. That barrier confining him became more and more fragile. Finally, with a bang, it broke. The current Huang Haoyan felt as if he was soaring above the 9th heaven, overlooking the world. That sort of feeling was wonderful to the extreme. Is this limitless sublime heavenly stratum? Huang Haoyan slowly opened both eyes, recollecting the aftertaste endlessly. His gaze swept over everyone's faces and discovered that everyone in the main hall was looking at him with blank faces. It was as if they had seen something beyond comprehension. But by his side, Su Peiyun broke through one step earlier than him. 2 true grade heavenly imperial pills, 2 limitless sublime heavenly stratums. Many people involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva, showing their shock currently. True grade heavenly pill, it truly shocked them. Zhao Xuan looked at the two with a look of surprise and said, Is this the power of a true grade heavenly imperial pill? From upper greater sublime heaven to lower limitless sublime heaven, it's merely a snap of a finger. True grade heavenly imperial pill, it's indeed utterly terrifying. Chapter 2669, Executing Things in a Sweeping Manner. Many thanks, Master Yi. Huang Haoyan. Two people gave a deep bow to Yi Yuan respectfully. Yi Yuan had indeed given them a huge lucky chance, making them benefit endlessly. They both could feel that the effects of this greater sublime creation pill still had some remnants in their bodies. In the future, it will be excavated little by little. The two could not help somewhat feeling vicissitudes of emotion. Becoming acquainted with Yi Yuan was a massive good fortune in itself. Otherwise, they would probably already be dead currently, let alone talk about breaking through to limitless sublime heavenly stratum. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I, Yi Yuan, am never stingy to my own people. But this Yi will also never show leniency to enemies. The words made everyone's expression change. This was clearly not only said for the two of them but said for everyone present to hear. As long as you followed me, Yi Yuan, there would be plenty of benefits in the future. But if you wanted to oppose me, sorry, your outcome might be very miserable. Brat, do you want to use true grade heavenly pills to beguile people's hearts? What a joke. To others, this true grade heavenly pill is merely a castle in the sky, that's all. You want to use this to whet everyone's appetites and support you to become third hall master with this. Hoo-hoo, may I ask you what benefits we can get after you become third hall master? Ironcore said with a cold smile. Witnessing the power of a true grade heavenly pill, Ironcore was extremely shocked too. But the more it was so, the more it could prove the expression of his views. Yi Yuan did not pay attention to him, but swept his gaze over everyone's faces and said coolly, don't say that this Yi doesn't give you the chance. Right now, who else wants to withdraw from Heavenly South Pill Hall? Step forward. This is making people pick sides. If one withdrew from Heavenly South Pill Hall, they will definitely be unfated with true grade heavenly pills in the future. Hoo, are you thinking too much? You think that by not withdrawing, you'll be fated with true grade heavenly pills? Many people's faces revealed a look of hesitation. Even the three great families' subordinate factions were also hesitating at this time. After all, true grade heavenly pill was too effective. Hoo, looks like two hall masters are hellbent on breaking away from our three great families. Fine, my Min family will be the first to withdraw from Heavenly South Pill Hall. Min Nanshan said with a cold smile. I'll withdraw, I'm withdrawing too. The moment Min Nanshan came forward, immediately there were families who were subordinate to the Min family that stepped forward. However, the numbers suddenly dropped by more than half compared to before. Clearly, some families were still hesitating. Min Nanshan's heart thumped and he could not help palpitating with anxiety and fear. The impact of this big move that Yuan just released was seriously too strong. Some families' willpower was already disintegrating. Humph, do you guys think that by staying in Heavenly South Pill Hall, you can obtain true grade heavenly pills? Too naive, Min Nanshan said with a cold snort. He wanted to spur these people on, but the effect was negligible. Those hesitating clearly already had an idea in mind. How could it be changed easily? However, what made Min Nanshan feel uneasy was Song Tianyong and Yun Baiyu. He had already expressed his attitude clearly. Yet, these two people actually did not concur immediately. Min Nanshan's eyes looked over and discovered that these two people were clearly both hesitating. Seeing that the family heads did not move, these two families' vassal families naturally did not dare to easily express their stand too. Song Tianyan, Yun Baiyu, what are you guys still waiting for? Min Nanshan said in a solemn voice. Right at this time, Yun Baiyu let out a deep sigh, like he had made up his mind about something. The moment Min Nanshan saw this, he could not help being overjoyed. Yun Baiyu suddenly gave a bow towards Yuan and said, this Yun was blinded by greed previously, resulting in affronting third hall master. My Yun family is willing to receive punishment. Yun Baiyu, you. Min Nanshan's expression changed wildly, that look wished to swallow Yun Baiyu whole. But Zhao Xuan and Wu Jian exchanged a glance, a hint of pleasant surprise flashing across in their eyes. Yuan's big move had indeed proved effective. The moment Yuan made his move, it was a true grade heavenly imperial pill. The impact on the two great family heads was too strong. As long as the three great families fell apart, even if the Min family really became independent, it would be nothing too. Excellent play. These two people's eyes when looking at Yuan became different. Suddenly, Song Tianyong bowed to Yuan too as he said, Song Tianyong pays respect to third hall master. My Song family is also willing to receive punishment. All the heavyweights present were incredibly shocked. Originally, the two great hall masters were already pressed into a corner. Who would have thought that the moment Yuan made his move, the situation would undergo an astonishing reversal, two great family heads turned traitor at the same time. While Min Nanshan and Ironcore two people stared wide-eyed and tongue-tied. The three families had talked it over, to advance and withdraw together. Who knew that at this juncture, the Song and Yun two families actually turned traitors at the same time? Now, the one who found it difficult to back down became Min Nanshan instead. Ironcore was just an outsider. Heavenly South Pill Hall's change did not have much bearing on him. But the Min family was different. If only his family withdrew, that would make it difficult to do much single-handedly. Without the support of the other two great families, even if he reached peak grade 4 Heavenly Alchemist, how could he be Heavenly South Pill Hall's match? A hint of an imperceptible sneer flashed across the corners of Yuan's mouth. Actually, it was not that Ironcore's trick was not perfect. It was just that he severely underestimated his strength. True grade Heavenly Imperial Pill, how many people could resist this kind of temptation? Moreover, he still had an ace in the hole. Song and Yun two families provoked Heavenly South Pill Hall's authority, conspiring to rebel. Now, this Hall Master will strip away the two of your elder positions. Are you guys convinced? Yuan said in a solemn voice. These two families had just pledged allegiance, directly stripping the family heads of their elder position. Wasn't this pushing them out? An elder position represented too many things. This punishment could be rated as heavy. The moment Min Nanshan heard, he could not help laughing loudly as he said, ha ha ha, Song Tianyong, Yun Baiyu, you guys are really laughable. He doesn't buy it at all. Song and Yun two people's expressions also changed abruptly. However, they gritted their teeth and said, Song Tianyang Yun Baiyu, is wholeheartedly convinced. Everyone was shocked again. No one expected that they admitted defeat so obediently. Yi Yuan's gaze swept over everyone, and he said in a solemn voice, "For the land of heavenly south, there's the myriad demons mountain to the north, and Thistle South Sea race to the south. It can be said that the people are surviving between the crevices. Therefore, everyone uniting as one is the most important thing. Harming heavenly south's interests for one's own personal gain, they should be kicked out. Today, this Hall Master will announce that the Min family will be expelled forever under the authority of Third Hall Master." Everyone's heart could not help sinking. This measure was truly swift and fierce. Yi Yuan continued, "But then again, since it's uniting as one, this Hall Master naturally won't hoard either. In half a month, the Alchemy Path families present each pick out 5 elite disciples and send them to Heavenly South Pill Hall. This Hall Master will teach them personally. In addition, this Hall Master will also discuss with Head Hall Master and Second Hall Master to set a rule. Those who can meet this standard will all have a chance to obtain a true grade heavenly pill. Of course, this Hall Master also hopes that in the future, there will be someone among you all who can refine true grade heavenly pills too." Chapter 2670 Heavenly South's Number 2 Genius. A small family's patriarch said with a face full of excitement, "Third Hall Master, you mean, all the families present?" Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, "That's right. It's all of the families. If the various major cities have suitable candidates, they can send them over too. But I'll say the unpleasant things first, this Hall Master has my own standards in selecting people. If they can't meet the standards, they will be sent back without exception. But, as long as I take them in, presumably it won't be a problem for them to step into grade 4 Heavenly Alchemist in the future." These words were really too domineering. It was just that, many people expressed skepticism about this. Hoo, ignorant fools, do you think that grade 4 Heavenly Alchemists are all cabbages? A puny little grade 2 Heavenly Alchemist is spouting a stream of empty rhetoric here, what a joke. Min Nanshan said with a cold laugh. Although these words were somewhat unpleasant when coming out of his mouth, they represented what everyone was thinking in their hearts. Those able to reach grade 4 Heavenly Alchemists were already feudal kings of a region in this Heavenly South city. Not anybody could reach grade 4 Heavenly Alchemist. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Whether or not it's cabbages, has nothing to do with you anymore. Family Head Min, you've already withdrawn from Heavenly South Pill Hall. Isn't it somewhat inappropriate for you to be telling people what to do here?" Min Nanshan's face flushed red, immediately feeling somewhat ashamed to show his face. He was actually being isolated now. Zhao Xuan also spoke up at this time, saying, "Min Nanshan, the real idiot is you. Even this Hall Master also needs to ask for advice with an open mind in front of Yi Yuan. Whoever can obtain his guidance, becoming a grade 4 Heavenly Alchemist in the future is probably the most basic threshold." What? How is this possible? Head Hall Master means that Third Hall Master is giving pointers to him. Could it be that in the future, grade 4 Heavenly Alchemists will really become cabbages? Zhao Xuan personally admitted that he was inferior to Yi Yuan. This made the big shots from everywhere incredibly shocked. It was true that Yi Yuan could refine true grade heavenly pills. But that was just grade 2 heavenly pills. A grade 2 Heavenly Alchemist giving pointers to a grade 4 Heavenly Alchemist, it sounded somewhat fantastical no matter. Even Min Nanshan's expression changed abruptly too. Humph. Then, let's wait and see. Min Nanshan's face fell, and he flicked his sleeves and left. Zhao Xuan's gaze looked toward Ironcore, and he said in a cold voice, "Ironcore, from today onwards, my Heavenly South Pill Hall absolutely won't refine a single heavenly pill for your lineage. Take your leave." Ironcore's expression changed wildly, feeling like he shot himself in the foot. Why was Heavenly South Pill Hall so impressive? It was because they monopolized all the supply of Heavenly South's heavenly pills. However, before this, factions stood in great numbers in Heavenly South Pill Hall, each with their own interests. Even Zhao Xuan two people were no exception either. Therefore, wanting to boycott a certain faction was actually very difficult. But now, Yi Yuan shocked all of the Alchemy Path families with lightning means. Then, who still dared to show face to him? Ironcore. Ironcore gritted his teeth and also left in resentment. Zhao Xuan said in a solemn voice, "From tomorrow on, this Hall Master and Second Hall Master will go into closed seclusion. All of Heavenly South Pill Hall's matters will be taken charge of by Third Hall Master. In addition, If anyone dares to sell Ironcore's lineage heavenly pills, they will be immediately expelled from Heavenly South Pill Hall. No one thought that the two hall masters were actually going into closed seclusion. Then in the closed seclusion period, the real hall master would actually become Yuan. They naturally did not know that Yuan's pointers in the past few days gave these two people a feeling of grand awakening. It even overthrew their inherent understanding of alchemy Dao over the years. Therefore, they needed to go into closed seclusion to reorganize the accumulation of so many years. If not for this feast today, they would have long gone into closed seclusion. In less than 3 days, the disciples carefully selected by the various major families have already been sent to Heavenly South Pill Hall. Obtaining the legacy of true grade, how could they let such an opportunity slip by? Carrot and stick, this was a management method that proved effective every time. Wanting to make these families submit wholeheartedly, deterrence was a must. There naturally could not dispense with benefits too. Yuan's personal guidance was the greatest benefit, especially that even Zhao Xuan personally admitted that he was inferior to Yuan. This made Yuan become even more mysterious in front of the factions from all over. This estranged feeling would make people give rise to a sense of awe. Over 200 disciples were brought into a very big pill refining room. After entering, the guards went out. There were only these disciples left in the pill refining room. In Heavenly South City, these major families' disciples mostly knew each other and naturally started to engage in small talk. One of them was immediately being lauded like a myriad of stars surrounding the moon. Congratulations, Brother Wenhao, you're Heavenly South's number 2 genius to begin with. This time, being personally guided by Master Yi, you'll definitely be able to achieve true grade heavenly pill. When the time comes, the Song family will be Heavenly South's number 1 family clan. Still Heavenly South's number 2 genius. Master Zhongli has already advanced to grade 4 heavenly alchemist. He's already considered a senior. How can he be called a genius? Brother Wenhao is the well-deserving Heavenly South's number 1 genius now. Right, number 1 genius. Number 1 genius. Song Wenhao was the Song family's number 1 genius. At the same time, he was also reputed as Heavenly South's number 2 genius after Zhongli. But he had made quite a bit of accomplishment in alchemy at a young age. His strength overpowered those in the same rank in Heavenly South. This time, the Song family reigned in at the brink of the precipice and similarly obtained the right to roll in elite disciples. Song Wenhao naturally occupied a foremost position. Although Song Tianyang's strength was not as good as Min Nanshan's, the Song family saw hope in Song Wenhao, and they naturally focused on grooming him. Being praised by everyone, Song Wenhao smiled calmly and said, "True grade heavenly pills have been spread until they seem miraculous. In my view, it's merely nothing more than this. The land of Heavenly South just doesn't know the right method. That's why true grade will seem precious. As long as this young master learns the method of refinement, wouldn't true grade heavenly pills still be easily accomplished?" He never felt that he was worse than Zhongli in any way. He had actually always been unconvinced by the title of number 2 genius. As for true grade, although he knew that it was impressive, he did not care. It was nothing more than the method of inheritance. He, Song Wenhao, had always been incredibly fast in cultivating heavenly medicine refining arts. As long as he grasped the method of inheritance, he felt that he would definitely be able to refine true grade heavenly pills. Time slowly trickled by. Nobody came to this pill refining room. They were forgotten for the greater part of the day. Many people started to get irritated. Some paced back and forth, some were restless, and others were full of complaints. Humph, what's the deal with hanging us out to dry here? These 3 hall masters are also taking Heavenly South's noble families too lightly. Song Wenhao was the most impatient and could not refrain from grumbling. Isn't that so? Looks like he didn't call us over to teach us at all. It's purely to give a blow to Heavenly South's noble families. Someone immediately echoed. 3rd Hall Master is dissatisfied with our family's previous actions. This is deliberately giving us a blow to take revenge. Along with the passage of time, similar complaints grew more and more. These genius disciples also became even more impatient and restless. However, there were exceptions too. One of the young men came before the furnace fire and practiced fire controlling techniques. Hoo, Song Minj, with your paltry skills, don't make a spectacle of yourself. Making a frantic last-minute effort, do you think that 3rd Hall Master will pick you? Song Wenhao looked at him and said with a sneer. Chapter 2671, survival of the fittest. Hoo. Similarly, you are a Song family's descendant, but Song Minj, you're simply a piece of trash. Just this bit of skill, you also dared to show off your incompetence in front of brother Wenhao. What a joke. The Song family actually let you come and make up the numbers. When Song Wenhao opened his mouth, there were immediately many people who concurred, helping to reprove Song Minj together. Song Wenhao was popular and would definitely be an important person in the future. Getting on his good terms at this time would be equivalent to climbing up a large tree. Song Minj was Song Wenhao's cousin. In this generation, he had a mediocre aptitude and barely managed to be sent over. However, in the eyes of the Song family, he was merely playing the character of accompanying the crown prince to study. It was impossible to be selected. Normally, Song Wenhao looked down on this cousin and had no lack of disparaging him in the family. Big brother, I don't have the intention of displaying my slight skill before an expert. I just felt bored from waiting. So why not practice fire controlling technique to pass the time, Song Minj said. Song Wenhao gave him a backhanded slap and shouted coldly, learn to talk back. Those who can come here, which one isn't stronger than you? With your paltry skills, go back home if you want to be a disgrace. You coming here is losing face for the Song family. Song Minj covered his face, but his eyes were very stubborn. He did not feel that he did anything wrong. Practicing fire controlling technique to pass the time was wrong too. When Song Wenhao saw that Song Minj was not convinced, he was even more furious. He kicked Song Minj's chest again, directly sending him flying with a kick. Presumptuous thing, you dare to look at me using this sort of eyes. This young master will beat you, this disobedient thing, to death. Right at this time, the pill refining room's door was suddenly opened. Yuan brought Kui Tong and the rest and walked in slowly. Third Hall Master is here. The group of geniuses were surprised and hurriedly stood in line. Even Song Wenhao also reined in his arrogance and stood there respectfully. Song Minj struggled to his feet and did not say anything. He just stood at one side quietly. Yuan's gaze swept over everyone's faces. All the geniuses felt short on breath, nervous to the extreme. They did not know why. This person in front of them clearly had a similar cultivation realm as them. But when they faced Yuan, they had a feeling of being seen through. For you guys to be able to come here, it means that you guys are all elite disciples in your families. However, being selected by your families doesn't mean being selected by me too. This hall master has my own standards for choosing people. Now, you all practice by yourselves. Let this hall master take a look at your strength first. Yuan said coolly. Many people were immediately raring to go as soon as they heard it. Just as Yuan said, those who could come here were all elites. They naturally wanted to display their strength in front of Yuan, in hopes of being able to become Yuan's disciple. That was true great inheritance. Who's first? Yuan said. I'll go first. Song Wenhao came forward on his own accord and was the first one to step out of the ranks. Many people wanted to compete to be the first too, but seeing that Song Wenhao had made a move, they consciously backed out. The first one to take the stage naturally had an advantage. First impressions were the most lasting. The earlier someone displayed their skills, the earlier it could capture people's eyes. Especially someone like Song Wenhao, the moment he made his move, it would seem dull and disinteresting afterward. The chances of being selected would clearly be much lower too. Of course, this was also established on the foundation of strength. If one did not have strength but took the stage first, there could only be the result of being beaten. Yuan nodded slightly and said, okay, you'll refine a grade 1 foundation establishment heavenly pill. Song Wenhao smiled proudly and said, Third Hall Master, the foundation establishment heavenly pill is too simple, it can't demonstrate my strength at all. Yuan's brows furrowed slightly and he said with displeasure, are you testing this Hall Master? Or is it this Hall Master who's testing you? When Song Wenhao saw that Yuan got angry, he could not help being alarmed inwardly, and hurriedly said with embarrassment, it's naturally Third Hall Master who's testing this disciple. Okay, the foundation establishment heavenly pill it is. When Song Wenhao made his move, he was indeed strong, immediately attracting a furor of exclamations. To him, grade 1 foundation establishment heavenly pill was simply child's play. It was too easy. Very soon, the heavenly pill came out of the furnace. Without the slightest surprise, middle 9th grade. To a grade 2 heavenly alchemist, Being able to refine the grade 1 foundation establishment heavenly pill to middle 9th grade was a very impressive thing in itself. After coming down, Song Wenhao had a proud look on his face. He believed that this heavenly pill could absolutely move Yi Yuan, unless he was blind. Of course, Yi Yuan appeared very calm. Song Wenhao was not very surprised. To really talk about geniuses, Yi Yuan was the most freakish one. Being able to refine true grade heavenly pills at this age, this was a monster. However, Song Wenhao would not be unduly humble either. In his view, Yi Yuan just had a better background than him. Following this, the various major families' genius disciples displayed their strength one after another. Yi Yuan did not make them refine other heavenly pills either, it was all grade 1 foundation. Establishment heavenly pill. Only after spending a full 3 days' time did Yi Yuan finish watching all of these people. However, when Song Minj was refining, Yi Yuan paid special attention and secretly nodded his head in his heart. Actually, the things that happened here, Yi Yuan had long perceived it at a glance. In reality, making them wait here was a part of the assessment in itself. Yi Yuan had an impression of every person present. After everyone finished refining, all the geniuses looked at Yi Yuan with looks of anticipation. While Song Wenhao was brimming with confidence. Now, whoever I point to, stand over there. Yi Yuan slowly extended his hand and pointed at Song Wenhao first. Song Wenhao revealed a smile like it was as expected, and stepped out of the ranks to stand at one side. The others cast envious looks towards him one after another. You too. Yi Yuan pointed one by one. Many of those he pointed at were the top geniuses of the various major families. Even if some people were not as good as Song Wenhao, they were about the same too. Yi Yuan pointed at more than 150 people in one go before stopping. Those who were pointed at were all beside themselves with joy, while those who were not pointed at had dejected faces because they lost a golden opportunity. You all can go back already, Yi Yuan said to the 150 over people indifferently. Song Wenhao was taken aback and said, What did you say? Yi Yuan raised his volume a little as he said coolly, I said, you all can go back already. The rest will become my disciples. As he said, Yi Yuan pointed in Song Minj that direction. He was kept. Song Wenhao opened his eyes wide, a look of disbelief as he said, Third Hall Master, are you mistaken? This bunch of trash is going to become your disciples. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he said in a cold voice, What did you say? Song Wenhao suddenly raised his voice and said furiously, Third Hall Master, you hold great power and authority, but us noble family disciples aren't easy to bully either. Were you messing with us noble family descendants by having our families send us over? I really don't know what kind of benchmark you're using to assess, eliminating us geniuses and leaving behind these trash. Hoo-hoo. Song Wenhao, I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced either. I'm not convinced. Chapter 2672, Giving Pointers. This group of geniuses was all stubborn and unruly people. If there was really a justifiable reason to eliminate them, then forget it. Yet, Yi Yuan picked a bunch of fellows who were not outstanding, and he eliminated all of these outstanding ones instead. How could they be willing to agree? Even Song Minj themselves also had blank faces, making neither head nor tail of it. In reality, they also agreed with Song Wenhao's point of view in their hearts, thinking that Yi Yuan was intentionally making fun of these noble families. Otherwise, how could they, these characters who were accompanying the crown prince to study, possibly be chosen? Yi Yuan had clearly long anticipated these people's reactions and said indifferently, This hall master naturally knows that you guys are not convinced. However, this hall master will make you all convinced. Starting from today onward, all of you can come here every day too, and receive my guidance and cultivate according to my requirements. 3 months later, you guys will undergo a showdown. If you all can win and slap this hall master's face, this hall master naturally welcomes you to stay. Song Wenhao's gaze turned sharp, and he said with a sneer, Third hall master, this is what you said. Song Wenhao, am definitely slapping this face. Third hall master, I hope that you don't go back on your word. Dueling with this bunch of trash, this young master can win them lying down. What could change in 3 months? Moreover, they were even able to receive the same guidance. With their talent, they would only pull further and further away from those trash. How could they possibly be surpassed? Yi Yuan just smiled and said, You all rest assured. This hall master is naturally a man of his word. When the time comes, Not only will you guys stay, this hall master will even apologize to you guys. Song Wenhao smiled coldly and said, then what are we still waiting for? Let's start. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, the first lesson that I'm teaching you all is cultivating grade 1 foundation establishment heavenly pill to the realm of upper 9th grade. Now, let's start. What? Grade 1 foundation establishment heavenly pill? Third hall master, you aren't joking, right? Grade 1 foundation establishment heavenly pill, what's there to cultivate? Song Wenhao was taken aback and immediately questioned. Yi Yuan said coolly, you just need to do it, why are there so many questions? If you don't want to, you can leave right now. Song Wenhao's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice. Humph, isn't it just upper 9th grade? This young master has already reached middle 9th grade. Isn't it half a step away from upper 9th grade? Hence, the group of geniuses started practicing by themselves. They did not feel that grade 1 foundation establishment heavenly pill had any use, but they could only follow accordingly. In Song Wenhao's view, with his talent and strength, reaching upper 9th grade would just be easily achieved. Before upper 9th grade, it could be achieved by relying on talent. However, upper 9th grade required hard work plus talent. He tried 10 times and failed. 100 times and still failed. Hence, he started getting irritated and impatient. But, the more so, the more he could not refine an upper 9th grade. In fact, the quality even showed regression. What the bloody hell, your father has refined for half a month. What's the use of spending time on this kind of meaningless thing every day? Song Wenhao knocked all the things on the table off with a smack as he said impatiently. In reality, it was not just him who felt annoyed and impatient. Those few people that Yi Yuan pointed out would more or less appear somewhat agitated and restless. In their view, being able to reach 9th grade was already enough. Wasting time on this kind of meaningless thing was not worth it at all. Their refinement was also intermittent and half-hearted. Low-level basic heavenly pills were worthless in their eyes. However, most of Yi Yuan's attention was on Song Minj. This boy's temperament was level-headed. He treated each pill refinement very seriously and never rested too. A person should not underestimate this point. To a heavenly alchemist, it was a tremendous consumption of energy and willpower. Without the support of strong willpower, it was simply impossible to do it. Furthermore, Yi Yuan perceived from him practicing the fire controlling technique previously that his foundation was very solid. The disparity between Song Minj and Song Wenhao was actually just affinity. In terms of affinity, Song Wenhao shook Song Minj off by several streets. But in terms of perseverance, in terms of foundation, in terms of temperament, Song Minj shook Song Wenhao off by more than a dozen streets. However, in Yi Yuan's view, the latter was the prerequisite to becoming a powerful heavenly alchemist. Therefore, he was very optimistic about Song Minj. Song Minj had clearly realized it too. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him. Therefore, he was pushing himself frantically. Song Minj's talent was poor, which was also just relative to Song Wenhao. Actually, Song Minj's foundation was very solid. His grade 1 foundation establishment heavenly pill already reached peak 8th grade too. There was only a step away from 9th grade as well. And a short half a month later, he finally crossed 9th grade, this threshold, as well. In reality, in this half a month, Yi Yuan had been continuously giving guidance to the geniuses present too, including the Song Wenhao that he looked down upon the most. But, with regards to the refining technique of the grade 1 foundation establishment heavenly pill, these so-called geniuses would not take it in at all. Instead, it was this bunch of so-called trash who accepted it unconditionally. In this half a month, each of them made tremendous improvements. Of course, this bit of improvement was utterly not worth mentioning in the view of Song Wenhao and the rest. Seeing Song Wenhao flew off the handle, Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice, "Pick it up." Song Wenhao said with a cold snort, "Based on what? Third Hall Master, you're clearly targeting us. What's there to refine about the lousy foundation establishment heavenly pill?" Yi Yuan's gaze turned sharp and he said in a cold voice, "This Hall Master will say it again, pick it up for me." A powerful aura pressured Song Wenhao until his expression changed abruptly. Similarly, being a greater sublime heavenly stratum, the feeling that Yi Yuan gave him was actually like that of a ferocious beast. I'll pick it up." After Song Wenhao picked it up, Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice, "Get lost." Song Wenhao's expression changed and he said in a solemn voice, What did you say?" Yi Yuan snorted coldly and said, you don't deserve to be here. Right now, immediately, at once, get lost. In Yi Yuan's view, with this kind of temperament, it was simply impossible to have any accomplishments in alchemy. What could high affinity show? Moreover, affinity in itself could be changed. Song Wenhao's gaze turned cold and he said in a solemn voice, Third Hall Master, I think that you're forcing our Song family to break away from Heavenly South Pill Hall. Yi Yuan said disdainfully, just the likes of you can decide the direction of the Song family too. If you're still not scramming, this Hall Master will send you out personally. Song Wenhao's eyes were spewing fire and he shouted coldly, I'll go then. Either way, it's useless to stay here too. 2.5 months later, I, Song Wenhao, will definitely make you apologize to my face. You think that by relying on this bunch of trash, you can win against me? Finished talking, Song Wenhao turned right around and left. In the pill refining room, it was silent. There was only the sound of flames bursting forth. Song Minj and the rest were still immersed in pill refining at this time and were completely oblivious to what was happening here. To Yi Yuan, this was merely a small interlude. Song Wenhao was nothing more than a clown jumping around, falling short of Yi Yuan's standard. Time flew by quickly. 3 months' period ended very soon. On this day, the various noble families' patriarchs arrived one after another. After Song Wenhao went out, Yi Yuan's criteria for selecting people also immediately shocked all of the noble families. Today, they naturally had to come and take a look as well. Chapter 2673, Stubborn and Reluctant to Admit Mistakes. This is simply nonsense. This third hall master drove all of our noble family's most elite disciples back. Those who remained are all some guys that aren't of any use. What the hell is this? In my view, he did it on purpose. He has never thought of leaving behind the true grade heavenly pill inheritance at all. He's deceiving the 2 hall masters and also wants to fool us, these noble families. In the main hall, there was a noisy clamor. Many family heads expressed strong displeasure with Yi Yuan's actions. Even Song Tianyong and Yun Baiyu, 2 people, their expressions were very ugly too. They both had a feeling of being fooled. But luckily, the Song family and Yun family both left 3 people behind. However, the Song family's and Yun family's strongest juniors, Song Wenhao and Yun Yuan, were both rejected by Yi Yuan. Without this duel, they would naturally make noise. But Yi Yuan gave Song Wenhao and Yun Yuan a chance. They naturally had to wait for a while. They also wanted to see what kind of miraculous means this third hall master had, to be able to make those trash surpass the top disciples. The door to the pill refining room opened. Kui Tong walked out and said, Gentlemen, please come in. The big shots entered in a single file, somewhat impatient to slap Yi Yuan's face. They did not believe that the geniuses they exhausted resources to groom, actually could not compare to Yi Yuan's 3 months of teaching. Moreover, they even enjoyed the same treatment. Song Tianyong looked at Yi Yuan and said with an unfriendly expression, Third hall master, you wanted to strip my Song family of the elder position, we've accepted it. But now, shouldn't you give us an explanation? Yun Baiyu also said, we know that the true grade heavenly pill is extremely precious. But, if third hall master wants to use this kind of method to hammer us now, the Yun family won't sit passively and await destruction either. With these 2 great families' patriarchs taking the lead, the other family heads expressed indignation one after another. Yi Yuan just smiled faintly and said, Everyone, calm down. You'll know after seeing it. Since you all came, let's get started then. Song Wenhao, you go first. Song Wenhao had a stomach full of anger and was just about to give vent to it. Seeing Yi Yuan mention him, he smiled coldly and said, as it should be. Wonder if I can choose my opponent myself or not. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said indifferently, the people that I've selected, you can choose at will. Song Wenhao waved his hand and said in a solemn voice, no need. I'll pick my brilliant cousin, Song Minj. I know that you think the most highly of him in this group of people. Today, I'm going to trample him underfoot in front of everyone. I'll let third hall master see how blind you were. Yi Yuan did not care either and smiled broadly as he said, Song Minj, come. Yes. Song Minj gave a bow and stepped forward. Song Wenhao looked at Song Minj and said disdainfully, Song Minj, do you really think that you can turn into a phoenix from a hen, and transform from a swallow into a phoenix? Today, this young master will make you see that you're still a hen on the ground. Song Minj's face showed some fear. He knew how big his improvement in these 3 months was. But what Yi Yuan made them practice was all grade 1 basic heavenly pills. Other heavenly pills, they totally never touched them. As a Song family's descendant, Song Minj naturally knew Song Wenhao's strength. Really making him face off against Song Wenhao, he was still lacking confidence in his heart. What kind of eyesight did Song Tianyong and the rest of the family heads have? Seeing Song Minzhe's expression, they already determined the victor of this match in their hearts. Originally, alchemy was not something that could be learned quickly within a short period of time too. Wanting to make Song Minj beat the proud son of heaven, Song Wenhao, in a short 3 months' time, how was that possible? Each and every one of these family heads, they were sneering to no end in their hearts. They were waiting for the moment Yi Yuan gets his face slapped. What was even more damnable was that Yi Yuan even gave the choosing rights of the heavenly pill to the other party. Song Wenhao laughed loudly and said, "My good younger brother, you wouldn't be naive enough to think that I'll pick the grade 1 foundation establishment heavenly pill, right? Relax, I won't be so stupid. Want to compete? We naturally have to fight with real swords and spears, competing in grade 2 heavenly pills. No matter how good you refine grade 1 heavenly pills, what's the bloody use? I choose the greater sublime creation pill." Hearing this, the corners of Song Tianyong's mouth curled slightly. This greater sublime creation pill was precisely what Yi Yuan brought out to everyone back then, the heavenly imperial pill that made Huang Haoyan and Su Peiyun directly break through to limitless sublime heavenly stratum. Why was Song Wenhao called a genius? Precisely because he could already refine heavenly imperial pills at a young age. Peak grade 2 heavenly alchemist. Although the grade of the heavenly imperial pills that he refined still had much room for improvement, being able to refine it was already worthy of flaunting in itself. Heavenly imperial pills were not what everyone could refine. Many family heads were secretly sneering. No wonder Song Wenhao, this boy, was able to be regarded highly by Song Tianyong. This heavenly pill is chosen brilliantly. You look at Song Minzhe's expression, and you'll know that he definitely can't do it. Hoo-hoo. Making Song Minj refine a heavenly imperial pill within 3 months, how is this possible? With this, I want to see how Yi Yuan gets through this. These family heads had already prepared a belly full of taunting and jeering, preparing to gift it to Yi Yuan. Even the factions that followed Zhao Xuan and Wu Jian were quite unhappy with Yi Yuan now too. This method of squelching families was very low level. Song Minzhe's expression was very ugly. He could not resist looking at Yi Yuan and said flusteredly, "Master Yi, I." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "No need to have any pressure. You just refine as per normal." Song Minj was at the very most a middle-level grade 2 heavenly alchemist. He did not even reach high level. Therefore, refining a heavenly imperial pill was something rubbish talk. He also did not think that by refining grade 1 basic heavenly pills, he would be able to refine heavenly imperial pills. Song Minj knew that Yi Yuan had very high hopes for him, so the pressure of him was even greater. If he lost, Master Yi's face would really be utterly lost. He was often compared to Song Wenhao by others in the Song family and treated as a negative example. Now, he finally managed to win recognition from Yi Yuan, so he did not want to lose face for Yi Yuan. However, Yi Yuan's comforting still calmed him down slightly. He always felt that Yi Yuan had a deep meaning in making him refine grade 1 basic heavenly pills. When the refinement started, Song Minj tossed these things to the back of his head very quickly. His seriousness toward pill refinement was also one of the reasons why Yi Yuan picked him. Compared to Song Wenhao, Song Minzhe's disposition was far better. Although he was shouldering tremendous pressure, he could enter the zone very quickly and would not be crushed by the pressure. In fact, he would even turn pressure into drive. Seeing Song Minzhe's somewhat bustling appearance, Song Tianyong suddenly said, "Third hall. Master, is this the explanation that you're giving us? It's really nothing much." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Continue watching. Without reaching the last second, who can know the result?" With regards to Yi Yuan's words, everyone still responded with cold smiles. Stubborn and reluctant to admit mistakes was talking about the current Yi Yuan, right? With Song Minzhe's flustered appearance, could he refine a heavenly imperial pill? Right now, they felt that with the 2 hall masters making Yi Yuan into 3rd hall master, it was a complete mistake. Chapter 2674, Take Them Back. Song Wenhao, Greater Sublime Creation Pill, Lower 2nd Grade. Along with Kui Tong's announcement, everyone marveled in admiration. Compared to Yi Yuan's true grade, this was naturally nothing. But this result was sufficient to overpower his peers. Song Wenhao, this boy grew stronger again. Really well deserving of being Heavenly South's number 2 genius. His potential isn't the slightest bit worse than Zhong Li. That Song Minj probably already refined it into a ruined pill, right? Hoo-hoo. Third Hall Master is really going to get his face slapped with this. After the heavyweights marveled with admiration, there were mocking voices about Yi Yuan. Seeing Yi Yuan get deflated was what they wanted to do most right now. Even Song Minj himself also turned ashen pale after he saw this result. He felt that he was probably unable to surpass it. After all, he had never refined heavenly imperial pills prior to this. Being able to persevere on this time was a miracle in itself. While Song Wenhao had a proud look and said with a cold smile, "Reckless and blind thing. Just the likes of you dare to contend for glory with this young master too. You'll be going to get it after returning to the family clan this time." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Hasn't Song Minj not opened the furnace yet? What are each and every one of you getting excited for?" Song Tianyong could not help laughing as he said, "Is there still a need to open the furnace? With how Minj looked, being able to persevere is already a miracle. There's a 90% chance that the heavenly pill in this furnace has become a ruined pill already." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Isn't there still that 10% possibility? Song Minj, open the furnace." Song Minj opened the furnace with a flustered mood. The moment the medicine cauldron opened, a heavenly pill appeared before everyone very quickly. The countenances of the big shots instantly changed. Song Wenhao's pupils constricted and he cried out in surprise, "How is this possible? It actually formed into a pill." Song Tianyong had a blank look too as he said, "Min's refinement clearly had no methodology to speak of, and yet his refinement can form a pill like this too." Song Wenhao gave a cold snort and said, "It's useless even if it forms into a pill too. With just the likes of this trash, he can only refine a lower grade one too." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Kui Tong, examine the pill." Kui Tong complied and put the Greater Sublime Creation Pill on the Cloud Mount Mother Stone and said, "Song Minj, Greater Sublime Creation Pill, middle 3rd grade." This sentence was seemingly like a sledgehammer abruptly smashing onto everyone's hearts. All of the family heads were collectively turned to stone at this instant. Not only did the Song Minj who had never refined a heavenly imperial pill before refine it, it even directly reached middle 3rd grade. This was just a short 3 months, how could such a miraculous thing occur? Could it be that this third hall master cast magic on him? This is impossible. How can this trash possibly refine an upper 3rd grade heavenly imperial pill? I don't believe it. Song Wenhao felt that he was being deceived. 3 months ago, Song Minj was clearly a trash that he looked down upon. 3 months later, Yi Yuan actually turned stone to gold, trampling him, this Heavenly South's #1 genius, ruthlessly underfoot. He could not help looking towards Song Minj and discovered that the latter had a blank face too, with pleasant surprise mixed in it. Clearly, even he himself did not quite dare to believe it. Song Tianyong looked at Yi Yuan with a dull look and said, "Third Hall Master, why in the world is it like this?" Yi Yuan had a look of it being natural and right on his face as he said coolly, "No rush, continue watching." "Who's next?" "I'll go." Young Yuan came forward of his own accord and stepped forward. His gaze swept over that group of people, finally landing on a youth in a yellow shirt. "I chose him." Young Yuan pointed to the youth in the yellow shirt and said. Young Yuan actually picked the worst one in the Lin family, Lin Zhaoyan. He's lowering his status by doing so. Third Hall Master didn't say that they can't choose like this either. Since it's within the permissible scope of the rules, what's wrong with it? I don't believe that this bunch of brats can overturn the heavens. The group of family heads clearly could not accept this reality, because the thing that happened before their eyes was too subverting. A fellow with mediocre talent became a top genius in a blink of an eye. And all these just happened in a short 3 months' time. Then, what was with all the hard work that they put in previously? Wouldn't it become a joke? Yi Yuan nodded his head slightly and said, "Can. Lin Zhaoyan, you come." Lin Zhaoyan complied and stepped out of the ranks. Very soon, the two people entered a pill refining state. Young Yuan was unable to refine heavenly imperial pills, but his strength already infinitely approached the standard of a heavenly imperial pill. Therefore, the difficulty of the grade 2 heavenly pill that he chose was also extremely high. This Lin Zhaoyan's talent was even worse than Song Minj according to these family heads, understanding. Among these 200 over people, he could basically rank in the top 10 from the bottom. No matter how impressive such a fellow was, it was also impossible to win, right? But Yi Yuan knew that Yuan had kicked an iron plate. If Song Minhei's strength was ranked first place among the people that he chose, then this Lin Zhaoyan was the one who made the greatest improvement. Although this boy's talent was not as good as Song Minhei's, his disposition was even more tenacious than Song Minhei's. In these 3 months, Lin Zhaoyan virtually practiced like he went mad. Under Yi Yuan's guidance, Lin Zhaoyan's improvement was extremely terrifying. One should say that among the people he selected, Lin Zhaoyan's current strength could absolutely rank in the top 3. Therefore, the result went without saying. Yuan's final result was middle 6th grade, while Lin Zhaoyan reached a terrifying upper 8th grade. It was only a step away from 9th grade, which was also to say that he was actually not far from Heavenly Imperial Pills too. In fact, if he was lucky, he would be able to refine Heavenly Imperial Pills too. This result blew the minds of all the family heads once again. Top 10 from the bottom, defeated the second place from the top. 3 months, only 3 months. Next, those so-called geniuses that were rejected by Yi Yuan, engaged in battle one after another. It was just that, no matter who the opponent they picked, the final result was each so-called genius being defeated. These, over 50 people that Yi Yuan selected, their strengths were equally terrifying. The more the family heads watched, the more they felt a chill in their hearts. The more they watched, the more they quaked in their boots. These 3 months of transformation could simply be said to be turning the whole world upside down. Those disciples who were not being valued in their families, collectively performed an astonishing great reversal 3 months later, trampling each and every one of those so-called genius disciples underfoot. Toward the end, they even somewhat could not bear to continue watching anymore. Too tragic to behold. This was also to say that the geniuses that they spent so many years and expended countless effort and resources to nurture, were all trash. The blow was tremendous, or should they say, Yi Yuan's means were too miraculous and could turn a bunch of trash into geniuses. They had no choice but to be convinced. Third Hall Master, since they all could make such a big improvement within 3 months, then the others' improvements should be even greater. See, can't you take them in? Song Tianyang said, lacking in confidence. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, it's no use. During these 3 months, this hall master didn't discriminate against one and show partiality to the other. What I taught them was completely the same, but you all saw it too. The result is like this. Of course, I won't rule out that among them, someone can strive harder after knowing humiliation and can meet my requirements. But right now, you all take them back. Chapter 2675, Conspiracy. Song Wenhao only felt like he was struck by lightning, his head going blank at once. Take them back. What he, a proud son of heaven, obtained in the end was this. Sweeping a glance over, those so-called proud sons of heaven were all extremely ashamed. Clearly, what Yi Yuan said was right. In these 3 months, what Yi Yuan taught them was the same. But the result was different. The people that Yi Yuan pointed to, all soared to the heavens in one bound. The people that he did not point to, were all knocked down to the mortal world. It was this miraculous. Without this battle, no one would believe this at all. But now, no one doubted Yi Yuan's eyesight anymore. Song Wenhao directly knelt in front of Yi Yuan and said in grief and indignation, Third Hall Master, Wenhao earnestly begs you to take me in. From today onward, I'll definitely turn over a new leaf and listen to Lord Hall Master's teachings respectfully. No one felt surprised by Song Wenhao's behavior. Yi Yuan already used his strength to prove to everyone that he was right. Song Tianyang secretly commended this. Song Wenhao putting down his pride might not be a bad thing. However, Yi Yuan smiled and shook his head as he said, rivers and mountains may be changed, but it's hard to alter a man's nature. I'm not saying that nature can't be changed, but it's just that how can it be so easy? Go back. What you have to do is not to put down your pride, but it is to temper your disposition. Otherwise, it will be hard to make great accomplishments. Yi Yuan had seen far too much walking from an ant until today. Some people would gain enlightenment overnight after experiencing a setback. But this sort of person was like the feather of a phoenix and horn of a qilin, being very rare. The tempering of disposition was a drawn-out process. In fact, it was even more arduous and drawn-out than cultivation. He saw bitter remorse in Song Wenhao's eyes. But bitter remorse could not make him grow. It could only be said to be a start. What Song Wenhao had to do was not to cultivate here, but it was for him to go out to the secular world and have a trial. With his character, even if Yi Yuan let him stay here, he would still become restless after a year or two. There was no way for such a person to become a truly powerful heavenly alchemist. Yi Yuan's gaze swept across the family heads, faces and said indifferently, "You all feel that I picked these people to deliberately sing a different tune to you, to suppress you all. You all are thinking too much. On the path of alchemy, while talent is important, the talent that I understand is different from the talent that you all understand. Only a firm heart can reach the great beyond. On the path of alchemy, there are no shortcuts, only bitter cultivation. Each alchemy path titan is an ascetic. The first mover is not necessarily the first to reach. One step at a time is the right way." The words made everyone's countenances change visibly. Even a powerhouse like Song Tianyong revealed a pondering look too. The alchemy Dao understanding of peak powerhouses like them was clearly not what these juniors could compare to. Yi Yuan's words contained the maxim of great Dao and touched them deeply. And they also seemed to have understood why Yi Yuan chose Song Minj they all, and not Song Wenhao and the other SL. Suddenly, they also understood why the two hall masters counted on Yi Yuan so much. Zhao Xuan previously said that he had to ask Yi Yuan for direction. Song Tianyong and the rest just treated it as a joke for them to push Yi Yuan into the spotlight. But looking at it now, Yi Yuan's understanding of alchemy Dao was likely even above them, these grade 4 heavenly alchemists. Otherwise, how could he refine true grade heavenly pills? Song Tianyong cupped his fists and gave a bow to Yi Yuan, saying, "Many thanks for Third Hall Master's advice." Song Tianyong received the teachings. "Many thanks for Third Hall Master's advice." The family heads cupped his fists and bowed one after another. After this battle, Yi Yuan established absolute authority in Heavenly South Pill Hall. Even the Song and Yun two families submitted to Yi Yuan completely too. After Song Tianyong and Yun Baiyu two people went back, they chose to enter closed seclusion at the same time. Half a year later, the two people exited seclusion, and both broke through to peak grade 4 heavenly alchemist. After the two people exited seclusion, they came to Heavenly South Pill Hall straight away to pay respects to Yi Yuan. Originally, when they learned that Min Nanshan broke through to become a peak grade 4 heavenly alchemist, they did not say it out loud, but they naturally felt sour in their hearts. The three great families had always been competing in secret, they were naturally unwilling to be beaten. Who knew that in merely a short half a year's time, they actually both broke through? And the cause of the breakthrough was naturally those words by Yi Yuan. The two of them were wholeheartedly convinced by Yi Yuan. In this half a year's time, Yi Yuan and Kui Tong and the rest also established a complete reward and punishment system for Heavenly South Pill Hall. And the highest reward was true grade heavenly pills. The effects of grade 2 heavenly imperial pills were not worse than grade 3 heavenly pills to begin with. Even to limitless sublime heavenly stratum powerhouses, it was extremely useful too, let alone talk about the true grade heavenly pills with horrifying medicinal effects. This reward and punishment system made Heavenly South Pill Hall's cohesiveness reach an unprecedented height. The allure of true grade heavenly pills was irresistible. As for Song Minj, this batch of people, their strength advanced by leaps and bounds too. These few people's backgrounds were not bad. Their qualifications were extremely good in the first place. Coupled with Yi Yuan's teaching, wanting to not fly would be difficult too. In this more than half a year, Ironcore and the Min family had been waiting to watch a good show the whole time. Who would have expected that they failed to see a good show? Instead, they became more and more marginalized. On Ironcore's side, he suffered overwhelming suppression from Heavenly South Pill Hall, virtually cutting off his supply of heavenly pills. The Min family, although Min Nanshan reached peak grade 4, there was simply no way for him to resist the entire Heavenly South Pill Hall by himself. The Min family's influence was being weakened bit by bit. After all, the Heavenly South Pill Hall occupied more than 90% of the land of Heavenly South's situation. No one dared to risk universal condemnation and offend the Heavenly South Pill Hall. Min Nanshan could be said to have exhausted his mind and body in this nearly 1 year but was powerless to turn the tables. The Min family's situation became even worse half a year ago, when Yi Yuan obtained acknowledgments from everyone. I didn't expect that this boy actually had such means, to run the Heavenly South Pill Hall as solid as a metal bucket from top to bottom. Ironcore gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "The current Heavenly South Pill Hall is even stronger than Zhao Xuan's era." I really didn't expect that a measly little grade 2 heavenly alchemist can actually do this. Min Nanshan's eyes held some regret. If he had long known that it would be like this, he would not have stood up back then to be the bird who took the lead. With regards to Ironcore, this fellow, he was full of unhappiness too. If not for this guy's instigation, he might not have done so back then either. If the Min family stayed in Heavenly South Pill Hall too, with the Min family's strength, they could definitely have scaled new heights. Now, his Min family was declining rapidly, while Song Tianyong and Yun Baiyu caught up from behind, and broke through to become peak grade 4 heavenly alchemists. Except, there were no ifs in this world. At this point now, the two of them were grasshoppers on the same rope. They were in it together. A hint of cruelty flashed across Ironcore's eyes and he said, all this is because of that punk. As long as he dies, everything will return to how it was in the past. Min Nanshan snorted coldly and said, that boy keeps hiding in Heavenly South Pill Hall. Experts are plentiful like clouds there. So how to do it? A hint of cunningness was revealed in Ironcore's eyes, and he said with a smile, he'll leave very soon. The 1-year period is almost up. I think that he should be departing for the Thistle South Sea region very soon. This is our only chance. Chapter 2676, Your men are actually my men. Paying respects to Third Hall Master. At Calm South City, when Huang Haoyan and Su Peiyun saw Yi Yuan, they bowed respectfully. Yi Yuan handed the Heavenly South Pill Hall's affairs over to the Song and Yun, two families, as well as Kui Tong to manage, while he set off for Thistle South Sea region. He entered the transmission array in Heavenly South City and arrived at Calm South City, and was setting out to sea from here. Presently, Yi Yuan's status was extraordinary. Calm South City naturally did not dare to be neglectful. It was just that, when they saw Yi Yuan alone coming out, they were still a little surprised. Master Yi, you're actually setting out to sea alone this time? Huang Haoyan said in surprise. Yi Yuan nodded and said, the sea race views humans as the enemy. If I bring people over, wouldn't it be delivering lambs into the tiger's maws? Huang Haoyan said, but if you go over like this and the Black Flood Dragon King has the intention of harming you, what to do about it? Yi Yuan smiled and said, how can harming me be that easy? Huang Haoyan's gaze flickered and he gritted his teeth and said, Master Yi, although Haoyan's strength is lacking, I'm willing to accompany you. If anything really happens, even delaying for a short while is good too. If something really happens, how can you block for a short while? Alright, I have a score in my heart, you guys don't need to send me off anymore. Yi Yuan waved his hand, and his figure leapt, already being half a mile away. Huang Haoyan's brows furrowed slightly and said, Peiyun, do you feel that Master Yi is behaving a little strangely? Su Peiyun nodded and said, he's indeed a little strange. Let's follow and take a look. Huang Haoyan said. Leaving Calm South City, Yi Yuan headed south all the way, his speed extremely fast. Huang Haoyan, these two limitless sublime heavenly stratums, actually could not quite catch up. But as soon as they chased after, the two people found it even more odd. Yi Yuan did not walk on the main road but headed to a remote place. The more he walked, the fewer the people. Suddenly, the two of their expressions changed. In the mountain range's dense woods, 8 figures suddenly dashed out, blocking Yi Yuan's path. Huang Haoyan's expression changed wildly, and he cried out in surprise, it's Deputy City Lord Ironcore and Min Nanshan. What gall they have, to actually want to kill Master Yi. No way, I have to go save him. He was just about to act but was held back by Su Peiyun. Huang Haoyan said anxiously, Peiyun, what are you doing? Those are 8 Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. Ironcore and Min Nanshan are even peak Jade Sovereign Heaven mighty experts. Su Peiyun's face fell and she berated, shut up for me. You know that those are 8 Jade Sovereign Heaven experts too. What can you do to change the situation? Huang Haoyan said with a cold snort, this life of mine was saved by Master Yi. What's wrong with returning it to him? Su Peiyun had a look of anger from his failure to live up to expectations and whispered, are you stupid? Why did Master Yi specifically go to a remote area along the way? Why didn't he stop in Calm South City at all and directly set out to sea? Huang Haoyan was taken aback. Finally, he was no longer agitated and said in surprise, you're saying that Master Yi did it on purpose? He knows that Ironcore and Min Nanshan want to kill him, and he deliberately lured them. He has a contingency plan. Su Peiyun rolled her eyes at him and said, who is Master Yi? He could repel the entire Thistle South Sea race by himself. So how could he stumble at this sort of thing? Let's watch first. If it really doesn't work, it won't be too late to take action then. Over there, Ironcore looked at Yi Yuan with a smug face as he smiled and said, Yi Yuan, didn't expect that we'd meet here, right? A faintly perceptible smile hung on Yi Yuan's face and he said, if I say that I thought of it. Ironcore was taken aback and laughed loudly and said, boy, death is knocking at the door and you're still forcing yourself to be calm. It's no use, you must die today. Min Nanshan stood with his hands behind his back and looked at Yi Yuan like looking at a dead person as he said coldly, Yi Yuan, you caused my Min family to live a life worse than death. Today, it's time for retribution. These two people had also heard about it. Yi Yuan was not easy to deal with. Therefore, they were very careful, directly bringing 6 Jade Sovereign Heaven experts. It was to make sure that there was no danger of anything going wrong. Mobilizing 8 Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses to deal with a greater sublime heavenly stratum, it was an act probably unprecedented in the land of Heavenly South. Furthermore, none of these 8 was a lower Jade Sovereign Heaven expert. These people were middle Jade Sovereign Heavens at the worst too. Ironcore and Min Nanshan themselves were grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven super powerhouses. Yi Yuan was indifferent as he smiled and said, let me guess. From Heavenly South Pill Hall, only Kui Tong, Wu Dao, and Ji Chun, these 3 elders, know that I came out, as well as Song Tianyong and Yun Baiyu. Song Tianyong and Yun Baiyu have long already broken away from you guys. Kui Tong enjoys a high prestige and commands universal respect, while Wu Dao is an alchemy fanatic and is disdainful to be associated with you guys. Which is also to say that, your source of information is Ji Chun. Yi Yuan took his time to analyze. Ironcore and Min Nanshan, 2 people's expressions changed wildly. Could it be that this boy knew about it a long time ago? But, if he knew, why would he still walk right into the trap? Yi Yuan guessed it completely right. Ji Chun was originally the inside man that Ironcore planted in Heavenly South Pill Hall. It was just that this layer of relationship was very secretive, no one knew about it at all. There were some who knew that Yi Yuan would be going out to sea. But no one knew the specifics of when Yi Yuan would leave. This time, Yi Yuan came out very low-key, there were only those few people who knew. As long as he analyzed it a little, he would know. Ironcore smiled coldly and said, so what if you know? Could it be that you, by yourself, can escape from our hands? Yi Yuan smiled and said, who told you that I came alone? When Ironcore and the rest heard that, their expressions changed wildly. However, they sensed carefully, there was no aura of any powerhouses in the vicinity at all. Ironcore could not help turning angry from embarrassment and said, punk, you were messing with us. But Min Nanshan smiled coldly and said, Yi Yuan, I'll give you the chance. Call your men out. Yi Yuan looked at the 2 and still smiled calmly as he said, do you all think that I only know that it's Ji Chun after I saw you guys? I think that you guys are mistaken. Ironcore, do you know why I specially chose to go to remote places after I went out of the city? Do you know why I left Heavenly South City by myself? The more Yi Yuan said, the more alarmed Ironcore 2 people became. Yeah, all these did not make sense. Yi Yuan smiled as he continued, if I say that I deliberately leaked the news to make you all pursue me, will you all believe me or not? If I say that your men are actually my men, will you be very angry? Bullshit. Ji Chun is this city lord's man. He absolutely won't betray me. Ironcore said angrily. Yi Yuan still smiled as he said, that's in the past. Now, he's my man already. In this 1 year, the transformation that Yi Yuan brought to Heavenly South Pill Hall could be said to be turning it upside down. In the wake of Yi Yuan running the Heavenly South Pill Hall solid as a metal bucket, all kinds of problems also gradually surfaced. Ji Chun was one of them. Actually, how could Ironcore be the only one who planted chess pieces in Heavenly South Pill Hall? 3 great families as well as those major and minor noble families, even the various major city lords, which one did not want to get a share of the loot in Heavenly South Pill Hall. But what Yi Yuan brought to Heavenly South Pill Hall was what others could never give. Yi Yuan had long detected Ji Chun's abnormality, but he did not execute Ji Chun. Instead, he guided Ji Chun on cultivation. Because he discovered that Ji Chun was someone who yearned for Dao too. He had always been waiting for Ji Chun to come out himself. Sure enough, not long ago, Ji Chun confided to Yi Yuan. Chapter 2677, water source canopy. Ironcore, don't talk nonsense with him anymore. Do it, Min Nanshan said in a solemn voice. No idea why, Yi Yuan was clearly all alone right now, but he was very uneasy in his heart. Ironcore had clearly sensed this uneasiness too. His expression turned dark as he said. Humph, even if Ji Chun betrayed me, you'll find it hard to escape death today too. Go to hell. At virtually the same time, 8 great Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses attacked at the same time. The commotion was shocking to the extreme. However, Yi Yuan did not show the slightest fear under the besiegement of 8 great Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. He took out a small and exquisite conch and recited a spell. Right at this time, an abnormality suddenly occurred. A water curtain suddenly descended, directly enveloping Yi Yuan inside. More than a dozen figures actually appeared out of thin air. Each and every one of these people had odd forms. They were clearly sea creatures. True spirit sea race. These dozen over powerhouses were actually all Jade Sovereign Heavens too. A series of intense tremors rippled in the void. The attacks of the 8 great Jade Sovereign Heavens were actually disrupted in an instant. Hee, it's so fun. Big brother Yi Yuan, thank you for bringing me out to play. A crisp and tender voice sounded out. Who could it be if not little dragon girl Jingfei? The small conch in Yi Yuan's hands was given to him before little dragon girl left. This little conch was the derivative body of the Emerald Sea Divine Conch and was used to transmit information. Of course, it could be used to teleport in Yi Yuan's hands too. Just now, Yi Yuan activated the small conch and directly teleported the Emerald Sea Divine Conch over. While little dragon girl used the Emerald Sea Divine Conch to bring these people and teleported over together. Yi Yuan's face turned black, and he said unhappily, somebody wants to kill me right now. But you actually think that it's fun. Little dragon girl smiled and said, of course. You take a look at the expressions on their faces. It's really fun to the max. Shock and horror were written all over the faces of the 8 great Jade Sovereign Heavens. Jade Sovereign Heavens powerhouses were able to fly, but they could not shuttle through the void. This kind of instant teleportation means was simply unimaginable. But Yi Yuan actually summoned so many Jade Sovereign Heaven seafolk in an instant. So how could they not be surprised? Yi Yuan, you actually dare to collude with the sea race and have evil designs on our heavenly south. Ironcore's expression changed wildly and he asked. Yi Yuan looked at him like looking at a fool as he smiled and said, did you turn stupid from being the city lord? If I had evil designs on heavenly south, wouldn't I just not need to do anything when the sea race invaded back then? Did I have to make it so troublesome like now? Are you not aware of what I've done in this 1 year? Me increasing heavenly south alchemy path strength, what benefits are there to the sea race? Ironcore gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, who knows what the hell you're thinking? Yi Yuan shrugged and said nonchalantly, looks like there's nothing to discuss with a fool like you. Ironcore sneered and said, even if there's the sea race helping you, what can you do to me? This city lord is a grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse. They can't keep me behind. However, with this incident today, this city lord wants to see how you'll continue staying on in Heavenly South City. Grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven, this was virtually Rainclear Continent's apex strength already. In ordinary battles, wanting to kill Grand completion Jade Sovereign Heavens was seriously too difficult. But Yi Yuan was indifferent and said with a faint smile, want to leave? I'm afraid that it won't be easy. Did you forget, when little dragon girl and I joined forces, our strength was even stronger than you, this grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven. Back then, when Yi Yuan joined forces with little dragon girl, they beat Ironcore until he knelt down and begged for mercy by relying on the power of the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. This scene left a huge shadow in Ironcore's heart. At present, Yi Yuan and little dragon girl joining is one again. It would be equivalent to a powerhouse who surpassed grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven appeared once more. How could he, Ironcore, not be alarmed? Ironcore bellowed loudly, his figure turning into an afterimage and flew into the distance. Hee, only thinking of running now. It's too late. Water source canopy. Just as Ironcore acted, little dragon girl moved too. The Emerald Sea Divine Conch suddenly activated. An enormous cubic water curtain covered the entire sky. In an instant, everyone was enveloped inside. Ironcore's figure had just moved but felt like he had fallen into a quagmire, his speed unable to pick up at all. But, as soon as this water curtain descended, those sea race powerhouses seemed to have been injected with stimulants, becoming even more excited. Sure enough, They were much more comfortable in the water. Big brother, my power alone isn't enough to trap them. Come and help me, little dragon girl shouted. Yuan had long prepared, directly pressing a palm on the back of little dragon girl. The berserk true dragon power rushed in. The range of the water source canopy directly doubled, but the resistance felt by Ironcore and his group increased several times. This water source canopy was equivalent to a giant cage. Furthermore, it enhanced the Seafolk's condition to 120% but weakened the conditions of Heavenly South powerhouses, increasing one's strength and reducing the opponent's strength. This was simply a huge trump card. Seeing this kind of power, even Yuan could not resist marveling too. This Emerald Sea Divine Conch had endless wonders. While on the sea race powerhouses this side, they were incomparably shocked too. Among the sea race powerhouses, Yuan was very familiar with one of them. It was precisely that moronic black shark general. The black shark exclaimed, "Tisk tisk, I really didn't expect that you, a human, actually possess a true dragon power several times stronger than that of the princess, simply unimaginable." He did not exclaim with amazement because of this water source canopy but exclaimed for Yuan's true dragon power. Yuan's cultivation realm was even lower than little dragon girl's. In the end, the moment he inputted his true dragon power, the canopy suddenly doubled in size. They had never seen before such a vigorous true dragon power. "You moron, stop talking rubbish already. Why haven't you quickly made a move?" Yuan said with a cold snort. Yuan did not have a good impression of this idiot. The black shark glared and was about to fly off the handle. "My goodness, Uncle Black Shark, my strength is limited and can't hold on for too long. Why don't you hurry up?" The moment little dragon girl spoke up, the black shark immediately reined back his temper. The moment the black shark made his move, it was immediately earth-shattering. In this water curtain, with the augmentation of true dragon power, he seemed to have returned to his mother's womb. That sort of power was simply endless. Numbers, strength, both parties were not on the same level at all. The battle also progressed extremely smoothly. After several exchanges, Ironcore's side was beaten until they did not have the slightest strength to fight back. Yuan, we're all humans. Do you really want to exterminate everyone? In the water curtain, came Min Nanshan's desperate yell. Yuan smiled coldly and said, "Know that we're of the same species now. If I didn't have a backup plan, would you guys show mercy to me today? What's the point of saying these on your deathbed? Moron, don't need to show mercy, kill." Heh, alright. The black shark moron was excited from killing and did not haggle over Yuan's term of address either. The sea race was warlike to begin with. The shark clan was even warriors among warriors. Killing Heavenly South's Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses was incomparably delightful to him. Under the joined forces of more than a dozen people, the Heavenly South's side had little strength to fight back. In less than an hour, the Heavenly South side's powerhouses only had the Ironcore and Min Nanshan who were lingering on with their last breath of life remaining. Chapter 2678, Drawing Aggro. Yuan, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Spare me. I'll definitely slog like an animal for you in the future and repay your kindness for not killing me. In the water curtain, came Ironcore's pleading voice. That voice was practically crying. From that time he knelt and begged for mercy. One could tell that Ironcore's desire to live was still very strong. Yuan, as long as you let me off, my Min family will follow your lead in the future. Min Nanshan did not want to die too as he shouted. Right. Yuan, my people are not the slightest bit weaker than the Min family. As long as you spare my life, it's all yours. Ironcore hurriedly said. Yuan's thoughts stirred and he said coolly, hand over your origin divinity brands and I can spare you guys from death. He needed a powerful force currently. 2 Grand Completion Jade Sovereign Heaven's forces were definitely a big help. Although these 2 people had poor character, as long as he grasped the origin divinity brand, he could take their lives with one thought. The 2 of them would hesitate to take action out of fear of damages and naturally would not dare to rebel. When Ironcore and Min Nanshan heard that, their expressions could not help changing. Handing over the origin divinity brand was equivalent to handing over life and death to Yuan's hands. Yuan could kill them with just one thought. This was no different from being a slave. But if they did not hand it over, they were very clear that they would become corpses in a short while. You guys only have 3 breaths of time to consider. Seeing the 2 hesitate, Yuan said coolly. Ironcore's expression changed wildly, and he said, I'll give. I'll give. Min Nanshan also said, I'll give too. Yi Yuan nodded his head slightly and said coolly, moron, stop. The black shark was excited from killing and said unhappily, your father is a grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse, but you're actually ordering me about. Do you take yourself to be the dragon son? But little dragon girl said, big brother is in possession of purebred dragon blood. Those big brothers of mine are far worse than him. Alright, Uncle Black Shark, stop. This lass obeyed Yi Yuan's every word now. The black shark was helpless and could only stop. Ironcore's expression flickered indeterminately, and he finally still gritted his teeth and forced a wisp of origin. Divinity brand out. Yi Yuan kept the origin divinity brand and merged it into his own chaos origin divinity, and immediately felt a feeling of controlling Ironcore's life and death. He only needed a thought to determine Ironcore's life and death now. Handing over the origin divinity brand, the two people's expressions were like their wives had died. No matter what, they were big shots of a region too. Now, they were actually relegated to being another person's slave. Yi Yuan said coolly, the two of you don't need to have this expression either. Becoming my servant might be a case of good fortune to you guys. As long as you guys perform well, helping you all step into Saint Sovereign Heaven in the future is nothing difficult. Ha, what high-sounding sentiments. Do you think that Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses are all cabbages? Yi Yuan's voice had just faded when the black shark said mockingly. But Ironcore and Min Nanshan, two people, trembled all over, their eyes revealing rays of brilliant light. If someone else said this, they would naturally feel that it was bullshit. He was the man who could refine true grade heavenly pills. That's right, his current realm was very low, but his future potential was immense. Once he became a grade 4 heavenly alchemist, helping them step into that dreamlike realm might not be impossible. What the hell do you know? How can Master's strength be what you can surmise? Master, rest assured, Ironcore will definitely perform well from now on and absolutely won't let you down. Ironcore shot the black shark a glare and said respectfully, Min Nanshan is willing to pledge loyalty to Master. The black shark had a dumbfounded look, not knowing why these two people suddenly changed so much. Could it be that these two Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses were really silly enough to think that Saint Sovereign Heaven was so easy to reach? If that was the case, how could the Saint Sovereign Heavens on this rain-clear continent be so scarce? Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, since that's the case, the two of you go back then. How you should act, I believe that you guys are very clear. Got it, the two people hurriedly said. At this time, Yi Yuan suddenly looked in Huang Haoyan two people's direction and beckoned his hands at them. The two were taken aback, only then, knowing that their whereabouts had long already been seen through by Yi Yuan. Master Yi, Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, no need to explain. I know your intentions. The two of you follow them back to Heavenly South City. If they have any ill intent, use this to inform me. As he was talking, Yi Yuan handed a small conch to them. Seeing Yi Yuan's lineup, Huang Haoyan two people were long already dumbstruck with amazement. Only when they saw the seafolk did they know that their worries were simply unnecessary. A greater sublime heavenly stratum actually took two grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses in his servants. This sort of thing was too fantastical. However, Yi Yuan was clearly still worried about them, so he sent two supervisors over. With the two of them around, Ironcore and Min Nanshan naturally could not stir any waves. As long as Huang Haoyan informed Yi Yuan through the small conch, Yi Yuan could disintegrate the two of their souls from thousands of miles away. In the deep sea, a huge palace was suspended in the center. All around them were unfathomable grand arrays surrounding. Thistle South Dragon Palace. When Yi Yuan entered the Dragon Palace, he discovered that something was not quite right. The palace was full of songs and dance, with a bevy of young girls. It was very lively. Yi Yuan did not feel that he had this charm, to make Black Flood Dragon King come up with such a grand array to entertain him. Jingfei, could it be that there's some distinguished guest in the Dragon Palace? Yi Yuan asked. Jingfei smiled mysteriously and said, Hee, you come with me and you'll know in a bit. Yi Yuan was speechless. Judging from this girl's sly expression, he knew that she was probably holding in some bad idea. Following little dragon girl, Yi Yuan walked all the way to a great hall. Upon entering the hall, a banquet was already being held inside. As soon as Yi Yuan appeared, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. In the center of the great hall, on the throne, a powerhouse with a dragon head and human body was sitting upright. His face was completely black. Presumably, this was the legendary Black Flood Dragon King. This Black Flood Dragon King gave Yi Yuan a vague and illusory feeling, similar to the black-robed old man back then. It was just that Black Flood Dragon King's illusory feeling was not as strong as the old man's. Clearly, he had not truly stepped into the realm of Saint Sovereign Heaven yet. Royal Father, Royal Mother, I'm back. Little dragon girl left Yi Yuan and scurried into Black Flood Dragon King's arms in a step. Black Flood Dragon King snorted coldly and said, "You lass, you abducted all of my generals. Where did you run to and cause trouble again?" Little dragon girl was indifferent and said smilingly, "Hee hee, there were bad guys who wanted to kill Big Brother, so I went to help Big Brother." "Oh, right, he's the Big Brother that I told you about. He's amazing, probably none of these Big Brothers present are more impressive than him." Yi Yuan felt a chill run down his spine, countless gazes shooting towards him. In this great hall, there were many young men. One look and it was clear that they had noble statuses. They were most likely C-race powerhouses. This girl's one sentence drew huge aggro to him. Yi Yuan looked at little dragon girl, only to see her wink at him. It was as if she was saying, "That's right. I did it on purpose." Chapter 2679, What she said is correct. At the left-hand side position, a youth said with a disdainful look, "A mere greater sublime heavenly stratum, and he's even a human. This young master can crush him to death with just one hand." Younger sister Jingfei, stop joking. However, his words to little dragon girl were rather polite. "Big brother Ruchen, Jingfei isn't joking. Big brother Yi Yuan is really very, very amazing. You're not his match," Jingfei said with a sincere look. That innocent face shattered Ruchen's self-esteem at once. Who was he, Ruchen? He was from the Ning region's royal clan. His main body was an octopus and his status was noble. His strength was not the slightest bit weaker than the dragon race. Today, he was actually being looked down upon by a little girl. He suddenly stood up, walked in front of Yi Yuan, and said with a sneer, "Lowly human, do you dare to accept this young master's challenge? If you don't dare, immediately scram back onto land." Yi Yuan had a helpless look as he said coolly, "Can I refuse?" He was naturally not afraid. It was just that he did not want to cause unnecessary trouble. This young man was clearly that sort of guy who had his eyes growing on top of his head. There was no need to try and gain back face with him. But Ruchen clearly had no intention of letting Yi Yuan off and said with a cold smile, "Of course, you can refuse. But you'll need to crawl under my crotch." Ha ha ha, yeah, just go under Ruchen's crotch and that's it. Relax, this dragon son will be your guarantor. If he dares to make things difficult for you, this dragon son will be the first to not let him off. Come, crawl. Ruchen's words immediately aroused echoing of the others at the banquet. Clearly, they all thought that Yi Yuan was scared. Little dragon girl's words could not be believed at all. That made sense. This girl rarely spoke any truths. It was also not impossible to randomly find a human to adjust the atmosphere. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. He did not want to cause trouble, but it did not mean that he was scared of trouble. "Why, looking at your appearance, it seems like you're very unconvinced. Do you really think that just because younger sister Jingfei is calling you as her big brother, you really have the qualifications to be on equal footing with this young master? You're merely a lowly human," Ruchen said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan grinned and all of a sudden, sword light flashed. Ruchen's expression changed wildly, only to feel an extremely dangerous sensation well up in his heart. In virtually an instant, Ruchen returned to his original form and spat out a cloud of black ink. The entire space suddenly became black. Then, 8 tentacles suddenly emerged from the darkness, wanting to deal with Yi Yuan. However, Yi Yuan did not care at all, directly deploying the all-encompassing sacred tree's 2 streaks of sword light. Yi Yuan shouted coldly. That black space actually directly had a large hole opened up. Ruchen spurted out a mouthful of fresh blood with a cough, directly being smashed flying out. His 8 tentacles were directly all cut off. From Yi Yuan attacking to Rui Chen spitting black ink, then to Yi Yuan shattering the space, the whole process was merely one breath of time. This was also to say that Ruchen did not even last a single breath of time. Furthermore, Yi Yuan only used one hand from beginning to end. Yi Yuan looked at the Ruchen lying on the ground and said coolly, "Didn't you say that you could crush me to death with just one hand? Now, you used 8 hands, but I only used one hand." Ruchen lied on the ground, quivering non-stop. Very soon, the tentacles that were chopped off actually grew back again, and he recovered to his human form. However, he looked at Yuan with a fearful look and said, "P-punk, you sneak attacked me just now." Yuan smiled and said, "Oh, it was a sneak attack. Alright, let's have an upright and above-board battle then. The loser will crawl under the other party's crotch, how about it?" Ruchin's expression changed wildly and he actually did not dare to play along. He was only being stubborn just now. Just based on that sword earlier, Yuan's strength was God knows how many times stronger than him. His darkness ink was his ultimate trump card, but it was broken by Yuan in a single breath. How large the gap between the two could be seen. This human punk is actually a transformation powerhouse. Ruchin actually couldn't last a single move under his hands. With this, Ruchin's face is utterly lost. He actually lost to a human. It was only at this time did those young powerhouses come back to their senses. Each and every one of them was extremely amazed. They discovered that this human boy was really very strong. Even a hint of surprise flashed across in Black Flood Dragon King's eyes too. How could he not know what little dragon girl was thinking? But he did not stop it. He really wanted to see just how strong this human who stopped the sea war was. Sure enough, Yuan did not disappoint him. Yuan's strength far surpassed those in the same rank. Furthermore, he clearly saw it just now. There were 8 leaves on Yuan's Great Dao Transformation sapling. But Yuan only used 2. This showed that Yuan still had a lot of strength to spare. This boy was remarkable. Yuan's gaze swept over everyone's faces and he said coolly, "Refusing earlier wasn't because I was scared, but that I couldn't be bothered to stoop to his level. Just now, Jingfei said that I'm stronger than you all, but you guys didn't seem to be convinced. Since I've already taken action, this Yi doesn't mind telling you all this, what she said is completely right. With all due respect, everyone here is all trash." The moment these words came out, the faces of the young powerhouses present were full of indignation. This boy actually dared to slight all of them. Ha, what high-sounding sentiments. Do you think that having defeating Ruchin, you have the qualifications to be cocky here? Boy, don't be arrogant. Big brother Muchin, this punk has scolded even you. Could it be that you can tolerate it? Yuan making a move earlier already shocked the vast majority of the people. They naturally did not dare to challenge Yuan, but it did not mean that everyone was scared of Yuan. Among these people, there were some whose strength already reached middle limitless sublime heaven. Furthermore, there were a few among them whose bloodline power was extremely strong and did not fear Yuan at all. At this time, that person called Muchin finally stepped forward. Boy, do you think that only you alone comprehended Great Dao Transformation? My sea race territory isn't the place where it is your turn, a human's turn, to come and act wildly yet. This dragon son will challenge you right now, Muchin said with a cold smile. Muchin possessed the dragon race bloodline too, but he belonged to the coiling dragon clan. His strength was considered to be top-notch among this large group of people. To dare say this, Muchin was clearly a powerhouse who comprehended Great Dao Transformation too. However, what did Yuan have to fear? Oh, whether it's my turn or not, it's not said using the mouth. Yuan said coolly. Yuan pointed his fingers, 2 transformed swords turned into 2 rays of flowing light, stabbing straight for Muchin. Muchin snorted coldly, an additional chain appeared in his hands. This chain emitted an aura that made people feel heart palpitations. It was actually transformed out of lightning. Lightning chain. Muchin shook the lightning chain gently, directly shaking Yuan's 2 flying swords away. His cultivation realm was far higher than Yuan and he was a transformation powerhouse too. Wanting to block the 2 flying swords was naturally a cinch. Following that, he swept his chain, and it actually wrapped over toward Yuan. Chapter 2680 A bunch of pseudo-dragons. Hey, this punk really doesn't know how the word death is written, to actually dare fight with Muchin. Muchin is strong enough to rank in the top 20 in our 7 great royal clans, junior generation. Ignorant human, think that he's impressive for comprehending Great Dao Transformation. Muchin's lightning chain is an extremely profound application of lightning rule. So how can it be what a mere human can compare to? Seeing Yuan attack, the group of young powerhouses all had disdainful faces. Similarly a transformation powerhouse, but Yuan was a major cultivation realm lower. This was tantamount to seeking death. However, these 2 people's commotion was huge. A single mishap and it would demolish the Great Hall. Black Flood Dragon King extended his hand and beckoned. The Emerald Sea Divine Conch came into his hand. Only to see him silently recite a spell, the Emerald Sea Divine Conch flew to the sky above the hall and emitted a light screen, covering Yi Yuan two people. A temporary ring was created just like that. However, before this light cover had formed, 8 flying swords arrived with a howl. The sword lights burst forth and actually directly severed the lightning chain. Muchen was directly blasted flying. Everyone stared wide-eyed and tongue-tied again. They all did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually still hiding so much strength. With the 8 transformed flying swords attacking, that attack power was simply akin to the distance between heaven and earth when compared to 2. In a couple of exchanges, Muchen was taken down. The temporary ring that Black Flood Dragon King set up actually ended up useless. A greater sublime heavenly stratum instantly defeating a middle limitless sublime heaven, this sort of thing simply subverted their understanding. The people who were still mocking Yi Yuan earlier directly chose to shut up. Great Tao transformation is naturally not invincible, but your Great Tao transformation is a little too weak, Yi Yuan said coolly. Muchen's Great Tao transformation was just a one-law transformation. Furthermore, it even stopped at the second form. It was not considered very impressible. This meant that his cultivation realm had gone up, but his power of rule still stayed at greater sublime heavenly stratum. Want to say that it was impressive, it was also considered impressive. But, compared to Yi Yuan, it was far too lacking. He, I already said it, Big Brother Yi Yuan is very amazing. Big Brother Yu King, do you want to fight with him? Seeing that Mucheng was defeated, Little Dragon Girl was watching the show and did not find that the problem caused was too big, and she said those words to another young man seated on the left-hand side. This young man had been drinking by himself all along and was not as agitated as the others. From beginning to end, it was as if everything here had nothing to do with him. Seeing Little Dragon Girl ask, he smiled and said, "Just a bunch of ants, that's all, not worthy of me taking action. Younger sister Jingfei, don't make trouble." These words did not show any regard for Yi Yuan at all. But Little Dragon Girl turned to Yi Yuan and said, "Big Brother Yi Yuan, Big Brother Yu King is the most impressive one here. If you want to convince all of them, you'll have to beat him down. Why don't the two of you compete?" Yi Yuan's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, "You lass, that's about enough. It looks like you're asking for a beating again." Little Dragon Girl stuck her tongue out and said with a giggle, "Royal Father is here. I'm not scared of you." Yi Yuan frowned and said, "If you continue messing around, I'll be leaving." Little Dragon Girl was finally defeated and hurriedly said, "Big brother, don't go. I'll stop messing around, alright? I'm so bored in this dragon palace." This girl purely had the mentality of playing pranks. But, each and every one of these sea-race young powerhouses, they were all arrogant at heart and haughty in manner. They clearly knew that Jingfei was sowing discord, but they just could not resist provoking Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan naturally could not be bothered to pay attention to this kind of provocation. Even if he was being looked down upon, he did not care either. With his current state of mind, why would he care about how others viewed him? It was just that, they could look down on him, but they could not humiliate him. These young powerhouses, words were very nasty earlier, that was why Yi Yuan would be so domineering. This Yu King did not take part from beginning to end. Yi Yuan naturally could not be bothered to haggle over it with him. As for looking down on people, that was your business, what had it got to do with me? Moreover, Yi Yuan had a million ways to kill a limitless sublime heavenly stratum. Seeing Little Dragon Girl's attitude, the rest were all dumbfounded. In fact, they were even more shocked than him defeating Muchen. Jingfei, this troublemaker, did not just cause trouble in the Thistle South Sea region. In these 7 great sea regions, which one had not been harmed by her before? This lass made light of even Black Flood Dragon King, and yet she was actually so obedient to a human youth. Goodness gracious, was this young master hallucinating just now? Jingfei, this girl actually also knows to be afraid of people. Strange, peculiar. Could it be that the sun will rise from the west today? Yi Yuan ignored the other people's gazes and went straight up and said to Black Flood Dragon King coolly, "Black Flood Dragon King, your welcoming ceremony is really grand enough." With regards to Black Flood Dragon King's attitude of staying out of it just now, Yi Yuan could understand, but he was not happy. Therefore, he naturally did not have any good attitude. It was just that when the others saw his attitude, each and every one of them, they flew into a great rage. Impudent, A mere human actually dares to be disrespectful to the Dragon King. Who the hell do you think you dare, to actually dare directly the Dragon Lord's name directly? When all of them on the right side and the left side heard this, they immediately scolded him. Yi Yuan's mouth curled and he said disdainfully, Dragon Lord, who, a black flood dragon attaining Tao also dares to call himself Dragon Lord. In this vast ocean, there's probably no true dragon, right? This results in you all, these pseudo-dragons, to call yourselves as Dragon Lords. Although Yi Yuan was an ascender, he was an orthodox true dragon descendant. Before ascending, his bloodline power was cultivated to the extreme too. After ascending, his fleshy body similarly ascended to heavenly stratum. Hence, although he was a human, he was indeed a dragon race true spirit too. It was also precisely because of this that his true dragon power would be so vigorous. As for those present, regardless of whether it was the Black Flood Dragon Clan or the Coiling Dragon Clan, they were all pseudo-dragons. Compared to the purity of Yi Yuan's bloodline, it was worlds apart. Speaking of bloodline power, the strongest among them was still little dragon girl Jingfei. It was just that Jingfei was likewise unbelievably weak in front of Yi Yuan. This was still under the circumstances that Yi Yuan was only greater sublime heavenly stratum. Once Yi Yuan broke through to limitless sublime heavenly stratum, his true dragon power would be strengthened again. Black Flood Dragon King did not have much reaction to Yi Yuan's words, but Yu King's eyelids jumped. Clearly, these words had triggered him, even though Yi Yuan's words were not directed at him. Such high-sounding sentiments. A mere human also dares to be presumptuous about my dragon race. Who the hell do you think you are? Yu King said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan ignored him and still looked right at Black Flood Dragon King. Yu King's eyelids throbbed, fury looming between his eyebrows. Clearly, he was genuinely enraged. Previously, he did not care about Yi Yuan's words at all. That was because, in his eyes, Yi Yuan was just an ant and not worthy of him getting angry at all. But, pseudo-dragon, this term deeply triggered him. This was not just something that was his biggest taboo, it was also the thing that was the greatest taboo in the 7 great sea regions. Among the 7 great royal clans, there were 4 great royal clans that belonged to pseudo-dragons. Evolving into a true dragon one day was their greatest wish. Except, this step was far too difficult. Even if they stepped into Saint Sovereign Heaven, they would not be able to achieve this step either. Yi Yuan's words were only spoken to ridicule Black Flood Dragon King, but he did not know that he had already committed a taboo. Of course, even if he knew, he would not care either. Chapter 2681 Dragon Chi Stone. Punk, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Yu King said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a sincere expression, Sorry about it, looks like my words earlier hurt you. But what's wrong with what I said? You guys are just a bunch of pseudo-dragons. When Yu King heard the first half of the sentence, the words were still gentle. But, when it reached the second half of the sentence, Yu King immediately had a feeling of being played. He flew into a great rage and said in a solemn voice, Boy, you're courting death here. How can my dragon clan's affairs be butted into by an outsider? Dragon Lord, don't blame this little nephew for being unbridled today. Yu King was just about to fly off the handle when Black Flood Dragon King finally opened his mouth at this time. Honorable nephew Yu King, he isn't an outsider. There's dragon race bloodline in Yi Yuan's body too. Furthermore, it's extremely powerful. Black Flood Dragon King said with a bitter smile. What, how can he, a human, has the dragon race bloodline? What a joke, how strong can extremely powerful be? It couldn't be to the extent of being even stronger than younger sister Jingfei, right? I understand, this boy must have fused dragon race bloodline. To talk about pseudo-dragons, he's the real pseudo-dragon, right? Black Flood Dragon King's words made the crowd burst into an uproar again. Only then did many young powerhouses realize that it was not that the Black Flood Dragon King did not get angry, but that he could not get angry. But how could Yu King be willing to believe it? He smiled coldly and said, Extremely powerful. How strong. I was wondering how much confidence you had. It turns out that what you're relying on is this. A human fusing with bloodline, it's merely blindly copying others and making yourself look foolish. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a smile, How strong? At least stronger than you. Blindly copying others and making myself look foolish. Copying you. Yi Yuan knew that his bloodline power was far stronger than Jingfei's. He did not know how strong his bloodline was, but it was definitely at least much stronger than these pseudo-dragons. But these words became a joke when they landed in Yuking's ears. A human was flaunting his bloodline power in front of him, this member of the dragon race. What was this if not a joke? Stronger than me? Boy, you're really not scared of spraining your tongue from talking big. Since you say that, I want to see just how strong your bloodline power is. Yuking gave about a black flood dragon king and said, Dragon Lord, please bring up the dragon chi stone. The moment little dragon girl heard, she immediately clapped her hands and said cheerfully, all right, all right. I also want to see how strong big brother Yi Yuan's dragon chi is. Yi Yuan was taken aback when he heard it and asked little dragon girl, what is the dragon chi stone? He did not know much about the sea race and naturally did not know about the stuff here. Little dragon girl explained, dragon chi stone is a stone that tests bloodline power. Our 7 great sea regions dragon clans will all use it to test the dragon chi. A high dragon chi indicates that one has great potential and has the potential to become a true dragon. Of course, my dragon chi has already reached the 5th segment. It's about the same as father's. Among all the big brothers present, no one is stronger than me. Talking towards the end, little dragon girl unwittingly showed off a little. It was precisely because her dragon chi was extremely strong. Hence, her position in the 7 seas was very aloof. After all, this one had the potential to step into a true dragon. If the 7 great sea regions could produce a true dragon, that would absolutely be a great honor. Therefore, even if this girlie was a troublemaker, everyone dared to get angry but did not dare to speak up as well. In the sea race, these pseudo-dragons had an extreme, perverse pursuit for bloodline power. The goal that they strive lifelong toward was becoming a true dragon. It was just a pity that no one had ever succeeded. Seeing Yi Yuan's blank appearance, Yuking smiled coldly and said, boy, scared? This dragon chi stone will reveal your true colors. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a smile that was not a smile, how about this then? Let's compete in this dragon chi. Whoever loses, will kneel to the other person. How about it? The moment Yuking heard those words, he sneered and said, compete then. Will I be scared of you? Speaking of which, this young master hasn't tested my dragon chi in a long time too. When he said this, Yuking had a haughty look. Clearly, he was very confident in his dragon chi. Among the powerhouses present, apart from Black Flood Dragon King and Little Dragon Girl, there was probably no one stronger than him. Sure enough, when he said that, many people used eyes like looking at a fool to look at Yi Yuan. Hoo, this boy actually dares to compete in dragon chi with Yuking, does his brains have holes? Yuking's dragon chi has already reached the 4th segment 100 years ago. Now, it has at least reached the middle stage 4th segment too. I admit that this boy is a genius in martial arts. But that's all, can't even see through this point and yet he actually dares to provoke Yuking. Before Sister Jingfei was born, Yuking was publicly recognized as the most promising genius to become a true dragon. In the eyes of these people, Little Dragon Girl was already an extreme. Yuking was just slightly inferior to her. Competing in dragon chi with Yuking, this was no different from committing suicide. Very soon, a 2-person tall stone pillar was carried in by 2 Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. This stone pillar was made of jade. He did not know what material it was made of either. However, it made the bloodline within Yi Yuan's body have a feeling of boiling over. Dragon Chi stone had 9 sections, representing the 9 segments of Dragon Chi. That appearance was like a 9-section whip that was erected. Yuking looked toward Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, boy, you first. Or am I going first? Yi Yuan smiled and said, you first then. If I go first, I reckon that you'll become embarrassed to do it. Yuking sneered and said, keep pretending. I'll see when you can pretend until. As he said, he walked straight in front of the dragon chi stone. A vigorous true dragon power erupted in an instant. The young powerhouses present let out a series of exclamations. Clearly, Yuking's true dragon power gave them a huge impact. Yuking's true dragon power was climbing crazily. His complexion was flushed almost totally red. Clearly, he had mustered up all of his strength and planned on squeezing out even the last trace of dragon power in his body. Yuking struck a palm onto the dragon chi stone. The dragon chi stone suddenly lit up. The first section was instantly lit. Following that, was the second section, and then the third section. When it reached the 4th section, the dragon chi stone's speed of lightning up clearly slowed down. However, it was still climbing little by little. Initial stage 4th segment, middle stage 4th segment, late stage 4th segment. At this time, Yuking's entire body was emitting waves of steaming heat. Yuking roared, and the 4th section was finally completely lit. In the main hall, came a series of exclamations. Peak 4th segment. Yuking's growth during these 100 years is simply terrifying. My god, his dragon chi is actually only slightly worse than little dragon girl. Hoo, this human brat, he really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Of course, he doesn't even know about the dragon chi stone. So he probably completely doesn't know what peak 4th segment means, right? Yuking looked at the dragon chi stone that was being lit, a hint of a smile flashed across his face. Clearly, he was also very satisfied with this result. Someone like little dragon girl, that was completely abnormal. Who could reach the level of 5th segment at the age of 100? Even the 7 Great Sea Regions kings could not achieve it either. Yuking looked at Yuan and smiled coldly as he said, "Boy, it's your turn." Chapter 2682, Speechless. Punk, it's your turn. Don't blame me for not telling you. But in the 7 Great Sea Regions and among peers, there's only younger sister Jingfei who beats me slightly. I think that you don't need to test anymore either. Just directly kneel down and admit your mistake. Yuking's eyes were full of contempt. He was very confident in his own bloodline power. He would surely become a true dragon existence in the future. Even if he was not as good as Jingfei, so what? Boy, stop hanging on. Unless you fused true dragon's blood, otherwise, it's impossible to beat me, Yuking. And the blood of true dragon doesn't exist in the 7 Great Sea Regions at all. Muchen said with a look of excitement. Yuking is also considered to have taken revenge for him in a disguised form like this. You've already lost, so why haven't you quickly knelt down? In their eyes, Yuan already lost and needed to kneel down and admit his mistake. It was also not their fault for thinking this way, but no one among the young generation could achieve this step at all. True dragons, those were all extremely mysterious and powerful existences, rarely seen in this world. Therefore, the so-called dragon race in the 7 Great Sea Regions, they were all pseudo-dragons. Even if a human fused with pseudo-dragon blood, their bloodline power would not be much stronger either. Hey, you all are also too overbearing. Big brother Yuan hasn't been tested yet, and you all already determined that he lost. Big brother Yuan, hurry up and test. Little dragon girl said in defense against the injustice. Yuan arrived in front of the dragon chi stone and slowly reached his hand out to press on top. Different from Yuking, Yuan did not burst forth a powerful dragon chi from his body. Everything was the same as usual. Haha, boy, the dragon chi stone isn't used like this. The way you are, the dragon chi stone won't react at all. Boy, you wouldn't not have bloodline power in your body at all, right? I even thought how formidable this kid was, after messing around for half a day. He's good at bragging. Stop disgracing yourself. Quickly kneel down and admit your fault. Yuan had not even triggered the dragon chi stone, and it immediately attracted a wave of group ridiculing. To activate the dragon chi stone, one must urge one's own dragon chi to the extreme. Just like Yuking who mustered up all of his strength. But Yuan actually did not use his energy at all. How could it possibly make the dragon chi stone have any reaction? But, in pace, with Yuan placing his hand on the dragon chi stone, an abnormality suddenly occurred. First section, second section, all the way until the 9th section, they all lit up. The entire dragon chi stone erupted with a dazzling light. Compared to Yuking's dim light earlier, Yuan's light was purer and more dazzling. Everyone was stunned. Even little dragon girl's mouth opened into a circle. A hint of surprise flashed across Black Flood Dragon King's eyes. It was also not known what he was thinking about. Yuking's eyes became wide saucers and disbelief was written all over his face. How is this possible? Hang on, the dragon chi stone must be broken. Yuking muttered under his breath. He didn't even stimulate his bloodline power, so how did the dragon chi stone directly reach the 9th segment? Something must be wrong with the dragon chi stone. Dragon Lord, there's a problem with this dragon chi stone. Muchen said. Black Flood Dragon King looked at him like looking at a fool and said coolly, if there's something wrong with the dragon chi stone, what about Yuking's test earlier? You say that there's a problem, so maybe you can go up and try too. Muchen was taken aback and immediately lost his temper. But he was still unable to accept it. What right did a human have, to make the dragon chi stone directly reach the ninth segment. What was even more damnable was that he actually did not stimulate his bloodline power. Could it be that the dragon chi stone directly detected it? Yi Yuan looked at the dragon chi stone, a hint of a slight smile showing at the corners of his mouth as he said, "Looks like my dragon race bloodline is still considered pretty good among heavenly stratum powerhouses." Yi Yuan had the confidence in surpassing Yuking, but he did not expect that his bloodline power was actually so strong, directly reaching the ninth segment. Furthermore, looking at this light, it seemed to have not given full expression to its views. Most likely, this dragon chi stone could not truly gauge his true dragon bloodline. This was normal too. After all, it was just used for testing by a bunch of pseudo-dragons and not genuine true dragons. Presumably, even if it was true dragons, there would definitely be distinctions in strength when it came to bloodline power too. Of course, no matter how weak a true dragon's bloodline power was, it was also far stronger than these pseudo-dragons. Yi Yuan thought that for his true dragon bloodline to be so strong, it should be related to becoming dragon ancestor back then. Dragons were born from heaven and earth and were where the essence of heaven and earth lay. Yi Yuan could obtain the recognition of heavenly Tao in the heavenspan world, this small chiliocosm, becoming the dragon progenitor. This was likely a form of recognition of the 33 heavens, heavenly Tao in itself. Yi Yuan looked at Yuking and said with a smile, "Sorry about it. Right now, apart from Jingfei, it seems like there's one more person whose bloodline is stronger than yours. Now, shouldn't it be time for you to kneel down?" Yuking's expression changed and he said in a solemn voice, "There's a problem with this dragon chi stone. The strongest that has appeared in the 7 great sea regions was also merely just the 8th segment dragon chi. How can you, a human, possibly reach the 9th segment? The peak 9th segment, that already infinitely approaches true dragon level. Don't tell me that what's flowing in your body is true dragon bloodline." Yi Yuan shrugged and said, "If you say that there's a problem, you try it again." As he said, he took his palm away. Only then did the light on the dragon chi stone gradually dissipate. Yuking gave a cold snort and arrived in front of the dragon chi stone again. The dragon chi on his body surged once again, pressing a palm on the dragon chi stone. This time, he still exerted all of his strength. But the result was the same. Peak 4th segment. Yuking's expression changed, but he still refused to believe this fact. "Muchin, you come and try. There's absolutely a problem with this dragon chi stone," Yuking said in disbelief still. Muchin nodded and said, "Okay, I'll try it out. How can he, a human, possibly reach the peak 9th segment?" Muchin arrived in front of the dragon chi stone and imitated Yuking, and then he also started testing. In the end, his dragon chi stopped at peak 3rd segment. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "It's okay, I'm not in a hurry. If you don't believe it, you can still have the rest come and try." Yuking's expression was grim as water and pointed at another one to come up. But, no matter who it was, nobody surpassed the 4th segment again. Me too, me too." When little dragon girl saw everyone testing, she could not resist it too and came forward on her own accord. She skipped in front of the dragon chi stone and pressed her palm on it. The stone pillar was lit up once again. Peak 5th segment. Jingfei's dragon chi was actually a full segment stronger than Yuking. This naturally aroused another wave of exclamations. Little dragon girl looked at Yuking and said with a smile, "Big brother Yuking, this dragon chi stone is fine. I just tested my dragon chi a few years ago. It was the late stage 5th segment. Now, it has improved a little bit. Hee. You must be willing to lose if you bet. Moreover, as a member of the dragon race, kneeling to a true dragon isn't considered an insult to you." Yuking's expression alternated between green and white. He looked at Yi Yuan and said in a solemn voice, "I still don't believe it. Test again. I don't believe that you can still reach the peak 9th segment." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Okay, then I'll let you give up on this." Finished saying, he pressed his hand on the dragon chi stone again. The dragon chi stone was instantly fully lit. Peak 9th segment. "With this, you have nothing to say, right?" Yi Yuan said coolly. Everyone had tested once. Now, Yi Yuan tested a second time. This showed that the bloodline power in Yi Yuan's body had truly reached the peak 9th segment. Chapter 2683, Land of Dragon Slumber. "I don't believe it, there must be something fishy going on." Yuking pointed at Yi Yuan and roared angrily. Yi Yuan shrugged and said coolly, "Looks like you're planning on going back on your words." Yu King snorted coldly and said, going back on my words. You're clearly playing tricks. It's simply impossible for there to be true dragons existing in the 7 great sea regions. How can you, a mere human, possibly reach the peak 9th segment? Yi Yuan sighed and said, well, since you're going to act shamelessly, then I can only compel you to kneel. When Yu King heard, he could not help smiling coldly as he said, boy, you don't seem to have figured out the situation yet, right? Do you really think that by defeating Muchen, you have the qualifications to challenge me? Testing dragon chi is one thing. Real combat strength is another thing altogether. Killing you doesn't need the slightest effort at all. Yi Yuan's smile was bright, and he slowly arrived in front of Yu King. While Yu King looked at Yi Yuan, a cold sneer on his face. Suddenly, Yi Yuan extended his hand and pressed on Yu King's head. But right at this time, his body suddenly stiffened and he was actually unable to move a muscle. Then Yi Yuan suddenly pressed on his head. Under Yi Yuan's tremendous strength, Yu King could not help kneeling. Yi Yuan directly pressed his head on the ground. Everyone stared wide-eyed and tongue-tied, not understanding why this scene would happen. Yu King's strength could be rated as invincible among peers. But why did he not make a move just now? Yi Yuan patted his hand and said with a smile. It's still kowtowing like this, it's more satisfying. Yu King's head was touching the ground, and he had no way of lifting his head at all. He kept maintaining the posture of kowtowing. But his slightly trembling body currently showed the fury in his heart. Yi Yuan, you're dead for sure. Even if you fly up to the heaven and tunnel into the earth, I'll tear your corpse into 10,000 pieces too. Yu King said with an angry roar. Yi Yuan smiled and said, if I were you, I'd keep a low profile at this time. If I'm not happy, I can kill you with one sword now. Don't tell me that you have a noble background. I, Yi Yuan, never ask about background when killing people. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try. Sure enough, one sentence and Yu King shut up. When everyone saw this scene, each and every one felt chills in their hearts. They all could tell that Yi Yuan had poisoned him. But no one could tell when Yi Yuan applied the poison, and how he applied the poison. No one expected that Yi Yuan actually still had such strange means. Jumping realms to battle, 9th segment Dragon Chi, a poison expert, Yi Yuan's identity became incomparably mysterious in their eyes. In fact, their faces even carried some awe and fear. Alright, this kind of occasion is very boring, I won't be taking part. Farewell. Finished saying, Yi Yuan turned around and left. Hold on. Black Flood Dragon King hurriedly shouted. Yi Yuan turned around and said with a cold smile, why? Are you planning on standing up for him? Black Flood Dragon King smiled and said, this is about young people's dispute caused by personal feelings. So why would this king intervene? As long as there are no deaths caused, this king won't care. Making you stay, it's actually because I have something to ask. Yi Yuan frowned and said, what is it? Black Flood Dragon King said, actually, the 7 Great Sea Region's young powerhouses are gathering here because a mystic realm in my Thistle South Sea region is about to open soon. When the time comes, Jingfei will enter it too. Young friend Yi's skill is extraordinary. I want to invite you to accompany her and enter the mystic realm together. Turns out that this mystic realm was called Land of Dragon Slumber. Legends had it that it was the place where a true dragon fell. The rise of the Black Flood Dragon King was inextricably linked to this place. He obtained the dragon race's secret art in the Land of Dragon Slumber, attaining Tao in the end, and had half a foot stepped into the realm of Saint Sovereign Heaven, dominating a region. However, each person could only enter this Land of Dragon Slumber once. If they entered a second time, they would be killed by some kind of mysterious power. The Black Flood Dragon King was unable to enter personally, but he was also worried about Jingfei's safety. That was why he entrusted Yi Yuan to enter and act as a bodyguard character. Hoo-hoo, young friend Yi, don't blame me. This king had this idea, so I naturally had to understand your strength too. In these 7 Great Sea Regions, everyone knows that Jingfei this lass is my darling. If any accidents happen to her inside, I won't be able to forgive myself for life. Therefore, I hope that young friend Yi can lend a helping hand. Furthermore, since young friend Yi is in possession of a true dragon bloodline, perhaps you might obtain some massive lucky chances in the Land of Dragon Slumber. Black Flood Dragon King did not put on any airs and said sincerely, although Jingfei this girl liked to play pranks, she was actually very pure. She did not have much idea of right or wrong in her heart, she just purely felt that it was fun. Ever since the last time, this girl became very dependent on him. In this 1 year, the two of them transmitted their voices over thousands of miles, and they were already very familiar with each other. Furthermore, subduing Ironcore and Min Nanshan this time, Jingfei made tremendous contributions too. Since that was the case, there was nothing wrong with accompanying her on a trip. Furthermore, just as Black Flood Dragon King said, he might obtain some lucky chance inside, who knew? One had to know, Black Flood Dragon King did not enter deep back then. He probably walked less than halfway in and already had such accomplishments. This showed that the land of dragon slumber must be an extremely terrifying place. The more dangerous the place, the more opportunities there were as well. Black Flood Dragon King naturally knew that with Yi Yuan and Jingfei working together, it was virtually equivalent to a peak Jade Sovereign Heaven Mighty expert. After entering inside, protecting themselves should not be a problem. Big brother Yi Yuan, accompany me to go inside. It must be very fun in there. Jingfei lopped around Yi Yuan's neck and said coquettishly. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, okay, I can accompany you to go inside. But, you have to listen to me. Otherwise, I'll act alone. Jingfei planted a kiss on Yi Yuan's face and said joyfully. Hee hee, big brother Yi Yuan is the best. The banquet ended in unhappiness. Yu King was carried back by someone. He was hit by Yi Yuan's petrification powder. Within 3 hours, he would not be able to move at all. After going back, he naturally flew into a thunderous rage. However, this expedition to the land of dragon slumber could not dispense with a bout of fierce fighting. After everyone left, in the bedroom palace, the mermaid queen said, King, is it really okay to hand Jingfei over to that Yi Yuan? Black Flood Dragon King smiled and said, you probably don't know this. The Emerald Sea Divine Conch has to submit in front of him too. It can be imagined how powerful the true dragon bloodline in his body is. The Emerald Sea Divine Conch is the treasure that this king obtained in the land of dragon slumber. The mermaid queen said in surprise, how can he, a human, possibly has such a powerful true dragon bloodline? Black Flood Dragon King shook his head and said, he shouldn't be a pure human. Otherwise, his true dragon bloodline absolutely won't be so powerful. True dragons rarely appear in the 33 heavens. But this king feels that boy is likely, a true dragon. Because the aura on his body is very similar to the one I encountered in the land of dragon slumber back then. The mermaid queen was shocked to the extreme in her heart. A human was actually a true dragon. Most likely, no one would believe this sort of thing. But Black Flood Dragon King would not lie to her. This sort of thing was too inconceivable. But at this time, Black Flood Dragon King's gaze turned cold and he said with a cold smile, heh, after he comes out of the land of dragon slumber, most likely, breaking through to limitless sublime heavenly stratum shouldn't be a problem. At that time, this king will extract his dragon marrow, and stepping into Saint Sovereign Heaven will absolutely be a cinch. Chapter 2684, Mysterious Summoning. Land of Dragon Slumber. It was an enormous karst cave at the bottom of the sea. Standing in front of the karst cave, Yi Yuan felt that the blood in his body was boiling. Yi Yuan attempted to suppress it, but could not do it at all. Big brother Yi Yuan, what's wrong with you? Little dragon girl asked a little curiously. I feel that there seems to be something calling me in this land of dragon slumber. Yi Yuan said, do you really take yourself to be a true dragon? Land of dragon slumber has been sleeping here for at least 10,000 years. Why would it summon you? Idiot, Yu King said with a cold smile on his face. Brother Yu King, perhaps he really has a deep relationship with this land of dragon slumber. Really enviable. Muchin similarly sneered as he said, hoo, he's demonstrating how he's different from the rest. We all can't feel the land of dragon slumber summoning, only he can feel it, how impressive. I've also never heard before that who in our 7 great sea regions have felt before the land of dragon slumber's calling. Impressive. Yi Yuan's words immediately drew laughter from the crowd. In their view, the land of dragon slumber was a dead place. How could it possibly summon Yi Yuan? Especially Yu King, he was directly pressed to the ground by Yi Yuan a few days ago. This was simply unprecedented humiliation to him. If he could, he would immediately kill Yi Yuan now. Actually, the ones who entered the land of dragon slumber this time were not just the 7 great royal clans. There were also many tribal powerhouses. It was just that they did not have the qualifications to enter the banquet, that was all. These tribal powerhouses, some of them were quite strong, even reaching the realm of Jade Sovereign Heaven already. Yuking was afraid of Yi Yuan's poison, but he had some Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses by his side too, which was sufficient to kill Yi Yuan. It was just that in front of Black Flood Dragon King, it was not convenient for him to take action. Yuking already made up his mind. After entering the land of Dragon Slumber, the first thing he would do was to kill Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan ignored everyone's ridicule. The blood in his body was already somewhat going out of control. Under the watchful gazes of the people, Yi Yuan involuntarily moved closer to the land of Dragon Slumber. It was not Yi Yuan taking the initiative, he could not help it. The calling from the depths of the land of Dragon Slumber was getting stronger and stronger. When Yuking saw this scene, he sneered even more as he said, "You guys, look, this guy is planning on entering first in order to prove the summoning of the land of Dragon Slumber. Ha ha ha, ellipsis quote dot." Yuking's voice had yet to fade when a blood-red dragon chi rose up from Yi Yuan's body. The blood-red dragon chi condensed into a giant red dragon in the deep sea. It was also at this moment that Yi Yuan roared, the aura on his body surging to the sky. Everyone's laughter abruptly ceased, because Yi Yuan was about to break through. In reality, he already reached peak greater sublime heavenly stratum when he broke through the last time and could break through to limitless sublime heavenly stratum at any time. However, Yi Yuan was afraid that his cultivation realm would be unstable, so he kept suppressing it and did not break through. Just now, all the blood in Yi Yuan's body seethed once again under that mysterious power's calling. His cultivation realm actually broke through involuntarily. This sort of feeling was almost the same as when he sensed the Emerald Sea Divine Conch back then. At that time, Yi Yuan was very confused too. He did not know why he had this kind of feeling with the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. But now, he understood. The Emerald Sea Divine Conch must have originated from the land of Dragon Slumber. He, ellipsis quote dot. Little dragon girl let out a burst of silver bell-like laughter and said to Yuking, "Big brother Yuking, didn't you say that it's impossible for the land of Dragon Slumber to summon big brother Yi Yuan? Now, he hasn't even entered the land of Dragon Slumber and he directly broke through." Yuking's expression was livid, a look of disbelief on his face. How could this guy possibly break through directly? Furthermore, the blood dragon that was wandering continuously in the sky above the land of Dragon Slumber made it clear to all that Yi Yuan had indeed felt the calling of the land of Dragon Slumber. This dragon chi was really so strong. Could it be that he really felt the summoning of the land of Dragon Slumber? How is this possible? The land of Dragon Slumber would actually take the initiative to summon a human. What capability does this boy have, to actually be able to get the land of Dragon Slumber's summoning? The powerhouses who were still ridiculing Yi Yuan just now, could not laugh anymore at this time. Yi Yuan's breakthrough was like a resounding slap, slapping onto their faces. It turned out that Yi Yuan really felt the land of Dragon Slumber's summoning. And it was precisely because of this that the sea race powerhouses present were even more green with envy. Especially the dragon race powerhouses, they were even more jealous. This land of Dragon Slumber was the place where a true dragon slumbered in the legends. The greatest wish of the 7 great sea regions' dragon race was to be able to evolve into a true dragon one day. But they had never obtained the land of Dragon Slumber's show of favor before. Not only that, the powerhouses of the 7 great sea regions that died in the land of Dragon Slumber were beyond counting. But, what right did a brat that came from the human race have, to directly break through a major realm before even entering the land of Dragon Slumber? When Black Flood Dragon King saw this scene, beyond the shock he was feeling, he was even more ecstatic in his heart. The purer Yi Yuan's bloodline was, the greater his hopes of breaking through. Perhaps, after he absorbed Yi Yuan's dragon marrow, he would be able to become a true dragon in the future, who knows? The Black Flood Dragon King wants to harm me. Yi Yuan was shocked in his heart. Currently, the dragon chi in his body had fused into one with the mysterious power that came from the depths of the land of Dragon Slumber. Every detail here could not escape his perception. The Black Flood Dragon King was the most powerful existence among these people, and he was also the clearest existence in Yi Yuan's perception. Therefore, this tiny hint of killing intent that Black Flood Dragon King revealed was caught by him keenly. Ever since coming to Thistle South Dragon Palace, Black Flood Dragon King could be considered to have conducted himself rather kindly. But Yi Yuan did not expect that he actually concealed his intention so deeply. If not for fusing with this mysterious power, he would not have been able to detect it. Humph, I hope that you don't make a move against me. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind tearing down your Thistle South Dragon Palace. Yi Yuan snorted coldly in his heart. Black Flood Dragon King was Thistle South's strongest powerhouse, a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse. Yi Yuan was naturally not his match. But, if Yi Yuan wanted to kill people, he might not be able to stop him either. At this time, earth-shaking changes were currently happening in Yi Yuan's small world. Sublime Realm 3 Heavens, Lesser Sublime Heavenly Stratum, Greater Sublime Heavenly Stratum, Limitless Sublime Heavenly Stratum, it was actually the expanding and perfecting of the small world. When he was in the Heavenspan world, the Chaos Heavenspan canon that Yi Yuan created was completely based on the Heavenspan world. But only after walking out of the Heavenspan world did Yi Yuan realize what was called as a real heaven. The rules of the 33 heavens were complicated and profound to the extreme. Reaching Limitless Sublime Heavenly Stratum, Yi Yuan felt that his small world no longer had a limit. Formless, limitless, the so-called Limitless Sublime Heavenly Stratum, heaven without limit, Tao without limit, Yi Yuan revolved according to the cultivation method of the wordless heavenly skill. The boundary of the chaos world became blurry. He could feel that his world was becoming more consolidated and stronger. The wordless heavenly skill and my chaos heavenspan canon are of the same lineage, well deserving of being the cultivation method that could let Yan Jadetru roam the rain-clear continent unhindered. Even if I don't use Great Tao transformation now, my strength is 2 to 3 times that of those in the same rank too. Yi Yuan said with joy. Chapter 2685, Dying Before Achieving Success. The blood dragon circled around for a while, then tunneled back into Yi Yuan's body again. Yi Yuan felt that his bloodline power was stronger than before. Hoo-hoo. It looks like young friend Yi is really fated with this land of dragon slumber. Congratulations, young friend Yi, for advancing to Limitless Sublime Heavenly Stratum. Black Flood Dragon King was all smiles, a sincere look on his face as he came up to congratulate. If it were before, Yi Yuan would definitely have a better impression. But now, he was full of disgust in his heart. But, at this time, it was clearly not the time to lose all decorum. Yi Yuan smiled too and said, "Many thanks, Black Flood Dragon King." Black Flood Dragon King smiled and said, "This land of dragon slumber has been here for no idea how many years already. It's never been heard of that anyone could feel the summoning from inside. Young friend Yi really surprised this king. It's just, don't know what kind of summoning young friend Yi felt." Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "I don't know either. I just feel a mysterious power." Everyone naturally did not believe these words. In reality, it was indeed a lie too. It was indeed a mysterious power, but Yi Yuan felt that this mysterious power seemed to be calling him to go in. Seemingly, somewhat too impatient to wait. Of course, this was purely a feeling. Yi Yuan also did not know whether it was real or fake. In fact, this could be a kind of danger. Yi Yuan had entered God knows how many mystic realms before. He naturally could not be naive enough to think that this land of dragon slumber was opened by him and that he could come and go as he pleased. This sort of mystic realm was often accompanied by great danger. But right now, the expressions of Yu King and the rest were surprisingly ugly. They could not quite maintain their face anymore. Right at this time, there was a tremor. The seabed was shaking violently. The entire sea region seemed like mountains were crying out and the sea was howling. Right then, the restrictions in front of the cave collapsed with a loud bang. An aura of a dragon slowly flowed out of the cave. There's no rule for the opening of the land of dragon slumber. But, each time it opens, it will trigger a tsunami. Right now, a large area on land has already been submerged, Black Flood Dragon King explained. Hee, the land of dragon slumber seems to be very fun. I'm going in first. Little dragon girl giggled and did not wait for everyone to react either, and she already turned into a wisp of green smoke, burrowing into the cave. Black Flood Dragon King's expression changed, and he said, angrily, "This lass is really too worrisome. The land of dragon slumber is filled with dangers. Does she really think that it's her own backyard? Young friend Yi, hurry up and go in. I'll entrust this girl to you." Yi Yuan nodded slightly and also leapt and entered the land of dragon slumber. Yu King and the rest were naturally not willing to fall behind others and followed after in succession. Yi Yuan only felt a blur in front of him, as if he had arrived in another world. There was no sea water in the land of dragon slumber. The surrounding cliffs showed a red-black color, giving people a strange feeling. Yi Yuan surveyed the surroundings. There were actually no traces of little dragon girl anymore, and he could not help frowning slightly. This girl was too wild, wanting to control her would really expend some effort. However, after entering the land of dragon slumber, that mysterious summoning seemed to have gotten stronger. As if there was someone who kept calling softly in his ear. "Hurry up, I've been waiting a long time for you." This feeling was very magical. Yi Yuan forcibly suppressed the impulse to enter the depths and took out a small conch. It was precisely the Emerald Sea Divine Conch's clone body. Yi Yuan recited a spell, the small conch became bright and started flying. The urgent matter on hand was still finding little dragon girl first. As for this land of dragon slumber's secret, take it slowly, there was no rush. But right then, several figures suddenly dashed out, surrounding Yi Yuan. Who could it be if not Yuking and the others? There were even 3 Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses following by his side. There was also Muchen and the rest nearby, and beside them, there were many Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses too. Facing a group of seafolk, the current Yi Yuan immediately became a public enemy. There were no fewer than 10 Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses present. "Hey, boy, we meet again. Now that we've entered the land of dragon slumber, I want to see how you can still be cocky. That day, you made me lose all face. Today, I want you to pay back 100-fold, Yuking said with a cold smile. Muchen also had a proud look as he said, "Punk, weren't you very arrogant? Now, are you still arrogant? Come over and kneel down for this young master. This young master can consider sparing you from death." "Idiot," Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said. The moment Muchen heard, he became furious and said in a cold voice, "Go, capture this punk for me, I want him alive. I want him to experience what's called a life worse than death." "Yes, Lord Dragon's son." The Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse that Muchen brought immediately responded, erupting with a powerful strength all over his body, and pouncing towards Yi Yuan. Although Yi Yuan already broke through to limitless sublime heavenly stratum, facing so many Jade Sovereign Heavens at the same time, it was clearly beyond his means. However, he did not pay too much attention. If he could not beat them, escaping was still not a problem. But, just as he was about to activate his movement technique, an abnormality suddenly occurred. A drop of scarlet liquid suddenly fell from the top of the cave, dripping onto that Jade Sovereign Heaven accurately. That Jade Sovereign Heaven let out a tragic scream, then, his body shriveled up rapidly. In virtually a blink of an eye, all the blood in his body seemed to have been drained, becoming a human jerky. This bizarre scene made the faces of everyone present change abruptly. That was a Jade Sovereign Heaven. In a blink of an eye, he became a human jerky. What on earth was that strange liquid? Yi Yuan's brows also furrowed. This scene was too coincidental. That drop of liquid dripped precisely onto the Jade Sovereign Heaven who attacked him without any deviation. As if this was all planned. Yi Yuan was shocked in his heart. Could it be that that mysterious power was protecting him? What on earth was this guy summoning him for? Yi Yuan suddenly felt like he had fallen into a pit. He understood that wanting to get away now probably could not be accomplished anymore. Entering the land of dragon slumber, he would have to follow the path set by that mysterious power. However, while he was shocked, Yi Yuan naturally would not show it. He looked at Muchen and said with a grin, "You only brought this one Jade Sovereign Heaven. Tisk tisk. This is called dying before achieving success, right? The journey has only just started. I find it very hard to imagine how you'll be walking the road at the back by yourself." The corners of Muchen's mouth twitched slightly, his expression being ugly to the extreme. He was not like Yuking, able to bring 3 Jade Sovereign Heavens by his side to protect him. He only brought one person, and the person died immediately. Just as Yi Yuan said, this land of dragon slumber was full of dangers. Relying on himself for the road at the back, it was a little too lacking in strength. At this time, Yi Yuan looked towards Yuking and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Why? Are you still planning on watching the show? Don't you want to kill me very much? Why aren't you attacking?" Yuking's brows furrowed slightly. He also felt that it was a little too coincidental. Hence, he did not act hastily. But at this time, he was cornered by Yi Yuan. His expression suddenly turned dark and he said to the 3 limitless sublime heavenly stratum powerhouses beside him, "The 3 of you, attack together." Yes, those 3 people answered without knowing the inner reason and went up. But, just as they pounced toward Yi Yuan, 3 drops of liquid hit them accurately. Another 3 human jerkies. The expressions of everyone present changed wildly. Chapter 2686, Can't Do It Without Me. Why? Why is it like this? Everyone's faces change wildly, clearly frightened by this scene. What the freaking hell? Whoever attacked Yuan would be directly finished off. What was there to play still? If the previous one was a coincidence, then what was the deal with these three? Thinking back to that mysterious summoning that Yuan talked about before entering, if they still did not understand what happened, then they would be a bunch of pigs. What the hell is this? Why would the land of dragon slumber protect this guy? King was full of puzzlement. Based on what? What right does this guy have to be able to receive the land of dragon slumber's showing of favor? Muchin said with a reluctant look. These young powerhouses were all unreconciled to it, indignant, and had fear mixed in. They were originally planning on teaming up to deal with Yuan, this outsider, after entering the land of dragon slumber. Who knew that he had arrived home? Based on what? Of course, it's based on the fact that my bloodline power is strong. I said it long ago, you all are pseudo-dragons. Now, are you guys still not convinced? Not convinced is all right, but it's useless, Yuan smiled and said. One sentence choked the young powerhouses present until they were speechless. Yeah, the greatest probability was because Yuan's bloodline power was strong. This place was the land of dragon slumber. Of course, it would regard people with strong bloodline power in a more favorable light. Ah, help, there's a monster. Right at this time, a shrill scream suddenly came from the depths of the cave. Who could it be if not little dragon girl? Yuan's brows furrowed, his figure suddenly turning into a streak of electricity, dashing towards the depths. While the others exchanged glances and also followed after respectively. After a short time, in a narrow passageway, little dragon girl was fighting as she retreated. More than 10 blood-colored afterimages forced little dragon girl until she was teetering on her feet. One had to know, even without Yuan's participation, little dragon girl's strength was sufficient to reach middle jade sovereign heaven too. But currently, under the pincer attack of more than 10 blood shadows, little dragon girl clearly could not hold on anymore. Seemingly perceiving Yuan's approach, little dragon girl yelled, "Big brother Yuan, quickly come and help. I almost can't hold on anymore." Yuan's face fell and joined the battle with a flash. And right at this time, those over a dozen blood shadows seemed to have seen something terrifying, all retreating in an instant. When little dragon girl saw this scene, a pair of round eyes became wide saucers. When the others saw this scene, they became even more convinced of their previous judgment. Whoa, big brother Yuan, you're really too incredible. They seem to be scared of you. Little dragon girl looked at Yuan and said with a look of worship. But Yuan frowned slightly and said in a solemn voice, "You lass, are your buttocks itching again?" Little dragon girl stuck her tongue out and said cheekily, "I was curious." "Don't be angry, alright, big brother Yuan." Got to admit, little dragon girl was very scared of Yuan. While the others had long already had a taste of little dragon girl's fearlessness. Seeing this scene, they could not help clicking their tongues in wonder. This scourge yielded to Yuan. What on earth is going on? Yuan asked in a solemn voice. Little dragon girl said, I discovered a blood-red fruit in front. It looks very impressive. I was just about to go and pluck it. In the end, these guys came out, it scared me to death. Blood-red fruit, Yuan said with a frown. The moment this was said, the eyes of the others lit up. Even a fool would also know that this blood-red fruit was not an ordinary item. That fruit seems to be condensed out of blood, seemingly very impressive. With one look, I felt that it was not ordinary and wanted to go and pluck it. In the end, these guys came out. But, I don't know why, the moment they saw you, it's like rats seeing a cat. All ran away, little dragon girl said curiously. Not far away, King and the rest were gnashing their teeth in hatred. What else could there be? Because this land of dragon slumber was protecting Yuan. The dangers here did not seem to be dangers to Yuan at all. Come, bring me to take a look. Yuan said. Hence, little dragon girl brought Yuan and went to a remote cave. Sure enough, a blood-red fruit was growing in the center of the cave, looking breathtaking. One look and it was clear that it was not something simple. That's vermilion spirit fruit. King said with a look of shock when he saw the fruit. It's actually the vermilion spirit fruit. That's a sacred relic of the dragon clan. A vermilion spirit fruit can directly increase a segment of bloodline power. Such a treasure can simply only come by with luck, but not by searching for it. It was not up to these people to not exclaim in shock. Vermilion spirit fruit, it was equivalent to the promotion of bloodline. A vermilion spirit fruit could let a dragon increase a segment of bloodline power unconditionally. Nobody could resist this sort of temptation. Several figures rushed over at once. When they saw the vermilion spirit fruit, there was even a jade sovereign heavenly stratum among them. Nothing could be done about it, treasures always moved people. But right at this time, more than 10 blood shadows suddenly appeared. Each of these blood shadows was extremely powerful, instantly surrounding those few powerhouses. An astonishing great battle immediately erupted in the cave. The result was that after a moment, those few people were directly thrashed. Big brother Yuan, these blood shadows are so formidable, why don't we join forces to deal with them? Little dragon girl said. The two of them joining hands was equivalent to a grand completion jade sovereign heaven powerhouse. They naturally would not fear these blood shadows. However, Yuan was indifferent and said with a smile, "No need, I'll go and pluck it." Little dragon girl said in surprise, "Big brother Yuan, your strength is too weak. Don't joke around." Yuan smiled and said, "Who's joking with you?" As he said, Yuan's figure drifted, directly arriving in front of the vermilion spirit fruit. Those blood shadows directly dissipated without a trace, as if they had never appeared before. When little dragon girl saw this scene, a pair of round eyes stared like wide saucers again as she cried out in surprise, "What did you do, big brother Yuan?" Each and every one of those blood shadows have an extremely strong brutal air, they actually don't have any reaction to you at all. Yuan threw the vermilion spirit fruit to land of dragon slumber and said with a smile, "I didn't do anything. It's just that this land of dragon slumber seems to have chosen me. Therefore, freely pick the treasures here. Here, the vermilion spirit fruit." Little dragon girl shook her head hard and said, "I can't take it. The vermilion spirit fruit is too precious. Furthermore, you obtained it, I can't hog it on my own." Yuan smiled and said, "You lass, stop being courteous with me. Let me tell you, the treasures of this land of dragon slumber, as long as you want them, there's none that I can't get. Therefore, just take it." Little dragon girl said in surprise, "Big brother Yuan, you're bragging. Back then, my royal father narrowly escaped death here too, before he had today's position. What right do you have to dare say such a thing?" Yuan smiled and said, "Don't believe me." Little dragon girl shook her head and said, "Don't believe you." Yuan extended his hand and beckoned as he said, "Come here." Those blood shadows were immediately like small fries, coming before Yuan and kneeling down. When little dragon girl saw this scene, her two eyes immediately shone. Chapter 2687, Bring Me Home. Do you believe it now? I believe it, so, eat it. This thing doesn't have much effect on me. Little dragon girl nodded her head like a rattle drum, swallowing the vermilion spirit fruit in one bite. A good thing like the vermilion spirit fruit also had to depend on who used it. Yuan's bloodline power was already the power of a true dragon to begin with. It naturally did not need the vermilion spirit fruit to grow stronger. Even if it could increase bloodline power after Yuan ate it, it would be extremely limited too. But, to little dragon girl, or King and the rest, the significance of this thing would be different. Unconditionally promoting a segment of dragon chi, to them, these pseudo-dragons, who did not want it. Seeing this scene, they were envious to the extreme. Swallowing the vermilion spirit fruit, the dragon chi on little dragon girl's body erupted at once. Originally, little dragon girl's dragon chi already reached peak 5th segment. Now, it directly rose to peak 6th segment. Although there was no dragon chi stone here, the increase in little dragon girl's dragon chi was visible to the naked eye. King and the rest were green with envy. If the vermilion spirit fruit was eaten by him, wouldn't he be able to rival little dragon girl? Now, not only could he not rival little dragon girl, he became even further from her instead. Stop watching. Go and play by yourselves. If you follow us, you guys won't even have soup to drink, Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. King's face turned black, feeling as awful as having eaten a fly. He really could not refute these words. Consider yourself ruthless. Who will emerge victorious is not yet known. Don't be complacent too early. King gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, Hoo, there's really no need to be complacent with a pseudo-dragon like you. I think that you're probably mistaken. Yuan replied nonchalantly. King gritted his teeth and said in a solemn voice, "Go." The land of dragon slumber extended in all directions, there was naturally more than one path. What lucky chances you could obtain, it completely depended on the individual's luck and strength. Primarily, what Yuan said was right. They would really not even have soup to drink if they followed Yuan. Freaking hell, Yuan was equivalent to being invincible here. Big brother King, are we dropping this matter just like this? I can't swallow this insult. Muchen said, but King sneered and said, do you really think that that boy is invincible? Muchen said in surprise, isn't that so? King smiled and said, of course not. As the saying goes, misfortune might be a blessing in disguise, and vice versa. Being favored by the land of dragon slumber, maybe the land of dragon slumber needs his life as the price. No, it should be said that this possibility is very high. In a place like the land of dragon slumber, the more smooth sailing it is, the more one needs to be vigilant. Hey, this boy thinks that he's formidable, but he doesn't know that the mysterious power of this land of dragon slumber has already had its eye on him. The moment Muchen and the rest heard, they immediately revealed looks of enlightenment. Brilliant, when you said this, it really is true. The more smooth sailing he is now, the more likely something will happen to him at the back. Maybe, his life has already been reserved by the land of dragon slumber. Even if he wants to run, he can't run too. Muchen smacked his thigh and said with a loud laugh. King nodded and said with a smile, that's right, it's precisely so. Therefore, let's just wait and watch the joke. As the 7 Great Sea Regions #1 genius, King was naturally not a stupid person. The problem that Yuan was worried about, he could imagine it too. Alright, finally managed to come in, we can't waste the opportunity. Now, everyone acts on your own. Whoever has the last laugh is the real winner. King said coolly. He brought 3 great Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses, the majority of the dangers here, he could handle it. Hence, he was a little more confident than the rest. Along the way, Yuan brought Little Dragon Girl, walking and stopping, obtaining a lot of benefits. Of course, these benefits were really nothing to Yuan. Very soon, Little Dragon Girl's bloodline power rose rapidly, almost reaching peak 7th segment. But the deeper in, the stronger the summoning of that mysterious power. Yuan knew that he was not far from that mysterious power. Hee, big brother Yuan, you're really too incredible. The strange things in here all behave like they saw a ghost when they see you. Little Dragon Girl giggled. Yuan's face turned black. Did this girl know how to talk or not? Countless green lights suddenly appeared around them. Yuan's expression changed, and he yelled coldly, go away. But this time, it failed. Those green lights grew more and more, completely drowning the 2 people. By the time Yuan came back to his senses, there was already no trace of Little Dragon Girl. To be precise, he had arrived at an unknown place. In this place, he could not see his fingers when he extended his hand. But the blood in his body completely started to feel aroused. In the darkness, a voice suddenly came over, carrying a tiny hint of excitement. Yuan frowned and said, it was you who summoned me here. Who on earth are you? What's your goal of summoning me here? Yuan said in a solemn voice. You don't have to be afraid. I'm looking for you. It's just to have you bring me home. That voice said, bring you home. Where is your home? Yuan said with a frown. My home is in Void Shrine illuminating heaven. I'm too lonely here. I miss home. That voice seemed extremely lonely. Yuan discerned his sentimentality for home from his voice. Why me? Yuan asked curiously. He already determined that this mysterious existence did not seem to have malice towards him. This also made his suspending heart relax. Of course, the premise was that he did not reject the other party. Yuan could feel that going home was the other party's obsession. He picked Yuan, but if he could not fulfill his wish, Yuan did not dare guarantee what would happen. Maybe everyone who came here for the expedition would die. That voice said, because you're a true dragon's descendant. I've waited for several tens of thousands of years here, but have never come across with a true dragon before. If it's not a true dragon, it will be impossible to pass through the barrier of heavens, and return to Void Shrine illuminating heaven. That lass is pretty good, but clearly, you're more suitable. Barrier of heavens? Yuan asked in puzzlement. In reality, Yuan only knew that this world was called 33 heavens, but he completely did not know what the 33 heavens was. He had already arrived in this world for a number of years. But, the place that he learned about, it was also limited to the Rainclear continent only. And the Rainclear continent seemed to only be a corner of grand bright jade complete heaven too. There was an even more vast world outside. Just like Joe Buffon, his cultivation realm was already high until the Rainclear continent could not keep him behind anymore. That place no longer had anywhere that was worth him being reluctant to leave. Therefore, it seemed inevitable that he went to an even more expansive region. It was just that wanting to walk out of the Rainclear continent was not an easy thing either. But now, this mysterious existence actually wanted him to pass through the barrier of heavens. This was much harder than going out of the Rainclear continent. It sounded like a huge challenge. Chapter 2688, Divine Emergence. The 33 heavens are the rulers of myriad worlds. It is heaven, not a world. Each heaven is an independent existence, each performing its own duties, dictating the rotation of myriad worlds. There's a clear distinction between heavens. The barrier of the heavens is a stretch of chaos, isolating all the heavens. True dragons are born of chaos and can travel through the heavens, soaring across myriad worlds. When your realm reaches it, you'll naturally be able to cut through space. But right now, you're far too weak. That mysterious voice spoke with fervor and assurance, talking tirelessly about the secrets of the heavens. Only then did Yuan know that the Rainclear continent was merely a tiny corner of the 33 heavens, that was all. The current him was still too weak. So that's how it is. But why should I promise you? Yuan asked. Traveling through the heavens, this did not sound like some easy thing. One had to know, going out of a measly little Rainclear continent was incomparably difficult, let alone talk about traversing the heavens. I can make you become stronger. The mysterious voice said. Yuan frowned and said, do you have a mystic art to condense the divine soul? Divine soul, you're talking about people of the lower realms, right? People of the lower realms, as long as they don't enter reincarnation, condensing the divine soul isn't considered a very profound method. It's just that your current realm is a little too low, so you can't execute it at all. Yuan's eyes instantly erupted with a shocking light like the sun in the dark night. He finally saw hope. However, he forcefully suppressed the excitement in his heart and said in a solemn voice, words alone are no proof. That mysterious voice said, this is easy. This divinity will impart you a soul race mystic art right now. After you cultivate it to the realm of major accomplishment, forget about condensing the divine soul. What's difficult about condensing origin divinities? As he said, a set of mystic art actually appeared in Yuan's mind. He could not help being greatly shocked. He actually did not have the slightest strength to fight back in front of this existence. A set of mystic art, he actually instilled it directly into Yuan's consciousness. It could be seen how terrifying the other party's strength was. He forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart and started studying this mystic art. Upon cultivating it, he could not help being even more shocked inwardly. How profound, what a powerful origin divinity mystic art. This mystic art was called Divine Emergence. This was a powerful mystic art that cultivated the origin divinity. When cultivated to the extreme, one could rely on the power of the origin divinity and confront heavenly stratum powerhouses head-on. Yuan's chaos origin divinity was undying and imperishable in the heavenspan world. But facing heavenly stratum powerhouses, his origin divinity was still too weak. The origin divinity was similarly a weak link to heavenly stratum powerhouses. But, if he successfully cultivated divine emergence, his origin divinity would become powerful to the extreme. Even if his physical body was destroyed, his origin divinity would still be able to exist independently and continue cultivating to become stronger. That mysterious voice said, speaking of which, chaos origin divinities are mostly naturally born. One such as yours, cultivating into chaos origin divinity postnatal, it's in the minority. Your chaos origin divinity is extremely suitable to cultivate this divine emergence mystic art. With your talent, if you actually don't cultivate soul techniques, it's rather a waste. Regardless of whether it was ascenders or native powerhouses, each person's origin divinity had its own attribute. This attribute was closely related to how one broke through to heavenly stratum. Some people's origin divinity was lightning attribute, some were fire attribute too, so on and so forth. Chaos origin divinity was an extremely seldom seen existence among heavenly stratum powerhouses too. Therefore, when Juntian saw Yuan's chaos origin divinity back then, that was why he would be so surprised. The chaos origin divinity had no attributes, or should one say, it had well-rounded attributes, having extremely strong malleability. For example, lightning attribute could only cultivate lightning soul techniques. When cultivating other methods, the effect would be greatly reduced. But the chaos origin divinity would not. Chaos could develop myriad things, regardless of which attribute soul technique, he could execute it. Hence, heavenly stratum powerhouses that possess the chaos origin divinity were actually most suited to walk the origin divinity path. But origin divinity path cultivation methods and mystic arts were too rare in the Rainclear continent. Therefore, Yi Yuan had a treasure mountain, but he had no way of excavating it. Got to say, it was quite a regret. But, if Yi Yuan successfully cultivated this divine emergence mystic art, it would be another trump card of his. Obtaining the divine emergence mystic art, Yi Yuan behaved like he obtained a priceless treasure, and he started cultivating unconsciously. Cultivation was timeless. No idea how long had passed either, and then Yi Yuan finally awake from cultivation. He only felt that his origin divinity was almost emerging from his body. His chaos origin divinity was actually several times stronger than before. What a powerful origin divinity mystic art. I didn't expect that mastering the first level can make the origin divinity several times stronger. Now, I only need a single thought, and I'll probably be able to effortlessly kill powerhouses at limitless sublime heavenly stratum and below. Yi Yuan exclaimed with admiration. Yi Yuan suddenly discovered that that mysterious voice actually did not respond, and he could not help being very curious. Senior, MN, I'm here. Only hearing this voice, did Yi Yuan set his mind at ease. That voice exclaimed in shock, you, boy, are really a genius in cultivating soul techniques. You actually only used 1 month and mastered the first level. If not for seeing that you possess true dragon's blood, I'd even think that you were born in the soul race. Back then, the soul race's #1 genius, xianxia, also used 3 full years before successfully cultivating the first level. In this 1 month, the mysterious voice had been in shock the whole time. The progress of Yi Yuan's cultivation was seriously too fast. Yi Yuan did not know the origin of this divine emergence, but he was perfectly clear. The soul race had 3 great soul cannons, this divine emergence was one of them. Back then, he killed a top powerhouse from the soul race before snatching away this secret cannon from the other party. It took him 100 years to cultivate the first level of this divine emergence. And back then, he was already an apex character who commanded the 33 heavens. But even so, it took him 100 years to just cultivate the first level. The profoundness of this soul cannon could be seen. But Yi Yuan only used a month and finished cultivating the first level. This speed was simply even more terrifying than the soul race. The soul race's secret cannon was cultivated by a half-human half-dragon fellow, and the speed was actually dozens of times faster than the soul race's #1 genius. Got to say, this was a kind of irony. He naturally did not know that cultivating until this day, Yi Yuan's understanding of the divine soul path was extremely profound in the first place. Otherwise, how could Yi Yuan rely on his own strength and achieve the chaos origin divinity in a sealed heavenspan world? Many thanks to Senior for imparting the Tao. Regarding Senior's request, even if Yi Yuan's bones are ground to dust, I'll complete it too. Yi Yuan said sincerely. The divine emergence had a total of 7 levels. As long as he cultivated to the 3rd level, Yi Yuan would be able to perform a secret art in it, called Divinity Assembly. This technique was precisely the method to condense origin divinity. At that time, he should be able to truly revive New Lingshe. Yi Yuan killed all the way to the 33 heavens from the heavenspan world. It was for the sake of today. So how could he not be agitated? This mysterious powerhouse imparted to him this cultivation method. With Yi Yuan's disposition, he would naturally fulfill his wishes even if his bones were ground to dust. The mysterious powerhouse said, MN, it's good that you have this heart. This divinity is really a little tired and wants to go back home. This divinity, MITN, will follow you in the future. Chapter 2689, I'm very happy. Thump, the sound of heartbeats suddenly entered Yi Yuan's ears. The darkness faded, and a heart appeared in front of Yi Yuan. Suddenly, the heart started to shrink, then shrunk again. Finally, it turned into a small and exquisite red crystal and flew toward Yi Yuan. It's my dragon heart. It will be lodging in your body in the future. The dragon chi in the dragon heart will nourish your true dragon bloodline and be greatly beneficial to you. I hope that one day, you can bring me home. Mitn's voice transmitted out of the dragon heart. Finished saying, he did not wait for Yi Yuan to refuse either. The dragon heart flew straight between Yi Yuan's eyebrows and disappeared. Yi Yuan felt as if a round of spring rain was currently nourishing all the blood in his body. This feeling made him extremely refreshed. Senior Mitn, rest assured. What Yi Yuan promised you, I'll definitely do it. Yi Yuan said firmly. Outside of the karst cave, the 7 great sea region's young powerhouses have already assembled. However, there were still many people who remained in the land of dragon slumber forever. Some rejoiced, some bemoaned. Some people died, but there were naturally some who attained Tao. Congratulations, brother Yuking, you're probably the biggest winner among us apart from younger sister Jingfei. Muchen said to Yuking with a smile. This is just something to be expected. The happiest thing is that guy won't be coming out again. See, what did I say? Feeling the calling of the land of dragon slumber and getting the protection of the land of dragon slumber might not be a good thing. Now, it's indeed like this, right? Yuking was very happy, really happy. Entering the land of dragon slumber this time, he obtained considerably lucky chances, his cultivation directly reaching the realm of grand completion limitless sublime heavenly stratum. Not only that, he even obtained a dragon race mystic art that could let his bloodline power continuously improve. With this mystic art, he might become a true dragon in the future. Of course, what made him happiest was still that Yi Yuan did not come out. The land of dragon slumber's restrictions were already slowly recovering. It was about to recover like it was new soon. Those who had not come out yet were basically confirmed that they could not come out anymore. He was already very sure that mysterious summoning was simply a huge trap. Yi Yuan must have already died inside after entering. This matter made him even happier than when he broke through his cultivation realm and obtained the dragon race mystic art. Ha ha ha, brother Yuking indeed foretold with divine accuracy. That cocky guy has died inside. Muchen gave Yuking a big thumbs up as he said with a loud laugh. He was very happy too. Yuking said smugly, hoo, this guy thought that he was a genius, but he was an out-and-out moron. This was clearly a trap, he actually jumped in just like that. Humph. Big brother Yi Yuan won't die. He'll definitely come out, little dragon girl pouted and said unhappily. To talk about this land of dragon slumber trip, the biggest winner was none other than little dragon girl. Her bloodline power already reached the terrifying peak 8th segment, being only half a step away from the 9th segment. Apart from this, she even obtained many good things with Yi Yuan's help. These things could all increase bloodline power. With these things, little dragon girl evolving to the realm of a true dragon was virtually a sure bet. Furthermore, little dragon girl's realm also directly jumped to grand completion limitless sublime heavenly stratum. Her improvement was even greater than Yuking. One had to know, she rose up from lower limitless sublime heaven. Those dragon race good stuff, Yi Yuan did not want a single one of them and gave it all to little dragon girl. Little dragon girl liked to play pranks, but it did not mean that she could not tell good from bad. She had a good impression of Yi Yuan to begin with. Now, she was even more grateful to Yi Yuan. So, when she saw Yuking's gloating appearance, she felt very unhappy. Not far away, Black Flood Dragon King was also frowning slightly, his expression grim. He was very optimistic about Yi Yuan and felt that he definitely would not fall in the land of dragon slumber. Who knew that he really fell? If not for that he could not enter the land of dragon slumber, he even wished to rush inside right now. Yuking's words made him inexplicably a little irritated. But right then, the restrictions of the land of dragon slumber were finally restored again. Yuking laughed loudly and said, young sister Jingfei, even if your big brother Yi Yuan isn't dead, it's impossible to come out anymore too. This restriction, even Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses can't break it too. Do you think that he can come out? Ha ha ha, ellipsis quote dot. In his excitement, Yuking burst out laughing. Yuking was currently being pleased with himself when Black Flood Dragon King flung a slap over. Against a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven mighty expert, he did not even have time to react and was directly slapped flying. Everyone was silent like cicadas in winter. No one expected that Black Flood Dragon King would actually get so angry. Yuking clutched his face and said with a look of surprise, Black Flood Dragon King, you dared to hit me. Black Flood Dragon King had a dark look and said, still dare to be noisy, this king will kill you right now. Can Jalan that guy do anything to this king? Yuking's expression changed, only then, knowing that Black Flood Dragon King had genuinely become enraged. It was just that, He did not understand why Black Flood Dragon King would suddenly get angry. Could it be because of Yi Yuan, that punk? But Yi Yuan was not considered as being respectful to Black Flood Dragon King either. In fact, he was a little domineering. So Black Flood Dragon King should have no reason to like him. However, Black Flood Dragon King flying into a rage, he naturally did not dare to speak up anymore and could only suffer a quiet loss. He did not have the qualifications to challenge Black Flood Dragon King right now. Even if his royal father came, he would at most be about on par with Black Flood Dragon King too. You guys, quickly look. Right then, someone suddenly started yelling. That voice was as if he had seen a ghost. Black Flood Dragon King and Yu King both followed the voice and looked over, and could not help being dumbstruck with amazement. Yi Yuan actually walked out of the land of dragon slumber with a swagger just like that. That restriction power seemed to be non-existent. How is this possible? How did he do it? Why didn't these restrictions kill him? He's actually not dead. Yu King had a look of shock, asking several questions in one breath. Except, no one could answer him. Because even Black Flood Dragon King did not know what happened either. The scene before their eyes had never happened in the land of dragon slumber before. Too inconceivable. The restrictions were already restored, and yet he could actually still come out. Wasn't he dead? How did he revive again? Damn it, this boy's life is really tenacious. When these young powerhouses saw Yi Yuan, beyond the shock, each and every one was incomparably disappointed. No one expected that Yi Yuan could actually come back to life. Black Flood Dragon King was in extreme shock too, but the fury on his face had long already vanished without a trace. What replaced it was joy. Yes, he was extremely happy. Yi Yuan being able to come out was the best thing for him. Furthermore, he could also excavate even more secrets from Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan looked at Yu King's face like his father had died, and said with a smile, "Looking at your expression, it seems like you are very disappointed that I could come out. But, seeing your expression like this, I'm very happy." Chapter 2690, Reaping What One Has Sown. Big brother Yi Yuan, they all said that you couldn't come out. But I knew that you'd definitely come out. Hee. See, I guessed correctly, right? Little dragon girl dashed into Yi Yuan's arms at once and raised her head as if showing off. Black Flood Dragon King also came up and said with a smile, "Just now, seeing that young friend Yi didn't come out, this king was very worried. Young friend Yi is indeed a lucky one." Although the father and daughter two people were pleasantly surprised, it was quite different on the inside. Little dragon girl was sincerely blessing him, but Black Flood Dragon King was hiding a dagger in his smile. Yi Yuan stroked little dragon girl's head and flashed her a slight smile. Yi Yuan looked towards Yu King and said with a faint smile, "Since everyone came out, then we should also settle some scores." Yu King was taken aback and said with a cold smile, "Settle scores? Hoo. It's time to settle scores. In the land of dragon slumber, there was that mysterious power protecting you, letting you escape a calamity by a fluke. Now, I want to see who can still save you." Coming out of the land of dragon slumber, Yi Yuan's aura did not increase much, he was still a lower limitless sublime heaven. While his strength had skyrocketed, let alone that those three jade sovereign heavenly stratums also had a sharp increase in strength. Wouldn't dealing with a mere Yi Yuan be easily accomplished? Before Yi Yuan said anything, little dragon girl immediately said, "Big brother Yu King, if you dare to make a move against big brother Yi Yuan, I'll help him beat you." Little dragon girl's words made Yu King's expression change. This lass was not to be trifled with. Especially the Emerald Sea Divine Conch in her hand, it was simply a dreadful thing. Even three jade sovereign heavens attacking together was not a match as well. Yu King's face fell and he looked towards Black Flood Dragon King and said, "Dragon Lord, is your Thistle South Sea region really going to intervene in our personal grudge?" Black Flood Dragon King just said coolly, "You and Yi Yuan are both my Thistle South's guests. As long as you're in my Thistle South Sea region, you naturally can't attack. If you insist on making a move against him, then this king can only take action." Yu King's face turned black, immediately feeling that life was murky gray. He shot Yi Yuan a fierce glare and gritted his teeth and said, "Punk, consider yourself lucky, let's go." Now that he had already made great gains, Yu King naturally did not have the need to continue staying here anymore. He brought his people and was just about to leave, but heard Yi Yuan say coolly, "Did I say that I let you go?" King turned to look at Yuan and could not help laughing as he said, "Why? What can you really do to me? Just based on your middling skills, do you really think that you're somebody of note?" King's voice had just faded when he felt as if his origin divinity was struck by a bolt of lightning. His origin divinity actually started to disintegrate under this bolt of lightning. His eyes started to turn slack, his consciousness gradually blurring. Finally, he fell softly to the ground. Dragon Son. Those 3 Jade Sovereign Heavens turned pale with fright and hurriedly went up to check, but they discovered that King had already breathed his last. One exchange and King was dead. Yuan was quite satisfied with the power of this heaven-illuminating divine lightning move. Many origin divinity mystic arts were recorded in the divine emergence, the power being extremely shocking. Yuan was also just trying his hand against King. He did not expect that the power was pretty good. A grand completion limitless sublime heavenly stratum powerhouse was actually one-shotted in an instant. At this time, Yuan also deeply felt the power of this soul race mystic art. Origin Divinity Attack. What a powerful Origin Divinity Attack! Black Flood Dragon King's pupils constricted, and he cried out in surprise. Regarding this scene earlier, even he did not react in time. A lower limitless sublime heaven actually used an Origin Divinity Attack to one-shot a grand completion limitless sublime heavenly stratum. This was not what ordinary Origin Divinity attacks could accomplish. Moreover, King was not an ordinary person. Although King was a pseudo-dragon, his origin divinity was still much stronger than the average human martial artist. But Yuan still one-shotted him. One of the Jade Sovereign Heaven suddenly raised his head and said angrily, "You dared to kill Dragon Son. Today, you must die." In an instant, 3 Jade Sovereign Heavens arrived at the same time. Yuan was not the slightest bit afraid and roared loudly, "Heaven illuminating divine lightning." 3 origin divinity attacks were launched at the same time. The lower limitless sublime heaven Yuan actually took the initiative to attack 3 great Jade Sovereign Heavens. The 3 people only felt their heads become muddled. Their origin divinities were actually directly paralyzed. The origin divinity of a Jade Sovereign Heaven was incomparably powerful. But Yuan's heaven illuminating divine lightning still dazed them for a short time. At the same time, Yuan's heavenspan mountain suddenly burst forth, turning into a streak of black smoke, smashing towards one of the Jade Sovereign Heavens. That person spurted a mouthful of fresh blood wildly, flying out backward. This scene struck deep terror in everyone. Yuan's combat power refreshed their understanding over and over again. A lower limitless sublime heaven actually confronted 3 great Jade Sovereign Heavens at the same time, and even seriously injured one. This guy is really too strong. Origin divinity attack being coupled with a heavenly spirit treasure, there's simply no weakness to exploit. It's also that the 3 of them are all Jade Sovereign Heavens. Otherwise, that origin divinity attack would probably have been able to instantly kill 3 people. What kind of lucky chance did this guy obtain inside? No matter how weak a Jade Sovereign Heaven was, it was a Sovereign Realm powerhouse too. They were on completely different levels from Sublime Realm powerhouses. But Yuan broke this law and actually severely wounded the other party. However, after this bout of attack, Yuan appeared very weak too, his complexion a little pale. After all, it was Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. This bout of origin divinity attacks was still rather taxing for him. But right at this time, an abnormality suddenly occurred. More than 10 peak Jade Sovereign Heaven water dragons suddenly rampaged, attacking the weakened Yuan. The power of the Emerald Sea Divine Conch suddenly bloomed. Little dragon girl's expression changed wildly, and she exclaimed, "Royal Father, why did you attack Big Brother Yuan?" This attack was launched precisely by Black Flood Dragon King deploying the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. Black Flood Dragon King taking action, the power of the water dragon was not what little dragon girl could compare to. The strength of these water dragons was all peak Jade Sovereign Heaven. Against more than 10 peak Jade Sovereign Heaven water dragons, even if they encountered a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven, it would be a cinch too. But now, it was actually used to deal with a limitless sublime heavenly stratum. Of course, Black Flood Dragon King did not attack with his full strength. If he exerted his full strength, he would be able to launch several half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven super water dragons. That level of existence, even other royals would have to keep a wide berth too. It was also precisely by relying on the power of the Emerald Sea Divine Conch that Black Flood Dragon King showed completely no regard for the other royal clans in the 7 Great Sea regions. When those 3 great Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses saw this scene, they had wildly ecstatic expressions too. They did not expect that Black Flood Dragon King actually made a move to deal with Yuan. Furthermore, it was even taking advantage of his predicament. It was just that at this time, no one detected that a hint of disdain showed at the corners of Yuan's mouth. A dark red imprint suddenly lit up at his glabella. Those over a dozen water dragons already arrived in front of him, but suddenly turned around and pounced over toward the Black Flood Dragon King himself. When everyone saw this scene, they were immediately dumbfounded. Black Flood Dragon King's expression changed too, suddenly bursting forth with a surge of dragon chi. Flood Dragon goes to sea. Black Flood Dragon King threw both fists out, a terrifying undulation smashed towards those water dragons. Black Flood Dragon King fell back several thousand feet, his complexion becoming very pale. He looked toward Yuan, eyes full of shock. Chapter 2691, It no longer belongs to you. What happened? Weren't these water dragons summoned by Black Flood Dragon King? Why did they attack him instead? He is a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven expert, but he was actually struck back several thousand feet by the water dragons that he summoned. This is simply something unheard of. I seem to have seen Yuan use a spell just now. But isn't the Emerald Sea Divine Conch the Thistle South Royal Clan's lifeblood treasure? Ever since the Black Flood Dragon King obtained the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, he could be said to have shocked the 7 great sea regions. This kind of grand mist treasure was extremely rare in the 7 great sea regions too. But now, this thing was actually not listening to orders anymore. And the one who was the most shocked was none other than Black Flood Dragon King. He had already obtained the Emerald Sea Divine Conch for 10,000 years and had long already refined it into his own item. But just earlier, he actually lost control of the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. He was unable to understand how Yuan did it. Just now, Yuan being weak made Black Flood Dragon King realize that it was the best opportunity to make a move and capture Yuan. But who would have expected that Yuan actually still had such a contingency move? The most important thing was that he examined his own heart and felt that he never showed any hostility all along. But that scene earlier, it was as if Yuan had long expected it. Virtually right as he made a move, Yuan took countermeasures. Yuan looked at Black Flood Dragon King and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Finally can't refrain from making a move. I even thought that you were planning on returning to the Dragon Palace before taking action." Only then did Black Flood Dragon King confirm that Yuan really knew about it long ago, and took precautions in advance. His brows furrowed slightly and he said, "This king is certain that I've never shown hostility before." "How did you know?" Yuan smiled and said, "Still remember my breakthrough before entering the land of dragon slumber. Very unfortunately, I entered a state of emptiness at that time and became perfectly aware of everything here. At that time, I detected it." Black Flood Dragon King's face fell, secretly regretting it. If he had long known that it would be like this, he would not have let Yuan enter the land of dragon slumber. But back then, Yuan's cultivation realm was too low. Even if he extracted the dragon marrow, he also did not dare guarantee that he would be able to break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. Who would have thought that this sudden turn of events would actually occur? "Royal Father, Big Brother Yuan is a good person. Why do you want to kill him?" Little dragon girl mumbled, her expression unhappy. Black Flood Dragon King snorted coldly and said, "At this point, there's nothing to hide anymore as well. Although this kind obtained considerable lucky chances in the land of dragon slumber, I still haven't been able to break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. The dragon marrow in this boy's body is a great tonic to this king. As long as this king fuses with his dragon marrow, I'll naturally be able to pierce through this last layer of window pane paper." Only when everyone heard that did they come to a realization. Yuan was also taken aback. He even thought that him ruining the sea war made Black Flood Dragon King bear hatred in his heart. He did not expect that he was actually eyeing the bloodline power in his body. "Boy, since you already know, you should have some awareness, right? Offer your dragon marrow, and this king can spare your life. In fact, I can even let you be an idle dragon king in the Thistle South Sea region and spend the second half of your life in comfort," Black Flood Dragon King said coolly. Although this scene earlier was very surprising, he was a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven at any rate too. Even if he did not utilize the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, just by relying on his own strength, he was terrifying to the extreme too. He naturally would not think that Yuan could escape. Moreover, it was not just him alone who wanted to kill Yuan here. Yi Yuan's gaze also turned slightly chilly. The dragon marrow was essential to the dragon race. Bloodline power was born from the dragon marrow. Without the dragon marrow, it would be equivalent to the martial artist losing their small world. Still cultivate what shit. Although it was not fatal, it would be tantamount to ruining the future of a martial artist. Not killing someone, but even scarier than killing someone. Royal father, how can you do this? Little dragon girl said angrily. Black Flood Dragon King snorted coldly and said, Jingfei, after royal father fuses with the dragon marrow and breaks through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, I'll be this 7 Great Sea region's true king. At that time, you'll be the 7 Seas princess. I don't want to be whatever 7 Seas princess. I only want big brother Yi Yuan. You can't kill him, little dragon girl said stubbornly. Black Flood Dragon King frowned and said, that's not up to you. Black Shark, take her away. I'm not going. Little dragon girl had a stubborn look and was about to urge the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. But she discovered that the Emerald Sea Divine Conch was solid as a rock. She could not control it at all. She was still a little too weak in front of Black Flood Dragon King. Without the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, her being restrained by Black Shark was also within reason. Finished with these, Black Flood Dragon King looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, boy, looks like you really obtained quite a lot in the land of dragon slumber, to actually be able to reverse control the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. But, even if this king doesn't use the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, do you think that you can escape? The moment Black Flood Dragon King's aura released, that terrifying pressure made the faces of everyone present change abruptly. He was a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven expert. An expert of such realm was absolutely apex existences in the 7 Great Sea regions. They rarely made a move. Hence, these dragon sons could be considered to have broadened their horizons looking at one making a move. But Yi Yuan did not care at all and said with a grin, if you're using the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, I'll use it then. Black Flood Dragon King was taken aback and could not help laughing as he said, you want to use it? What do you base on to use it? I've refined the Emerald Sea Divine Conch for 12,000 years, it has long already fused into one with me. And just as he was talking, Yi Yuan already started forming seals. Black Flood Dragon King was currently talking by himself when suddenly, his expression changed. The Emerald Sea Divine Conch actually had an impulse to break free from his body. He suddenly discovered that he could not quite control the Emerald Sea Divine Conch anymore. In order to not get counter-controlled by Yi Yuan, he already hid the Emerald Sea Divine Conch inside his body just now. Damn it, how did you do it? Black Flood Dragon King's expression changed wildly. He desperately appealed to the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, but his control over it was still being lost bit by bit. Suddenly, the Emerald Sea Divine Conch actually flew out of the Black Flood Dragon King's body. How is this possible? Black Flood Dragon King is actually unable to control the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. Just what kind of fortuitous encounter did that boy obtain in the land of dragon slumber? Snatched away. It's really snatched away. The Emerald Sea Divine Conch turned into a streak of light and actually flew straight toward Yi Yuan, suspending in front of him. Black Flood Dragon King's face was gloomy to the extreme, because he discovered that the connection between him and the Emerald Sea Divine Conch was completely severed. In these 10,000 years, it was still the first time that such a thing happened. Once this level of treasures was finished refining, then it would fuse into one with him. Unless he was killed, otherwise, it would not be able to be stripped at all. Yi Yuan looked at Black Flood Dragon King and said coolly, the Emerald Sea Divine Conch originated from the land of dragon slumber to begin with. Letting you use it for so many years, it's also considered a blessing to you. Today, take it back, it no longer belongs to you. As he said, Yi Yuan formed seals again. The imprint that Black Flood Dragon King left behind in the Emerald Sea Divine Conch was actually directly wiped away. Black Flood Dragon King seemed to have suffered a serious injury, directly spewing out a mouthful of blood. Clearly, his mind already suffered damage. He looked at Yi Yuan, with a pair of angry eyes almost, seemingly wanting to incinerate Yi Yuan. Chapter 2692, Emerald Sea Divine Conch's True Power. Yi Yuan, I want you dead. Black Flood Dragon King's roar practically made the seabed boil. The powerhouses were all extremely shocked. Of course, what surprised them even more was that Yi Yuan actually really stripped away the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. The current Yi Yuan was like a ruler. The things that he bestowed upon you were all taken back. Black Flood Dragon King completely rampaged, the aura of half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven being released fully. It was only to see his dragon head open its gaping maws. A light ball spat out of his mouth. That's the Black Flood Dragon King's consummate skill that made him famous, Dragon Flame Bullet. It was said that back then, he used this move and defeated the Kangzhan Sea region's Black Mountain Dragon King by a hair's breadth. Looks like Black Flood Dragon King is genuinely enraged. Even if Yuan controls the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, he can't escape death either. The strength of a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven is too terrifying. Yuan wouldn't think that by taking in the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, he'd be able to defeat a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven, right? That's a powerful existence that has half a foot stepped into Saint Sovereign Heaven. Seeing Black Flood Dragon King use his famed consummate skill, everyone immediately sentenced Yuan to death. Half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven, although it was not a real Saint Sovereign Heaven, their strength was also far from what one could mention in the same breath as Jade Sovereign Heavens. And Yuan was just a lower limitless sublime heaven. The moment the Dragon Flame Bullet appeared, the entire seabed was turned upside down. That terrifying pressure made everyone keep a wide berth. Yuan was situated in the midst of the storm, without the slightest fear as he said coolly, "Black Flood Dragon King, you've obtained the Emerald Sea Divine Conch for so many years and look to be infinitely glorious. But you're merely a pseudo-dragon and can't unleash the true power of the Emerald Sea Divine Conch at all. Today, I'll let you witness the Emerald Sea Divine Conch's true power." All of a sudden, the true dragon power in Yuan's body erupted. The entire seabed seemed to be transmitting out waves of dragon roars. The expressions of the dragon race members present suddenly changed in an instant. Under this pressure, they actually had an impulse to kneel down. In reality, some dragon race members with impure bloodlines were already kneeling on the ground and could not even raise their heads. Among them even included a Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse. And after the Emerald Sea Divine Conch was flooded with this dragon might, it became incomparably dazzling. It seemed to have come to life. Black Flood Dragon King's pupils constricted slightly, his eyes full of astonishment. He had never seen the Emerald Sea Divine Conch be so excited before despite being in his hands for so many years. Yes, excitement. Divine objects had spirits. The Emerald Sea Divine Conch, this level of heaven-defying treasure, was naturally spiritual. After all, having possessed the Emerald Sea Divine Conch for so many years, Black Flood Dragon King could faintly feel the happiness of the Emerald Sea Divine Conch currently. That feeling was like the regret of a bright pearl being cast into darkness for so many years in his hands. At this time, it finally bloomed to its true colors. Emerald Sea Tide, heaven-defying torrent. Yuan roared and the torrent of the seabed actually turned the other way in an instant. At that moment, it was as if the entire ocean had become Yuan's weapon. Under this torrent, Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses could not stand firmly too and were directly swept away by the torrent. Only at this time did they understand what was called floodwaters surging. As the saying went, the water that could carry the boat was the same that could swallow it up. These true spirit seafolk were all kings in the water. They were like fish in the water. But now they currently felt as if they were in hell. That feeling of having no command over themselves made them feel at a loss on what to do. Black Flood Dragon King's expression changed wildly. These astonishing floodwaters were actually not the slightest bit inferior to his power. He understood that this was not Yuan's own strength, but the Emerald Sea Divine Conch's power. Yuan's move that solved a major problem with little effort was used too breathtakingly. His bloodline power was the lever while the Emerald Sea Divine Conch was that fulcrum. Yuan used this lever to move the power of the entire seabed. No matter how strong the Black Flood Dragon King's strength was, it was also impossible to be stronger than the entire ocean. He was insignificant in the ocean. Dragon Flame Bullet, break for me. Facing such a shocking torrent, Black Flood Dragon King did not have other methods either and could only fight power with power. Fortunately, his strength was much stronger than Yuan and he still had the power to fight. It was also thanks to Yuan's cultivation realm being low. If he was Jade Sovereign Heaven realm, this torrent could directly turn him into meat paste. Under the watchful gazes of everyone, the Dragon Flame Bullet collided together with this astonishing torrent. The violent explosion directly sank the seabed several hundred feet. The terrifying power directly blasted those sea race powerhouses flying. Even if they had already evaded very far away, Black Flood Dragon King spurted fresh blood wildly from his mouth and was akin to being struck by lightning. How did he still have the demeanor of a king? Although Yi Yuan's complexion was a little pale too, it was not a serious problem. Clearly, Black Flood Dragon King was defeated. Is this the true power of the Emerald Sea Divine Conch? It's simply too terrifying. It's also that Yi Yuan is just limitless sublime heavenly stratum. If he reached Jade Sovereign Heaven, wouldn't he swept across the 7 great sea regions just by relying on this Emerald Sea Divine Conch? More than sweep across, even if a Saint Sovereign Heaven runs into him, they will have to give a wide berth too, right? Even the Dragon Flame Bullet can't block the power of this torrent, it's too terrifying. The expressions of many sea race powerhouses were deathly pale too. Clearly, they were frightened by the power of the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. They naturally would not think that this was Yi Yuan's own strength. But, similarly using the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, the power was completely different in the hands of Black Flood Dragon King compared to it being in the hands of Yi Yuan. This already indicated many problems to begin with. At least, the dragon might in Yi Yuan's body had obtained the true recognition of the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. Even if Black Flood Dragon King already refined it for 10,000 years, it was useless too. Yi Yuan looked at Black Flood Dragon King and said disdainfully, Emerald Sea Divine Conch is a high-grade Grand Mist treasure, its power being boundless. Unleashing its power with your bloodline power, it doesn't even reach 10%. It's simply a bright pearl that's cast into darkness in your hands. Furthermore, the Emerald Sea Divine Conch still has many brilliant uses, but you don't understand it at all. As if to confirm Yi Yuan's words, the Emerald Sea Divine Conch circled around Yi Yuan. It was as if it was a lively elf. Even a fool could also tell that the Emerald Sea Divine Conch really found its home now. Black Flood Dragon King's complexion was ashen, with indescribable despair on his face. He did not expect that he actually lost so thoroughly. Yi Yuan said coolly, I won't offend people unless I'm offended. Originally, I only came to Thistle South Sea region due to Jingfei's invitation. But you had impure motives. Then it can't be blamed on this Yi. Finished saying, Yi Yuan formed a seal with his hands again, the Emerald Sea Divine Conch erupted with a terrifying power once more. This time, it was the final hit. Leaving behind a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven enemy was not Yi Yuan's style. Don't, big brother Yi Yuan. Right at this time, little dragon girl suddenly cried. Yi Yuan's movements suddenly turned stiff and he looked toward Jingfei. Little dragon girl wept as she yelled, Big brother Yi Yuan, I beg you. Please don't kill my royal father. He's the best royal father in the world. When Yi Yuan heard this, his brows could not help furrowing. Although this lass loved to play pranks, she was just not mature yet. Previously, when Black Flood Dragon King wanted to kill him, she even spoke up to stop him. It could be seen that her character was not bad. Now, Yi Yuan could not help feeling a little troubled. Chapter 2693, Returning to the Original Owner. Yi Yuan was silent, everyone looked at him with complicated expressions. Who could have thought that by making a trip to the land of dragon slumber, this measly little limitless sublime heavenly stratum could actually decide the life and death of the 7 great kings? After a moment of silence, Yi Yuan said coolly, all right, I can spare his life. But death penalty can be spared, punishment can't be escaped. Black Flood Dragon King, cripple your own cultivation, and then I can let you off. From now on, you'll stay in this Thistle South Sea region and be an idle dragon king. Black Flood Dragon King's expression changed and he scolded angrily, you might as well kill me. Yi Yuan said coolly, if you're not willing, then I can only do it myself. It was only to see him recite a spell. The Emerald Sea Divine Conch activated again. Hundreds of water dragons suddenly condensed in the deep sea. Each water dragon had the cultivation of Jade Sovereign Heaven. Hundreds of Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses, what kind of concept was that? Back then, when the Pill Alliance besieged the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect, they merely mobilized around 100 Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. But Yi Yuan directly summoned more than 100 water dragons. 100 water dragons bombarded Black Flood Dragon King wildly, making everyone's expression change from watching again. The torrent just now, versus these 100 water dragons, was 2 different kinds of impact. But without a doubt, they were both extremely strong. Furthermore, these over 100 water dragons were not completely disorderly. Their fighting method was far stronger than those that Black Flood Dragon King and Little Dragon Girl summoned. Too strong. Completely different levels. Black Flood Dragon King could only summon several water dragons of similar strength to his when he used the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. But Yi Yuan summoned hundreds of water dragons that's even higher realm than him in one go. This is called disparity. That's right, Yi Yuan definitely has true dragon bloodline. I didn't expect that a true dragon bloodline actually appeared in my 7 great sea regions. The heavens of the 7 great sea regions are going to change. At this time, they all realized that the appearance of Yi Yuan, this true dragon, would make the 7 great sea regions arrangement undergo massive changes. If Yi Yuan had the intention to seek hegemony, he could even dominate the 7 great sea regions now and become the king of the 7 seas. Black Flood Dragon King was severely injured in the first place. Amidst the wild bombardment, he could still barely manage to hold on at the beginning. But later on, he gave up completely. After a bout of indiscriminate bombardment, Black Flood Dragon King directly became a cripple. He sank to the bottom of the sea, his aura being feeble to the extreme. Yi Yuan arrived in front of Black Flood Dragon King and said coolly, "You only had yourself to blame for this, can't blame me." "Big brother Yi Yuan, must you do this?" Little dragon girl said in tears. It was still Yi Yuan's first time seeing years in this girl's eyes. However, he still said cruelly, "This is my bottom line. If he isn't crippled, then we can only fall out and become enemies. You should know, this incident wasn't started by me." Black Shark and the rest were all silent like cicadas in winter at this time. It was not that they did not want to take action, but that Yi Yuan was too powerful. The Yi Yuan who possessed the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, his might was already sufficient to overthrow the entire Thistle South royal clan. Pray tell, who could resist these hundreds of Jade Sovereign Heaven water dragons? Little dragon girl wept bitterly, but she nodded her head and said, "Okay." Yi Yuan also did not expect that little dragon girl actually nodded her head at this time. He even thought that he was going to fall out and become enemies with this girl because of Black Flood Dragon King. However, even if he killed Black Flood Dragon King, he would not make things difficult for little dragon girl either. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and did not talk rubbish either, directly going up and crippling Black Flood Dragon King's cultivation. Seeing the king of the 7 seas become a cripple, the expressions of each and every one of the sea race powerhouses present changed slightly. That was one of the strongest 7 people in the 7 seas. But there were also some dragon sons that had a hint of smugness that flashed across their eyes. They knew that Yi Yuan's foundation was not in the sea and that he would definitely return to the shore. Therefore, in the wake of Black Flood Dragon King being crippled, Thistle South royal clan's decline already became inevitable. Thistle South Sea region was the closest to land. It could be said to be the most prosperous sea region. The other sea regions had the intention of encroaching on it long ago. It was just that due to Black Flood Dragon King's might, they did not dare to take action all along. But now, Black Flood Dragon King was already crippled. The chance came now. "Uncle Black Shark, carry royal father, let's go back." Little dragon girl already stopped crying at this time and ordered Black Shark expressionlessly. He did not see much hatred in little dragon girl's eyes. But he felt that little dragon girl seemed to have matured at this instant. Little dragon girl was playful, but she was not stupid. She knew what the Thistle South royal clan had to face. Now that Black Flood Dragon King was crippled. Therefore, she had to become strong. It was not calm and tranquil in the sea. The 7 great royal clans, open and covert contentions had never ceased before. In the past, there was Black Flood Dragon King suppressing the others. Hence, little dragon girl could live a carefree life. But now, her brothers, her mothers, all needed her to protect them. Right at this time, a streak of flowing light flew by. The Emerald Sea Divine Conch stopped in front of her. Little dragon girl looked at Yi Yuan with some surprise, uncertain what it meant. When the others saw this scene, their expressions changed greatly too. "Big brother Yi Yuan, the Emerald Sea Divine Conch is yours in the first place. I'm returning it to you now. With your current bloodline power, if you control the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, your strength won't be weaker than half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven. I've also left the method of controlling the Emerald Sea Divine Conch inside. With your intelligence, you should be able to learn it very quickly." Talking intel here, Yi Yuan's gaze turned dark and swept across the face of the numerous powerhouses and said, "From today onward, you're the Thistle South royal clan's new dragon lord." The expressions of those dragon sons concocting a scheme could not help changing drastically at this time. They looked at Yi Yuan with incomprehensible expressions, not understanding why he would do this. That was a grand mist treasure. Grand mist treasure, that was a treasure that Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses used. He actually casually gave it to Little Dragon Girl. Little Dragon Girl also looked at Yi Yuan with a look of surprise, as if she did not know him. She also did not expect that Yi Yuan actually returned the Emerald Sea Divine Conch to her. Before that, Little Dragon Girl had always believed that the Emerald Sea Divine Conch was hers. But now, she already understood, the Emerald Sea Divine Conch simply belonged to the Land of Dragon Slumber. And the Land of Dragon Slumber's inheritance had already been completely acquired by Yi Yuan. Therefore, the Emerald Sea Divine Conch belonged to Yi Yuan. The power that the Emerald Sea Divine Conch unleashed in Yi Yuan's hands was much greater than unleashed in her hands. Yi Yuan possessing the Emerald Sea Divine Conch was equivalent to suddenly advancing a major cultivation realm, and could even overpower Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. Such a massive lucky chance, he actually did not want it. It was impossible for this kind of thing to happen to anyone. She shook her head hard and said, "Big brother Yi Yuan, this is yours." "I can't take it." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Take it. The Emerald Sea Divine Conch belongs to the sea. It can only unleash its greatest power in the sea. Following me to land, it won't be able to even unleash half of its power. Therefore, it is better for it to follow you. Furthermore, without it, you won't be able to protect your royal father and royal mother, as well as your siblings. So, don't need to refuse me." Little Dragon Girl's eyes could not help becoming wet, nodding her head hard at Yi Yuan. Chapter 2694, Fighting the Previous Generation. "It's here." Yi Yuan looked at the two islands ahead and was absorbed in thought. Between the two islands was a glimpse of the sky. That appearance was clearly being split by someone with a sword. Currently, Yi Yuan was very far away from the island. But a sword energy that made the heart palpitate was faintly coming from there. A dragon head and human body seafolk was standing next to Yi Yuan. Who could it be if not the Black Flood Dragon King? More than a year had passed since the trip to the Land of Dragon Slumber. Yi Yuan did not leave Thistle South Sea region right away, but held down the fort in the Dragon Palace for as long as a year, stabilizing the situation in Thistle South. Black Flood Dragon King hated Yi Yuan to the bones, but he had nothing to say about Yi Yuan's behavior and conduct. At present, he had already become a cripple and could only resign himself to fate. After staying for a long time, Yi Yuan's understanding of the sea race also became better. Not long ago, Yi Yuan learned from Black Shark that more than 10,000 years ago, a human powerhouse had once crossed the 7 great sea regions and set off for the south. At that time, it caused a mighty uproar in the 7 great sea regions. Actually, the 7 great sea regions back then were not like the current situation. They were under the rule of 3 Saint Sovereign Heavens. The appearance of that human powerhouse triggered a joint attack by the 3 great Saint Sovereign Heavens. As a result, 4 great Saint Sovereign Heavens unfolded a grand battle in this stretch of sea region that Yi Yuan was standing at. The human powerhouse slew the 3 great Saint Sovereign Heavens here by himself with one sword. This island was cleaved apart by the human powerhouse's one sword slash. Ever since then, the 7 great sea regions had fallen into chaos. Only all the way until later 7 great half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens rose up did the 7 great sea regions recover to their current situation. That's right, it's here. That great battle caused a great sensation in the entire 7 great sea regions. Back then, I was just a lower limitless sublime heaven and had the fortune to witness that grand battle. That human powerhouse was too strong. Mentioning that person, Black Flood Dragon King still had lingering fear in his heart now. One had to know, a human fighting with the sea race in the ocean was a great disadvantage to begin with. But that person suppressed the 3 great Saint Sovereign Heavens from beginning to end. That sort of power virtually made people despair. Yi Yuan's gaze flickered indeterminately. He thought of someone. Zhou Bufan. Calculating from the time, it seemed to be precisely what happened after Zhou Bufan's disappearance. There was a legend at that time that Zhou Bufan walked toward the sea and left. It was just that people did not know whether it was real or fake story. But looking at it now, perhaps this really happened. Yi Yuan could not think of anyone who had this ability apart from Zhou Bufan, to be able to overpower 3 great sea race Saint Sovereign Heavens with his power alone. Suddenly, Yi Yuan stepped forward and walked toward the island. Black Flood Dragon King's expression changed, and he said, "You can't go. That sword energy is priming with the power of Great Tao. It has stayed on this island for more than 10,000 years and still hasn't decayed too much to this date. Even as, these half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens, can't enter the center of the sword energy too. If you go, you'll die without a burial ground. The further he advanced, the more piercing cold the sword energy became. A wound was cut on Yi Yuan's face, fresh blood dripping down. However, Yi Yuan was oblivious and continued advancing, and the sword intent in his body actually involuntarily seeped out of his body, turning into a small seedling. When Black Flood Dragon King saw this scene, he could not help saying gloatingly, not listening to the advice of the elderly, suffering is right ahead. How can the power of a Saint Sovereign Heaven be what you can imagine? But it's best that you get hacked into minced meat by this sword intent. Black Flood Dragon King was conflicted about Yi Yuan currently. He hoped for Yi Yuan to go and die from the bottom of his heart. But, the present Thistle South Sea region's situation also indeed needed him to stabilize. In his view, Yi Yuan's action was no different from seeking death. Even if he controlled the Emerald Sea Divine Conch to defeat him, under this sword intent, he was still insignificant like an ant. In his sea of consciousness, Mitn said, "What a domineering sword energy, you can't get in." Clearly, he also felt this astonishing sword intent and woke up from his deep sleep. "I know," Yi Yuan said coolly. "You'll die like this." Mitn said, "I won't. I want to see until which point I can walk," Yi Yuan said. Yi Yuan did not underestimate his own capability, but he was not conceited until he thought that he could compare to Zhou Bufan currently. But, regarding this legendary figure, he indeed really wanted to broaden his knowledge. Walking until here, Yi Yuan basically already confirmed that this sword intent was indeed left behind by Zhou Bufan. Because this sword intent was somewhat similar to Luo Yunqing, who Luo Yunqing admired the most and held in greatest esteem in his life was Zhou Bufan. So, he walked Zhou Bufan's path too. It was just that Luo Yunqing's sword intent was far too lacking when compared to Zhou Bufan. The sword energy became fiercer and fierce, and increasingly dense, virtually unavoidable. The wounds on Yi Yuan's body became more and more. He was carefully feeling the flow of the sword intent, feeling this unparalleled, domineering sword intent. Yi Yuan was greatly stirred. Zhou Bufan was well deserving of being an existence that could overwhelm Rainclear continent. Yi Yuan's sword intent was like a firefly compared to the bright moon in front of this sword intent. This sword intent was too pure, too sublime, too powerful. This kind of strength was an unreasonable strength. No matter how exceedingly formidable your means, I would cut it with one sword. For more than 10,000 years, the sword intent condensed and did not scatter. It could be seen how powerful this sword intent was. The further forward, the stronger the oppressive force. Sword intent was secondary, but Yi Yuan felt that astonishing will from the sword intent. This was the root of Zhou Bufan's might. However, this also aroused Yi Yuan's pride. At this moment, Yi Yuan completely entered a state of selflessness. His entire being was used to feel the sword intent. This shocking sword intent dashed around on the island, seemingly disorderly and unsystematic. But Yi Yuan was similarly proficient in sword Dao. He could feel the faintly discernible rule undulation in it. This was sword Dao. This was a world of swords. How could it possibly be disorderly and unsystematic? The 8 transformed swords fully bloomed at this moment. They unfolded a frenzied exchange with Zhou Bufan's sword intent. But Yi Yuan's hand was gripped on the branch. The 9th transformed sword. At this moment, Yi Yuan urged his sword Dao to the extreme. He was currently in a situation as if fighting with an invisible opponent, the battle situation fierce to the extreme. Far away, Black Flood Dragon King watched until his countenance changed visibly. He completely did not expect that Yi Yuan would actually be strong to such an extent. Furthermore, the road that Yi Yuan covered currently already far exceeded ordinary Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. This place was the 7 Great Sea Region's legendary place. Every year, there were powerhouses and geniuses that came here to challenge the sword intent. But there were very few who could survive. In these 10,000 years, many genius powerhouses had sprung up in the sea race too. There was once a genius that had extremely high hopes of reaching Saint Sovereign Heaven. When he was at peak Jade Sovereign Heaven, he came to challenge the sword intent here. In the end, he fell at a place that was still 10,000 feet away from the island. Stepping on the island and entering that fissure, that place was where the sword intent was at the height of its power. And currently, Yi Yuan was 15,000 feet away from the island. This result already made many Jade Sovereign Heavens perspire from embarrassment. Chapter 2695, Beyond the Sea. Roughly 15,000 feet, that should be his limit. Black Flood Dragon King looked at Yi Yuan and said with certainty. Because he saw that Yi Yuan was currently already extremely strained. He practically could not advance anymore. This place was his bottleneck. Indeed, the sword intent at 15,000 feet already reached Yi Yuan's limit. But the current Yi Yuan was oblivious. The wounds on his body gradually increased, but it was as if he could not feel it. The current Yi Yuan was extremely excited. Dismantling moves on sight, it was like he was currently fighting with Zhou Bufan. Resolving the other party's sword intent already became his joy. Even he also did not realize that he had already entered a state of sudden enlightenment. In this 1 year plus, although Yi Yuan's cultivation realm broke through to limitless sublime heavenly stratum, his sword Dao rule did not break through. The further behind, the more difficult it was to comprehend the power of rules. Often, when it reached the late stage, the comprehension of rules would severely lag behind cultivation realm. At that time, one's potential would also be depleted. Even wanting to break through cultivation realm a little was immensely difficult. But currently, his sword Dao rule already seemed ready to come out at his call, and was about to reach the 3rd level right away. Under the outside world's strong pressure, Yi Yuan's sword Dao rule became increasingly mellow. Suddenly, his sword Dao rule seemed to be floodwaters that broke the dam, suddenly gushing out. Sword Dao rule, 3rd level. However, the sword Dao rule that Yi Yuan comprehended was different from Zhou Bufan's sword Dao rule. Sword was a great Dao, all-encompassing. Zhou Bufan's sword was unparalleled and domineering. What it pursued was the extreme of strength. His sword was pure to the extreme. It was a kind of sword that forsaken everything, pressing forward in every endeavor. But what Yi Yuan comprehended was the profound meaning of the universe. Deriving heaven and earth with the sword. One sword, one world. Zhou Bufan's sword seemed fearsome, but it had drawbacks too. Once he encountered a truly powerful individual, his extreme strength would easily suffer a crushing defeat. This was the so-called easy to break if overly tough. While Yi Yuan's sword Dao rule might not be so strong in terms of strength, but it won in being continuous without ceasing. It was hard to say which was stronger and which was weaker. Just like currently, the moment Yi Yuan's opening burst, it became unstoppable. The sword energy at 15,000 feet was completely unable to stop him anymore. His figure moved again, speeding toward between the two islands. When Black Flood Dragon King saw this scene, he was dumbfounded with shock. This guy actually comprehended it. This boy has such a shocking comprehension ability. What a powerful will. Virtually at the same time, Black Flood Dragon King and Mitn exclaimed with admiration. Gaining enlightenment on Dao at the moment between life and death, it was easy to talk about, but doing it was as hard as ascending to heaven. Since it was between life and death, a single misstep and it would be the outcome of perishing and Dao dissipating. Furthermore, those who were able to return from that sort of extreme state were in the minority. This kind of breakthrough method was okay once in a while. But, too many attempts and it would definitely be the outcome of death. But to Yi Yuan, it was already pretty much run-of-the-mill. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan's speed soared, entering 10,000 feet very quickly. 10,000 feet, this was already the limit for Jade Sovereign Heavens. Even a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven like Black Flood Dragon King could at most just advance another 3,000 feet too. Yi Yuan's step was already a result that set the world on fire. But Yi Yuan's footsteps did not stop. He was still advancing. 9,000 feet, 8,000 feet, 3,000 feet. Although the speed got slower and slower, Yi Yuan still rushed to the 1,000 feet place in the end. Black Flood Dragon King opened his mouth wide, having disbelief written all over his face. Just what kind of terrifying realm had this guy's sword Dao rule reached? Yi Yuan's skin was long already flayed open and his flesh torn, fresh blood dripping. But he did not care at all. He continued to move towards the fissure step by step. The piercing cold sword energy was almost pulverizing him. But he stubbornly held on. 800 feet, 700 feet. Yi Yuan spurted a mouthful of fresh blood wildly, almost fainting away. He was already standing at the entrance of the crack. But, the sword energy inside was too terrifying. One step away, but akin to heaven and earth. Yi Yuan believed that if he dared to take another step forward, he would surely be sliced into minced meat by the countless sword energy. Boy, you're already very strong. There's a gap of 2 major cultivation realms between you. Mitn said. Mn, I know. Yi Yuan nodded and said. You can't advance anymore. If you go further, I can't save you too. The brat who left behind this sword scar is too strong. Mitn said. Mn, I know. Yi Yuan nodded his head again and said very calmly. Only when he saw Yi Yuan had the intention to retreat did Mitn set his mind at ease. However, the astonishment in his heart was hard to describe with words. That Saint Sovereign Heaven who left behind the sword scar absolutely had a stunning aptitude. But this young man in front of him was not the slightest bit worse. It was just that, these were 2 geniuses of 2 eras, but they exchanged blows here in such a manner. Even he was unable to judge who was stronger and who was weaker too. However, he did not feel that Yi Yuan lost. On the contrary, Yi Yuan brought him too many pleasant surprises today. Right then, Yi Yuan's figure retreated explosively. Very soon, he returned to the Black Flood Dragon King's side. Swallowing a heavenly pill, he said coolly, do you feel that he can reach the other side of the sea? Black Flood Dragon King was taken back and shook his head and said, he's very strong, but the 7 great sea regions are just a small plot of land. There are still countless super powerhouses ahead. There are even existences stronger than Saint Sovereign Heaven. It's impossible for him to reach the other side of the sea. No, he definitely can. The moment Black Flood Dragon King's voice fell, Yi Yuan immediately retorted. Black Flood Dragon King snickered and said, you're not a seafolk. You don't know the terrors ahead. No matter how stronger you humans are, it's also impossible to cross the ocean and reach the other shore. Yi Yuan just smiled and said, others can't, but he definitely can. Of course, I definitely can as well. Perhaps, we'll be able to meet in the future. This guy left an awful mess behind for me. When I see him in the future, I'll definitely seek an explanation from him. Black Flood Dragon King had a dumbfounded face, not knowing where this guy's confidence came from. Saint Sovereign Heavens were indeed the kings of the sea. But the sea was too vast. Existences stronger than Saint Sovereign Heavens still existed. This inexplicable confidence was really damnable. However, he also discerned that Yi Yuan also wanted to tread on the wave and leave in the future and reach the other shore. Hoo-hoo. Go on. You go. Best that you die in the sea. Black Flood Dragon King said with a cold smile. He would never hide his hatred in front of Yi Yuan. He knew that hiding it was useless too. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said with a smile, I'll definitely go. But I have a premonition that Jingfei that lass will leave in the future too. The 7 great sea regions are too small and can't trap her here. Yi Yuan had long discovered that Jingfei's talent flung the 7 great sea regions people off by too much. Before encountering him, Mitn was already planning on designating Jingfei to take him home. It was just that his sudden appearance made Mitn change his mind. It could be seen from this that Jingfei's worst result in the future would also be reaching the realm of a true dragon. Chapter 2696, Huge Background. 3 years later, little dragon girl Jingfei broke through to Jade Sovereign Heaven in one stroke, shocking the 7 great sea regions. And her dragon chi also successfully evolved to 9th segment. Coupled with the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, her strength was absolutely by no means inferior to a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven, or even stronger. On this day, Yi Yuan bid farewell and left. Big brother Yi Yuan, thank you. Little dragon girl said with a complicated expression. Yi Yuan garrisoned at Thistle South Sea region for 3 years, making the 6 great royal clans not dare to act rashly without careful consideration. To Yi Yuan, it was indeed doing everything that was humanly possible to help already. After all, Black Flood Dragon King being crippled, it was him who provoked Yi Yuan first to begin with. If it were somebody else, they might have directly slaughtered the entire Thistle South royal clan. Yi Yuan smiled and said, don't behave like a little grown-up, you're still a kid. Cultivate well. The 7 great sea regions are too small, the outside is your stage. If you feel bored, come to Heavenly South City to look for me and play. The gluttonous bug in little dragon girl's heart seemed to have been lured out all of a sudden and she said in surprise, Big brother Yi Yuan, is what you're saying true? Yi Yuan smiled and said, of course it's true. Your current strength is enough to deter other royal clans. Even if you go out and play once in a while, they won't dare to make a move without careful consideration as well. Of course, if they really dare to act rashly without careful thought, I'll follow you back to destroy them. Little dragon girl was beside herself with joy and said, Big brother Yi Yuan is the best. Yi Yuan looked at little dragon girl's appearance and nodded with a slight smile. This was how little dragon girl originally looked like. These few years had suffocated her badly. Looking at her appearance akin to being relieved of a heavy burden, Yi Yuan was rather relieved too. Returning to land, before reaching calm South City, Yi Yuan already sensed that something was not right. On the way, he had already been attacked by several waves of true spirits. Furthermore, the closer he got to calm South City, the more true spirits he encountered. Of course, these true spirits' cultivation realms were not high. They did not pose a big threat to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised. Could it be that some unforeseen event happened to this calm South City? In this region, they were mostly invaded by the sea race. There would rarely be true spirits that dared to come out and riot. Then where did these true spirits come from? With doubts in his mind, Yi Yuan could not help picking up the pace. Nearing calm South City, Yi Yuan could not help drawing a breath of cold air. Below the city walls, it was densely packed full of true spirits. The number was simply impossible to calculate. These true spirits surrounded calm South City tightly and launched attacks frenziedly. Calm South City's city-protecting Grand Array was already in a precarious situation under the frenzied attacks. Yi Yuan could even see Su Yi pacing back and forth like an ant on a hot pan on top of city walls. What in the world happened? Calm South City is close to the sea, why would there be so many true spirits? Logically speaking, there's only the Myriad Demons Mountain that has so many true spirits. Could it be that these true spirits all ran out of the Myriad Demons Mountain? Furthermore, calm South City is in such imminent danger. Why didn't Heavenly South City and the other 8 cities rush to the rescue? When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he could not help being full of doubts. Quickly look, there's a human there, kill him. He's mine, you're not allowed to snatch. Kill, kill, kill. Yi Yuan did not intentionally hide his figure. Very soon, he was discovered by the true spirits at the back. When they saw Yi Yuan, it was like seeing delicious food, rushing over one after another. Yi Yuan gave a cold snort and sword energy swept, more than 10 true spirits were instantly killed. Yi Yuan did not use much strength to deal with these small fries. Below Limitless Sublime, he could practically instantly kill them. For a moment, tragic wails were continuous. The commotion at the rear attracted the attention of the true spirit army very quickly. They were attacking the city with all their strength, there was no defense at the rear at all. Yi Yuan's sudden appearance completely disrupted the true spirit army's siege. What happened? Greenrock was currently commanding the army to attack the city when he suddenly discovered that there was chaos at the rear, and his brows could not help furrowing together. He was this true spirit army's commander. His original body was a green-furred Greenrock beast. His strength already reached lower Jade Sovereign Heaven. Seeing as the city-protecting Grand Array was about to be breached, but then someone threw a wrench in the works halfway, it made him very angry. Straining his eyes and looking into the distance, he saw that a figure was currently pressing onward crazily. His army could not stop that person at all. There were even some Limitless Sublime Heavenly Stratum commanders who were killed by him in one exchange too. Humph, ignorant fool, just based on you alone, you want to save a city too? All generals heed my order. Give up the siege, and kill that boy for me. Greenrock said with a loud roar. All true spirits got the order and immediately turned around and surrounded Yi Yuan. The sudden turn of events below the city made the expression of Su Yi, who was on top of city walls, change. What happened? There are reinforcements. Why is there only one person? Su Yi focused his eyes and looked, and immediately discovered clues. But very soon, he saw that there was only a single figure among the 10,000 beasts and could not help being disappointed. But very soon, his brows furrowed together and he muttered to himself, why is this figure somewhat familiar? Suddenly, there was a huge earthquake. Hundreds of true spirits were directly crushed into meat paste. It turned out that Yi Yuan brought out the Heavenspan Mountain and directly suppressed them all. In such a densely packed situation, the Heavenspan Mountain was seriously too useful. There was another huge earthquake, several hundred true spirits were directly crushed again. The current Yi Yuan directly transformed into a celestial deity, lifting up the giant mountain and directly suppressing the enemies. How could those true spirits dare to approach? This giant mountain was too scary. It was just that once they retreated, they directly collided with the true spirits that rushed up from behind. The entire army immediately became a mess. However, a large empty space was immediately vacated around Yi Yuan. Su Yi's pupils constricted and he cried out in surprise, "It's Third Hall Master. Is he going to rush in alone? Is he crazy?" When Greenrock saw the power of the Heavenspan Mountain, not only was he not surprised, he had a look of wild elation instead. Heavenly Spirit Treasure. As long as he killed Yi Yuan, this treasure would be his. But currently, inside Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness, Mitn was incredibly shocked. "Boy, where did you get this thing?" Mitn's voice practically changed pitches. The shock in his heart currently could be seen. Yi Yuan had a puzzled look and said, "This matter can't be explained in a few words. It was suppressed in the lower realm that I grew up in by some guy, but it was refined by me in the end. This item is merely a heavenly spirit treasure. You shouldn't be so surprised, right? Heavenly spirit treasures were indeed exceptional treasures when placed in Rainclear Continent." But Yi Yuan knew that he was unable to assess Mitn's realm at all. Hence, Mitn should not have any interest in this level of treasure. But Mitn's reaction made Yi Yuan realize that the origin of the Heavenspan Mountain seemed to be extraordinary. Merely a heavenly spirit treasure. Hoo-hoo. This object shocked the 33 heavens back then. Its power is unimaginable. This appearance now is merely a bright pearl that's covered in dust, that's all. Talk about this matter later. You'd best resolve the issue in front of you first. Mitn said. Yi Yuan could not help rolling his eyes, his heart itching like it was scratched by a cat. Back then, he felt that this Heavenspan Mountain was somewhat extraordinary. Because the wordless heavenly skills cultivation method was extremely formidable. He did not expect that it really had a huge background. But it was indeed not the time to get to the bottom of things now. Because Greenrock was already here. Chapter 2697, Knowledge is Too Shallow. "Boy, give the small mountain in your hand. I can spare your life." Greenrock looked at Yi Yuan and said coolly. Yi Yuan ignored him. Yi Yuan asked instead, "Where did you guys come from? Why did you besiege Calm South City?" Greenrock snorted coldly and said, "Right now, it's this commander who's talking to you. It's not your turn to come and ask me. Looks like I still have to make a move before I can get an answer." Yi Yuan shook his head slightly and said with a sigh. Greenrock's face turned black and he said in a solemn voice, "Reckless and blind thing. A mere lower limitless sublime heaven also dares to be presumptuous in front of this commander. Kill for me." His subordinates, more than 10 grand completion limitless sublime heavenly stratum generals, received the order and attacked Yi Yuan one after another. Grand completion limitless sublime heavenly stratum was already a feudal king of a region in the land of Heavenly South. More than 10 true spirits attacking together, the commotion was extremely shocking. Yi Yuan's expression did not change, muttering under his breath. The Heavenspan Mountain suddenly turned into an afterimage, smashing towards one of them. It was only to hear a dull and loud bang. That true spirit spurted fresh blood wildly from his mouth, being already seriously injured. But at this time, Yi Yuan's figure was like a ghost, and actually disappeared under the siege of the others. With Yi Yuan's current strength, he could already unleash 70%-80% of the Heavenspan Mountain's power. The weight of the power was extraordinary. The usage of the Heavenspan Mountain was just one thing, to be unreasonable. No matter how your means were exceedingly formidable, I would only smash with a mountain. Simple, crude, yet no solution. After Yi Yuan was set off, the speed of the Heavenspan Mountain was too fast. It was even faster than these grand completion limitless sublime heavenly stratum true spirits. Unless a Jade Sovereign Heaven took action, it was virtually a fool's talk for someone in the same rank to want to deal with Yi Yuan. Before everyone had time to react, Yi Yuan's figure appeared behind the few people bizarrely and launched the Heavenspan Mountain once again. A true spirit was caught off guard and directly took a fierce blow to the back. This true spirit immediately sprawled on the ground, vomiting blood, looking like he was about to kick the bucket. When Greenrock saw this scene, his expression could not help changing wildly. Bizarre movement technique coupled with the unreasonable Heavenspan Mountain, this simply had no solution. These grand completion limitless sublime heaven lords joined forces. Not only are they unable to deal with him, but they are also beaten by him until there's one dead and one injured. Where did this human come from? How can he be so strong? The true spirit army was all dumbfounded with amazement, being frightened by Yi Yuan's shocking strength. Those who attacked just now were all grand completion limitless sublime heavenly stratum true spirits. They actually could not even touch a single strand of hair of the other party. On top of city walls, Su Yi was dumbfounded too. How similarly was this seen to Yi Yuan single-handedly repelling the Thistle South army back then? However, what was different was that the Yi Yuan at that time was just putting on an empty fort strategy to scare the other party away. But now, Yi Yuan was relying on his own strength to forcefully resist the 10,000 beast army. Currently, Yi Yuan's image was the same as the savior in the eyes of Calm South City's martial artists. Looking at the jubilant cheering happening on top of city walls, Su Yi frowned slightly. The real crux was that green-furred commander. He was a Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse. Without beating him, everything was off the table. Calm South City did not have Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses at all. If the city protecting Grand Array broke, the people would definitely be plunged into misery and suffering. Therefore, he could not open the city gates and go out. That way, it would be equivalent to delivering the lives of the entire city into the hands of these true spirits. Still coming, Yi Yuan looked at Greenrock with strong provocation. Greenrock flew into a great rage. Flicking his sleeves grandly, he said, "I'll step down for this commander. This commander is going to eradicate this boy with my own hands." Only to see him extend his hand and beckon. The earth quaked. An enormous rock was actually summoned by him. Greenrock looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "This commander wants to see whether it is your giant mountain that's formidable, or my giant rock roar that's powerful. Go." Greenrock was an earth attribute true spirit to begin with. He was the most adept in earth rule. That chunk of giant rock that was akin to a small mountain actually smashed over toward Yi Yuan with incredible speed. This scene was unbelievably spectacular. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, muttering spells under his breath again. The Heavenspan mountain immediately turned into a small mountain. Two small mountains collided, emitting an earth-shaking rumble. The giant rock that Greenrock summoned immediately shattered into countless pieces, but the Heavenspan mountain was as steady as Mount Tai. The most terrifying thing about this attack was not the giant mountain, but the strength of a Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse. Yi Yuan felt a tremendous force that could topple mountains and overturn the seas transmitted over. He tasted sweetness in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. When the true spirit army saw this scene, they immediately started howling like mountains crying out and the sea howling. "Commander is mighty. Long live the commander. Commander, tear this boy to shreds and avenge the brothers." Ignorant human, to actually dare oppose the commander, courting death. When Greenrock saw the situation, he let out a burst of wild laughter and said, "Ha ha ha, punk, know my prowess yet? Strength is the kingly way. Without strength, it's useless no matter how strong your treasure is. This treasure is just a wanton waste of God's good gifts in your hands, might as well give it to me." Yi Yuan pulled back the Heavenspan mountain and said disdainfully, "Is this the strength of a Jade Sovereign Heaven? Nothing more than this. I'm just a lower limitless sublime heaven, being an entire cultivation realm lower than you. You merely hurt me a little and became so proud of yourself." Actually, it was not difficult for Yi Yuan to avoid that blow earlier. But he did not dodge it. He wanted to test how strong the strength of a lower Jade Sovereign Heaven was. Back then, Wangfu Cloudthink struck a palm on the Heavenspan mountain and failed to take his life, let alone Greenrock. The result of the test seemed to be pretty good. This bit of injury was virtually negligible to Yi Yuan. Greenrock's face fell, and he said with a cold snort, "Boy, I couldn't tell if you're shamelessly boasting. Just now was just the appetizer. Now, I'll let you taste something even more formidable." Finished saying, he sucked with his palm. An even larger boulder was sucked up by him again. Giant rock roar. Go. This time, Greenrock employed 80% of his strength. It could be seen that he had become genuinely enraged. However, this time, Yi Yuan did not seem to have the intention of using the Heavenspan mountain. When Greenrock saw this scene, he sneered even more coldly and said, "Reckless and blind thing, go and die for me." However, right at this time, a cold light flashed. An incomparably sharp sword light tore across the sky and landed on the huge rock. That enormous boulder actually broke into two and fell with a loud bang. Greenrock's pupils constricted, and he cried out in surprise, "How is that possible?" When he looked again, there was already an additional dragon-shaped long sword in Yi Yuan's hand, emitting a fleeting and ephemeral undulation. This kind of undulation gave Greenrock a feeling of heart palpitations. Greenrock's eyes went wide and he said with a look of horror, "Gee, Grand Mist treasure. How is this possible? Yi Yuan looked at Greenrock and said with a smile, "Not bad, to actually even be able to recognize Grandma's treasure. Didn't you say that no matter how strong the treasure is, it's useless too? I can only say that's because your knowledge is too shallow. Or should I say, the treasures that you've encountered were not strong enough, that's all." Grandma's treasure, Dragon Spring Sword. It was naturally impossible for there to just be one Grandma's treasure in Mitn's hands. This Dragon Spring Sword was given to Yi Yuan by precisely Mitn. Chapter 2698, The Power of a Grandma's Treasure. A Grandma's treasure, that was the treasure that even Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses dreamed of. But now, it appeared in the hands of a limitless sublime heavenly stratum. How could he not be shocked? But very soon, his gaze changed from shock to greed. A man's wealth was his own ruin by causing others greed. In Greenrock's eyes, a limitless sublime heavenly stratum holding a Grandma's treasure, that was delivering a treasure to him. Ha ha ha, great, really excellent, boy, this commander really wants to thank you, to actually deliver to me such a treasure. Greenrock said with a loud laugh. This fleeting and ephemeral aura, even the Suyi on top of city walls felt it too. This kind of aura could only be given off by Grandma's treasures. Even if he had never seen one before, he guessed it too. Seeing his expression changed and he said, "Third Hall Master is too rash. Taking such a treasure out, how can that green-furred commander let him off?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If you have the ability, what's the harm in taking it?" Greenrock smiled coldly and said, "Boy, you're also underestimating Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses too much. Today, I'll let you experience what's called a Jade Sovereign Heaven." Greenrock suddenly raised his head to the sky and roared, his entire person turning into a four-legged green-furred beast. It was precisely the Greenrock beast. It was only to see Greenrock roar. The ground directly collapsed. Yi Yuan only felt his body suddenly plummet, as if imprisoned by something. A terrifying gravity made him virtually unable to breathe. Ha ha ha, how is it, boy? This is a 1,000-fold gravitational field. Powerhouses who are similarly Jade Sovereign Heaven can forget about escaping from my gravity cage too. Now, I want to see what use your treasure has. Meteor rain, arise. Amidst the loud laughter, the dust on the ground kicked up, condensing into rocks in the air. These rocks had all been transformed by the rule of Earth and were tough to the extreme. In the next instant, it was an earth-shattering blow. Ha ha ha, that boy thinks that Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses only have this bit of strength. 1,000-fold gravitational field, even if same-rank martial artists see commander, they will avoid like the plague too. This boy can't even move. How will he still use the treasure? What a moron. Commander has struck rich this time. That's a legendary Grandma's treasure. When the beasts saw Yi Yuan get caught in the gravity field, they already sentenced him to death. After all, no matter how strong the treasure was, if one could not use it, it was useless too. Even if you could use it, in this 1,000-fold gravitational field, every movement and action was slow to the extreme. By the time your move was released, you would long be deader than dead. Boy, your Grandma's treasure, this commander will accept it. Meteor rain, fall. Greenrock made a hand gesture of pressing down. The huge boulders that covered the sky directly smashed down. That commotion felt just like the sky had fallen down. Regardless of whether or not it was the True Spirit Army or Calm South City's powerhouses, each and every one of their faces changed abruptly when they saw it. For Greenrock to be able to become the commander, his strength was indeed extraordinary. He was considered an extremely strong existence among Jade Sovereign Heavens too. It was likely that he had few rivals in the same rank. When Suyi saw this scene, he could not help sighing lightly. However, just as those huge boulders were about to fall to the ground, an abnormality suddenly occurred. Amidst the huge boulders, the phantom of an enormous dragon tore through the air, shattering the falling rocks to smithereens. And that giant dragon did not stop in the slightest, directly rushing out of the gravity field and flying straight for Greenrock. The sound of a dragon roar cut across the firmament. This giant dragon phantom even carried an astonishing sword intent. This was a huge dragon condensed out of sword energy. Greenrock was caught off guard and was hit directly, being blasted flying out. His defense was extremely strong. But currently, his body was full of sword scars, akin to being sliced thousands of times. The power of this sword was too terrifying. It definitely reached the level of Jade Sovereign Heaven. The 1,000-fold gravity field collapsed on its own without being attacked. Greenrock looked at Yi Yuan with a look of horror, full of disbelief. Not only did a limitless sublime heaven break his thousand-fold gravity field, he even breached his defenses. How was this possible? Yi Yuan slowly walked out of the fallen rocks and looked at him as he said coolly, I said before, your knowledge is too shallow. Grand mist treasures are conceived in chaos, carrying the spirit of heaven and earth with boundless power. It's not what heavenly spirit treasures can compare to at all. Moreover, this grand mist treasure is almost tailor-made for me. One had to know, Yi Yuan could rely on the Emerald Sea Divine Conch to kill a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse like the Black Flood Dragon King in the sea. On land, although unable to borrow the power of the sea, dealing with a lower Jade Sovereign Heaven was still nothing difficult. Moreover, this Dragon Spring Sword could combine his sword energy and Dragon Chi together, being ever-changing and having infinite power. This move earlier, Yi Yuan used sword energy and Dragon Chi at the same time, condensing Dragon Chi with sword energy, unleashing a formidable sword. That illusion was a dragon, but it was also sword energy. Defeating Greenrock was naturally within reason too. The true spirit army that was still shouting just now, was dead silent at this time. Their commander was actually defeated. Even the thousand-fold gravity field actually could not trap this limitless sublime heavenly stratum. Greenrock had a shocked expression on his face. He was frightened by Yi Yuan's words. Indeed, he knew that Grand Mist treasure was a treasure superior to heavenly spirit treasures. But, he had never seen before how strong Grand Mist treasures were. A treasure like a Grand Mist treasure was virtually extinct on the entire Rainclear continent. Even those few Saint Sovereign Heavens in the Myriad Demons Mountain did not have Grand Mist treasures too. The power of that sword just now, he finally witnessed it. Of course, Yi Yuan actually released two powers of completely different natures from his body and even fused them into one. Who the hell are you? Greenrock said with a solemn expression. Right now, it's me asking you. You just have to answer. Where did you all come from? Yi Yuan said coolly. Greenrock's expression flickered indeterminately, but he still answered, this commander came from the Myriad Demons Mountain and is under the command of Myriad Elephant King. Boy, if you know what's good for you, stop meddling in other people's business. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences of failure. Yi Yuan was shocked inwardly. This bunch of guys actually came from the Myriad Demons Mountain. If that was the case, then it would really be troublesome. There were seriously too many great demons in the Myriad Demons Mountain. It was rumored that there were even a number of Saint Sovereign Heaven level overlords. Yi Yuan waved the Dragon Spring Sword, a ray of sword light was released, smashing Greenrock flying again. I said it before, I ask, and then you answer. So don't talk nonsense. Keep being long-winded and I can't be bothered to ask you any more either. I think that with so many true spirits, there will always be those who are willing to answer. Yi Yuan said coolly. Greenrock's expression changed, gritting his teeth and nodding. He could tell that Yi Yuan was not joking. You came from Myriad Demons Mountain. Why would you attack Calm South City? Could it be that the northern cities have all fallen? Yi Yuan asked the thing that he was most concerned about. The great demons went all the way south and even fought to the sea already. Then the northern cities were probably in danger. The vast majority of the northern cities have already been occupied by us. Heavenly South City hasn't fallen yet, but they can't hold out for long either. This time, our 5 half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven Kings went south together. There definitely won't be a single blade of grass that grows in the land of Heavenly South. Greenrock said in a solemn voice. Chapter 2699, Myriad Realms Mountain. 5 half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens. This was a rather shocking lineup. One had to know, in the entire land of Heavenly South, there was only Meng Frostwind, this one half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven. With 5 great half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens joining forces, one had to say that it was a miracle for Heavenly South City to not be breached up till now. The land of Heavenly South and Myriad Demons Mountain have always stayed out of each other's business. Why did you all invade Heavenly South? Yi Yuan said with a frown. Stayed out of each other's business. Hoo-hoo. Meng Frostwind and the 5 kings entered a mystic realm together. In the end, he scammed the 5 kings at the critical juncture and snatched a treasure away. Now, he's gone missing. Since we can't find him, then we came to destroy Heavenly South. Greenrock said. Yi Yuan was also dumbfounded with shock when he heard it. It turned out that this was all a problem caused by Meng Frostwind. Speaking with which, Yi Yuan really had not met this city lord before. It turned out that he had been planning to enter the mystic realm all along. However, making the entire heavenly south become the scapegoat for the trouble that he caused, it was really too much. At present, no need to look around, and Yuan also knew that the land of heavenly south would be plunged into an abyss of suffering. However, Yuan guessed that what Meng Frostwind snatched away must be a treasure that was related to stepping into Saint Sovereign Heaven. Otherwise, it was impossible for these 5 kings to be so enraged. A lucky chance to step into Saint Sovereign Heaven was too precious. Yuan did not believe that Meng Frostwind did not know the consequences. But he still did it anyway. This kind of character really made people despise. But right now, being any more furious was to no avail either. It was best to resolve the problem at hand. What did Meng Frostwind snatch away? Yuan asked. Greenrock was disdainful in his heart and wanted to say a few words of ridicule, but when the words reached the tip of his tongue, it was swallowed back. Grade 5 Heavenly Pill, Sacred Destiny Pill. Greenrock said. Yuan was suddenly enlightened, thinking to himself that it was indeed like so. However, he was a little surprised too. He did not expect that there were actually grade 5 heavenly pills in this mystic realm. He had seen before this sacred destiny pill in Zhang Zhangku's jade slip. It was a kind of grade 5 heavenly pill that could increase the chances of breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. No wonder these half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens were so crazy. Half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven was half a step away from Saint Sovereign Heaven to begin with. With the help of a sacred destiny pill, their possibility of stepping into Saint Sovereign Heaven would greatly increase. Yuan kept the dragon spring sword and said coolly, "Come on, lead the way." Greenrock was slightly taken aback and said, "Go." "Go where?" Yuan said, "I want to meet the 5 kings." Greenrock was taken aback again and immediately snickered as he said, "You really want to repay Meng Frostwind's debt? Can you repay it? It's true that you're indeed formidable, but can you take out a sacred destiny pill? The 5 kings don't want anything. They just want the sacred destiny pill." Yuan said coolly, "That's not what you have to worry about. Just lead the way." In such a large-scale war, the transmission array must have already been broken by the True Spirit army. He would definitely encounter large groups of true spirits along the way, so Yuan must have a guide. Otherwise, the number of true spirits was too many to kill. Greenrock sneered and said, "Since you want to court death, then this commander will grant your wish." Yuan did not even enter Calm South City and just brought Greenrock and left. This journey took a month on foot. However, Yuan urged his speed to the extreme and set off for Heavenly South City. Greenrock followed behind and was struck dumb with amazement in his heart. He already urged his speed to the extreme and actually could not quite keep up with Yuan's speed. One had to know, Yuan was not making use of any treasure to make progress. He was completely relying on his own strength to march forward. He even felt that if not for Yuan deliberately maintaining the distance, he would have long been shaken off. This guy was really a freak. However, along the way, Yuan's heart was similarly rising and falling like waves, extremely shocked. He learned about the origin of the Heavenspan Mountain from Mitn. It turned out that the Heavenspan Mountain in his hands was just a part of an ultimate treasure. Furthermore, the Heavenspan Mountain was already severely damaged. That was why it dropped to a heavenly spirit treasure. This ultimate treasure was the Chaos Sacred Treasure that shocked the 33 heavens back then, the Myriad Realms Mountain. The meaning was the mountain that suppressed myriad realms. Its power could be used to access heaven and penetrate the earth. Above Heavenly Spirit Treasure was Grand Mist Treasure. And Grand Mist Treasures were divided into a total of 5 ranks. Rank 1 was the weakest, rank 5 was the strongest. The Dragon Spring Sword was just a rank 1 Grand Mist Treasure, while the Emerald Sea Divine Conch was a rank 2 Grand Mist Treasure. The disparity between the two was extremely large in the first place. The power of a rank 5 Grand Mist Treasure was simply unimaginable. Above Grand Mist Treasure was Chaos Sacred Treasure. Myriad Realms Mountain was personally forged by the Lord of Chaos that awed the 33 heavens. He traveled across all the heavens and myriad worlds, searched for countless precious materials, and forged 7 huge mountains. Each of these 7 enormous mountains was rank 5 Grand Mist Treasures. Combining together, it would be a Chaos Sacred Treasure. Furthermore, it was an extremely powerful Chaos Sacred Treasure. The Lord of Chaos was extremely powerful to begin with. Coupled with this Chaos Sacred Treasure, he roamed the 33 heavens unhindered with few rivals. It was just that later on, no idea why, the Lord of Chaos vanished, and the whereabouts of the Myriad Realms mountain became a mystery. Mitn did not expect that one of them would actually land in Yi Yuan's hands. It was after a few twists and turns, the rank of the Heavenspan mountain dropped again and again, becoming a heavenly spirit treasure that was less than trash. How strong the Lord of Chaos was, Yi Yuan was simply unable to imagine. To the current him, Saint Sovereign Heaven was already extremely powerful. But without a doubt, the background of the Heavenspan mountain was huge. If I can gather the 7 giant mountains, wouldn't I be able to possess a chaos sacred treasure? Yi Yuan thought about it and was a little excited too. Hoo, that's easy for you to imagine. These 7 giant mountains have probably long already scattered across the heavens and myriad realms. How much ability do you have to traverse the heavens and myriad realms? Furthermore, disregarding other things, just this mountain in your hands, who knows how much Grand Mist energy is needed to restore it to a rank 5 Grand Mist treasure. Just based on your current bit of strength, don't even think about it. Mitn gave him a blow. However, Yi Yuan did not show signs of being discouraged and smiled instead as he said, "Hey, my luck has always been very good." The two people pushed on with their journey round the clock. A normally over 1 month journey, they only used half a month and arrived. Even Greenrock, this Jade Sovereign Heaven, was dead tired too. However, luckily Yi Yuan brought Greenrock along. He encountered far too many obstacles on this journey. Looking at Heavenly South City from afar, Yi Yuan was completely dumbfounded. Outside of Heavenly South City was densely covered with a true spirit army, the numbers too many to enumerate. Compared to Heavenly South City, Calm South City was simply not worth mentioning. Terrific. These 5 guys probably moved the entire Myriad Demons mountain over, right? However, seeing that Heavenly South City was not breached yet, Yi Yuan calmed down slightly. Stop, Greenrock, aren't you attacking Calm South City? Why did you come back? Passing through the army, the two were stopped by a Jade Sovereign Heaven very soon. Greenrock had a black face as he said, "Zuo Qing, he's Heavenly South Pill Hall's 3rd Hall Master. He has a matter to discuss and wants to meet the 5 kings." Zuo Qing gave Yi Yuan a glance and could not help laughing as he said, "A limitless sublime heavenly stratum wants to meet the 5 kings. Greenrock, you didn't eat the wrong medicine, right? 5 great half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens joining hands and can't breach Heavenly South City too." Yi Yuan did not get angry but asked curiously instead. Logically speaking, 5 great half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens plus this scale of an army, Heavenly South City's city protecting Grand Array could not block for such a long time either. After all, there wasn't even a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven in Heavenly South City. Chapter 2700, Giving you guys good fortune. Seeing Yi Yuan asked, Zuo Qing's face could not help turning black. Clearly, he had been brooding over this too. Humph, Meng Frostwind isn't around. Capturing Heavenly South City was an easy job originally. But who knew that 3 half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens suddenly appeared in Heavenly South City? With their backs against the city protecting Grand Array, they fought several times with the 5 kings and actually managed to hold on. Zuo Qing said gloomily, 3 half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens. Yi Yuan's eyebrows shot up, and he smiled knowingly and said, "Looks like these guys didn't disappoint me." If he didn't guess wrongly, these 3 people should be Zhao Xuan, Wu Jian, as well as Song Tianyong or Yun Baiyu as one of them. It seemed like his guidance played a role at the critical moment. The moment Zuo Qing heard, he smiled coldly and said, "Didn't disappoint you? Brat, who the hell do you think you are? Saying it like these 3 half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens were groomed by you." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Enough crap. I want to meet the 5 kings. Lead the way." Zuo Qing's face fell, and he said with a cold snort, "A mere limitless sublime heavenly stratum, what qualification do you have to meet the 5 kings? Greenrock, what are you doing? Why haven't you killed him yet?" Greenrock had a dark face and said nothing. He could not say that he was kidnapped over, right? Yi Yuan said coolly, "I came to give the 5 kings good fortune. If you delay it, you won't be able to bear the crime." The moment Zuo Qing heard, he was even more disdainful and said, "You give the 5 kings good fortune? Ha ha ha, what a joke. Greenrock not making a move doesn't mean this commander won't be making a move, go and die for me." As he said, Zuo Qing urged his palm to kill Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan gave a cold snort, his figure suddenly disappearing. At the same time, there was an earthquake. A giant mountain suddenly descended, directly crushing hundreds of true spirits to death. Originally, Yi Yuan's arrival was not conspicuous at all among this army of countless true spirits. But currently, everyone's eyes focused at one point. Zhuo Qing's expression changed. He did not expect that Yi Yuan's movement technique was so fast that even he could not keep up. Furthermore, this guy actually still had such a treasure. Yi Yuan looked at Zhuo Qing and said coolly, "Still want to attack?" Zhuo Qing's face turned black and he said in a solemn voice, "Brat, no matter how fast your movement technique is, can you charge out of the army?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "I didn't come to kill in the first place. Just now, this move was just to warn you. Of course, while you're at it, tell the 5 kings that someone is looking for them. Who is it, to dare be insolent on this king's territory?" Sure enough, right at this time, an angry roar sounded out. A brawny man with a tiger face and a human body arrived with a howl. Zhuo Qing said in a solemn voice, "Wild Lion King, this human said that he has an important matter and wants to meet the 5 kings. This lowly one didn't let him meet. So he let out his treasure and killed the children. A mere lower limitless sublime heaven, what important matter can you have to come and meet this king? Just kill and be done with it." Wild Lion King was furious and was about to attack Yi Yuan. This Wild Lion King clearly had an incomparably fiery temperament. He brimmed with imposing vigor when walking, his imposing momentum billowing to the sky. Even these true spirits were quite afraid of him. Yi Yuan was indifferent and just smiled and said, "I'm Heavenly South Pill Hall's 3rd Hall Master, Yi Yuan. I came to meet the 5 kings to give the 5 kings good fortune. Of course, if you guys don't want it, you can take action and kill me right now." Wild Lion King was taken aback and said, "Give us good fortune. Ha ha ha, what high-sounding sentiments. This king wants to hear what kind of good fortune you want to give us." "Saint Sovereign Heaven." Yi Yuan spat out 3 words nonchalantly. It was as if these 3 words were not worth money at all. TCH, a mere limitless sublime heavenly stratum, your own cultivation is 108,000 miles away and you keep harping on about Saint Sovereign Heaven. Really shameless boasting. At this time, another figure appeared. It was a man with a sharp mouth and a hawkish face. Although his aura was different from Wild Lion, it was almost on par. Clearly, it was another king. Yi Yuan did not retort and said with a smile, "The other 3 kings, why don't you show yourselves together?" The sharp-mouthed man and Wild Lion could not help furrowing their brows, secretly startled in their hearts. This brat was merely limitless sublime heavenly stratum, he could actually detect the 3 of them. If it were before, Yi Yuan naturally would not be able to detect it. But ever since cultivating the 1st level of divine emergence, Yi Yuan's origin divinity skyrocketed, his divine sense also became much keener. Yi Yuan's eyes glanced in 3 directions of the true spirit army respectively. The sharp-mouthed man and Wild Lion King no longer had doubts. At this time, the true spirit army automatically opened up a path. 3 powerful figures walked out. 5 half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens all arrived. Wild Lion King, Myriad Elephant King, Heavenly Rat King, Bright Tiger King, as well as Giant Deer King. "Brat, this king admits that you have some capability. But, if you don't give a reason, this king is still going to kill you." Myriad Elephant King looked at Yi Yuan and said in a solemn voice. The 3 of them had actually long arrived, but they intentionally restrained their auras. They did not expect that Yi Yuan saw through it at a glance. Yi Yuan said indifferently, "5 kings, you sent a punitive expedition against Heavenly South, it's nothing more than because Meng Frostwind snatched away your lucky chance. But the few of you are clever people. Even if you all slaughter Heavenly South clean, Meng Frostwind won't come out either. But, if he breaks through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, have you all thought about the consequences?" Yi Yuan's words caused some chances in the expressions of the 5 kings. The 5 people destroyed Meng Frostwind's foundation. Once Meng Frostwind broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, the first thing would definitely be finding them for revenge. Although there were Saint Sovereign Heavens in the Myriad Demons Mountain too, they would not act for these 5 people. In reality, it was also not calm and tranquil in the Myriad Demons Mountain. If not because of Meng Frostwind, it would be run-of-the-mill for these 5 to send punitive expeditions against each other too. As long as Meng Frostwind did not go too overboard, the Saint Sovereign Heavens in the Myriad Demons Mountain would not make a move. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and struck while the iron was hot and said, "So, you guys attacking Heavenly South looks to be venting your anger. Actually, apart from infuriating Meng Frostwind even more, it doesn't serve any use. Heavenly Rat King smiled coldly and said, "So what? Could it be that you can really let us break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven?" Yuan smiled and said, "Not now, but I can in the future." "Ha, in the future, after you break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven and refine sacred destiny pills for us. Putting aside whether or not you can break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, even if you really broke through, we'd have long already become dead souls under Meng Frostwind's palm. Rather than that, better to kill to our heart's content now." Heavenly Rat King said with a sneer. But Yuan shook his head and said, "No need to wait until Saint Sovereign Heaven, as long as I break through to Jade Sovereign Heaven. I'll be able to help you all step into Saint Sovereign Heaven." A doubtful expression immediately showed in the 5 people's eyes. Wasn't these words equivalent to drawing a biscuit to stave off hunger, and looking at the sea to quench one's thirst? Bright Tiger King said with a cold snort, "Brat, do you take the few of us to be fools? Your delaying tactic is a little too mediocre. Stop talking nonsense with this boy. Kill him and continue attacking the city." The other 4 people nodded in succession and were already prepared to make a move. Yuan still had a calm expression as he pointed at a little tiger behind Bright Tiger King and asked, "This is your son?" Chapter 2701, Displaying Strength. There was a little tiger behind Bright Tiger King, with a tiger head. He looked really adorable. Judging from the aura, he was merely an upper greater sublime heaven. "Yes, so what?" Bright Tiger King said. Yuan casually threw a heavenly pill over and said coolly, "For him to eat, just take it as a greeting gift." Bright Tiger King caught the heavenly pill, his brows furrowing slightly. This was just a grade 2 heavenly pill. However, this heavenly pill was crystal clear, pure to the extreme. He had never seen it before. This heavenly pill was precisely a true grade greater sublime creation pill. But Bright Tiger King hesitated. He was afraid that Yuan did something to it. Yuan saw through his concerns and could not help smiling as he said, "If you don't dare, you can find others to test it. But let me say it first. This true grade greater sublime creation pill, I only have one in hand. It's now or never, opportunity seldom knocks twice. At that time, if it benefits your subordinate, don't blame me for not warning you." Yuan was not lying. The greater sublime creation pill was a very precious heavenly pill too. Back then, he refined all of the heavenly medicines left in Heavenly South Pill Hall. There was only this one last one remaining. He was prepared to use it when he wanted to break through. In the end, he did not expect that he directly broke through to limitless sublime heaven outside of the land of dragon slumber. The little tiger said in a childish voice, "Royal Father, isn't it just a heavenly pill? If I really die from eating it, kill him and take revenge for me." Looking at this little tiger, Yuan could not help recalling when White Light was little. For a moment, he actually missed him very much. After returning to the 5 great heavenly regions, he had to make a trip back to the Heavenspan world first. With his current ability, letting Li and the others break through to Heavenly Stratum was already not a difficult thing. "Okay, let you try it then." Bright Tiger King seemed to have made up his mind and said. The little tiger swallowed the true grade greater sublime creation pill in one gulp. His gaze suddenly turned intent, and his entire person's aura suddenly skyrocketed. When the 5 great half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens saw this scene, each and every one revealed shocked expressions. The medicinal effect of this heavenly pill was a little too strong, right? Just as when Huang Haoyan 2 people broke through, the little tiger's aura soared, directly reaching grand completion greater sublime heavenly stratum. Following that, it rushed up towards limitless sublime heavenly stratum. This honorable nephew doesn't have the slightest intention to stop at all. Could it be that he's going to directly break through to limitless sublime heavenly stratum? Myriad Elephant King said in surprise. He had never seen before that a heavenly pill could have such a vigorous effect. In reality, on the entire Rainclear continent, powerhouses who knew that true grade existed were extremely few. If not for the Pill Alliance's appearance, even Yuan would not have been able to touch this threshold. Therefore, the 5 kings' shock could be imagined. When the little tiger's realm directly broke through to limitless sublime heavenly stratum, the 5 people were completely dumbfounded with shock. What a powerful heavenly pill, to actually directly let honorable nephew break through to limitless sublime heavenly stratum. Wild Lion King said with shock all over his face. The 5 people looked at Yuan and were collectively speechless. Bright Tiger King was concerned about his son and asked, "Shuyan, do you feel any discomfort anywhere?" The little tiger's body already puffed up by one size, looking like a half-grown tiger. He shook his head and said, "There's no discomfort. I feel unprecedentedly good. I even feel that the medicinal effect hasn't been used finish yet. It's just that my foundation isn't stable now and can't break through anymore." "This big brother, thank you." The 5 people exchanged glances, shocked to the extreme. At this moment, they finally understood that Yuan was not joking. This guy's methods were simply fantastical. Yuan looked at Shuyan and said with a smile, "Don't mention it. I already said just now, this is a greeting gift." Bright Tiger took a deep breath and said to Yuan, "Boy, what you're giving us is this kind of heavenly pill." Yuan nodded and said, "Grade 4 Heavenly Imperial Pill, Precious Jade Heavenly Sacred Pill. Presumably in my hands, as long as it's successfully refined, the medicinal effect will be 100 times stronger than the Sacred Destiny Pill. At that time, even if you guys don't want to break through, it probably won't do either." Hiss. 100 times. Wild Lion King drew a breath of cold air, feeling his head become somewhat dazed. Sacred Destiny Pill, that was a grade 5 heavenly pill. A grade 4 heavenly pill actually had 100 times stronger medicinal effect than a grade 5 heavenly pill. This was simply unimaginable. Sacred Destiny Pill was only able to increase the probability of breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. But even a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven had the possibility of failure too. Jade Sovereign Heaven to Saint Sovereign Heaven, this step was far too difficult. Otherwise, why were there only so scanty few who could break through to this realm out of the Rainclear continent's millions upon millions of life forms? But from Yuan's mouth, Saint Sovereign Heaven became like cabbages. "Humph, brat, do you really think that as true spirits don't know alchemy and is easy to hoodwink?" At this time, Heavenly Rat King suddenly said, "The higher the level of Heavenly Imperial Pill, the greater the difficulty of refining. Grade 4 Heavenly Imperial Pills and Grade 2 Heavenly Imperial Pills, the difficulty can't be mentioned in the same breath at all. In fact, it's even harder than Grade 5 Heavenly Pills. You want to make us withdraw the troops by using an empty promise now." Heavenly Rat King's words made the 4 people's expressions change. They secretly thought what a close shave, almost fell for it. Indeed, that scene earlier was too shocking. Got to admit, what Heavenly Rat King said made a lot of sense. The higher the rank of a heavenly pill, the more difficult it was to refine the Heavenly Imperial Pills. In the entire land of Heavenly South, only Zhao Xuan and Wu Jian were able to refine Heavenly Imperial Pills. Furthermore, what they refined was Heavenly Imperial Pills of the worst quality. Wanting to refine Grade 4 Heavenly Imperial Pills to the level of true grade, that difficulty was simply unimaginable. The 5 people all looked at Yuan, their expressions being unfriendly. Yuan smiled and suddenly said in a loud voice, "Two Hall Masters, I'm Yuan. I'm currently negotiating with the 5 kings right now. The 2 of you please come down and chat." This voice spread extremely far. The expressions of Zhao Xuan and Wu Jian, who were waiting in full battle array on top of city walls, changed drastically when they heard that. Zhao Xuan suddenly stood up and said to Wu Jian, "It's really Yuan. He came back." Wu Jian was wildly ecstatic as he said, "That giant mountain just now should have been released by him." He said that he's currently negotiating with the 5 great half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens. There wouldn't be a trick, right? Zhao Xuan's expression changed, but he quickly shook his head and said, "There won't." He did not stint to risk his life for a Huang Haoyan back then and faced the entire Sea Army. If he was captured, even if they killed him, he wouldn't say such a thing either. Wu Jian fell into thought as well and nodded slightly. At this time, Song Tianyong also said, "I agree with Head Hall Master's idea. Yuan suddenly speaking up, he might need our help. Moreover, it was all thanks to his credit that the 3 of us were able to break through to half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven. If not for him, Heavenly South City would have long perished." Zhao Xuan nodded and said, "Okay. I'll go down with Song Tianyong. Jian, you guard the city, just in case." Wu Jian nodded and said, "Yes." Over there, the few people did not know what medicine Yuan was selling in his gourd. Heavenly Rat King said in a solemn voice, "Boy, you dare to play tricks, this king will kill you now." Yuan smiled and said, "5 kings, relax a little. If I'm really playing any tricks, I also wouldn't have called them out. Isn't this sending the sheep into the tiger's mouth? Don't you guys agree?" The few people exchanged glances, thinking to themselves that it was true. Zhao Xuan saw Yuan and was immediately overjoyed and said, "Fine lad, you're back." This time, if not for your guidance, it would also have been impossible for this Hall Master to break through to half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven, and Heavenly South City would have long been destroyed. Song Tianyong even gave a bow to Yi Yuan and said, Song Tianyong thanks Third Hall Master for your guidance. The expressions of the 5 kings changed, nearly biting their own tongues. Chapter 2702, Trapped in Myriad Demons Mountain. Limitless Sublime Heavenly Stratum giving guidance to Jade Sovereign Heaven. Then 3 half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens broke through all of a sudden. The reason they could not take down Heavenly South City all along, the main culprit was actually this guy in front of them. What was this freaking logic? This limitless sublime heavenly stratum was a little too monstrous, right? Yi Yuan originally still wanted to explain things. He did not expect Zhao Xuan and Song Tianyong played along very well, directly explaining it to everyone for him. He came from outside, it was naturally impossible to have colluded with the people in the city. Zhao Xuan and Song Tianyong's behavior was sufficient to show it. He could guide peak grade 4 heavenly alchemists to reach this step. Refining grade 4 heavenly imperial pills would naturally be a cinch. Looks like there's no need to explain anything with regards to my ability anymore. If you guys still have any concerns you can say it, Yi Yuan said coolly. Zhao Shu and 2 people had confused faces, completely not knowing what was going on. But it seemed like the 2 of their behaviors earlier had a great impact on these 5 kings. Furthermore, it looked like Yi Yuan already dealt with these 5. But beyond the joy, the 2 people were incomparably shocked. Sure enough, when this boy took action, there was nothing that could not be done. Myriad Elephant King said, you said it just now too, the first thing that Meng Frostwind will do after leaving seclusion will be finding us to settle scores. He already obtained the Sacred Destiny Pill and might break through at any time. Even if you don't need to reach Saint Sovereign Heaven, how can Jade Sovereign Heaven be achieved overnight? Don't forget, you're just lower limitless sublime heaven. Yi Yuan smiled and said, may I ask Myriad Elephant King, if you obtained the Sacred Destiny Pill, how long would you need to break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven? Myriad Elephant King thought about it and said, that Sacred Destiny Pill was only 3rd grade, if it was this king, it will take as little as 30 years to as long as 100 years, and I'll definitely be able to break through. Actually, this was already him gilding gold onto his own face. Even if there was the Sacred Destiny Pill, it was also an unknown whether or not they could break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. After all, the medicinal effects of a 3rd grade Sacred Destiny Pill were hard to say. Of course, with their half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven realm, the chances of wanting to break through were still very high. However, although breaking through a major realm was just a matter of a few hours, the time required to prepare for these few hours was extremely long. Yi Yuan naturally would not expose it and asked Zhao Xuan, Head Hall Master, how long did I use to break through from middle greater sublime heavenly stratum until my current realm? Zhao Xuan smiled and said, 4 years. He also did not expect that Yi Yuan left for a short 3 years and actually already broke through to limitless sublime heavenly stratum. But thinking about it, it was normal too. Yi Yuan could refine true grade heavenly pills himself, cultivation was actually not complicated for him. But these words were by no means trivial when they reached the ears of the 5 kings. 4 years, what a joke. Do you think that breaking through to limitless sublime heavenly stratum is like playing house? Wild Lion King said with disbelief written all over his face. Yi Yuan said coolly, if I didn't care about cultivation realm not being stable, with my means, I have the confidence to break through to Jade Sovereign Heaven within 5 years. How long do you think I need to break through to Jade Sovereign Heaven if I use that kind of heavenly pills to cultivate? As he said, Yi Yuan pointed at Shuyan. But the expressions of the 5 kings changed, already somewhat believing it. The medicinal effect of that heavenly pill just now was seriously a little too terrifying. In less than a few hours, an upper greater sublime heavenly stratum became a lower limitless sublime heaven. One had to know, even if they had the help of the Sacred Destiny Pill, breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven would also require as long as several decades. The disparity could not be measured with distance. Moreover, the heavenly medicines that the precious Jade Heavenly Sacred Pill require aren't easy to find. I reckon that you guys would probably need several decades just to gather the heavenly medicines. This period of time that I'm cultivating, you all will probably be running all over for heavenly medicines. Of course, if you can gather 5 sets of heavenly medicines, I can guarantee that all 5 of you will break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. Yi Yuan said it casually. Is this true? When the 5 people heard that, they said in unison, Precious Jade Heavenly Sacred Pill was a grade 4 heavenly imperial pill recorded in Zhang Jiangku's jade slips. Yi Yuan was still quite confident in its medicinal effect. Forget about true grade, even if it was 9th grade, it should also be sufficient to let these few people break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. However, such a powerful heavenly pill, the heavenly medicines required would naturally be extremely precious too. The Myriad Demons Mountain had a vast territory and abundant resources. There was hope of gathering a few sets. It was just that whether or not they could gather 5 sets would depend on their own good fortune. I'm willing to swear in the name of Heavenly Tao. However, if you guys can't gather the heavenly medicines, then it can't be blamed on me, Yi Yuan said coolly. Alright, this king promises you. But this king has a condition. Heavenly Rat King said. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, please speak. Heavenly Rat King said, before refining the precious jade heavenly sacred pill, you must stay on the Myriad Demons Mountain as a hostage and not take a single step out. If you dare leave, the 5 of us will join forces to eradicate Heavenly South again. Clearly, Heavenly Rat King was very cautious. Even if Yi Yuan swore in the name of Heavenly Tao, he could not trust him either. And his way of doing things also got the acquiescence of the other 4. No way. The moment these words came out, the expressions of Zhao Shu and 2 people changed, immediately rejecting it. Yi Yuan said coolly, okay, I promise you. Yi Yuan, you, Zhao Shu and 2 people looked at Yi Yuan and said with guilt in their hearts. This awful mess was caused by Meng Frostwind. But now, Yi Yuan had to shoulder it. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said with a smile, I'm also very curious about the Myriad Demons Mountain. There's no harm in making a trip there. If you guys have anything that you don't understand in cultivation, you can come to Myriad Demons Mountain to find me. At this time, Shuyan suddenly said, Big brother Yi Yuan, don't worry. With me around, no one in the Myriad Demons Mountain will dare bully you. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, alright, then I'll stick with you in the future. Countless true spirits retreated like the tide, leaving behind a mess and corpses all over the field. But this was already the best outcome. Looking at the true spirit army's distant back view, Zhao Shuan could not help sighing slightly as he said, sigh, Yi Yuan is really a righteous person. If not for him, Heavenly South will probably not have a blade of grass surviving. Wu Jian said bitterly, Meng Frostwind this brute, he actually used the entire Heavenly South as a chip to let himself break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. I really hope that that sacred destiny pill is useless and he can't break through. Zhao Shuan's eyes turned cold and he said in a cold voice, if he fails to break through, it will probably be difficult to find him again in this life. Better that he breaks through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, and then come back. At that time, we'll be able to take revenge. Song Tianyong let out a sigh and said, the strong feasts on the Myriad Demons Mountain and the weaker prey. There are countless powerhouses. I also don't know whether or not Yi Yuan can return safe and sound this time. The weak were prey and the strong feasted on Myriad Demons Mountain. Even these half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven kings were replaced by new ones very quickly too. A careless misstep and they would be replaced by others. It was also precisely because of this that there were a lot of powerhouses in the Myriad Demons Mountain. These 5 kings were merely just a drop in the ocean. If everything went well, these 5 kings naturally would not do anything to him. But if war broke out, the result would be hard to say. Hearing Song Tianyong's words, everyone's brows furrowed even tighter. Chapter 2703, 2 Tigers cannot share one mountain. The 5 great half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens returned to their territories and immediately dispatched troops to search for the precious jade heavenly sacred pills heavenly medicines. Because the heavenly medicines on the list that Yi Yuan gave them were indeed extremely rare. Even in this Myriad Demons Mountain, they were rare too. Furthermore, the collection of many of the heavenly medicines even needed them to attend to personally. Although their territories were large, it was a drop in the ocean compared to the entire Myriad Demons Mountain. Some heavenly medicines needed to go to the territories of other kings. They had to take action personally. In fact, some half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven great battles would surely ignite in order to snatch heavenly medicines. However, Yi Yuan did not pay attention to these. His top priority was to cultivate. Actually, 30 years' time in itself was extremely pressuring to Yi Yuan. Saying it so calmly previously was merely just a stopgap measure. Because in these 30 years, not only did Yi Yuan have to break through to Jade Sovereign Heaven in cultivation, he even had to reach grade 4 Heavenly Alchemist in alchemy. 30 years' time was too short. Although Yi Yuan's foundation was solid, he needed to systematically research and cultivate grade 3 heavenly pills too. With his current strength, he still could not refine grade 3 heavenly pills of true grade. So his first request after coming to Myriad Demon's Mountain was to have the 5 kings supply him with grade 3 heavenly medicines without restrictions. Under Shuyan's forceful request, Yi Yuan went to Bright Tiger King's territory. Shuyan led Yi Yuan to walk around and said proudly, "Among the 5 kings, my royal father is the strongest. So his territory is also the largest. Big brother Yi Yuan, what do you think? It's pretty good, right?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Indeed pretty good. Along the way, the spiritual energy here is the most abundant and the vegetation is also the richest. I've already seen many precious heavenly medicines after walking one round." Myriad Demon's Mountain was a massive treasure vault. There were countless precious heavenly medicines on it. Some heavenly medicines were even long extinct in the 5 great heavenly regions already but survived here. Yi Yuan saw many precious grade 1 and 2 heavenly medicines along the way. There were even some grade 3 heavenly medicines. Shuyan said smugly, "That's of course. But big brother Yi Yuan, you're really capable. The effects of the heavenly pill that you refined are too strong. If I didn't deliberately suppress it, I feel like I can even break through to middle limitless sublime immediately." One heavenly pill made Shuyan regard Yi Yuan as a celestial. He was currently long already prostrating on all fours in admiration toward Yi Yuan. At the same time, Yi Yuan also had a rather good perception of this little brother. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I can tell that your cultivation is very solid. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to break through to limitless sublime heavenly stratum." The effect of heavenly pills varied from person to person too. If it was someone with a shallow foundation, even if they ate a true grade heavenly pill, the effects would be greatly discounted too. Not everyone could break through from upper greater sublime heaven to limitless sublime heavenly stratum after eating a true grade heavenly pill. Yi Yuan also precisely saw through that Shuyan's foundation is solid. This was why he would let him take it. Otherwise, how could it suppress the 5 kings? "Yo, my good brother, you're back from the expedition with royal father. You broke through to limitless sublime heavenly stratum." 2 figures suddenly came out of the dense woods. When one of the young men saw Shuyan, he could not help getting a shock. When Shuyan saw the arrivals, he was a little embarrassed and said with a nod, "Yeah, third brother Hefeng. When I went on the expedition with royal father this time, I met big brother Yi Yuan. His means are exceedingly formidable and used one heavenly pill to increase my realm to limitless sublime heavenly stratum." When the person behind Hefeng heard it, his face was greatly surprised too. A heavenly pill increased a major cultivation realm. This was too terrifying. But when Yi Yuan heard it, he was speechless. When Hefeng appeared, he was dripping with sarcasm when he was talking. It did not look like close brothers greeting each other. But Shuyan was clearly simple-minded and did not know to hide things, directly selling him out. Hefeng's gaze when looking towards him already became unkind. "You're talking about this human?" Hefeng pointed at Yi Yuan and said. Shuyan nodded and said, "Yeah. He's royal father's distinguished guest. He's great. Get to know each other, third brother." But Hefeng's expression suddenly turned dark, and he said with a cold snort, "What bullshit distinguished guest? How can a human be on our Bright Tiger territory? Go and die for me." Hefeng gave a roar and directly smashed a fist towards Yi Yuan, the speed swift to the extreme. Shuyan was frozen there, at a loss on what to do. He did not know why the third brother Hefeng, who was normally very good-tempered, suddenly became so irritable. This punch of Hefeng's did not hold back at all. It was going to send him to his doom. But midway, he suddenly gave a muffled groan and instantly collapsed on the ground. The expression of the powerhouse who appeared together with Hefeng changed, and he cried out in surprise, "Origin Divinity Attack!" Courting death, only to see his figure move, the aura of Jade Sovereign Heaven suddenly bursting out. Only then did Shuyan react and say in great alarm, "Muzhin, you really dare to attack big brother Yi Yuan? He's royal father's distinguished guest." As he said, he was actually planning on blocking in front of Yi Yuan. Muzhin smiled coldly and said, "Human, you shouldn't have appeared in Bright Tiger territory. Hefeng wants to kill him, so this commander naturally has to make a move. Move aside." Finished saying, he flicked his sleeves, and Shuyan was actually sent flying out involuntarily. Yi Yuan looked at Muzhin, his gaze turning cold. This Myriad Demon's Mountain was indeed famed for being where the weak were prey to the strong. Killing people did not need a reason at all in this place. Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest, directly taking out the dragon spring sword. The sound of a dragon roar rose to the sky, flying straight for Muzhen. Muzhen was just about to kill Yi Yuan, so how could he be on guard against such an astonishing strike? Caught by surprise, only to see his blood spurt wildly, directly being slammed flying. He was already heavily injured. He looked at Yi Yuan with an astonished face and said in disbelief, "Ji Grandma's treasure." While at this time, Hefeng also recovered a little from the dizziness. Hearing this name, his entire body could not help trembling. Yi Yuan looked at the two and said coolly, "Shuyan will be shielded by me in the future. If you guys dare to bully him, be careful that I make you the first target of attack." Scram. The two people's expressions changed, being aware that they were not Yi Yuan's match. They helped each other leave. Yi Yuan did not deal a killing blow to Hefeng either. His bloodline was powerful and was of the same lineage as Bright Tiger King. He was clearly a biological brother of Shuyan. After the two people left, Shuyan had a look of puzzlement as he said, "Why did third brother Hefeng seem like he became a different person today?" Yi Yuan looked at him and could not help laughing as he said, "Have you heard before the saying that two tigers cannot share one mountain?" Two tigers cannot share one mountain. Shuyan had a blank look. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "In the past, you were just an obedient child with meager strength. Hence, no one will care about you. But now, you broke through to lower limitless sublime heaven in one go. Hence, he felt threatened." Understood. Shuyan nodded his head like he did not fully understand. Yi Yuan was also speechless when he saw the situation. This boy was even more innocent than Jingfei that lass. Yi Yuan rubbed his tiger head and said smilingly, "In short, you guys won't be able to be brothers properly in the future anymore. Since you've already grown up, there will likely only be killing left between you all. Alright, let's call it a day. I'll go into closed seclusion for a few days first. You come over to my place after a while, and then I'll help you consolidate your foundation and nurture your essence. I'll let you break through to middle limitless sublime heaven as soon as possible." Chapter 2704, 10 Tigers Seizing the Throne. In a secret mountain cave, 9 fierce tigers were gathered together, each and every one with a ferocious appearance. "Old 3, what's the meaning of calling us here? Where's Old 16? The one talking was Bright Tiger King's 5th son, Shaba. Bright Tiger King had a total of 16 sons, 6 sons passed away early. There were still 10 alive presently. Old 3, Hefeng, was the oldest. Old 16, Shuyan, was the youngest. Normally, the other 9 people were rather amicable toward Shuyan. But the 9 fought among themselves. Because only one of them could survive in the end. The law of the jungle was extremely cruel. The 10 sons of Bright Tiger King were not as carefree as those second-generation young masters of the human territories. From the moment they reached adulthood, they would have to experience constant killing. The moment someone among these 10 sons ascends to the throne in the future, the others would all have to die. Of course, many of them would never survive until then. Survival of the fittest, those who were weak could only be eliminated. Hefeng had a gloomy expression on his face and he said in a cold voice, "Calling you all over this time is for Old 16's matter. You all were in your own territories and probably still don't know yet, right? Old 16 he has already broken through to limitless sublime heavenly stratum. Old 3rd, are you joking? I met Old 16 half a year ago. That tiger boy was merely upper greater sublime heaven. He broke through to limitless sublime heavenly stratum in a short half a year." Shaba said with a scoff. "Sigh, I say, 3rd brother, you got us to come over in a haste, saying that something big has happened. After a long time, it was for this. What's the deal with this? Even if Old 16 really broke through to limitless sublime heavenly stratum, there's also no big deal, right?" Old 8 said with an unhappy expression. Among the 10 brothers, Hefeng was not the strongest. The strongest was Old 5th, Shaba. The 10 of them brothers fought outside all year round, constantly excavating their potential. And Shaba caught up from behind, his strength surpassing Hefeng instead. Old 8th's strength was about the same as Hefeng's. Therefore, he did not hold him in much awe and veneration. Hefeng snorted coldly and said, "What the hell do you all know? I was summoned by Royal Father this time to search for heavenly medicines. That's how I coincidentally met Old 16. Do you all know how he broke through?" Seeing Hefeng's serious appearance, Shaba's brows also furrowed together tightly. Although Old 3rd's talent was a little lousy, for him to be able to live until now, he was not some fool. Something that could make him take so seriously, there might really be something major. Stop leaving us hanging. Say it, Shaba said. Hefeng recounted the matter of Yuan swallowing a true grade heavenly pill, making the 8 people present all draw a breath of cold air. I've already inquired. That human is an extremely powerful heavenly alchemist. He came to Myriad Demons Mountain as a hostage. It's actually in order to refine a grade 4 heavenly imperial pill for Royal Father they all, so as to let the 5 of them break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. Of course, Royal Father breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven is a great thing. But what's damnable is that human heavenly alchemist's relationship with Old Sixteen isn't ordinary. With his heaven-defying means, if he's determined to help Old 16, what business has it got to do with us still? Do you all feel that this is a small matter? Hefeng said with a cold snort. Old Third, are you joking? According to what I know, it's impossible for human heavenly alchemist to be so formidable, right? Shaba said with a frown. Hefeng smiled coldly and said, I didn't believe it at first either. So I specially went to find Uncle. When that human gave Old 16 the heavenly pill to eat, he was there. The 5 kings watched Old 16 break through with their own eyes. Can this still be fake? The other 7 people all drew a cold breath and stopped taunting Hefeng. The expressions on their faces were different. But clearly, they started to become apprehensive of Yuan. Or should they say, started becoming apprehensive of that mysterious human heavenly alchemist behind Yuan. After a long silence, Shaba suddenly said, Old Third, what do you think? Hefeng chuckled and said, calling you all is to discuss countermeasures. Old Fifth, you're normally the one with the most schemes, you give a plan. Shaba's face turned black, but he did not refute anything and said coolly, since Old 16 is already an adult, then he also has to take part in the hunt this year, right? Hefeng raised his brows and said, you're saying. Shaba said coolly, encountering some accident when hunting is also something that can be forgiven. After all, there will be people breaking through to Jade Sovereign Heaven at any time in this Myriad Demons Mountain. If Old 16 dies at the hands of a Jade Sovereign Heaven, I believe Royal Father won't say anything either. But Hefeng shook his head and said, one Jade Sovereign Heaven isn't enough. Shaba frowned and said, you can't bring Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses by your side when hunting. Could it be that a Jade Sovereign Heaven can't take care of Old 16? Hefeng said, I'm worried that human heavenly alchemist takes action. I exchanged blows with him that day. He has a Grand Mist treasure in his hands. Moxie was defeated at his hands too. What? Grand Mist treasure? Moxie was actually defeated too. Everyone said in shock. They did not take a heavenly alchemist seriously yet. After all, no matter how incredible you were at refining pills, there would be no threat after you became a dead person too. But a heavenly alchemist that rivaled Jade Sovereign Heaven was completely different. This was equivalent to saying that Old 16 had an extremely powerful backer. Hefeng nodded and said, this human is unfathomable. If we're not taking action, then forget it. But since we're taking action, we absolutely can't give him any chance. Shaba finally understood why Old Third brought them all here. He could not deal with this alone at all. Now that it came to this, everyone should stop hiding. I know that you all have some trump cards in your hands. Show them all this time. I raised a strong contingent in Heavenjoy Mountain. Their leader is the 8-spotted leopard that I subdued more than 100 years ago. He's already middle Jade Sovereign Heaven strength. Shaba said. Hefeng nodded his head with a slight smile as he said, I subdued a purple light battle wolf 200 years ago. He is also middle Jade Sovereign Heaven now. The 9 of them had been scheming for a very long time. They naturally had some trump cards. They had never told anyone about these trump cards. But this time, they took it all out for Yuan. The other 7 each raised a true spirit army. The weakest leader was also at the realm of lower Jade Sovereign Heaven. Although they were only limitless sublime heavenly Tiger King, Bright Tiger King's awe-inspiring reputation was still very resounding in the Myriad Demons Mountain. Some Jade Sovereign Heavens secretly cast their lots with these Tiger Sons, which was naturally no big deal. If they gambled correctly, they would render merits with the king in the future. The 9 people agreed that they would send out these 9 armies, agreeing to kill Yuan. If Yuan did not go, that was naturally for the best. As long as Yuan did not help Old 16, he would not have any conflicts of interest with them either. But if Yuan made a move, they would also dispose of Yuan together. Even if it made Bright Tiger King lose the opportunity to break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven because of this, they would not hesitate either. Chapter 2705, Besieged on All Sides. Big Brother Yi Yuan, I came to say goodbye to you. Yuan had an eager look as he said to Yi Yuan. In a short 1 year, Yuan already broke through to middle limitless sublime heaven under Yi Yuan's help. The hunt was near at hand. Yuan came to bid farewell to Yi Yuan. The so-called hunt was actually opening up land and occupying even more territory. And this required fierce killing to achieve. Yi Yuan was rather surprised and asked curiously, "Where are you going?" Yuan explained, but Yi Yuan's brows furrowed together and said, "You mean, there are no Jade Sovereign Heaven guards?" Yuan smiled and said, "Royal Father is tempering us. If we bring Jade Sovereign Heavens, what meaning of tempering is there still?" Yi Yuan frowned and said, "Have you met your elder brothers during this 1 year? What reaction did they have toward your vast improvement in strength?" Speaking of this, Yuan smiled and said, "Of course I met them. Speaking of which, it was coincidental too, they are all in their own territories. In the past, it's hard for me to meet 2 or 3 elder brothers in a year. This year, I actually met all of them. Furthermore, they are all very happy about my vast improvement in strength and even encouraged me to work hard and not to disgrace Royal Father's face." Looking at Yuan's appearance, Yi Yuan knew that he did not take his words to heart. Although his strength already reached middle limitless sublime heaven, his mind was actually not old. Yuan's age was roughly the same as Jingfei. His mind was still immature. He even thought that his brothers were all kind and loved each other. The more his older brothers appeared to not care, the more it meant that they cared. Furthermore, Yuan met 9 older brothers all of a sudden. This was a very strange thing in itself. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, "It just so happens that I'm going out to find a few heavenly medicines, I'll go together with you then." But when Yuan heard that, he hesitated and said, "Big Brother Yi Yuan, you're too powerful. I'm merely dealing with an upper limitless sublime heavens territory on this expedition. If you want to go, sure, but you can't take action." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Don't you worry. I won't hinder your trial. I'm just going to look for heavenly medicines, I won't care about other things." Yuan was overjoyed and said, "All right then, with Big Brother Yi Yuan accompanying me, Yuan won't be too bored either." Bright Tiger King did not stop Yi Yuan's request. The place that Yuan was going to attack was merely an upper limitless sublime heavens territory. It was not considered dangerous. Yi Yuan was restricted by the vow, it was also impossible to run out of sight, so he felt very relieved. Bright Tiger King also knew that Yi Yuan had a good impression of Yuan. In reality, Yuan was also his favorite among his 10 sons. In terms of talent, in terms of bloodline, the other 9 sons were not as good as Yuan. Let alone that he already left people far behind in the dust under Yi Yuan's divine aid. Letting Yi Yuan and Yuan get closer to each other was pretty good too. Without words along the way, Yuan led a large group of true spirit army and killed their way to 3 Saint Ridge in a mighty contingent. The so-called 3 Saint Ridge was actually 3 blackthorn boars gilding gold onto their faces. Myriad demons mountains fighting did not have much strategy to talk about. "I came openly to snatch your territory." When Boss Heifang saw the childish-looking Yuan, he could not help laughing as he said, "You little kitty, hair isn't even fully grown yet and you actually dare to come to our 3 Saint Ridge." The moment these words came out, 3 Saint Ridge side burst into laughter. Although Yuan had grown quite a bit, his childishness had yet to shed. He did indeed look like an adolescent cat. When Yuan heard that, he said in a great rage, "3 black pigs dare to be insolent too. Little ones, kill for me." Heifang laughed loudly and said, "Kitty, I know that you're formidable. But your opponent today isn't me, Heifang." As he said, he whistled. Groups of true spirits rushed out of the forest. The army that Yuan brought fell into heavy encirclement almost instantly. All around, they were surrounded until not even water could seep through. When Yuan saw the situation, his expression could not help changing greatly. Chunhei Mountains Black Scorpion, Purple Cloud Mountains Purple Dawn Beast, and Upper Ridges Golden Fur Hound, why did they all come? Yuan said in astonishment. Each of these true spirits was an overlord of a region. Some had even reached grand completion limitless sublime heavenly stratum already. The army that Yuan brought fell into a death trap at once. Hoo, little bastard, there's also the 2 of us. 2 figures flew over the hill. When Yuan saw them, he revealed an even more horrified expression. Golden Eagle Dual Fiends. Why are you guys here too? Yuan said in terror. These Golden Eagle Dual Fiends were twin brothers. Their strengths were both Jade Sovereign Heaven. Their appearance practically sentenced Yuan to death. By the side, Yuan said very calmly, still don't understand. Your whereabouts have already been leaked by someone. Yuan looked towards Yuan in surprise and shook his head and said, this is impossible. Those who know about the hunt's whereabouts are all royal father's confidants. It's absolutely impossible to divulge my whereabouts. Yuan rubbed his head and said with a smile, little guy, this world isn't as simple as you think. Maybe they won't betray your royal father, but there isn't any psychological burden in betraying you. Yuan was taken aback and said, why? Yuan smiled and said, because you blocked other people's way. Still remember what I said before. 2 tigers cannot share one mountain. Let alone that there are 10 sons under your royal father. Yuan was akin to being struck by lightning, disbelief written all over his face. But he was not a fool, everything before his eyes could only mean that 3 Saint Ridge was long prepared. This place was another half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven's territory. As long as they prepared in advance, they could naturally transfer powerhouses over. Let alone that the one who came this time was Bright Tiger King's youngest son. Why is there a human? What you said is right. Someone did indeed inform us about it. Being able to kill Bright Tiger King's youngest son this time, the 2 of us brothers will have rendered great contributions. Golden Eagle Dual Fiend said with a loud laugh. Yuan still did not quite believe it previously. But now, it was not up to him to not believe it anymore. At this moment, he finally understood that he was too pure. He suddenly turned towards Yuan and said emotionally, so, big brother Yuan, you didn't come together with me to search for whatever heavenly medicines at all. You're doing it in order to protect me. At this time, the gratitude in Yuan's heart could not be described using words. Very clearly, Yuan had long anticipated the danger this time, but he was willing to take the risk and accompany him. He really could not repay this kindness. Yuan chuckled and said, if I don't let you see it with your own eyes, you probably won't believe it. Haha, a mere lower limitless sublime heaven, his cultivation is not even as good as yours, can he protect you? A lowly human, really reckless and blind. Golden Eagle Dual Fiend said with a loud laugh. Yuan prostrated toward Yuan and shed tears as he said, big brother Yuan, from now on, I, Yuan, only have one big brother, that's you. Yuan smiled and said, all right, leave those 2 golden eagles to me. There's no problem leaving the others to you, right? Yuan nodded his head fiercely and said, no problem. Chapter 2706, instantly killing Jade Sovereign Heaven. When Golden Eagle Dual Fiend's second brother heard that, he said with a loud laugh. Haha, this human wouldn't be a fool, right? He said that he's going to deal with the 2 of us. The older brother said disdainfully, humans have always been ignorant and arrogant, thinking that they are number 1 under the heaven. Actually, they are all a bunch of idiots. Heifang and the rest of the leaders all snickered incessantly. Clearly, Yuan's words had hit their humor point. Amidst the snickering, Yuan moved. He did not utilize spatial law. He rushed over unremarkably just like that. In the eyes of Golden Eagle Dual Fiends and the rest, he was weak to the extreme. The Golden Eagle's second brother said with a laugh, you all look, this boy has such swift movement technique. This commander is very scared. Him ridiculing Yuan naturally attracted a series of guffaws. Yuan got closer and closer to them. Very soon, he was within a range of 1,000 feet. In their view, Yuan's behavior was purely seeking death. The older brother had a sullen face and said with a cold snort, stop playing. Just kill him. Amidst the laughter, the second brother's aura released and his figure leapt, greeting Yuan with golden light radiating all over his body. Countless feathers shot out, carrying a bone-piercing cold rule of wind, swift and fierce to the extreme. Golden Sword Eagle Feather, go and die for me. A lower limitless sublime heaven would definitely be shot into a sieve under this terrifying attack. Everyone thought so, because in their eyes, Yuan was too weak. Yuan's figure suddenly accelerated to the extreme, making everyone see a blur. Before the Golden Eagle's second brother understood what was going on, he only felt his head go dizzy, a momentary lapse appearing in his consciousness. He was alarmed and instinctively felt that something was amiss. But he was unable to control his consciousness. because his origin divinity was attacked by Yi Yuan. At the same time, an astonishing dragon roar burst forth. Yi Yuan took out the dragon spring sword. Currently, Yi Yuan was already less than 1,000 feet away from the Golden Eagle's second brother. Unleashing the dragon spring sword at this distance, the speed was swift to the extreme. Old second, when the Golden Eagle older brother saw that the second brother was still in a daze, he could not help yelling. At the same time, his figure moved explosively, making a move against Yi Yuan. This strike was too terrifying. That swift and fierce sword intent actually fused the power of a true dragon. Caught completely off guard, even a Jade Sovereign Heaven would have to die with regrets too. But it was too late. The Golden Eagle's second brother leaping just now, his distance was already less than 200 feet away from Yi Yuan. Under this distance, with Yi Yuan suddenly launching a sneak attack, he had no way of guarding against it at all. The Golden Eagle's second brother's body was directly chopped into several pieces. When the Golden Eagle older brother saw this scene, his eyes turned bloodshot from anger. The entire 3 Saint Ridge was deathly silent. No one expected that the Golden Eagle dual fiends actually became the Golden Eagle single fiend in a blink of an eye. In this instance earlier, from Yi Yuan launching an origin divinity attack, to activating spatial rule to avoid the Golden Sword Eagle Feather attack, then to executing the Dragon Spring Sword, everything was virtually accomplished in one breath. In just a blink of an eye, a Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse was killed. Actually, the moment Yi Yuan saw the Golden Eagle dual fiends, he had been considering countermeasures. With his strength, dealing with a Jade Sovereign Heaven was more than enough. But 2 Jade Sovereign Heavens, furthermore, they were twin brothers, it was beyond his means. Yi Yuan knew that once such twin brothers joined forces, their strength far surpassed those of the same rank. Therefore, he deliberately took action slowly in the beginning, behaving not the slightest bit surprised at all, looking just like an ordinary lower limitless sublime heaven. It was to show weakness to the enemy. When it reached within 1,000 feet, that was his world. Sure enough, he killed the Golden Eagle's second brother in one exchange. Finishing off the Golden Eagle's second brother, dealing with the Golden Eagle older brother would be much easier. But this scene was simply inconceivable to the extreme in the eyes of the true spirits that covered the hills and valleys. Although there were countless true spirits in the Myriad Demons Mountain, Jade Sovereign Heaven true spirits were absolutely not some cabbages. They were powerhouses that stood at the apex of the Myriad Demons Mountain. Even a powerhouse like Bright Tiger King valued Jade Sovereign Heavens greatly too. Especially the Golden Eagle dual fiends, they were absolutely the strongest existences in this radius of 10,000 miles. Even Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses did not dare to provoke them easily too. Now, one was actually killed in a single exchange. Is my eyesight failing? Second commander actually died just like this. What treasure is in his hands, how can it be so strong? A lower limitless sublime heaven actually finished off a lower Jade Sovereign Heaven. This is too fake. The shock in everyone's hearts was virtually beyond containment. However, Yuan had long expected it. He had seen before Yi Yuan took action. The outcome of the Golden Eagle's second brother underestimating the enemy could only be death. And he also knew that this was the chance that Yi Yuan created. Therefore, he made his move. Yuan yelled out a little childishly, but carried an indomitable momentum as he rushed towards the Blackthorn boar. One should not look at how Yuan was young. His strength was not weak at all. The Blackthorn 3 Saints Old Third was still in a daze. Caught by surprise, he was killed by Yuan in one exchange. Yuan taking the lead also greatly roused the morale of his men. They followed behind Yuan and directly smashed the 3 Saint Ridge army. 3 Saint Ridge's true spirit army was still shocked by Yi Yuan's astonishing strike at this time. By the time they came to their senses, they were already being killed until they only had the ability to parry but did not have the strength to fight back. Only then did the other factions return to their senses. Secretly scolding crafty, they also rushed over toward Yuan's army. The Golden Eagle older brother turned a blind eye to these. There was only Yi Yuan left in his eyes, full of hatred. The Golden Eagle older brother gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "Origin Divinity attack. Spatial rule. Grand Mist treasure. Good. Terrific lad. You concealed really deeply." Succeeding with one strike, Yi Yuan was not in a hurry to attack either, saying with a smile, "Thanks for the praise. But you don't need to look at me like this too. Lions will go all out to catch the rabbit. Do you guys think that by being Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses, you're invincible under the heavens? Yeah, we underestimated the enemy. But now, we won't. Boy, you killed my younger brother, this commander will definitely slice you into 1,000 pieces today. Apocalyptic storm. The golden eagle older brother directly showed his true body. The moment he spread his wings out, a storm immediately howled in the space around Yuan. In the storm, countless wind blades were extremely swift and fierce, practically slicing space apart. It also became hard for Yuan's spatial rule to be exhibited amidst this. Got to say, this golden eagle older brother's rule comprehension was extremely strong. His strength could not be underestimated. But it was precisely because of this that Yuan not letting the two of them join forces was the wisest choice. In the storm, Yuan brandished the dragon spring sword seamlessly until not even wind could penetrate. The golden eagle older brother's wind blades actually did not have the slightest chance. This scene made everyone extremely shocked again. If Yuan one-shotting the golden eagle's second brother earlier gave some suspicions of taking advantage by trickery, then now, it was the perfect display of his strength. By relying on a dragon spring sword, Yuan's strength was actually not the slightest bit weaker than the Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse, the golden eagle older brother. Chapter 2707. Brothers Infighting. The golden eagle older brother's heart shook wildly. His apocalyptic storm actually could not quite block Yuan's dragon spring sword. Each of Yuan's swords carried an unstoppable power, making his blood vitality churn. Only at this time did he realize how terrifying the power of this grandest treasure was. He even felt like who he was facing seemed to be a Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse. This grandest treasure's power is too strong. Continue fighting like this, there's no chance of winning at all. Leave. The golden eagle older brother saw through the actual situation. How could he still dare to stay, turning around and fleeing? When this scene landed in the eyes of the numerous limitless sublime heavenly stratum leaders, they could not help feeling stunned. The golden eagle older brother was driven away. A dignified Jade Sovereign Heaven was actually driven away by a limitless sublime heaven. For a moment, the morale of the troops was lost. Even the Jade Sovereign Heaven was sent packing. What was the use no matter how many people they had? After Yuan rushed over later, wouldn't they still be stretching their necks out for the executor's blade? What the golden eagle older brother comprehended was the rule of wind, his movement technique swift to the extreme. In an instant, he escaped 10 miles away. But all of a sudden, he felt a chill coming from behind, making his hair stand on end. In the air, he forcibly turned directions and moved laterally. A fissure that was several hundred feet long was directly cleaved apart on the ground. When the golden eagle older brother saw this scene, he lost his soul. If not for him cultivating the rule of wind and his movement technique being extremely fast, this sword earlier would have definitely taken his life. Turning around to look, he discovered that Yuan was currently looking at him not far away, his face full of mockery. Brat, we don't want this 3 Saint Ridge anymore. Just take it as if today's matter didn't happen. Boss Golden Eagle gritted his teeth and said. He wished to devour Yuan whole. But circumstances were stronger than people. He was not Yuan's match and could only yield. Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile, going back on your words so fast. Just now, didn't you say that you were going to slice me into thousands of pieces to avenge your younger brother? Why, not taking revenge anymore. The golden eagle older brother secretly hated him in his heart, but he said, old second only had himself to blame for underestimating the enemy. This enmity, I'm not avenging anymore. Little brother, don't pester me. Let's stay out of each other's business from now on, alright? But how could Yuan be so easy to hoodwink? He smiled coldly and said, staying out of each other's business, do you really take me to be a greenhorn? You want to leave, sure, cripple your own cultivation. Golden eagle older brother's gaze turned cold and he said in a chilly voice, brat, don't push people too far. If a Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse really wants to fight it out to the death, it's not what you can bear. Yuan said coolly, is that so? Then I want to see how strong a Jade Sovereign Heaven's desperate blow is. Humph, you forced me. The golden eagle older brother naturally would not surrender without resistance. He gave a cold snort, his aura erupting once more. But right at this time, a pale yellow figure rushed out of the forest, his speed being swift to the extreme. The golden eagle older brother was currently launching a martial technique and was caught off guard by this figure that suddenly dashed out. The golden eagle older brother's throat was directly bitten by a gaping maw, fresh blood flowing. Being bitten, the golden eagle older brother seemed to have lost all the strength in his body, his breath suddenly dissipating. Very soon, he stopped moving and breathed his last. Yi Yuan's expression became serious. What bit the golden eagle older brother to death was a pale yellow leopard. This leopard emitted an extremely powerful aura, it actually reached middle jade sovereign heaven. The leopard flicked its neck and threw the golden eagle older brother's corpse to one side. Opening its ferocious-looking mouth, it said disdainfully, "These two fools, they can't even handle a limitless sublime heaven. Really useless." At this time, fresh blood was still flowing from the leopard's mouth, looking very ferocious and terrifying. There were rustling sounds in the dense forest again. Several figures walked out slowly again. Without exception, they were all Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. Yi Yuan swept a glance over. 9 great Jade Sovereign Heaven experts actually appeared. 2 of them were even Middle Jade Sovereign Heaven. The directions that these 9 great true spirits appeared were very particular, blocking all of Yi Yuan's path of retreat. The leopard looked at Yi Yuan, gushing with a bloody breath as it said, "Boy, leave behind the grandest treasure in your hand, and then end yourself." Yi Yuan narrowed his eyes and said in a solemn voice, 9 Jade Sovereign Heavens. I didn't expect that Shuyan's 9 older brothers actually joined forces to deal with him. Heh, really good brothers. Yi Yuan took every conceivable possibility into account but was ultimately not a prophet. He could foresee that this trip was dangerous and even guessed that Hefeng would divulge information to the enemy. But he did not expect that Shuyan's 9 older brothers actually all sent out Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses to kill him. A puny little Shuyan was naturally not worthy of the 9 of them going to war. The only explanation was that Hefeng was very apprehensive of him. Hence, he united with the other 8 people to doom him to death. Such great work. These 9 Jade Sovereign Heavens were definitely not Bright Tiger King's subordinates, but they were the private armies of the 9 of them. These few guys really put down the blood capital. The leopard said coolly, "Boy, you're very smart. However, it's also useless no matter how clever you are. Third young master wants you dead." This leopard was naturally the 8-spotted leopard that Hefeng spoke of. Yi Yuan was very wary of this 8-spotted leopard. Because judging from the scene of him killing the golden eagle older brother earlier, this guy's movement technique was absolutely not beneath his. The 8-spotted leopard's comprehension was the same, rule of wind. But his rule of wind was much stronger than the golden eagle older brother's. It even touched spatial rule. Therefore, his speed was so fast that even the golden eagle older brother was killed before he could react. Apart from him, that purple light battle wolf similarly posed a huge threat to Yi Yuan. The others, their auras were not the least bit weaker than the golden eagle dual fiends too. In an instant, Yi Yuan actually fell into a desperate situation. Got to admit, Shuyan was very brave and good at fighting. Following the golden eagle dual fiends' defeat, he actually led his army and killed the few great leaders until they fled in all directions. When those few great leaders saw that the golden eagle older brother was killed too, they did not have the courage to fight anymore. Each and every one of them was running away madly. When Shuyan saw that Yi Yuan was surrounded by numerous Jade Sovereign Heavens, his tiger eyes suddenly changed too. "Big brother Yi Yuan, I'll come and save you." As he said, Shuyan led the army and was about to rush over. But Yi Yuan shouted coldly, "Leave me alone, hurry up and run." How could Shuyan be willing to listen, still insisting on rushing over? But right at this time, one wave of army after another charged out of the dense woods again, surrounding Shuyan's army tightly again. When Shuyan saw this scene, his eyes could not help revealing a look of despair. He could tell that this true spirit army's combat power was even higher than the previous wave. Why is this? Do my elder brothers want me dead so much? Shuyan roared at the 8-spotted leopard. 8-spotted leopard sneered and said, "Young Master Saint Sovereign, this place is the Myriad Demons Mountain. Your royal father also killed his way out from his brothers, and then he achieved half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven in the end. In this jungle, there are no brothers. There is only slaughter. Whoever is stronger, whoever can become the true king. Your threat is too great. Hence, your older brothers are all very fearful. So, they can only kill you before you grow up." Chapter 2708, Chaos True Spirit Bloodline. Suddenly, a phantom true dragon emerged with a roar. Yi Yuan suddenly attacked. His target was the weakest one of the 9 great true spirits, the green-eyed civet cat. He wanted to open up a gap in this group of true spirits. When the green-eyed civet cat saw this sword, his expression changed drastically, and he instinctively wanted to escape. But his reaction was ultimately a beat slower. This sort of Yi Yuan's was extremely crafty. He had no way of avoiding it at all. At the same time, Yi Yuan's figure also turned into a wisp of green smoke, suddenly attacking. Yi Yuan's eyes blurred, a yellow-spotted shadow suddenly blocking in front, meeting this sword of his head-on. Roar of wind, only to hear a roar, two terrifying attacks collided together in an instant. Yi Yuan was akin to having suffered a heavy blow, directly spewing out a mouthful of blood, his figure shooting backward. He looked at the eight-spotted leopard ahead, his eyes full of solemnity. This eight-spotted leopard's speed was too fast and his strength was too strong. Furthermore, this guy's reaction was extremely fast and did not give him any chance at all. The eight-spotted leopard looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "Boy, I've observed you for a long time. You're very clever. Furthermore, your combat experience is extremely rich. You're a very troublesome opponent. Therefore, I won't give you any chance. Just nice, I can restrain you in terms of speed. No matter how strong your grandmist treasure is, it's also impossible to break through." In reality, they had long already been hiding nearby. With regards to Yi Yuan and the Golden Eagle Dual Fiends battle, the eight-spotted leopard and the rest of the true spirits saw it clearly too. The eight-spotted leopard was very apprehensive of the observation ability and combat strength that Yi Yuan exhibited. Therefore, he did not relax his vigilance towards Yi Yuan at all. The moment Yi Yuan moved, he moved. Yi Yuan had a solemn look on his face, he knew that he had encountered a tough nut. Not only was this eight-spotted leopard extremely strong, but his observation was also extremely meticulous. He was definitely a combat expert. Looks like you're not planning on surrendering without resistance. Since that's the case, then we'll send you on your way together. As he spoke, he brandished his sharp claws at the true spirit army. The 9 great jade sovereign heavens moved out at the same time. Clearly, these 8 people listened to his command. Yi Yuan, a lower limitless sublime heaven, was facing 9 great jade sovereign heavens at the same time. This was simply something that made people despair. In an instant, Yi Yuan fell into an extremely dangerous situation. Other true spirits were still alright, Yi Yuan could rely on his movement technique to evade their attacks. But the 8-spotted leopard and purple light battle wolf, these 2 great middle jade sovereign heavens brought tremendous pressure on Yi Yuan. After a few moves, Yi Yuan's body was already hit by several claw marks, fresh blood dripping. Brat, for a lower limitless sublime heaven like you to be able to last so many moves under the 9 of us teaming up, you can already be sufficiently proud. But today, I'll be accepting your grandmist treasure. Ha ha ha. Beyond the laughter, the 8-spotted leopard was still extremely shocked in his heart. Observing from the sidelines was one thing, it was another thing to experience it for himself. In just these few rounds, the calmness and combat strength that Yi Yuan displayed, as well as that easy-going attitude between life and death, moved him immensely. This kind of behavior absolutely should not appear on such a young limitless sublime heaven. He only had a feeling that this human was remarkable. Facing the 9 of their attacks, forget about a lower limitless sublime heaven, even a lower jade sovereign heaven would probably have to die with regrets within a few moves too. But Yi Yuan already held on for more than 10 moves. Although he was already riddled with wounds, he stubbornly evaded the most dangerous attacks. This kind of combat consciousness simply made people's hair stand on end. Yi Yuan gave a cold snort and said, "Be pleased with yourself after you can kill me." 8-spotted leopard laughed loudly and said, "Killing you is just a matter of lifting a hand. I want to see how long you can last." Yi Yuan had already fallen into absolute danger at this time. Amidst the 9 people, he was like a small rowboat in the vast ocean. Just imagine, how astonishing was the imposing momentum of 9 great jade sovereign heavens. In contrast, Yi Yuan's limitless sublime heaven aura could simply be ignored. Ha ha ha, that brat ultimately still can't escape death. Foolish human, to actually get swept into Bright Tiger King's son's fight for the throne. Serves him right to die too. A brat who's like a mantis blocking the cart. Does he really think that a jade sovereign heaven's majesty is so easy to provoke? Under such an attack, everyone all looked poorly on Yi Yuan, thinking that he was already dead for sure. Over there, Shuyan had also fallen into heavy encirclement. The subordinates around him got fewer and fewer, his injuries also got increasingly worse. But he did not care about his own injuries at all. In the midst of the fierce fighting, a part of his attention was placed on Yi Yuan there. Seeing Yi Yuan fall into a desperate situation, he was burning with anxiety. Young Master Yuan, you can't even fend for yourself anymore now. Yet, you're still caring about others. Come, let me send you on your way obediently. It won't be too painful. That brat over there will be reuniting with you very soon. The one talking was a giant python true spirit. He was the 8-spotted leopard's subordinate. His strength had already reached grand completion limitless sublime heavenly stratum 2. He led upper and grand completion level limitless sublime heavenly stratum powerhouses and launched a siege against Yuan. Yuan's combat power was indeed unmatched too, far surpassing those in the same rank. His bloodline power was extremely strong. Coupled with Bright Tiger King's true inheritance martial techniques, his strength was even stronger than the average grand completion limitless sublime heaven. But facing the siege of so many powerhouses, he already fell into a desperate situation too. The injuries on his body got increasingly worse and his consciousness also became more and more blurry. He felt that he was going to die. Right at this time, he saw from his peripherals that the 8-spotted leopard pierced a claw into Yuan's chest, nailing Yuan's firmly onto a tree. Seeing this scene, his eyes turned bloodshot from anger. That person only fell into a death situation because of him. That person helped him to rise heaven-defyingly. How could he watch him die? Absolutely not. In his blurry consciousness, Yuan told himself like this. The blurry consciousness abruptly startled awake. A tiger roar reverberated throughout the mountain range, with a peerlessly domineering aura. The giant python true spirit saw that Yuan was on the verge of death and was just about to make a move to kill him. But this sudden roar shocked until his 2 ears rumbled, nosebleed pouring. That pressure, which originated from the bloodline, made him almost unable to stand. And Yuan's aura actually skyrocketed at this moment. Everyone had dumbfounded faces, completely not knowing what was going on. Just a moment ago, Yuan was clearly still on the verge of death. How did he directly break through in the next second? Terrific lad, he actually awakened the chaos true spirit bloodline. In Yuan's sea of consciousness, came Mitn's exclamation. When Yuan heard, he could not help rolling his eyes. He was already about to die. This old man was actually still lamenting about other people awakening whatever bloodline. Could he not figure out what the priority is? He had been calling Mitn all along in the sea of consciousness just now. But, no idea what was going on, this guy completely ignored him. Helpless, he could only fight to the death. Now, he was almost dying, he appeared like nobody's business. You still have the mind to care about others. I'm going to die, Yuan said in a great rage. Chapter 2709, blown up with one punch. Humph, you still have the cheek to say those words. Who asked you to be so meddlesome, causing such a big problem? Do you really think that by relying on a dragon spring sword, you can be invincible under the heavens? Jade Sovereign Heavens are Jade Sovereign Heavens after all. But the moment Yuan opened his mouth, Mitn was upset and blamed Yuan for being nosy. What did Yuan's life and death have to do with him? Putting yourself in danger for someone that had nothing to do with you, it was a very foolish thing in Mitn's eyes. But Yuan said, you and I also had nothing to do with each other. Why did you dare entrust yourself to me? Aren't you afraid that I will take your dragon heart in the future? Don't say that my cultivation realm is low. I think that with my capability, my attainments in the future shouldn't be low. Aren't you afraid that I repay kindness with ingratitude? Being countered by Yuan like this, Mitn was rendered speechless. He had spent some time with Yuan and knew that he was someone who valued sentiments. If Yuan was a despicable backstabber, he would have long taken Yuan's life. Otherwise, after Yuan's strength becomes powerful in the future, he would not be able to control him at all. With Yuan's ability, even without his help, his strength in the future absolutely could not be underestimated too. Mitn had long seen through this. Mitn let out a sigh and said, you played the hero, but I'll have to suffer. Relax your mind and let me control your body. I only have the power of one blow. After killing that 8-spotted leopard, you must escape immediately, understood? Yuan was overjoyed when he heard that. His greatest threat was the 8-spotted leopard. If he could kill him, he naturally had the confidence to run away. Yuan complied and relaxed his mind, only to feel a powerful to the extreme true dragon force flow out of the dragon heart, flowing into his forelimbs and bones. Instantly, Yuan felt his entire body teem with power. But at the same time, he also lost control of his body. Brat, how's the taste of being nailed? Heh heh, don't blame me, Want to blame? Blame yourself for being meddlesome. The 8-spotted leopard was unawares and was very pleased with himself. But right at this time, a terrifying power surged from Yi Yuan's body. This power was strong until the point where it made his heart palpitate. It was even more terrifying than the pressure coming over from Shuyan there. This kind of bloodline power made him have an impulse to prostrate in worship. The 8-spotted leopard's expression changed wildly, and his figure retreated explosively. His speed was quick to the extreme. With a flash, he was 1,000 feet away. But Mitn naturally would not give him the chance to escape. Boy, remember the feeling of this move. It's called Nine Heavens Dragon Transforming Fist. When cultivated to the extreme, one can shatter the void with their fists and smash galaxies. Mitn started talking and spoke with Yi Yuan's mouth. Although Yi Yuan rescinded control of his body, he was this body's master. The feeling of dragon chi flowing in his body, he was deeply affected by it. Along with the flow of the dragon chi, a mysterious power condensed on his fist as if it was born from nothing. This surging feeling seemed to be able to punch a hole in the sky. The 8-spotted leopard's face turned from surprise to shock. The power surging from this fist was sufficient to kill half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. That kind of destructive people simply made people despair. He could not imagine how a limitless sublime heavenly stratum could launch such a terrifying attack. But now, he only had one thought. It was to run. He urged the rule of wind and spatial rule to the extreme, only hating that his father and mother did not give birth to 2 more legs. In a blink, he arrived 10 miles away. While the purple light battle wolf and the rest of the Jade Sovereign Heavens, when they saw this kind of power, how could they still dare to remain? They avoided the 8-spotted leopard one after another. A fist force rode on the air and went. It was only to hear a bang. The 8-spotted leopard was directly blown into a mist of blood. One punch directly blew a middle Jade Sovereign Heaven up. He did not even have time to run away. One had to know, the 8-spotted leopard was adept at speed. All over the hills and valleys, it was deathly silent. This sudden scene shocked everyone. What kind of terrifying power is this? Even if a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven is here, they will also be blown up by one punch, right? Using this punch to kill Commander 8-spotted leopard is simply a cannon blasting at mosquitoes. He's clearly just a lower limitless sublime heaven, but how is he able to unleash such a terrifying punch? Damn it, just what kind of monster did young master make us kill? These true spirits originally thought that Yi Yuan was dead for sure. How could they know that when Yi Yuan was on the verge of death, he suddenly retaliated, blowing up their strongest with one punch? Furthermore, this punch was powerful to the extreme. They believed that even if a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven was here, they would be blown up with one punch too. This kind of terrifying power actually originated from the hands of a lower limitless sublime heaven. How could they not be surprised? Over there, Shuyan suddenly erupted, his strength soaring, and he also rushed over toward Yi Yuan this side frantically. It was just that his opponent was too strong, so he was held back. But, when he saw that Yi Yuan actually retaliated in a desperate situation and unleashed such an astonishing strike, he was immediately greatly stimulated. Throwing a punch out, Dragon Chi receded like the tide. Yi Yuan instantly gained control over his body. Without the slightest hesitation, he arrived beside Shuyan with a flash, grabbed him, and headed to the depths of the giant mountain. From the 8-spotted leopard's figure retreating explosively, to being blown up, then to Yi Yuan breaking out of the heavy encirclement, to bringing Shuyan and sprinting away madly, it was merely a few breaths of time. Everyone was still immersed in shock and did not recover to their senses. After they came back to their senses, Yi Yuan already broke out of the heavy encirclement. The purple light battle wolf suddenly startled awake and said with a wild roar, "Chase! Chase for me, the 2 of them absolutely mustn't leave alive. Otherwise, all of us have to die." This sentence startled everyone awake all at once. The 8 Jade Sovereign Heavens figures suddenly erupted, chasing after Yi Yuan 2 people. As soon as the 8-spotted leopard died, the purple light battle wolf automatically became the leader. He took the lead, urging his speed to the extreme, wanting to catch Yi Yuan 2 people. Yi Yuan was already an arrow at the end of its flight now. As long as he could catch up, he would definitely be able to kill Yi Yuan. The purple light battle wolf was a veteran of 100 battles too. Although Yi Yuan's punch earlier was shocking, after that terrifying power appeared, it disappeared without a trace very quickly. How could he still not understand? Yi Yuan only had the power of one strike. Otherwise, Yi Yuan would have long blown them up with one punch each. Why would he still escape? In the forest, 10 figures were shuttling indeterminately. Yi Yuan was seriously injured and was hanging in there entirely by relying on a breath. Furthermore, bringing Shuyan, his speed was slowed down to begin with. Otherwise, even if it was the purple light battle wolf, it could forget about catching up to them either. But now, seeing as the distance was getting closer and closer, Shuyan was greatly anxious in his heart. Big brother Yi Yuan, this was all my fault. It's all my fault for dragging you down. Their target is me. If you throw me down, you'll have a chance to escape. Shuyan said. Although his strength improved greatly, it only reached the realm of upper limitless sublime heaven too. In terms of strength, he was still a long way off compared to Jade Sovereign Heaven. It was completely impossible to escape. Shut up, Yi Yuan shouted coldly. Suddenly, the purple light battle wolf's expression changed, suddenly stopping the pursuit. Yi Yuan two people were baffled, but having such a great opportunity, they naturally would not let it go, sprinting away even harder. Chapter 27:10 Cultivating Martial Technique. It's great, big brother Yi Yuan. They didn't chase after us. When Shuyan saw that the purple light battle wolf they all did not chase after, he could not help being overjoyed. But Yi Yuan snorted coldly and said, "Silly boy, we must have stepped into a forbidden land in an accident arising from many causes. That's why they didn't dare to chase after you. Take a closer look. What is this place?" Shuyan was startled when he heard that and hurriedly sized the surroundings up. The moment he looked, he could not help getting a shock. "I completely can't recognize the terrain here. Could it be that we barged into the territory of the Saint Exalt?" Saint Exalt was the honorific title for Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. Saint Exalt, even if it's the territory of a Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse, they wouldn't need to be fearful to such an extent either, right? Yi Yuan said in puzzlement. "Big brother, you aren't aware, the territory of the Saint Exalt can't be trespassed without permission. Once discovered, not only do they have to be sentenced to death, the faction that they came from would also be destroyed." Shuyan's expression changed as he said. When Yi Yuan heard this, he also frowned and said, "So overbearing. It's merely Saint Sovereign Heaven, that's all. Is there a need to be so domineering? No way, big brother, we can't go any deeper in. Once discovered, not only do we have to die, Royal Father will suffer a cataclysmic disaster too." As he said, Shuyan pulled Yi Yuan and ran out. But Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "It's too late. We've already been discovered." Shuyan's expression changed, only to see a figure slowly walk out of the forest. This was an old yellow bull, his breathing being as steady as a mountain. He was actually a grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven expert. The old yellow bull looked at the two people silently and opened his mouth and said lightly, "Trespassing the Saint Exalt's territory, the two of you can kill yourselves to atone for your crime." That tone did not leave any room for negotiation at all. Yi Yuan shouted coldly and forcefully mustered up a burst of divine essence, bringing Shuyan and whirled away. Sitting passively to await destruction was not Yi Yuan's character. The old yellow bull gave a cold snort and said, refusing a toast only to drink to a forfeit. Finished talking, he stepped out, his figure disappearing in an instant. Yi Yuan only felt a burst of heart palpitations, the terrifying pressure crushing him until he could not breathe. This old yellow bull's strength was too terrifying. Just as the two thought that they were certain to die, this terrifying pressure suddenly disappeared. It came fast and also left quickly. But the old yellow bull already blocked their way. The old yellow bull said coolly, "The two of you, follow me." Yi Yuan two people exchanged glances, uncertain what it meant. However, they finally squeaked by with their lives. Letting out a sigh of relief, Yi Yuan was almost fainting. He did not even have the strength to walk anymore and could only be carried by Shuyan. Yi Yuan took a heavenly pill out to eat and his injuries were recovering rapidly. When the old yellow bull saw Yi Yuan's heavenly pill, a hint of surprise flashed across in his eyes. The old yellow bull said, "This heavenly pill seems to be a little different." Yi Yuan closed his eyes to refine the heavenly pill and could not be bothered to pay attention to him at all. He almost died in this old guy's hands just now. Yi Yuan was not in such a good mood. Getting rebuffed, the old yellow bull seemed to be somewhat embarrassed too. However, when he saw the speed of Yi Yuan's injuries recovering, he was incomparably shocked in his heart. This heavenly pill was too impressive. Not long ago, Yi Yuan was still on the verge of death, looking like he might die at any time. Just how long did it take? he was actually alive and well already. If one had such a heavenly pill in their hands, then their ability to continue fighting could simply be rated as terrifying. While riding a tiger's back, Yi Yuan's aura grew stronger and stronger as his injuries healed. Before this, Yi Yuan was already at grand completion, lower limitless sublime heaven. The energy of the dragon heart pouring into his body this time was a great supplement to Yi Yuan. Therefore, a breakthrough also came naturally. The old yellow bull looked at Yi Yuan and could not help being somewhat speechless. The old yellow bull led the two people and arrived at a deep and quiet cave entrance. The old yellow bull warned Yi Yuan, "This place is the resting place of Lord Saint Exalt. You wait here, don't run around randomly. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourself." Yi Yuan could not be bothered to care about him and walked straight to a large rock and closed his eyes to rest. The old yellow bull could not help snorting coldly when he saw the situation and said, "Ignorant human." After the two people entered, Yi Yuan called out to Mitn in his heart, but the other party never replied the entire time. He felt that the aura of the dragon heart seemed to have wilted, and could not help giving rise to a foreboding premonition. Looks like taking action this time cost Mitn a huge expenditure. Yi Yuan felt a lot of guilt toward Mitn too. He originally wanted to inquire what the Chaos True Spirit bloodline was. It seemed like there was no hope now. Yi Yuan was not worried about Shuyan. He guessed that this Saint Sovereign Heaven suddenly stopping the old yellow bull, it was likely because he discovered that Yi Yuan's bloodline was extraordinary. With nothing to do, Yi Yuan suddenly remembered the martial technique that Mitn used when he killed the 8-spotted leopard and could not help feeling energetic. This 9 Heavens Dragon Transformation Fist, the power was fearsome to the extreme. Yi Yuan believed that if he learned it, even if he did not utilize the Heavenspan Mountain, it would also be sufficient to rarely find a match within limitless sublime heaven. To execute this move, Mitn borrowed Yi Yuan's body to unleash it. Yi Yuan had clearly felt the revolution of Dragon Qi before. However, the operation of this martial technique was very mysterious and complicated, the difficulty immensely high. Yi Yuan started running the Dragon Qi according to the feeling in his body. Slamming a punch out, there was no power at all. In fact, even a tree in front only just swayed slightly too. Felt it before did not mean that he could execute it. This kind of mysterious martial technique could be understood, but it could not be expressed with words. A terrifying martial technique that could jump a major realm to kill the enemy was even more formidable than Great Tao Transformation. How could it be easily mastered? When Senior Mitn utilized the martial technique, he was able to bring down the power of Great Tao. Actually, it achieved the same wondrous effect with different means as Great Tao Transformation. But when I revolve True Dragon Power, why am I unable to feel the power of Great Tao in the slightest? Yi Yuan said with a frown. Although the cultivation method of humans and true spirits was different, they arrived at the same destination via different means. Humans relied on their comprehensions to understand the power of rules, while true spirits sensed Great Tao rule through their own bloodline. The dragon race was born in chaos, their bloodline power extremely powerful. Feeling the power of Great Tao was naturally also extraordinary, but it was also precisely because of this that this response was even harder. Yi Yuan practiced over and over again, the utilization method of the martial technique became more and more familiarized. But he was unable to find the crux from start to end. However, he was not discouraged. This degree of setback was nothing to him at all. And right at this time, the old yellow bull slowly walked into the cave by himself. He looked at Yi Yuan and revealed a disdainful look as he said, "It turns out that you're even a dragonblood martial artist. It's just a pity that you try to emulate something beyond one's ability, and then you fell flat on your face. The martial technique is a good martial technique. It's just that sadly, you're unable to unleash the true power. True dragons are born from chaos and are the darling of heavenly Tao. How can they be what you, a human, can imitate?" Yi Yuan ignored the old yellow bull, but a bolt of lightning suddenly flashed past in his mind. The old yellow bull gave a cold snort and said, "Conceited and ignorant human, you probably can't even know your end yet, right? Lord Saint Exalt said that humans shouldn't appear on the myriad demons mountain, specially making me send you on your way." The old yellow bull was extremely strong. If he made a move against Yi Yuan did not have the possibility of survival at all. Yi Yuan still did not pay attention to him. Furthermore, his eyes became brighter and brighter. Chapter 2711, Unable to Teach. In the depths of the deep cave, a figure was faintly discernible in the darkness. Yuan faced this shadow and did not even dare to breathe loudly. After a long time, that shadow opened its mouth and said, "Your bright tiger's son." Replying Lord Saint Exalt, "My father is precisely the bright tiger king," Yuan hurriedly said. "MN, bright tiger gave birth to a fine son. What's your name?" "I'm called Yuan." "Yuan, are you willing to become this Exalt's disciple?" Yuan was immediately stupefied there and was actually at a loss on what to do for a moment. He completely did not think that Lord Saint Exalt actually wanted to take him in as a disciple. Saint Sovereign Heaven, that was a god-like existence. On the entire Rainclear continent, there were countless powerhouses. But those able to step into Saint Sovereign Heaven could be counted with fingers. Even Father, Bright Tiger King, already reached half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven, just half a step and he would be able to succeed in breaking through. But he was ultimately still half a step away. Half-step was a heavenly chasm. This half-step was far too difficult. Now, a godlike existence actually wanted to take him in as a disciple. This was really a great thing that fell onto his lap. Yuan revealed a look of wild elation and directly knelt down and said agitatedly, "Disciple pays respect to master." The shadow nodded and said, "MN, your bloodline power is very strong. With this Exalt's guidance, you have extremely high hopes of stepping into the realm of Saint Sovereign Heaven in the future. There are 3 great Saint Sovereign Heavens in this myriad demons mountain. This Exalt is called Saint Exalt Bull Demon. From now on, you're this Exalt's disciple. It turns out that Master is Saint Exalt Bull Demon. I heard Royal Father mentioned before that Saint Exalt Bull Demon swept across the myriad demons mountain back then, overpowering myriad beasts and corroborated your Tao to become Saint Sovereign Heaven. Master attained Tao the latest, but Master is the strongest among the 3 great Saint Sovereign Heavens. Didn't expect that this disciple actually has the fortune to acknowledge you as Master." Hearing Saint Exalt Bull Demon's name, Yuan could not help being overjoyed. He did not expect that he would actually become the disciple of such a legend one day. But Yuan knew that being able to become Saint Exalt Bull Demon's disciple, a very large part of the credit belonged to Yuan. When he was on the brink of life and death previously, the reason why he could awaken his bloodline at the final juncture was due to Yuan's true grade heavenly pill playing a pivotal role. True grade heavenly pills integrated the power of great Tao. A portion of this great Tao power still lurked in his body. If not for this portion of power, it was impossible to awaken his bloodline by relying on his own talent, let alone being picked out by Saint Exalt Bull Demon and becoming his disciple. Those are all old events already. It's not worth mentioning, Saint Exalt Bull Demon said indifferently, without joy nor sorrow. "Oh, right, Master, my big brother has bloodline talent too, can you give him some pointers too?" Yuan did not forget Yuan and asked. "Who knew that?" Saint Exalt Bull Demon said coolly, "A trash bloodline martial artist can also be called to have bloodline talent. Humans shouldn't appear in the myriad demons mountain to begin with. I've already made Big Yellow go and dispose of him." Yuan's expression changed wildly and he said, "What? Master, you?" Saint Exalt Bull Demon was indifferent and said lightly, "Remember, your bloodline is extremely noble and carries the power of chaos. He, a mere human, doesn't have the qualifications to be associated with you." His voice had yet to fade when a terrifying dragon might came from outside the cave. The sound of a dragon roar rose to the sky. In the darkness, Saint Exalt Big Yellow's expression changed wildly and he immediately transmitted his voice, "Big Yellow, stop." Outside the cave, Big Yellow's expression was very ugly too. Yuan's punch earlier actually forced him back 3 steps. A middle limitless sublime heaven forced a grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse back 3 steps. This was simply unimaginable. One had to know, a grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse could kill a limitless sublime heavenly stratum with a wave of their hand. Even if it was grand completion limitless sublime heavenly stratum, it was also impossible to make him take half a step back. But this young man in front of him did it. Although this was him somewhat underestimating the enemy, forced back means forced back. The power of that punch earlier could be rated as terrifying. He believed that even a grand completion limitless sublime heavenly stratum would absolutely be blown up with one punch too. Unparalleled. He was still mocking Yuan for being a mixed blood trash before. But a trash was actually able to unleash such a terrifying blow. Got to admit, it was very face-slapping. Turning angry from embarrassment, He was just about to make a move to kill Yi Yuan when he heard Saint Exalt Bull Demon's voice transmission. His expression was ugly as he said, "Lord Saint Exalt is asking you to go in." Yi Yuan gave him a glance and walked into the cave. "Big brother Yi Yuan, it's really great that you're alright. Just now, it scared me to death." Seeing Yi Yuan, Shuyan said excitedly. He was indeed frightened badly just now. He even thought that Yi Yuan was already killed. He did not expect that Yi Yuan's one martial technique actually made Saint Exalt Bull Demon change his mind. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Your big brother's life is tenacious. I won't die so easily." Saint Exalt Bull Demon opened his mouth and said, "Didn't expect that this Exalt will make an error of judgment too. Young man, you're clearly of a human body. How can you have such a powerful true dragon bloodline?" Yi Yuan's bloodline was somewhat different from a true spirit's bloodline. His bloodline was recessive and did not take the initiative to release. The bloodline power would be hidden in the blood and one would not be able to tell it all. But once it erupted, his dragon might would absolutely shock people. Saint Exalt Bull Demon's strength was transcendent, but he could only tell that Yi Yuan was a dragonblood martial artist. Who knew that he had his face slapped with a backhand? Just based on that move earlier, Yi Yuan's bloodline power was absolutely not beneath Shuyan's. He really made an error of judgment just now. Saint Exalt Bull Demon also did not expect that he would actually encounter two heaven-defying bloodline powerhouses all at once. Yi Yuan looked Saint Exalt Bull Demon and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Not killing me anymore." Saint Exalt Bull Demon's face was somewhat embarrassed. Fortunately, they could not tell in the darkness of the cave. "Since you're a member of the dragon race, you're naturally of my true spirit lineage too. Young man, are you willing to become this Exalt's disciple? With this Exalt's guidance, your chances of breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven are very high." Saint Exalt Bull Demon said. To ordinary martial artists, breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven was definitely a huge temptation. The Rainclear continent had countless powerhouses, but how many people could break through? Becoming a Saint Sovereign Heaven's disciple, apart from being able to obtain even more resources, the greatest benefit was that they had the experience of breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven and knew what the deal was with breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. Such an experience was the most valuable. But Yi Yuan did not need it at all. He replied with a question, "Lord Saint Exalt, I wonder if you can execute my punch earlier." Saint Exalt Bull Demon could not help choking when he heard that. Although the power of that punch earlier was nothing to him, it could actually call down the power of Great Tao. This kind of terrifying and mysterious martial technique, he was unable to teach Yi Yuan at all. He also understood what Yi Yuan meant. "You could not even execute this punch, what right do you have to take me in as a disciple?" Logically speaking, Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses could use limitless sublime heavenly stratum martial techniques freely. Even if he did not cultivate in it before, just by relying on his powerful understanding of heavenly Tao, he could grasp it instantly too. It was just a pity that Yi Yuan's punch was not included in it. This punch of Yi Yuan's was just limited to his current realm and could not unleash its true power. Once Yi Yuan broke through to Jade Sovereign Heaven, the power of this punch would become several levels stronger. Such a profound punch, he could not teach. Chapter 2712, Becoming Sworn Brothers. Mitn said before, true dragons were born from chaos. They were birthed by heaven. And Yi Yuan cultivated the chaos origin divinity. Hence, when he urged the Nine Heavens Dragon transformation fist with chaos divine essence, it was indeed effective. Maybe in your view, breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven is a very impressive thing. But to me, it's no big deal, Yi Yuan said coolly. Saint Exalt Bull Demon frowned slightly and said in an unfriendly tone, "It's a good thing for youngsters to be talented. But, if you are overly conceited, you won't live for long." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Do you know why I'd appear on the Myriad Demons Mountain?" Without waiting for Saint Exalt Bull Demon to guess, Yi Yuan answered himself, "Because I promised Bright Tiger King and the other 4 kings to help them to break through Saint Sovereign Heaven." Saint Exalt Bull Demon laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Little baby, do you know what Saint Sovereign Heaven is? On the massive Myriad Demons Mountain, with countless true spirits, there are even several dozen half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens. But there are only a scanty 3 Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. But when it reached your mouth, it became cabbages. Do you know that you're very ignorant?" But Shuyan said, "Master, I believe what Big Brother Yi Yuan said, he can definitely do it." In reality, including my royal father. The 5 of them kings believe Big Brother without a shadow of doubt too. Saint Exalt Bull Demon scoffed and said, just a human conman. The 5 of them are completely blind. How amazing and brilliant this Exalt was back then, carving a bloody path out of countless powerhouses. I also spent countless years of training before I could take that step. A mere limitless sublime heaven also dares to arbitrarily talk about Saint Sovereign Heaven, simply a joke. Only when one reached Saint Sovereign Heaven, this threshold, and went to break through personally, would they know how difficult this step was. Saint Exalt Bull Demon was someone who had experienced it, so he had even less faith that a limitless sublime heavenly stratum could help half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens take this step. But Yuan said firmly, Big Brother Yuan is different from the rest. Master took fancy on this disciple, it should be because of the bloodline that this disciple just awakened, right? But do you know why I was able to awaken the bloodline? It was Big Brother Yuan's true grade heavenly pill that let me awaken my bloodline. Impossible. Bloodline power can only be awakened by relying on talent. How can there be the logic of awakening by relying on heavenly pills? Saint Exalt Bull Demon immediately denied it. Yuan saw that Saint Exalt Bull Demon did not believe it and recounted the process of his awakening in detail and swore a deadly oath. When Saint Exalt Bull Demon saw Yuan saw the deadly oath and was perfectly fine, the shock in his heart could not be any greater. There was an adage among true spirits called, bloodline is innate. Which was to say that bloodline power was bestowed by heaven. It would only continuously awaken and become stronger by relying on your continuous hard work. What kind of heavenly pill could let Yuan awaken such a powerful bloodline power? It was hard to understand. But now, it was not up to him to not believe it. After a long silence, Saint Exalt Bull Demon asked this, you're saying that he can refine grade 4 heavenly imperial pills? Yuan smiled slightly, he believed it. Since he believed, this old bull naturally would not do anything to him. The most fearful thing was that you had no value to exploit. Very clearly, as a heavenly alchemist, the value was too great. Being able to refine grade 4 heavenly imperial pills, what did that mean? That meant that the heavenly pills that Yuan refined were similarly useful to him, this Saint Sovereign Heaven. Not being able to break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven was naturally extremely painful. But breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven also did not mean that one could sit back and relax. Reaching this step, there was already no one who could refine heavenly pills for them. Even on Myriad Demons Mountain, the heavenly pills that were useful to them were also similarly exceedingly few. Therefore, every inch that they wanted to advance, required countless years to polish. It was naturally something that was doubly difficult if they wanted to make further breakthroughs on this foundation. At this time, a heavenly alchemist that could refine true grade heavenly imperial pills appeared. The significance was different. Yuan nodded his head heavily and said, not just grade 4 heavenly imperial pills. Furthermore, it's true grade heavenly imperial pills. True grade heavenly pills are too miraculous. I only took one heavenly pill and directly broke through a major cultivation realm. Furthermore, it even helped me to awaken my bloodline. A figure walked out of the darkness. Yuan. 2 people finally saw Saint Exalt Bull Demon's true face clearly. A brawny man with a bull's nose and 2 horns. Saint Exalt Bull Demon looked at Yuan and said in a solemn voice, do you have true grade heavenly pills in your hands? Yuan smiled and fished out a crystal clear heavenly pill. When Saint Exalt Bull Demon saw this heavenly pill, his pupils could not help constricting. Fine pill. Saint Exalt Bull Demon could not resist exclaiming. His realm was different from others. Saint Sovereign Heaven Powerhouse, those were all transcendent existences that entered sainthood. Their understanding of heavenly Tao was not what normal people could compare to. The moment he saw this heavenly pill, he felt an aura of great Tao. It was definitely not ordinary. This was a grade 3 foundation establishment heavenly pill. Yuan spent a year's time and finally cultivated the grade 3 foundation establishment heavenly pill to the realm of true grade. The more he sized it up, the more Saint Exalt Bull Demon felt that this pill was extraordinary. There's actually such a miraculous heavenly pill in this world. This Exalt was ignorant and ill-informed. Yuan smiled and said, I'll give this heavenly pill to Lord Saint Exalt. If your excellency is interested, why not try it out? Saint Exalt Bull Demon's pupils constricted and he said, really? Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, your Lord Saint Exalt. Even if you take my heavenly pill by force, I also won't dare to do anything. Saint Exalt Bull Demon shook his head and said, "That won't do." "Of course that won't do. You punk, who do you think this Exalt is?" Yi Yuan just smiled but did not speak. It was not that Saint Exalt Bull Demon did not want to, and it was also not that he was not moved, but that he was clear in his heart that he could not lose the main goal because of small gains. This was merely a grade 3 foundation establishment heavenly pill. It would not have much effect on him. But, if it was a grade 4 heavenly imperial pill, then the effect would be totally different. Offending Yi Yuan now, when Yi Yuan could refine grade 4 heavenly pills in the future, he would not be so easy to talk to anymore. Getting Yi Yuan's permission, Saint Exalt Bull Demon brook no delay and swallowed the foundation establishment heavenly pill. Suddenly, his expression changed. He only felt that every pore on his body seemed to have opened up. A measly grade 3 heavenly pill was actually really effective on him. Although this effect was negligible, he clearly felt that his bloodline power really increased a little. One had to know, even if the rank of ordinary grade 3 heavenly pills reached upper 9th grade, it was also impossible to have the slightest effect on him. But this grade 3 heavenly pill had an effect. This was just a grade 3 heavenly pill. If it was a grade 4 heavenly pill, what if it was a grade 5 heavenly pill? Thinking up to here, Saint Exalt Bull Demon's breathing could not help speeding up. That feeling was seemingly like being trapped in a cage for tens of thousands of years, and seeing the light of day. After so many years, the things that could move him were really in the minority. But today, he lost composure. What a miraculous heavenly pill. I didn't expect that a measly grade 3 foundation establishment heavenly pill is actually effective on this Exalt. Yi Yuan, I admit that previously, it was this Exalt who made an error of judgment. From today onward, you and I will address each other as brothers, alright? Saint Exalt Bull Demon suddenly said something that made even Yi Yuan a little stunned. Chapter 2713, Big Yellow obeys. Address each other as brothers. Could it be because of the Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation? Yi Yuan suddenly gave birth to a trace of enlightenment and asked. Saint Exalt Bull Demon nodded his head solemnly and said, "That's right. It's precisely because of the Saint Exalt Tao tribulation. This Exalt is a little better off than those two guys. But I've also pulled through 2 Saint Exalt Tao tribulations. Even if I can make it through the 3rd time, I'd definitely turn to ashes at the 4th time too. If I still don't break through, I'm really going to die." Talking until the back, Saint Exalt Bull Demon could not resist letting out a long sigh. Clearly, this Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation was very terrifying. Saint Sovereign Heaven stood at the summit of this rain-clear continent and were admired by thousands. But Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses also had the troubles of Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. One of them was this Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation. Yi Yuan saw before sporadic records in the ancient books of the martial secure heavenly sect. When one's cultivation reached Saint Sovereign Heaven, it would trigger the Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation. Saint Sovereign Tao tribulations had no fixed number. Some people went through it once every 10,000 years, some went through it once every 30,000 years. Of course, there were also some unlucky ones that would come every 1,000 years. But Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation, each time was more terrifying than the last. Very few people were able to tide over more than 3 times. Of course, if your strength kept improving and you increased enough strength before the next Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation came, you would naturally be able to pass through it safely. What was scary was that your strength remained stagnant. Unfortunately, on Rainclear Continent, cultivating to Saint Sovereign Heaven realm was naturally the end already. Without the support of grade 5 heavenly pills, without heaven-defying cultivation methods, without astonishing fortuitous encounters, one would basically kick the bucket on the 2nd or 3rd Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation. It was also precisely because of this that the Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses on Rainclear Continent would be so rare. Otherwise, even if Saint Sovereign Heaven was hard to break through, there would always be some over the accumulation of time. But the reality was that the Saint Sovereign Heavens on the entire Rainclear Continent added up, absolutely would not exceed 10 fingers too. Hoo-hoo. Since Big Brother Bull Demon favors this younger brother, then it will be disrespectful for Yi Yuan to decline, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Saint Exalt Bull Demon was overjoyed when he heard that. Grabbing Yi Yuan's hand excitedly, he said, "Good brother, from now on, your business is my business." Yi Yuan also smiled and said, "Big brother, rest assured, this little brother still has some confidence in alchemy. Leave the matter of heavenly pills to me." The two exchanged a glance and laughed loudly. Yi Yuan was also not block-headed. What a Saint Sovereign Heaven Big Brother would bring to him was too much. Saint Exalt Bull Demon clearly understood this too. That was why he would acknowledge Yi Yuan this brother. Even if he did not take action, the name of a Saint Sovereign Heaven's brother could also let Yi Yuan obtain too much. There was at least one thing. Having acknowledged this big brother, Yi Yuan would not have any problems passing through the myriad demons mountain and returning to the 5 great heavenly regions anymore. Shuyan, who was by the side, was completely dumbfounded. They were still shouting and wrangling earlier. How did these two become brothers in a blink of an eye? Hang on, I just acknowledged Lord Saint Exalt as my master. Big brother, you acknowledged Lord Saint Exalt as your big brother. Then what am I? Shuyan said with a confused look. Yi Yuan smiled and said, to each his own. When you're together with big brother, you naturally call him master. When together with me, you naturally call me as big brother too. Shuyan did not seem to have encountered such a complicated relationship before, nodding his head like he did not fully understand. Saint Exalt Bull Demon was clearly very satisfied with this too. He nodded and said with a smile, as it ought to be. Heh, that old ape and big bird keep bragging every day about how incredible their disciples are. Shuyan, you have to make a good showing for master this time. Being able to make Saint Exalt Bull Demon say this, the old ape and big bird were naturally the other two Saint Exalt Heavens. Shuyan nodded and said, Master, rest assured. This disciple will live up to expectations. But before this disciple still has some personal affairs and needs to go back to the clan to settle. Master, please allow it. Talking up to here, Shuyan's eyes revealed a hint of fierceness. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he secretly nodded to himself. This kid finally grew up. He did not have the ambition to compete, but his 9 older brothers united and forced him to become how he was now. Although the current Shuyan still had a childish air, his tiger dominance aura had already appeared. Given time, he would definitely be the second Bright Tiger King. Of course, in Yi Yuan's view, his accomplishments would likely be even above Bright Tiger's. What kind of character was Saint Exalt Bull Demon? He saw through an inkling with just one glance and said with a nod. Let Big Yellow accompany you on the trip. Bringing the 2 people out of the cave, Big Yellow was currently standing obediently at one side, appearing very simple and honest. Big Yellow, this is my new sworn brother, Yi Yuan. From now on, you have to treat him with respect like a teacher. Understand? Saint Exalt Bull Demon said coolly. The old yellow bull's bull eyes immediately became wide saucers, staring fixedly at Yi Yuan, as if he saw some monster. He did not understand why Yi Yuan became Lord Saint Exalt's brother with a sway of his figure after going in for a while. One had to know, even a genius like Shuyan could only become Lord Saint Exalt's disciple too. What capability did this boy have, to actually be able to become brothers with a Saint Exalt? Lord Saint Exalt, this. When Yi Yuan saw the big yellow bull's wonderful expression, he found it amusing in his heart too. But his face revealed a very furious expression, and he said with a cold smile, Big brother, I can't bear his courtesy. Senior Big Yellow even said that this younger brother tried to emulate something beyond my ability and fell flat on my face just now, and I even nearly died twice at his hands. The moment Big Yellow heard, he immediately felt like he was struck by lightning. He was definitely taking the blame for this. One had to know, this was all Lord Saint Exalt's order. He could not very well let Lord Saint Exalt receive the punishment, right? The big yellow bull could only say, this, Master Yi is lofty. It was all Big Yellow's fault previously. Big Yellow apologizes to you here. Yi Yuan looked at Big Yellow and said with a smile that was not a smile, want me to forgive, sure. You promise me one thing and our scores are squared. Seeing the smile on Yi Yuan's face that was up to no good, Big Yellow's heart raced. But at this time, he could not refuse it either. At once, he could only nod. He said, Master Yi, Your Excellency, please instruct. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I'm just about to go to Bright Tiger King's territory to take care of business. Let me ride you, and the grievances between us will be considered squared. The big yellow ox was an ox, but currently, his face practically became black as the bottom of a wok. He was a dignified peak Jade Sovereign Heaven super expert. Yet, he was actually going to be ridden as a mount by limitless sublime heaven. He knew that this matter could not be brushed over, but he did not expect that Yi Yuan would use this kind of method to take revenge on him. By the side, Saint Exalt Bull Demon had an awkward face too. But at this time, he naturally would not draw trouble onto himself and could only say, "Big Yellow, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip. When you reach Bright Tiger's territory, listen to Yi Yuan's orders." "That will do. Don't make this expression. Letting Yi Yuan ride you will only be beneficial to you and won't do you harm." Big Yellow had a flurry of curses run across his mind. What was called only be beneficial and would not harm you? He, a grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse, being ridden around, how would he still show his face in the territory in the future? Wouldn't those few old things mock him to death? But regarding Saint Exalt Bull Demon's words, he had no choice but to listen and could only say, "Yes, Big Yellow obeys." Chapter 2714, Big Yellow, Be Obedient. Bright Tiger King's territory was long already in upheaval. Currently, the other 4 half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens brought their armies and were currently locked in a struggle with Bright Tiger King. Bright Tiger King fought 1 against 4, and it could be seen that it was rather difficult. However, his strength was indeed fearsome too. He actually managed to resist for some time, while his subordinates also fought dauntlessly in bloody battles, killing until their eyes turned red. "Are the 4 of you really going to fight to the death?" Bright Tiger King roared angrily. "Humph, you've cut off our hope and are still talking big here. Yi Yuan was only placed with you for a year and you've killed him. What's the point of talking about it now?" Myriad Elephant King said in a solemn voice. "The son that I'm most proud of has died too. 1 son died, you still have 9. But Yi Yuan is dead, how will we break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven?" "Enough said. Your territory is going to disappear from the Myriad Demons Mountain today." Heavenly Rat King cried out. Bright Tiger said angrily, "Want me dead? The few of you have to pay the price in blood too." Both sides fought fiercely without resting, either you die or I perish. The great battle of 3 Saint Mountain touched the nerves of the 5 factions very quickly. When Bright Tiger received the news from the front, he was immediately dumbfounded. 3 Saint Mountain was just a small faction. Going over with Yi Yuan's strength, it was very easy to protect himself. Who could have expected that more than 10 Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses suddenly appeared there? The true spirit army that Shuyan brought over was completely wiped out, corpses scattered everywhere. The 5 parties all thought that Yi Yuan was already dead. This was equivalent to saying that their hope of breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven had been completely cut off. How could they not be angry when they got this news? Myriad Elephant King, they all naturally pinned this matter on Bright Tiger. Bright Tiger completely did not know that those Jade Sovereign Heavens sent out to kill Yi Yuan and Shuyan were actually his own 9 sons. Of course, Hefeng they all would not tell Bright Tiger too. In reality, they all also did not expect that it would cause such grave consequences. Currently, Hefeng 9 people were fighting dauntlessly in bloody battles, killing extremely tragically. The battle on both sides kept on escalating and becoming increasingly fiercer and already reached the extent of being irreconcilable till death. Bright Tiger King's combat power was top-notch among the 5 people, the strength of his subordinates was naturally the strongest among the 5 people too. But, no matter how strong his strength was, it was also impossible to surpass the sum of the 4. If Myriad Elephant 4 people wanted to eradicate Bright Tiger's faction, they naturally had to pay a heavy price. If hope was not really cut off, they would not be so furious too. The expressions of everyone on the battlefield changed one after another. "Stop!" A thunderous voice entered everyone's ears. Everyone looked over following the voice and discovered a white-robed youth riding a large yellow bull, walking over leisurely. In an instant, countless eyes focused on that white-robed youth. The way that he took the stage was seriously too attention-grabbing. As for Shuyan, who was behind Big Yellow, he was directly overlooked by everyone. Who is this white-robed youth? To actually be riding a grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven old yellow ox, it's too impressive. It's a human. I heard that the 4 kings and Bright Tiger King are fighting in a life and death struggle because of a human. It wouldn't be him, right? No way, right? Isn't he dead? A limitless sublime heavenly stratum riding on a grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven old yellow bull, this image was too impactful. Grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven, what kind of proud existence was that? Even in death, they would not be other people's mount too. Unless the other party was a Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse. But, a limitless sublime heavenly stratum actually did it. Yi Yuan, he actually didn't die. That, how is this possible? How is this possible? When Bright Tiger saw Yi Yuan, his eyes genuinely brimmed over with hot tears. Yi Yuan appeared too timely. If it dragged on, he would have definitely died without a doubt. But, when his gaze landed on the old yellow bull under Yi Yuan, his entire person was immediately petrified. Those small fries naturally did not recognize the large yellow bull, but as an existence with half a foot into Saint Sovereign Heaven, how could he not recognize it? Bright Tiger, that wouldn't be, Wild Lion King said with his eyes full of shock. There's no mistake, it's him, Bright Tiger said with absolute certainty. He had seen General Big Yellow Bull in front of Saint Exalt Bull Demon's seat when he entered the Saint Exalt's territory. It was also precisely because of this that Saint Exalt Bull Demon made Big Yellow Bull come over. Although Big Yellow Bull's strength was not as strong as Bright Tiger, who he represented was Saint Sovereign Heaven. Who dared to not give face? Bright Tiger never dreamed that Yi Yuan would actually ride on Big Yellow Bull and return to Bright Tiger territory. Getting a confirmed answer, the four people trembled all over, their eyes full of shock. What kind of status did the Big Yellow Bull have? Although they were half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens, they absolutely did not dare to offend the Big Yellow Bull, but Yi Yuan actually rode him as a mount. More importantly, the Big Yellow Bull was actually willing to let him ride. How can he? How dare he? Wild Lion King said puzzledly. In reality, there was a myriad of curses galloping across Big Yellow Bull's heart currently. He was considered to have completely lost his face today. Who knew that at this time? Yi Yuan suddenly patted his head and said with a smile, "Be obedient, Big Yellow. Seeing that your performance is pretty good, I'll award you this thing." As he said, Yi Yuan threw a Foundation Establishment heavenly pill into Big Yellow's mouth. Big Yellow did not see clearly what that was either, but he knew that it was a heavenly pill. Either way, it would not be detrimental to him. It was just that he did not harbor much hope about the effect of this heavenly pill. What rubbish effect could the heavenly pill taken out by limitless sublime heavenly stratum have? But as soon as the heavenly pill entered his mouth, he immediately felt something different. He felt as if the top of his skull was opened up. That huge door that he always wanted to touch, but could not touch, seemed to have a gap pushed open. Saint Sovereign Heaven. That was the feeling of Saint Sovereign Heaven. Big Yellow's heart was in an upsurge, excited to the extreme. How many years had he waited for this day? When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he could not help smiling as he said, "Tisk tisk, Big Yellow, you look dumb as hell. I didn't expect that you're still pretty smart. Didn't think that this one Foundation Establishment heavenly pill let you gain enlightenment." He knew that this was the effect of Big Yellow's immense accumulations erupting. Although the true grade Foundation Establishment heavenly pill was incredible, it was impossible to really play a role in breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. Most of it was due to Big Yellow's own accumulations. Foundation Establishment heavenly pill was equivalent to an ingredient added to enhance the efficacy of a medicine. This kind of state was about the same as Zhongli breaking through to Jade Sovereign Heaven back then. Of course, it was naturally impossible for one Foundation Establishment heavenly pill to knock open the door of Saint Sovereign Heaven. But after taking this step, Big Yellow was only half a step away from Saint Sovereign Heaven. Big Yellow continued walking forward, but the imposing momentum on his body became stronger and stronger. The mountain full of true spirits looked at Yi Yuan, their eyes full of shock. He fed the Big Yellow Bull a grade 3 heavenly pill, then the Big Yellow Bull broke through. Gradually, there was an additional fleeting and ephemeral aura on Big Yellow, exactly alike Bright Tiger and the rest. This kind of aura was precisely the hallmark of a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven. Big Yellow forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart and opened his mouth and said, "Big Yellow thanks Master Yi for bestowing the pill." At this moment, he finally understood what Lord Saint Exalt's words meant. Chapter 2715, Cleaning Up Household. Yi Yuan patted his bull head and said smilingly, "What? Not killing me anymore?" Big Yellow sweat heavily and hurriedly said, "Master's methods are mysterious and unpredictable." It was Big Yellow who offended Master Yi previously. From now on, Big Yellow will definitely show Master Yi the etiquette of a disciple. At this point, if he still did not understand why Lord Saint Exalt would address Yi Yuan as a brother, then he would really be an idiot. A grade 3 heavenly pill actually let him break through to half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven. It was simply inconceivable. Using mysterious and unpredictable to describe, was not overboard in the slightest. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "MN, after going back, I'll give you a list. If you can gather the heavenly medicines, I'll naturally help you to refine a precious jade heavenly sacred pill as well when the time comes, and help you to break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. Big Yellow Bull's body quivered and he said in disbelief, Is this for real? Yuan smiled and said, of course it's real. Otherwise, do you think Big Brother's words were to make a fool out of you? Arriving in front of Bright Tiger and the rest, they gave a bow to Big Yellow. Paying respects to Commander Big Yellow, congratulations to Commander Big Yellow for breaking through to half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven. Toward these few people, Big Yellow naturally had a sense of superiority and said with a nod, thank you, gentlemen. The one in charge here today is Master Yi. You guys just have to listen to his orders. The few people trembled all over as they said in disbelief, Master Yi. What kind of status did Commander Big Yellow have, to actually show Yuan the etiquette of a disciple? What was wrong with this world? Yuan disappeared for a period of time and actually became Master Yi, with a sudden metamorphosis. Although they already faintly had some conjectures previously that Yuan became associated with Saint Exalt Bull Demon. But, becoming this sort of relationship all of a sudden, they still felt that it was inconceivable. Big Yellow said coolly, Master Yi has become sworn brothers with Lord Saint Exalt. This commander naturally addresses him as Master. What? B became sworn brothers. Bright Tiger King's entire body trembled, almost biting his own tongue off. At this moment, their pleasant surprise about losing Yuan and recovering him turned into fright. This was no joke. A limitless sublime heavenly stratum became sworn brothers with Lord Saint Exalt. What the hell was this? One had to know. Yuan was a hostage-like existence at their place. They actually took Lord Saint Exalt's brother hostage. This crime was heinous. Although these few were all half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven, they did not know about Saint Sovereign Heaven's needing to transcend tribulations. They were naturally also unable to understand why Saint Exalt Bull Demon would do such a preposterous thing. That's right, Lord Saint Exalt said that if you see Master Yi in the future, it's equivalent to seeing him. If anyone wants to make things difficult for Master Yi, that's making things difficult for him. Big Yellow said coolly. The five people's expressions instantly became ugly to the extreme. Paying respects to Master Yi. Bright Tiger King was the first to react as he said rather awkwardly. Paying respects to Master Yi. Myriad Elephant and the rest all bowed awkwardly as they said. Their words carried thick fear. What they were more scared of was Yuan settling the scores afterward. With a Saint Sovereign Heaven as a backer, it was effortless to eradicate them. How could Yuan not know their concerns? He said with a smile, Gentlemen, don't need to be afraid, I don't have the intention of settling scores with you all. What I promised you all, I'll do it too. But right now, we'd better take care of Bright Tiger King's family matters first. Family matters, Bright Tiger said with a blank face. The moment these words came out, the expressions of Hefeng and the rest who were behind Bright Tiger changed drastically. Yuan smiled and said, Don't you know that Shuyan and I getting besieged on 3 Saint Mountain, it was actually the work of your few sons. What? Bright Tiger's tiger body trembled and he turned to look at his sons. Royal Father, we didn't. Shaba was the first to react and denied it firmly. Yeah, Royal Father, think about it, with our strength, how can we possibly mobilize so many Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses? Yuan he came under the patronage of a big shot and is making slanderous charges. Hefeng also said with righteous indignation. Purple Light Battle Wolf they all had long already hidden themselves. Either way, there was no proof either. As long as they denied it firmly, what could Yuan do to them? The moment Bright Tiger heard, his brows furrowed slightly. Although he doted on his youngest son Shuyan, it was also impossible to sentence 9 sons to death because of one sentence. Master Yi, although you become sworn brothers with Lord Saint Exalt now, you also can't slander people at random, right? This king is most clear about their strength. It's impossible to mobilize so many Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. Bright Tiger said. Hearing this, Hefeng and the rest all secretly heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, they looked toward Yuan gloatingly. Shuyan was young in the end, hearing his few older brothers quibble like this, he was long already burning with fury. Do you all still want face or not? The 8-spotted leopard and Purple Light Battle Wolf already personally admitted it. You guys are actually still putting on an act here. To think that I've always regarded you guys as my closest loved ones, when in fact you all are actually so vicious. Shuyan said furiously. Old 16, you can't anyhow say things. As elder brothers, we didn't skimp out on doting you and giving in to you normally. I believe that Royal Father sees this too. Now that you found a backer, you're going to put your hands on your brothers. Old 16, aren't you a little too vicious? Shaba said with a look of indignation. Old 16, you still require your own effort if you want to succeed Royal Father's position of king. Even if you kill all of us, it won't do if your strength is lacking. Hefeng supplemented with a stab. When Bright Tiger heard this, he nodded his head in even greater agreement. He could still tell how they behaved normally. The other 9 have indeed shown consideration and care for Shuyan. It was just that he did not know that the situation in the past year had already changed too much. Old 16, you've grown up. It's just that this kind of method disappoints this king too greatly. Bright Tiger let out a sigh and said with melancholy. You all, Shuyan's face reddened to the ears in his anxiousness. Shuyan discovered that he was still too inexperienced. With a few words, he was actually rebutted until he had nothing to say in reply. He seriously could not find the evidence to refute them. At this time, Yuan patted his shoulder and said unhurriedly, Kid, don't need to be anxious until your face changes colors. Teach you another move today. In this world, words are feeble. Only strength is the true capital to establish yourself. The moment his voice faded, an origin divinity attack burst forth. Shaba gave a muffled groan and directly fell to the ground dead. The faces of everyone present changed. No one expected that Yuan actually made a move to kill under the circumstances where there was no valid reason at all. Yuan, you, Bright Tiger said furiously. He was already guarding against Yuan, but he did not expect that Yuan actually instantly killed Shaba with an origin divinity attack. Yuan ignored him and still said to Shuyan lightly, I'll get things rolling. I'll leave the rest to you. Shuyan's entire body trembled and immediately nodded his head deeply. Since words failed, then he would kill. Shuyan was a hot-blooded man. In his bones too. At this point, he naturally had no reason to shrink back. Bright Tiger's face fell and he said in a cold voice, Shuyan, you dare. Big Yellow Bull snorted and said coolly, this commander wants to see who dares to make a move. Chapter 27:16 Yuan's plans. The moment Big Yellow Bull opened his mouth, everyone's faces changed. Although he was just a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven, behind him was a real Saint Sovereign Heaven. Saint Sovereign Heaven was God in the Myriad Demons Mountain. Commander Big Yellow, this isn't appropriate, right? This is my family matter. Bright Tiger said in a solemn voice. There's nothing inappropriate. If this commander can't convince you all, there's naturally Lord Saint Exalt who will come forth personally. At that time, I'm afraid that nobody here will be able to live. I think that you all know the Myriad Demons Mountain's rules. Big Yellow said it nonchalantly, but each word struck the hearts of Bright Tiger and the rest. What rule did Myriad Demons Mountain have? The strong reigned supreme. If the strong wanted you dead, they did not need any reason at all. This was the law of the jungle. I'm strong, so I can dominate everything. And the true masters of this Myriad Demons Mountain were the 3 great Saint Sovereign Heavens. Shuyan's gaze turned slightly dark and he spoke up, Royal Father, me and my 8 older brothers are already irreconcilable till death. Today, Shuyan will have a fair fight with them. If Shuyan is defeated and dies, there will absolutely be no complaints. Bright Tiger's gaze turned sharp and he said in a solemn voice, you mean, you want to fight 1 against 8? Precisely so, Shuyan said firmly. Countless true spirits drew a breath of cold air. Bright Tiger King's 10 sons, apart from Shuyan, they were all dragons among men. Their strength was extremely strong existences among the Myriad Demons Mountain's junior generation. This Shuyan actually wanted to fight 1 on 8, wasn't this courting death? Bright Tiger King seemed to have somewhat waned interest, waving his hand and said, forget it. If you all want to fight, just fight then. Shuyan's gaze swept across his 8 older brothers and he said calmly, 8 brothers, Shuyan will give you all the chance to kill me today. Please go ahead. Hefeng snorted coldly and said, Old 16, you're too conceited. Although your strength has advanced by leaps and bounds these few years, your foundation isn't stable. Since you're seeking death, then your brothers will send you off. Seeing that Shuyan actually wanted to fight 1 against 8, Hefeng and the rest were all pleasantly surprised. They were extremely confident in their strength, how could they possibly lose to this brat? These 8 people naturally had no intention of showing mercy. Each and every one of them released their auras fully and rushed forward. Shuyan roared, a terrifying bloodline pressure instantly exploding. Greater Shantian Dipper Fist. It was only to see Shuyan throw a punch out. Everyone's faces instantly changed. The power of this punch already reached the pinnacle of limitless sublime heavenly stratum. Nobody expected that Yuan's one punch actually had such terrifying power. Throwing a punch out, the terrifying air billows directly sent all the 8 tiger suns flying. One punch defeated 8 people. When Yuan was at middle limitless sublime heaven, his strength could already contend with grand completion limitless sublime heavenly stratum. After awakening his bloodline, not only did his cultivation realm increase, the power of his bloodline even grew significantly stronger. Now, he was virtually matchless below Jade's sovereign heavenly stratum already. And when Bright Tiger King saw this punch, his eyes revealed even greater shock. Greater Shantian Dipper Fist. Isn't this the ultimate move that Saint Exalt Bull Demon comprehended? How does Yuan know it? Bright Tiger King said in inexplicable shock. But Yuan smiled and said, your son is currently Saint Exalt Bull Demon's personal disciple. Is it very strange that he knows this move? The Yuan, after awakening his bloodline, his talent was indeed terrifying too, as if he had become enlightened. He only used half a month's time and already had a preliminary grasp of this move. Compared to Saint Exalt Bull Demon, he was naturally 108,000 miles away. But it was more than enough to deal with his few older brothers who had a similar realm with him. Bright Tiger King's tiger body trembled and he said in shock once again, what? Yuan, he became Saint Exalt Bull Demon's personal disciple. He felt that the sudden turn of events he had encountered in this lifetime was not as many as today. Big Yellow Bull said coolly, that's right. Yuan awakened a powerful bloodline talent. His future accomplishments will likely far surpass yours. Your other sons are no longer important. So, do you think that Yuan will do something to harm his biological brothers in order to inherit your mantle? Does he have the need? Bright Tiger King's entire person was petrified there, his head rumbling. It was naturally impossible for Big Yellow Bull to lie about this matter. The Greater Shantian Dipper Fist could not be faked either. This was to say that he was deceived by this bunch of scoundrels. Furthermore, it was actually this bunch of sons that caused this consequence today. With the truth coming to light, there seemed to be a volcano in Bright Tiger King's chest that was about to erupt. Hefeng! Bright Tiger King bellowed loudly, scaring the mountain full of true spirits until their expressions changed. Our royal father, Hefeng, was severely wounded by one punch and still vomiting blood out of his mouth. But he was more frightened. Hearing that Yuan became a Saint Exalt's disciple, he already despaired in his heart. I'm not your royal father. Hoo-hoo, the few of you are really my good sons. Bright Tiger smiled coldly, his eyes full of murderous intent. Royal father, it's not what you think. We really didn't do anything. Hefeng said fearfully. Bright Tiger pointed a finger. A terrifying force directly penetrated Hefeng's head. Hefeng, dead. Following that, he flicked his sleeves and said in a solemn voice, drag them all away from me and kill them. Bright Tiger King directly sentenced his 8 sons to death. Now, he only had one son, Yuan. Of course, this son was also his pride. Good, fine lad, royal father has wronged you. You lived up to expectations. Bright Tiger hugged Yuan and said apologetically. It's not that I lived up to expectations, but that big brother Yuan is amazing. If it wasn't for his heavenly pill, it wouldn't have been possible for me to awaken my bloodline too. Master, he also wouldn't have taken fancy on me, and we'd have long died in the Saint Exalt's territory as well. Everything about this child was thanks to big brother. Yuan said. Bright Tiger was shocked in his heart. He already overestimated Yuan's heavenly pill as much as possible, but he did not expect that he still underestimated it. He did not think that Yuan could actually awaken such a terrifying bloodline power. Just now, when Yuan took action, he already felt it clearly. Yuan's bloodline power was extremely high level, he was unable to distinguish it at all. But without a doubt, it was far stronger than him, this father. This son's future accomplishments would definitely be above his. Now, he even became Saint Exalt Bull Demon's disciple. This was simply soaring to the heavens in one bound. Oh, right, Master Yi, Bright Tiger has offended previously, hope that Master Lord will be magnanimous and don't fuss about it. Bright Tiger King said in fear and trepidation. Right now, he no longer had the slightest sense of superiority in front of Yuan. If Yuan was willing, he could even determine his life and death with a word. Yuan smiled and said, all right, your family matter has also been dealt with. Everyone can scatter then, the few of you rest assured. What I promised you all is still effective. Having a few more Saint Sovereign Heavens in this myriad demons mountain isn't a bad thing either. But, you all have to hurry up with the matter of searching for heavenly pills. Yi Yuan naturally had selfish motives in doing so too. The power and influence of the Pill Alliance were too powerful. They had true-grade heavenly pills too. Creating Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses was naturally nothing difficult as well. If Yi Yuan wanted to return to the 5 great heavenly regions, he must have a powerful faction as the backing. This myriad demons mountain was naturally the best choice. Chapter 2717, Exiting Seclusion. Cultivation was timeless. There were no years in the mountains. 50 years passed in a haste. During these 50 years, Yi Yuan spent a rare period of peaceful days in the myriad demons mountain. On this day, outside a cave, Bright Tiger 5 people were fidgety, pacing back and forth continuously. I say, Golden Fur, can you stop for a while? You keep pacing around, your father's eyes are getting dizzy, Bright Tiger said in annoyance. Golden Fur was naturally the Wild Lion King. The moment Wild Lion heard, he said in a great rage, look at that tiger face of yours. It's almost drooping into a donkey face. What qualifications do you have to talk about your father? This cave was precisely Yi Yuan's closed seclusion venue. And today was the day when Yi Yuan's 50-year oath expired. If Yi Yuan could not hand over the precious jade heavenly sacred pill today, he would suffer heavenly Tao's backlash and die. And the 5 of their Saint Sovereign Heaven dream would also be completely shattered. Therefore, the 5 of them seemed very restless at this time. Of course, more of it was worry. Sigh, I say, can Yi Yuan really do it? 50 years to break through a major cultivation realm and even have to reach that inconceivable realm in Alchemy Tao, it's seriously too hellish. Myriad Elephant said worriedly, thinking about it now, it's indeed a little too optimistic. This sort of thing, it doesn't feel too probable when you think about it too. Bright Tiger King said, there's still less than an hour before the oath needs to be fulfilled. He hasn't even come out until now. I'm afraid that his chances of coming out are very slim. They admitted that Yi Yuan was extremely monstrous. But 50 years ago, Yi Yuan had merely just entered limitless sublime heavenly stratum and had not even begun researching grade 3 heavenly pills. These 50 years, not only did Yi Yuan have to break through a major cultivation realm in martial Tao realm, he even had to break through 2 major realms in alchemy Tao. This sort of thing, thinking about it did not feel too likely either. One had to know, how many amazingly talented people had been blocked by Jade Sovereign Heavenly Stratum this threshold. Zhong Li was known as Heavenly South's #1 genius and he was also sealed in front of this step for as long as several hundred years. A martial arts genius like Luo Yunqing was similarly blocked for hundreds of years. Breaking through to the realm of sovereign required opportunity. But only a short 50 years was given to Yi Yuan. What was even more damning was that Yi Yuan's incomparably profound alchemy path realm undoubtedly required even more time to polish. Bright Tiger 5 people and Saint Exalt Bull Demon practically dug 3 feet into the ground of the entire Myriad Demons Mountain and finally gathered 6 portions of the precious Jade Heavenly Sacred Pills Heavenly Medicines 5 years ago. However, it had already been more than 10 years since Yi Yuan's last closed seclusion. They also did not know how far Yi Yuan had reached. Humph. The few of you listen up, if Yi Yuan can't come out, kill yourselves to atone for your crime. At this time, Saint Exalt Bull Demon who had his eyes closed all along not far away suddenly opened his mouth. The moment the 5 people heard, their expressions changed greatly. Yi Yuan getting killed by Heavenly Tao backlash was equivalent to severing his path forward too. How could he tolerate this sort of thing? Saint Exalt Bull Demon firmly believed that with Yi Yuan's talent, reaching that profound realm was merely a matter of time. But these 5 fools actually forced Yi Yuan to sweat a heavenly Tao oath and had Yi Yuan refine the precious Jade Heavenly Sacred Pill within 50 years. 50 years was far too short. How amazingly talented was he, Saint Exalt Bull Demon? Back then, he spent several thousand years to cross a major cultivation realm. Let alone that Yi Yuan also had to spend a lot of energy on the alchemy path. In the view of Saint Exalt Bull Demon, these 5 people's actions were simply foolish. Once a heavenly Tao oath was activated, it would be a dead end. Even he, this Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse, would not be able to undo it as well. Lord Saint Exalt, shut up, are your brains all made out of shit? What can 50 years be enough for? Whoever speaks again can go and die right now. Heavenly Rat King was just about to open his mouth to provide an explanation when he was rebuffed by Saint Exalt Bull Demon. They did not understand why Lord Saint Exalt would be so furious. Even if a heavenly alchemist died, it was also not to an extent of being so irritable, right? Rather, it was Bright Tiger King's face that changed repeatedly, but he did not say much. He learned about the secret of Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses from Yuan. If Yuan died, it would be equivalent to cutting off the hope of Saint Exalt Bull Demon transcending the Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation. How could he not be furious? Following Saint Exalt Bull Demon's fury, tranquility was restored outside the cave. Time slowly trickled by, everyone felt each second pass like a year. Finally, the time had come. But, Yuan still did not walk out of the cave. Everyone's heart sank to rock bottom. 15 minutes. An hour. 2 hours. Yuan still did not come out. Everyone despaired. Sigh. Did he still fail in the end? Bright Tiger shook his head, his eyes full of disappointment. Another 2 hours passed, Yuan still did not appear. Saint Exalt Bull Demon opened his eyes. The disappointment in his eyes could not be concealed no matter what. Yuan, go and collect your big brother's corpse. Saint Exalt Bull Demon said with a light sigh. One sentence made Yuan's tears directly fall down. He struggled to stride forward, walking towards the cave. When he reached the entrance of the cave, he could no longer take another step forward. But right then, a figure walked out of the darkness. Yuan's entire body trembled, rubbing the tears away from his eyes with all his might. A pair of tiger eyes became wide saucers. Immediately, the sorrow on his face turned into ecstasy. Be big brother. Big brother is all right. Yuan was agitated until his words came out flusteredly. Including Saint Exalt Bull Demon, everyone present trembled all over. He really did it. Saint Exalt Bull Demon said in disbelief. Yuan appearing safely meant that he had fulfilled the oath. This nearly impossible to complete task was completed by him. He really did it. He really did it. After the shock, Bright Tiger 5 people were wildly ecstatic. Yuan completing the oath meant that they were already very, very close to the realm of Saint Sovereign Heaven. Even Big Yellow, who had been honest and taciturn all along, started trembling uncontrollably at this time too. The current Yuan appeared somewhat tired. His complexion was a little pale. It was like he had just experienced a great battle. In reality, he already finished the refinement a few days ago. However, he refined another 3 grade 4 heavenly imperial pills. The goal was to wake Mitn up. In these 50 years, Mitn had been in a deep sleep all along. The situation of the dragon heart was not optimistic. Therefore, he thought of using his bloodline power to reverse flood the dragon heart, and make the dragon heart stronger again. It was just that Yuan knew that the dragon heart was like a huge container. With his strength, it could not be filled at all. Hence, he refined 3 true grade heavenly imperial pills that restored the vital energy and blood, to help himself. These few days, Yuan kept pouring the power of vitality and blood into the dragon heart continuously, and it really had an effect. Mitn finally woke up after sleeping for 50 years. When he woke up, he was very surprised too. Making a move the last time was quite damaging to him. He thought that he would fall into a deep sleep for hundreds of years. He did not expect that he was actually woken up by Yuan. Seeing Yuan's mentally and physically exhausted appearance, Mitn was extremely moved. This made him feel that he had found the right person. Chapter 2718, 6 Great Saint Sovereign Heavens. All using this sort of eyes to look at me for. Did you all think that I died inside? Yuan looked at the few people's expressions. How could he still not know what they were thinking? And not at all. Hoo. With Master Yi's methods, how can you possibly suffer heavenly Tao backlash and die? Wild Lion King replied awkwardly. Yuan flicked his sleeves. Several streaks of light shot toward Bright Tiger's 6 people respectively. The 6 people were startled and hurriedly reached out to catch it. Then, they held it carefully in their palm, as if holding a snowflake in their hands, afraid of it melting. The 6 great true spirits looked at Yuan resentfully, as if saying, this was the hope leading to Saint Sovereign Heaven, you're actually being too casual. At the same time, feeling the surging power of great Tao coming from the heavenly pill in their hand, they were extremely moved. These grade 4 heavenly imperial pills were really refined by Yuan. Furthermore, they were of true grade. Actually, I finished refining it half a month ago. But in the past half month, I had another important matter. That's why I was delayed in leaving seclusion. I said before, to promise you all to definitely complete it. I naturally won't go back on my word, Yuan said with a smile. When the few people heard, they all had bitter smiles on their faces. Since you already finished, why didn't you leave seclusion earlier? Although we're half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven, our little hearts were almost frightened to death by you too. But the few people all put away the heavenly pill carefully, planning to go back and enter closed seclusion. Ha ha ha, as expected of my good brother. Yuan, you didn't disappoint this Exalt. Saint Exalt Bull Demon said with a loud laugh. Yuan smiled and said, I said before, this younger brother still has some confidence in the path of alchemy. Although 50 years is a little tight, since I dared to promise, I naturally more or less had some confidence. I wonder if Big Brother's heavenly medicines are prepared. Saint Exalt Bull Demon said, no rush, no rush. You've worked hard these few years. Rest well for a period of time first before refining. This old man can still afford to wait for this bit of time. Yuan smiled and said, then I'll accept deferentially rather than to decline courteously. On this day, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, a magnificent and mighty panorama. A bright-colored enormous tiger soared into the sky. The entire Myriad Demons Mountain could see it clearly. For some time, the entire Myriad Demons Mountain was in a stir. That is Bright Tiger King. A phenomenon descending from heaven, he broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. Our Myriad Demons Mountain has not seen a Saint Sovereign Heaven appear for tens of thousands of years already. His breakthrough is really the Myriad Demons Mountain's great prosperous age. With this, a new Saint Exalt has appeared. The Myriad Demons Mountain is going to experience a reshuffle. A Saint Sovereign Heaven coming into being, this was a flourishing age for the entire Rainclear continent. It had a huge impact on the Myriad Demons Mountain. All forces would be reshuffling. Several days later, the phenomenon dissipated. Everyone knew that the new Saint Exalt Bright Tiger had been born. However, it exceeded everyone's expectations. On the second day after Bright Tiger corroborated his Tao, a phenomenon appeared again. A large yellow bull soared to the sky and mooed. The entire Myriad Demons Mountain was shocked once again. This seems to be Commander Big Yellow under Saint Exalt Bull Demon, right? He actually broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven too. Too crazy. In just a few short days, two great Saint Exalts actually appeared. This is also too coincidental. How could they break through at the same time? Ordinary true spirits naturally did not know about the matters between the upper echelon. So the impact of two great powerhouses breaking through at the same time was too fantastical to them. For several tens of thousands of years, there was not even one Saint Sovereign Heaven. But within a few short days, two actually broke through at the same time. Big Yellow's breakthrough was not over yet when another phenomenon rose to the sky once more on Myriad Demons Mountain. This time, it was a giant elephant. Myriad beasts seethed with excitement. The third Saint Sovereign Heaven. Freaking hell, what on earth is going on? Could it be that the celestial phenomena suddenly changed drastically? We all have a chance to break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. The heavens changed. The heavens have really changed. Myriad Demons Mountain has been quiet for too long. This time, it will probably be entering an era of heroes vying for supremacy. Myriad Elephant King's breakthrough completely ignited the Myriad Demons Mountain. They were completely unable to understand why such an inconceivable thing would happen. Saint Sovereign Heaven, that was a godlike existence, that was an invincible existence. How many powerful true spirits had this step stumped? But now, it actually became so worthless. A day later, two phenomenons rose to the sky again. This time, everyone was numb. Saint Sovereign Heaven really became cabbages. All the way until 2 days later, when the last phenomenon appeared, people had already become accustomed to it and it could no longer stir up the slightest wave. In less than 10 days from start to end, 6 great Saint Sovereign Heavens broke through at the same time. The phenomenon in the sky was like a firework show that never went out, incomparably gorgeous. This spectacular scene was hard for many true spirits to see once all their lives. In the depths of the Myriad Demons Mountain, a shadow cut through the sky and fell on the mountain. What appeared was actually a large bird. An old ape leaning on a walking stick with one hand behind its back slowly walked in front of that shadow. That shadow said, "Old ape, what the hell is going on? When did Saint Sovereign Heaven become so worthless?" The old ape looked at the enormous projections above the sky, his gaze deep as he said, "Saint Sovereign Heaven is the realm of prying into heaven. It's incomparably difficult. Among 1,000 half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens, it's hard for one to be able to break through too. This kind of phenomenon isn't normal. The large bird snorted coldly and said, "Nonsense. Does this exalt not know that it isn't normal? I came to find you to ask whether or not you know what happened." The old ape glanced at him and said coolly, "That stupid bull found a treasure." The large bird was stunned and said baffledly, "Found a treasure? You mean?" The old ape had an expression like he was looking at a fool and said coolly, "Idiot. What treasure can let 6 true spirits break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven at the same time? I'm saying, that dumb bull came under the patronage of a big shot. There must be an unfathomable guy by his side." The large bird trembled all over and said, "Unfathomable guy? What kind of unfathomable guy can create 6 great Saint Sovereign Heavens at the same time? Could it be?" He suddenly thought of something and became incomparably excited. Because that answer let him see hope too. He and the old ape were both already on the brink of life and death. The 4th Saint Sovereign Heaven Tao tribulation that could come at any time, they would not be able to tide over no matter what. The old ape drew a deep breath and said with a nod, "That's right, grade 5 heavenly alchemist. I didn't expect that a grade 5 heavenly alchemist would actually appear on this rain-clear continent." The large bird stomped its feet, radiating brilliant light as it said, "This stupid cow actually concealed so deeply. No way, we can't resign ourselves to doom. If a grade 5 heavenly alchemist appeared, then we'll have hope of tiding over the 4th Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation. What are you still waiting for, old thing?" The old ape shot the large bird a fierce glare and said with a cold snort, "How can this level of existence be slighted like this? We can't make a move without being fully prepared. Just wait, the news will come very quickly." Chapter 27:19 Who is Master Yi? Splendor Cloud Mountain's Heavenly Strength King is here. Fengji Mountain's Jade Fox Fairy is here. One powerful true spirit after another appeared on Bull Demon Mountain. After the 6 great Saint Sovereign Heavens emerged, Saint Exalt Bull Demon summoned all the powerhouses above limitless sublime heavenly stratum on Myriad Demons Mountain to gather at Bull Demon Mountain and hold a Myriad Spirits Summit. This Myriad Spirits Summit was an unprecedented grand occasion. However, different from the past was that the Myriad Spirits Summit this time was not jointly convened by Saint Exalt Bull Demon, Saint Exalt Giant Ape, as well as Saint Exalt Great Rock, 3 great Saint Sovereign. Instead, it was announced by Bull Demon Mountain. This was somewhat intriguing. After the 6 great Saint Sovereign Heavens broke through, some true spirits also came to their senses. The 6 great true spirits that broke through to Saint Exalt this time were actually all the half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens within Saint Exalt Bull Demon's territory. Although Lord Saint Exalts did not care about worldly affairs, their status aloof. Actually, there were divisions of territory among themselves too. Even a fool would also know that the breakthrough this time was unusual. Especially those peak Jade Sovereign Heaven and half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses, they paid even more attention to this. Because they also wanted to know just what was the secret to this breakthrough. Who did not want to step into Saint Sovereign Heaven? At this time, those half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens seated on the left-hand side also started whispering to each other. "You guys, even Wild Lion that fool can break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. So why can't this king?" Heavenly Strength King said gloomily. By the side, Snow Wolf King said in a low voice. "Hush, Heavenly Strength, you don't want your life anymore. Wild Lion is a Lord Saint Exalt now. With his temper, if he heard it, you'll have to die 10 times over. It's fine if you're courting death yourself, but don't drag us to it." Heavenly Strength was filled with fear, only then coming to his senses. He hurriedly said, "Apologies, apologies." This king still couldn't quite get used to it in a short while. This king's talent and strength are clearly not inferior to the 6 of them. Yet I keep failing to break through. I really can't reconcile with this. Surprise was surprise, but Heavenly Strength King's words uttered what all of the half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens were thinking. The fellows who used to be similar in strength to them broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven suddenly. This sort of thing was indeed somewhat hard to accept. If it was one, that was still fine. After all, this sort of thing required a massive lucky chance in the first place. But 6 broke through all at once. They became somewhat unable to accept it. This kind of gap made them go crazy. But the more it was so, the more they scratched their heads, wanting to find the secret of the 6 people breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. Since the 6 could break through, then it should also naturally be a cinch for them. Bright Tiger Mountain, Saint Exalt Bright Tiger is here. Following this roar, everyone's hearts immediately leapt up. Everyone looked towards the entrance and saw Saint Exalt Bright Tiger walking over valiantly and spiritedly. Feeling everyone's eyes focusing on him, Bright Tiger was indescribably full of high spirits. The feeling of breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven was amazing. Walking past his peers of former days, he felt everyone's complicated gazes and felt even more pleased. He no longer needed to seek Saint Sovereign Heaven out bitterly anymore. But his gaze swept across the seats of honor and there was only Big Yellow Bull alone. Bright Tiger went over and cupped his fist slightly as he said, "Brother Big Yellow." Big Yellow nodded slightly and said, "You came. Sit." But Bright Tiger did not sit. He smiled and said, "I wonder where Master Yi is." Bright Tiger wants to go and pay respects to him first. Hearing this, everyone felt baffled. Who is Master Yi? The first thing Saint Exalt Bright Tiger did when he came over isn't to pay respects to Saint Exalt Bull Demon, but it was to pay respects to this Master Yi. Never heard before that the Myriad Demons Mountain had such a person. Could it be that this Master Yi is actually even stronger than Saint Exalt Bull Demon? Although Bright Tiger had stepped into Saint Sovereign Heaven, in terms of strength, he was naturally significantly worse compared to Saint Exalt Bull Demon 3 people. So in everyone's view, the first thing Bright Tiger had to do should be to pay respects to Saint Exalt Bull Demon 3 people. But who on earth was this Master Yi? But Big Yellow laughed and said, "Hoo-hoo, forget about you, even this Exalt hasn't seen him in a long time too. But today's True Spirit Summit, Master Yi should exit seclusion. At that time, it won't be late for the few of you to pay respects." Bright Tiger said with reverence and awe, "So that's how it is. Master Yi going in closed seclusion, there must be a major move. Then Bright Tiger will quietly wait for him to leave seclusion." Finished saying, Bright Tiger came to his seat and sat upright. But, Master Yi, this name started to be discussed heatedly by everyone. Very soon, Myriad Elephant King arrived too. After he greeted Big Yellow and Bright Tiger, the first thing he did was also to inquire about Yi Yuan's whereabouts. The 5 of them had just exited seclusion not long and had not paid respects to Yi Yuan yet. So the first thing was naturally to thank Yi Yuan who bestowed upon them the lucky chance. After getting Big Yellow's answer, Myriad Elephant King sat down idly too. But the name of Master Yi started to get discussed even more heatedly among all the true spirits. Master Yi again. Just what kind of person is this Master Yi? The first thing that 2 great Saint Exalts did when they came here is actually to look for this Master Yi. The other 3 Lord Saint Exalts wouldn't also want to meet Master Yi when they come over, right? There's something odd. Could it be that this Master Yi is a transcendent erudite? The breakthroughs of the 6 great Saint Exalts were all his work. The smart ones already guessed some clues. This was not hard to guess. And following the arrival of Saint Exalt Wild Lion and the rest, it confirmed their guesses even more. As expected, the first thing they did after they came was similarly to pay respects to Master Yi. Hence, Master Yi became the most mysterious existence in everyone's eyes. There were even some people who already guessed Yi Yuan's heavenly alchemist identity. Of course, in their eyes, Master Yi was definitely a powerful grade 5 heavenly alchemist existence. Being able to create 6 great Saint Sovereign Heavens at the same time, this sort of astonishing means could only be accomplished by legendary grade 5 heavenly alchemist. These half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven and Grand Completion Jade Sovereign Heaven existences all started to become restless. They really wanted to know just what kind of god this legendary Master Yi was. Saint Exalt Giant Ape is here. Saint Exalt Great Rock is here. Hearing these 2 calls, everyone was shocked. They did not expect that these 2 actually came too. One had to know, the Myriad Spirits Summit this time was Saint Exalt Bull Demon acting on his own without consulting others. This was equivalent to challenging these 2. Everyone guessed that these 2 people's arrival was most likely to cause trouble. If this Myriad Spirits Summit succeeded, who would still take them, these 2 great Saint Exalts, seriously in the future? This time, Big Yellow also got up to greet heartily, saying with a smile, "Saint Exalt Giant Ape, Saint Exalt Great Rock, the 2 of you arriving really honors the humble Bull Demon Mountain with your presence." Giant Ape leaned on the walking stick, smiling radiantly as he said, "What's younger brother saying? At present, if this Bull Demon Mountain is considered humble, then wouldn't the 2 of our residences become ragged?" Saint Exalt Great Rock also smiled and said, "I haven't congratulated younger brother Big Yellow yet, for becoming our peer. Big Yellow hurriedly smiled and said, I dare not, dare not. Two brothers are Big Yellow's dear elder brothers. This conversation made everyone stare in bewilderment. Chapter 2720, Paying Respects to Master Yi. No one expected that Saint Exalt Giant Ape and Saint Exalt Great Rock would actually be so polite. Big Yellow was these two people's junior. Even if he became a Saint Exalt now, he still did not have the capital to be proud in front of the two of them. But they were courteous. When these two were talking, they completely put Big Yellow on the same level of footing as them. Hoo-hoo, the people have pretty much already arrived, why hasn't younger brother Bull Demon shown himself yet? Saint Exalt Giant Ape said. His voice had yet to fade when a powerful aura arrived with a howl. The expressions of Giant Ape and Great Rock changed abruptly, looking at the arrival in shock. This old bull actually broke through, Great Rock said with a look of disbelief. Saint Exalt Giant Ape's eyes were also glimmering as he said, looks like this Exalt's guess was right. Haha, old ape, damn bird, it's still this Exalt who took this step first. Saint Exalt Bull Demon landed on the ground and looked at the two smugly as he said. The three people had fought for many years and had always been running neck to neck. Now, he took this step first out of the three, he naturally had the intention of showing off a little. Hearing this, the faces of the two great Saint Exalts became black as the bottom of a pot, but they did not dare to express anything. After Saint Sovereign Heaven, wanting to advance a step was seriously far too difficult. The three of them spent several tens of thousands of years and only reached peak lower Saint Sovereign Heaven too. But now, Saint Exalt Bull Demon already broke through from lower Saint Sovereign Heaven to middle Saint Sovereign Heaven first. Saint Exalt Bull Demon was already the well-deserving king of the Myriad Demons Mountain. Giant Ape and Great Rock also looked forward to the Grade 5 Heavenly Alchemist behind Saint Exalt Bull Demon even more because of this. No matter how great a price they had to pay, they would also have to cozy up to this Grade 5 Heavenly Alchemist. Bull Demon, you don't have to be so pleased with yourself. It isn't that your talent surpasses the two of us. It's just that you were lucky and encountered a Grade 5 Heavenly Alchemist, that's all. As long as this master is willing to take action, could it be that the two of us can't break through? Great Rock said with a cold snort. Grade 5 Heavenly Alchemist. Saint Exalt Bull Demon was taken aback and immediately, his face revealed a playful smile. These two guys did not know the inside story and actually thought that Yuan was a Grade 5 Heavenly Alchemist. However, it was not strange either. There were probably many Grade 5 Heavenly Alchemists who could not even match up to Yuan's means. Seeing Saint Exalt Bull Demon's expression, Saint Exalt Giant Ape sneered and said, why? Do you take the two of us to be fools? Already at this point, do you still want to hoard it for yourself? Saint Exalt Bull Demon laughed loudly and said, you two old things, even if I were to really hoard it for myself, what can you guys do to me? That's right, it's indeed not easy for this Exalt to kill you guys. But, if you really piss this Exalt off, you guys probably won't be able to remain on Myriad Demons Mountain anymore, right? Could it be that you guys can still break through and come back to take revenge? The words made the two great Saint Exalts very depressed. Although Saint Exalt Bull Demon broke through, it was not easy if he really wanted to kill the two of them. But, with Saint Exalt Bull Demon's current strength, they would not be able to remain in the Myriad Demons Mountain if they wanted to. Seeing the two people's deflated expressions, Saint Exalt Bull Demon was very pleased with himself. Hey, you guys rest assured, I, old bull, isn't that kind of narrow-minded person. Without you two old things, this Exalt will also find it a lot less fun. Younger brother Yi is currently preparing to exit seclusion. He'll come over right away. As for whether or not you can let him take action, it will depend on yourselves. Saint Exalt Bull Demon said with a laugh. Younger brother. When Giant Ape two people heard this, they carried some doubt amidst their excitement. This old bull actually dared to address the other party as a younger brother. But Saint Exalt Bull Demon ignored the two people's doubtfulness. Flicking his sleeves grandly, he said in a loud voice, I believe that everyone also knows that 6 Saint Exalts have broken through in succession within a few days on our Myriad Demons Mountain. Therefore, the arrangement of this Myriad Demons Mountain will naturally have to undergo a huge change. Convening everyone today, it's to address this. The words made everyone become nervous. The size of one's territory was not just the manifestation of one's status, there were many genuine benefits. Coming here today was clearly to break the original rules and re-establish new rules. This way, it would change everyone's interests. It concerned each of their true spirits' interests. Giant Ape 2 people wanted to say something but shut their mouths sensibly. Now, it was already not what they could order people to do. From today onwards, all Saint Exalts will no longer have any territory, only their own fiefdoms. All of the myriad demons' mountains' territories will be distributed to those below Saint Sovereign Heaven. Saint Exalt Bull Demon's words immediately caused huge waves. Myriad Demons Mountain, the three great Saint Exalts occupied close to 70% of the territory. Now, they were actually going to take out all 70% of this territory for everyone. The expressions of Giant Ape and Great Rock 2 Saint Exalts were indescribably ugly. However, they also knew that Saint Exalt Bull Demon definitely still had something else to add on. This guy did not run a charity. Sure enough, Saint Exalt Bull Demon continued, from now on, the Myriad Demons Mountain will set up an All-Saint Temple. All Saint Exalts will belong to the All-Saint Temple. Those whose strengths reach half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven can enter the All-Saint Temple and become guest retainers. From now on, no matter which territory, you all have to hand over resources that are grade 3 and above to the All-Saint Temple, and the All-Saint Temple will distribute them uniformly. The moment these words came out, the expressions of all the true spirits changed. All-Saint Temple. This move was too ruthless. This was equivalent to monopolizing all of the high-level resources. Rather, it was the Saint Exalts whose eyes suddenly lit up. This was tantamount to concentrating the resources of the entire Myriad Demons Mountain to support the few great Saint Exalts. This was absolutely a great thing for Saint Exalts. Many true spirits showed dissatisfied expressions. But in this jungle, whatever a Saint Exalt said, that was it, they were not allowed to refute it. Right at this time, a human figure suddenly appeared in everyone's field of vision. Human, why would there be a human here? A lower Jade Sovereign Heaven actually barged into the True Spirit Summit. Is he courting death? This human was naturally the Yuan who had just exited seclusion. These few days, his 9 Heavens Dragon transformation fist had some insights again, so he went into closed seclusion for a few days. Seeing Yuan, Saint Exalt Bull Demon smiled and said, "Didn't you guys want to meet the expert behind me? He's already here." Saint Exalt Great Rock was taken aback and said with a black face, "Old Bull, do you think that having broken through, you can toy with us? How can a mere lower Jade Sovereign Heaven possibly be a grade 5 heavenly alchemist?" Giant Ape also had an unfriendly expression as he said, "Bull Demon, you're going too far. Randomly finding a human to brush us off." Jade Sovereign Heavens were powerhouses of a region in the Myriad Demons Mountain too. But they were nothing at all in the eyes of the two great Saint Exalts. So the first thing the two of them felt was that Saint Exalt Bull Demon was toying with them. But just as they flew into a thunderous rage, the 6 great Saint Exalts that just broke through left their seats in unison and dashed over toward Yuan like the wind, scrambling to be the first. Newly ascended Saint Exalt Bright Tiger specially came to pay respects to Master Yi. Newly ascended Saint Exalt Big Yellow specially came to pay respects to Master Yi. The 6 great Saint Exalts surrounded Yuan, directly bowing all the way down. That appearance was incomparably devout. This entire mountain of true spirit powerhouses, plus Giant Ape and Great Rock 2 Saint Exalts, were utterly stunned. Chapter 2721, Returning to Heavenly South. What? He's Master Yi. What a joke. A lower Jade Sovereign Heaven created 6 great Saint Exalts and even made Saint Exalt Bull Demon break through. But, being able to make 6 great Saint Exalts so respectful, who else can it be if it isn't him? Your father thought of a million possibilities, but the only thing that I didn't think of is that what let 6 great Saint Exalts break through was actually a lower Jade Sovereign Heaven. The actions of the 6 great Saint Exalts caused an uproar in the entire Myriad Spirits Summit. Prior to this, the outside world had many speculations. But no matter what, no one could have predicted that the initiator of all this was actually a lower Jade Sovereign Heaven. Not saying that Jade Sovereign Heavens could not do it, but that Jade Sovereign Heaven to Saint Sovereign Heaven, this step in itself was already incredibly difficult. What right did he have to be able to let so many powerhouses break through? But the reactions of the 6 great Saint Exalts were also truly telling them that it was Yuan. If it was a joke, then this joke would be too much. How noble was the status of a Saint Exalt powerhouse? Even if it was Saint Exalt Bull Demon's order, they believed that it was impossible for the 6 great Saint Exalts to coordinate this play too. Giant Ape 2 people stared dumbfoundedly, while Saint Exalt Bull Demon laughed loudly and said, Ha ha ha, I knew that you guys would have this expression. Do you guys know that when this Exalt saw younger brother Yi's methods back then, my expression looked exactly like yours? But how is this possible? Saint Exalt Giant Ape still did not dare to believe it as he said. Nothing is impossible. You all are simply unable to imagine younger brother Yi's methods. Saint Exalt Bull Demon said with a smile. Over there, when Yuan saw the 6 people, he smiled and said, all of you broke through. I've also fulfilled my promise back then. Bright Tiger said in fear and trepidation, it was as who had eyes but couldn't see, almost harming Master Yi's life. Sinful, sinful. Yuan waved his hand and said, who can resist the lucky chance of Saint Sovereign Heaven? That wasn't your fault. Although the 6 people broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, their respect toward Yuan grew even more. Firstly, Yuan repaid evil with good. The quality of the precious jade heavenly sacred pill that he gave them was extremely high without skimping out at all. Secondly, they already knew now that Saint Sovereign Heavens had to face the Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation. There were still many areas to rely on Yuan in the future. This was also the reason why heavenly alchemists were respected by all. Younger brother Yi came at the right time. This Exalt will announce it together. This Exalt will assume responsibility of the All Saint Temple's Temple Lord. Younger brother Yi will be this All Saint Temple's honorary Temple Lord, all authority and interests being equal to this Exalt. Saint Exalt Bull Demon came down to personally receive Yuan. Grabbing hold of his wrist, he pulled him to sit down beside him. Yuan had a baffled look too. But it sounded pretty good. There was naturally no one who dared to have objections. The myriad spirits summit ended. All the true spirits dispersed. Saint Exalt Giant Ape could not hold back anymore as well. Brother Yi, this Exalt has prepared a small gift, please accept it. Giant Ape took out a spatial bracelet and handed it over to Yuan with a smile. Brother Yi, inside here is virtually all of this Exalt's assets. If you're interested in it, this Exalt wants to request a heavenly pill from you. Great Rock was not willing to show weakness too as he said. These two have also put down blood capital in order to obtain Yuan's heavenly pill. Yuan smiled and pushed the gifts back and said, to Saint Exalts, this Yi doesn't want your things. When the two heard that, their expressions could not help changing drastically. Brother Yi, what this old bull can give you, we can also give you. Why do this? Saint Exalt Giant Ape said in puzzlement. His gift was prepared according to the standard of grade 5 heavenly alchemist. To Yuan this Jade Sovereign Heaven, it definitely had sufficient appeal. But who knew that Yuan actually did not even look at it? Yuan smiled and said, I can help you all refine heavenly pills and I don't want your gifts either. I just want you guys to owe me a favor. When I need your help, you all need to help me take action once. Even a fool also knew that this favor was probably not easy to repay. However, no matter how difficult it was to repay, it was also better than dying under the Tao tribulation. Therefore, the two did not hesitate in the slightest and agreed. After Giant Ape 2 people obtained Yuan's promise, they were not willing to stay a second longer and immediately took their leave and left. Time was important for one's cultivation realm. Younger brother Yi, what are your plans next? Saint Exalt Bull Demon asked. Yuan said, I plan on making a trip back to Heavenly South first. Then, I'll set off for the 5 great heavenly regions. Saint Exalt Bull Demon nodded his head and said, MN, whatever you need Big Brother to help with, feel free to speak up. Your business is Big Brother's business. He was not a fool. Yuan rejected Giant Ape 2 people's astronomical gifts and only exchanged for a favor. He must be shouldering a lot on him. Yuan was not melodramatic either, saying with a smile, Big Brother rest assured. This younger brother won't be courteous. After spending a long time together, Yuan more or less had some understanding of Saint Exalt Bull Demon's disposition. Although he was powerful, his personality was straightforward and was not disagreeable, very easy to get along with. He showed great kindness to him, he naturally would not look on with folded arms. Bright Tiger opened his mouth and said, since Master Yi wants to return to Heavenly South, the 5 of us will also go together. After all, the 5 of us have committed many evil deeds in Heavenly South. We can take this chance to go and make an apology to them this time. Yuan naturally had no reason to not allow this request. He had to give an explanation to the lives that died in vain in Heavenly South. After several days, Yuan brought the 5 great Saint Exalts and set off for the road back to Heavenly South. In a deep mountain at the borders of heavenly south, all of a sudden, an astonishing aura rose to the sky. The terrifying pressure made the birds and beasts scatter everywhere. Above the sky, a phenomenon descended from heaven. It was precisely the signs of having broken through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. Half a month later, a figure rose to the sky and let out a wild laugh. That laughter shook until heaven and earth changed colors. Ha ha ha, I, Meng Frostwind, have finally taken this step. This is Saint Sovereign Heaven. What a miraculous power. I feel that with a wave of my hand now. It's heavenly Tao. Bright Tiger, the 5 of you animals hunted this exalt down until there was no road to heaven and no gate into the earth. Today, this exalt stepped into Saint Sovereign Heaven. I'll definitely make you all pay a terrible price. This powerhouse who broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven was precisely the heavenly South City Lord, Meng Frostwind, who used despicable means back then and scammed the 5 great half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens. He consumed the sacred destiny pill and experienced 50 years of bitter cultivation in closed seclusion. Finally, he gained sudden enlightenment and stepped into his long-cherished goal of Saint Sovereign Heaven. Actually, he naturally knew about the 5 great half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens leading an army to bathe heavenly south in blood. At that time, he had not found the place to enter closed seclusion yet and was currently wandering around in the land of heavenly south. But he did not come forward. He let the land of heavenly south to have blood flow in rivers. According to his plans, after he broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, he would find the 5 people again to take revenge. Meng Frostwind's gaze looked in the direction of heavenly South City and said in a solemn voice, 50 years have passed. I don't know how many people are still remaining in heavenly South City. This exalt has become an exalted Saint Sovereign now. It won't be considered too late to rally my forces and start afresh. I'll go recapture the land of heavenly South first, and then march troops northward. I'll let these guys have a taste of a bloodbath too. Thinking up to here, he no longer remained, his figure leaping and disappearing into the horizon. Chapter 2722, Flaunting Prowess. Heavenly South City Lord, Zhao Xuan, pay respects to 5 Lord Saint Exalts. Seeing the 5 great Saint Sovereign Heavens behind Yi Yuan, tumultuous waves stirred in Zhao Xuan's heart. These were 5 great Saint Sovereign Heavens. This is the cultivation realm that everyone tried their utmost to achieve even in their sleep but could not attain. The present heavenly South City, he was shouldering both the responsibility of City Lord and Hall Master. Hoo, younger brother Zhao doesn't need to be so polite. We came this time to apologize. Bright Tiger said with a smile. Yeah, 50 years ago, it was the few of us who had a few screws loose in our heads, to have done that sort of stupid thing. Saint Exalt Heavenly Rat said, we brought some gifts here this time to express our apology, hope that younger brother Zhao will forgive, Saint Exalt Myriad Elephant said. The 5 great Saint Sovereign Heavens repeatedly calling him as their younger brother made Zhao Xuan's head spin. Lord Saint Exalts were actually calling him as their younger brother. Furthermore, they actually came to apologize. In reality, Zhao Xuan and the rest all thought that Yi Yuan would not be able to come back. But now, not only did Yi Yuan come back, the 5 Exalts' attitudes were good until it made people feel somewhat overwhelmed. Ah, Lord Saint Exalts are too courteous. Here isn't the place to chat, please enter the city to talk. Zhao Xuan did not dare to be neglectful, but he still showed enough courtesy. After all, they were 5 Saint Exalts. Being called brother by 5 Saint Exalts, Zhao Xuan felt indescribably uncomfortable from head to toe. Master Yi, please, but the few people did not dare to go first, letting Yi Yuan go first. Zhao Xuan's eyeballs popped out. Third Hall Master is really too impressive. The 5 great Saint Exalts are actually so respectful towards him. Hey, back then when the 5 kings attacked Heavenly Stratum, how full of high spirits were they? Now, they broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, but became very courteous. Tisk tisk. Third Hall Master pacified the Thistle South Sea region and subdued the myriad demons mountain now. Our heavenly South City has no worries anymore. When the powerhouses in the city saw this scene, beyond the shock, each and every one of them had a sense of pride that arose spontaneously. Heavenly South had always been surviving between the crevices of the North and South, 2 major forces, living very oppressed. But ever since Yi Yuan's arrival, everything changed. Yi Yuan made a trip to Thistle South Sea region. The Thistle South Sea region dispatched an envoy, expressing that they would never invade Heavenly South. Yi Yuan made a trip to the Myriad Demons Mountain. 5 Saint Exalts came in person to apologize. This third hall master was really a god-like figure. After entering the city, there naturally could not dispense with some small talk. While talking, the 5 great saint exalts were all very humble, which also made Zhao Xuan and the rest sighed endlessly. They knew that the 5 great saint exalts were looking at the account of Yi Yuan's face. Thinking about it again now, Meng Frostwind really rejected what was under his nose to seek something far away. There was clearly an amazing figure right under his eyelids, but he used an extremely deplorable method to imprint himself in people's impressions. Suddenly, a terrifying aura suddenly descended, enveloping the entire Heavenly South City. Whoever's the city lord in Heavenly South City now, this exalt is Meng Frostwind. Why haven't you come to pay respects in haste? An earth-shaking voice reverberated throughout the entire Heavenly South City. It was actually Meng Frostwind who had arrived. Within City Lord Manor, everyone had looks of surprise on their faces. City Lord Meng, he broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. Zhao Xuan said in surprise. No matter what, breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven was not a trivial matter. Especially that this was the land of Heavenly South's first Saint Sovereign Heaven. But Wu Jian had a disdainful look as he said, "Humph, this damn thing still has the face to come back. If not for him, how could my land of Heavenly South be plunged into an abyss of suffering?" Song Tianyong also said, "Back then, when blood flowed like rivers in Heavenly South, he behaved like a cowardly tortoise. Now that he broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, he wants to come back and be the city lord. Hey, what a fine plan." With regards to Meng Frostwind's conduct, the present Heavenly South City was extremely disdainful. When Bright Tiger and the others heard Meng Frostwind report his name, they were long already burning with fury in their hearts. This despicable villain is finally willing to show himself. Heh, he probably didn't expect that the 5 of us broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven at the same time, right? Go out together and take care of this guy," Bright Tiger said in a great rage. The few people were just about to move, but heard Yi Yuan smile and say, "No hurry. This Meng Frostwind came back to show off his prestige. How unpleasant would it be if we don't let him enjoy himself to the fullest? Moreover, if you all go out like this, it's very easy to scare him away." The moment Bright Tiger and the rest heard, they could not help secretly nodding, thinking to themselves that it was still Yi Yuan who was meticulous. Fighting 1 versus 5 seemed to be overwhelming, but rushing over like this, it was very easy to scare Meng Frostwind away. If a Saint Sovereign Heaven wanted to run, it would really not be easy to kill. But if they suddenly pulled an unusual move and surrounded him, it would not be that easy if Meng Frostwind wanted to run. Heh, it's still Master Yi who's impressive. Saint Exalt Heavenly Rat gave a thumbs up as he said. Yi Yuan said to Zhao Xuan, "Come, let's go meet this city lord." Zhao Xuan nodded slightly and followed Yi Yuan out of the door. Stepping up into the air, Yi Yuan saw a middle-aged man in blue robes, both hands behind his back and eyes turned to the sky, an appearance as if nobody on earth could beat him. This was still his first time seeing Meng Frostwind. The first impression that he gave Yi Yuan was that of a villain intoxicated by success. Maybe he was not like this in the past, but now, it was indeed how he looked like. Meng Frostwind clearly noticed the 2 people as well, his gaze turned sullen and he said, "MN, Zhao Xuan, I didn't expect that you actually broke through. Looks like Heavenly South City's person in charge now is you. However, why haven't you guys offered greetings when you see this exalt?" Talking toward the back, Meng Frostwind's 2 eyes glared, a powerful pressure hitting them head-on. Zhao Xuan gave a cold snort and said, "Meng Frostwind, you still have the face to come back. Do you know that 50 years ago, the entire land of Heavenly South was almost plunged into an abyss of suffering because of you?" Meng Frostwind did not care in the slightest and said coolly, "A mere group of ants, if they died, they died. What's the big deal? Could it be that a bunch of ants is more important than this exalt breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven? Moreover, isn't this Heavenly South City perfectly fine?" In reality, when Meng Frostwind descended upon Heavenly South City, he was quite surprised too. Heavenly South City was actually completely intact. Waves of powerful auras came from the city, it seemed like the losses were not too big. Back then, myriad spirits were in a mighty contingent. He had seen before that power with his own eyes. It actually failed to destroy Heavenly South City. However, no matter what, it was for the best that it was not destroyed. It was not to the extent of making him take over a broken-down stall. You're really brazen." Seeing that Meng Frostwind did not have the slightest remorse, Zhao Xuan could not help but get angry. Mang Frostwind said coolly, those 5 brutes are powerful. This exalt wasn't their match back then. But now, this exalt has already broken through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. I'm the true ruler of this land of Heavenly South. It's also time to find them to seek revenge. Oh, right, who's this boy beside you? He looks a little unfamiliar. Zhao Xuan said in a solemn voice, he's called Yuan. You should have heard of him before. Mang Frostwind's brows furrowed slightly. Seemingly remembering something, he smiled and said, so, it's that alchemy genius. This exalt was in a hurry to enter the mystic realm back then and didn't have the chance to meet you. Not bad, not bad. You'll follow this exalt in the future. When Zhao Xuan heard that, he could not help rolling his eyes. How had he never discovered how cocky this guy was in the past? Chapter 2723, Lousy Sacred Destiny Pill. Follow you. He had 5 great saint exalts following behind him. Where did you get the courage to dare call such an existence to follow you? One had to know, there were only 3 great saint exalts on the entire myriad demons mountain before this. Truly, the ignorant were fearless. Yuan did not get angry, but he looked at Mang Frostwind and said with a smile that was not a smile, have me follow you. I wonder what benefits can you give me? Mang Frostwind flicked his sleeves grandly and said coolly, I heard that your strength in refining heavenly pills. Even Zhao Xuan admires you greatly. Since that's the case, you can be this Heavenly South Pill Hall's Hall Master then. Mang Frostwind even thought that Yuan would be moved, having given him an irresistible condition. Zhao Xuan letting loose a torrent of abuse towards him earlier, already made him give rise to feelings of detest. If it were before, he would have tolerated it. But now, he was revered as a saint exalt. Why would he care about a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven? Yuan could not help laughing when he heard that and said, just a Heavenly South Pill Hall's Hall Master. Not enough. Mang Frostwind sneered and said, ha, what high-sounding sentiments. Then you tell me, what do you want? Yuan said coolly, I want you to kneel down and admit your fault in front of this entire city's martial artists. Mang Frostwind's expression turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, boy, you dare to play with this exalt. Do you know that this exalt is presently this land of Heavenly South's only Saint Sovereign Heaven? Everyone's life and death are all at one thought of this exalt. Yuan did not care at all and said with a faint smile, playing. I don't have this spare time to play with you, this shameless thing. Mang Frostwind was enraged when he heard that and said, boy, you're really terrific, to actually dare provoke a Saint Sovereign Heaven. Yuan said disdainfully, is Saint Sovereign Heaven very impressive? Then you take a look if Saint Sovereign is really very impressive or not. Mang Frostwind shouted coldly, the aura of Saint Sovereign Heaven suddenly releasing. The entire Heavenly South City felt the terrifying pressure. Saint Sovereign Heaven was too terrifying. In the midst of this violent storm, even Zhao Xuan this half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven seemed unbelievably weak too. Ha ha ha, Saint Sovereign Heaven, how impressive. This exalt is really scared. Amidst a loud laughter, Saint Exalt Bright Tiger appeared. Mang Frostwind's pupils constricted and he cried out in surprise, you broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven too. This isn't possible. Tisk tisk, Saint Sovereign Heaven, really amazing. Then it looks like this exalt is very amazing too. With a playful smile, Saint Exalt Myriad Elephant showed himself too. In the direction in which he appeared, was at an angle with Saint Exalt Bright Tiger, blocking half of Mang Frostwind's retreat routes. Seeing Saint Exalt Myriad Elephant, Mang Frostwind's heart twitched heavily. You broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven too. Mang Frostwind, you seem very surprised. Isn't it just breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven? Look how it got you all excited. Saint Exalt Heavenly Rat appeared and said. Mang Frostwind felt that his breathing became somewhat unsmooth. He only snatched away the lucky chance from these few people after going through all kinds of hardships and difficulties, corroborating his Tao and becoming a Saint Sovereign Heaven. But who knew that 50 years of closed seclusion, after exiting seclusion, everything changed. He thought that he could trample on these 5 great true spirits after leaving seclusion. But who would have expected that 3 out of the 5 broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven? Tisk tisk, a half-baked Saint Sovereign Heaven like you actually wants to make Master Yi follow you too. Your head was kicked by a donkey, right? Sorry about that, I insulted the donkey, Saint Exalt Wild Lion said disdainfully. Following Saint Exalt Wild Lion and Saint Exalt Giant Deer showing themselves, Mang Frostwind's eyeballs popped out. You You all actually broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. Mang Frostwind felt that this world was too terrifying. 5 great true spirits all broke through, then what did the lucky chance that he racked his brains to get count for? Mang Frostwind had a feeling of incredibly bad luck now. Saint Exalt Bright Tiger looked at Mang Frostwind and said with a smile that was not a smile, "You seem very surprised. When you snatched away the sacred destiny pill back then, you didn't expect that there would be today, right? Didn't you say just now that you wanted to find the 5 of us to take revenge? Now, we'll give you this chance." The 5 of them had already formed an encirclement. Even if the movement technique of a Saint Sovereign Heaven was extremely fast, it was also impossible to escape. Mang Frostwind was filled with fear, only then, realizing that he was in danger. Just now, he was really too surprised. When did Saint Sovereign Heavens become cabbages? How on earth did you all achieve it? Mang Frostwind could not figure out after racking his brains and said. Bright Tiger laughed loudly and pointed at Yuan and said, "You idiot, you only cared about plotting against us, but didn't know that the real God was right under your eyelids. Master Yi's alchemy Dao has the ability to access heaven and penetrate the earth. The 5 of us broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven all thanks to him. What does a mere sacred destiny pill count for? It's you. Impossible." Mang Frostwind's entire body trembled, and he looked toward Yuan in disbelief. These 5 great Saint Sovereign Heavens were actually created by a lower Jade Sovereign Heaven. If a grade 4 heavenly alchemist could create Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses, then Saint Sovereign Heavens would be all over the place. Bright Tiger smiled and said, "Whether to believe it or not, it's up to you. But right now, we'll beat you down first before talking. Brothers, do it, right on." Wild Lion. Few people rubbed their fists and wiped their palms, each and every one glaring like ravening tigers. The 5 people did not hesitate in the slightest, making a move at virtually the same time. Such power, when had the powerhouses in the city seen it before? That terrifying undulation was akin to gorgeous fireworks in the sky, being beautiful to the extreme. Mang Frostwind's expression changed drastically and could only respond passively. His retreat routes were all blocked off, he could only teeter on his feet. But the infuriating thing was that he discovered that he did not have the strength to fight back at all in front of these 5 people. Hang on, why is this guy so weak? Could it be that he's hiding his strength? Wild Lion frowned and said. Exchanging blows earlier, he discovered that Mang Frostwind's strength was far worse than his. One had to know, when they were at half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven, Mang Frostwind's strength was comparable to that of Bright Tiger King. Otherwise, how could the 5 of them find him to go together? But having likewise broken through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, he discovered that his opponent's strength was unbelievably weak. At most, he only had 70% of his strength. Hide my ass. How can a mere sacred destiny pill be mentioned in the same breath with Master Yi's precious jade heavenly sacred pill? When we broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, we practically excavated all the potential in our bodies. That lousy sacred destiny pill was only 3rd or 4th grade. So how can it consolidate the cultivation realm and consolidate the foundation? Bright Tiger scolded with a smile. Saint Exalt Wild Lion came to a sudden realization and said, "Ah, so that's how it is. This guy really lost a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed. I reckon that I can take him down by myself. Fool, an idiot, ha ha ha." Even breakthroughs were different too. Otherwise, how could the quality of medicinal pills demonstrate a difference? A true grade heavenly pill, the medicinal effect was often beyond comprehension. It was not what a sacred destiny pill could compare to at all. 5 great Saint Exalts taking action at the same time, Mang Frostwind was beaten until he vomited blood repeatedly. He only had the power of parrying, so how could he have the strength to fight back? If not for the 5 great Saint Exalts showing mercy, he would have long already kicked the bucket. He did everything possible to break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, but he was crippled without even getting to perform a posturing. Alright, that's about enough. Leave him with his wretched life. I want him to kneel down and apologize to all the martial artists in the city. Yuan said loudly, "Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description."